Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Post-war. With the end of the Dark Jedi War, which has been officially classified as the 100 Years of Darkness by the Republic and Jedi Order, the Imperium had entered a new century. The war had resulted in a massive expansion of Imperial territory within the Mid and Outer Rim. These territories were quickly invested in and would be developed to meet Imperial standards. In one of the systems, a new project was created to establish a massive ring world-like city, built in orbit around a planet. The planet itself was uninhabitable and would remain that way, as developing too many planets this early on will spread the Imperium too thin. The ring world would take close to a decade to build, as new technology would have to be tested in order to support such a massive structure. The ring world would house over 1 billion citizens once complete, an entire planet's worth of people living in orbit. It would be designed as a central hub for trade, military operations, and governance within the newly annexed system. Each segment of the ring would be modular, allowing engineers to adapt and expand as needed. The interior structure would have artificial gravity, day-night cycles, and advanced life support systems, just as any orbital structure in space would need. And even while the Imperium poured resources into monumental projects like this, life for the average citizen and migrant was improved as the economy improved. With the population reaching a little over 10 billion within the first 100 years thanks to Daimon's policy and his influence with the Force. Childbirth was considered the greatest contribution to the Imperium, as it increased the population, providing capable warriors, scholars, politicians, and other professions that contributed to its development. With this population increase, the annual income of the Imperium had reached 200 trillion per year. With this massive annual income, Daimon made sure that the people were well taken care of, and while also balancing the amount of money spent each year. Taxes were lowered, regulations were limited, and businesses were encouraged to flourish with incentives. The unemployment rate was extremely low, while the standard of living rose to new heights. Everyone benefited from the prosperity in ways both big and small. On Felder, life for the average citizen was one filled with opportunity, improvement, growth, and worship. A structure of meritocracy was instated, where opportunities for progress were made available to the ones who earned it. The population of non-Jedi had reached a little over 100 million, as various species, mainly humans, migrated from Republic space either because of the war, or just to start a new life. It was also because of Daimon's reputation as a former Jedi Master that many came to build a new life. Astralise Dynamics, which was still controlled by Valkorion, had established its new headquarters on Felder. It was the first Jedi corporation to be established even before the Imperium itself was established. With this major corporation joining the market, it prompted other corporations to want to compete in other industries such as mining, weaponry, construction, and robotics. Some industries were banned from corporations to use as they were controlled by the government, such as military and education sectors. These were left exclusively for government control to ensure the cultivation of a powerful defense force and an educated populace. Since Jedi lived for thousands of years, many were still adjusting to these brand new technologies and other institutions that were being introduced. The young Jedi, less than 200 years old, dominated the population and took to these new changes with eagerness and adaptability. The Jedi youth were the ones populating the universities, delving into historical lore about the galaxy, building corporations, and learning various skills that contributed to society. It was a generation of scholars and warriors who grew up in a new society and Imperium where they had the ability to thrive as future scholars and warriors. Every day brought them closer to Daimon's vision, an empire that didn't just rule through fear but inspired respect. The individuals from dozens of species that were now a part of the Imperium too had their roles. Daimon welcomed them, noting the unique abilities, skills, and knowledge that they brought from their home worlds. For the Aruzans, they were still integrating into Imperium society and culture. Queen Illyra had become a very influential member of the Imperium, especially now that she was granted immortality by Daimon. There were only a few people who were granted immortality from Daimon directly. Sarah was the first, as she was his Padawan from when he was a Jedi Master, and she was like a younger sister to him. Then there were the 20 human orphans who Daimon raised to be important figures to lead his empire in the future. They held significant positions either at the same level as or slightly below the progenitors. After them was Queen Illyra, who was the last person Daimon granted immortality to since she was his queen. The members of the Order of the Balance Keepers had learned how to extend their life with the Force during their later training, making the average member live for 300 to 500 years. Immortality was not something that he wanted to give out on a regular basis. If he did, then it would diminish the appreciation for life and the urgency of living it to the fullest. It could also lead to a stagnation of society, a potential threat he was aware of with his own species. Illyra, ever since became intertwined in Imperium politics, was slowly beginning to master that alongside ruling over billions of people. Most of her time was spent with Daimon, learning all sorts of things during both day and night. During the day she learned about governance and politics, about strategy and the use of her own abilities to influence and lead. During the night, she experienced some divine techniques which strengthened their connection. She never believed that such a size was possible, but after seeing Daimon she realized that nothing really was impossible. Within the Jedi Temple on Ossus, the Jedi High Council had convened to talk about important matters regarding their future. Gathered in the room were 12 Jedi Masters of varying races and specialties. In the center of the room stood a holographic projection of the galaxy highlighting key areas of where Jedi temples and other places were located. Master Lirin Daxim, the oldest and wisest among them, started the discussion. With the Dark Jedi now vanquished for multiple months now, we need to discuss the future of the Order going forward. Master Lirin Daxim's voice echoed through the chamber, filled with the weariness of someone who had seen far too much war, and carried its weight. We cannot return to the way things were, she continued. The old ways bred arrogance, rigidity, and disconnection from the galaxy. That was part of why so many fell. We must change, or we'll repeat the same mistakes. There was a murmur of agreement. Master Veet Tull, a Mirialan with ceremonial tattoos marking every major conflict he'd survived, crossed his arms. We've relied too heavily on detachment. It worked when the galaxy was simpler. It's not simple anymore. If the Imperium is any sign, things are evolving. Master Jorah Shin, one of the newer additions to the council, nodded. Daimon didn't leave because he was angry. He left because he believed we had no room for adaptation. That should not be ignored. His name hung in the air like a shadow. Daimon, once one of them, is now Emperor of a rising power. A former Jedi Master who had turned away in disillusionment. And somehow, he had built something that would rival the Republic through time and strength and vision. Master Daxim looked around the room. Then let's speak plainly. What changes must we make? It was Master Kalen Vore, a Togruta and longtime advocate for Jedi outreach, who answered. We must decentralize. No more concentrating everything on Coruscant or Ossus. The war proved that isolation weakened our ability to respond. We must become present in the galaxy again, on the ground, in the streets, among the people. More satellites, then, Master Tull added. Smaller temples, academies. Not hidden, not cloistered. Integrated. Jedi should live among the people they serve. Master Daxim nodded. And what of training? Fewer rules, said Master Shin. More understanding. Padawans shouldn't be taught to fear negative emotions, they should be taught to understand it and overcome it. The Force is life. And life is messy. A few eyebrows raised at that, but no one disagreed outright. The old ways had created fissures that had led many to a different path. We also need to be honest about our place in this galaxy, Master Vore said. The Republic isn't the only path to order anymore. The Imperium is proof. Daimon's methods may be extreme, but he didn't create tyranny. Not yet. We can't pretend we hold a monopoly on peace and justice. This statement drew silence from the others, mostly because it was true. Master Daxim sighed. We've become guardians of a fading world. It's time we become teachers again. Healers. Mediators. Not just warriors. There was a long pause before Master Tull added, we need to let go of the idea that Jedi must die Jedi. Some may choose other paths. Let them. Honor them. Not exile them. Even that quiet statement felt revolutionary. But no one objected to the change as they saw the effects of what the old Jedi Order created. So, it was decided then and there that change had to come to the Order, not only to strengthen the Order, but to also combat the rising order of the Balance Keepers. In the months that followed, changes came swiftly. New temples were built on mid-rim worlds, including some once touched by the war. Jedi were encouraged to form attachments and create families, not recklessly, but with mindfulness. Emotional resilience was taught alongside lightsaber techniques. Forming attachments were never banned, but they were also never promoted. But with this new change happening, the new Jedi High Council agreed that Jedi families were the future to creating powerful Jedi Knights and Masters. Some Jedi joined local governments as advisors. Others embedded themselves with communities, serving as mediators, peacekeepers, and cultural liaisons. A few even began working with select Republic corporations to guide ethical technological development. One particularly bold move came when the Council approved a new branch within the Order, the Pathfinders. Jedi trained specifically to explore the shifting political landscape of the galaxy, including understanding powers like the Imperium. Their mission wasn't to infiltrate or spy, but to understand. And perhaps, to build bridges. For the first time in decades, the Jedi Order was no longer trying to preserve a golden age that had already passed. They were building a new one where they tried to understand the changing environment of the galaxy and adapt to it. 52 Realm of Mortis. With the Jedi Order taking a different route than they would have originally, it sets the stage for a lot of events that could happen in the future. This combined with the creation of the Sith Order and the Sith Empire would see a lot of changes in the things that happen when the two sides clash. It would be over a millennia before the two encountered each other, which would give the Jedi time to reform their order and the Sith time to establish both their order and empire within the Outer Rim. The Sith already had the knowledge on how to build a lightsaber, and throughout time they would take that knowledge and create their own lightsaber creation techniques and make new fighting forms to counter the Jedi. Leaving the Sith and Jedi aside, Daimon began to focus on other things. The next thing he had planned was to search for the Celestials. They were ancient entities in the Force, whose true nature could not be understood by the mortals of the universe. The Force was influenced under the Celestials' dominion, and 3 of them were known to have manifested into physical beings who Daimon knew as the Ones, Force wielders who were made up of the Father, the Daughter, and the Son. Daimon's intention was not to fight the Ones, but to meet them and learn the history of the Celestials. They had left behind powerful artifacts, mystical locations, and Daimon wanted to see what knowledge they had that he didn't. So, for 2 months, he set up the expedition while finishing some things in the Imperium. Once he was ready, he gathered all the people who would come with him. In addition to the Immortals, the newly formed suborder which consisted of several hundred members of the Order of the Balance Keepers were also coming. The order was called Imperial Order, and its job was similar to the Immortals, to protect the Emperor. But unlike the Immortals, the Imperial Order were all Force sensitives. After them would be Progenitor Raylos Vyn and Progenitor Kale Thorin. They were both immortal Jedi like Daimon himself, only not as powerful in the Force as he was. When compared to other Force users they were extremely strong, but against powerful Force entities they were barely a match. The expedition fleet consisted of 15 ships, 2 dreadnoughts, 4 heavy battle carriers, 6 destroyers, 3 transport ships. The expedition fleet was formed in order in case of any hostile encounter with other spacefaring species, or they came across a primitive species. The Imperium would be left in the hands of Nissa Revar until Daimon came back. Arrangements were made, goodbyes were said, and soon enough, the fleet was off towards the unknown. The direction they were heading to was towards Mortis, located in the Corlithium system. The system was located within the northern part of the galaxy in the unexplored parts of the galaxy. So, not only would they have to search for the system, but they would also have to explore hundreds of systems and planets along the way. This was beneficial for Daimon and the Imperium as he could start taking over those primitive planets and gaining more territory on the other side of the galaxy. As the journey began, days stretched into weeks and weeks into months. The first system they came across was the Sohn system, which contained the inhabited planet Sohn 4. The planet contained the Sohn species, which were just dark-skinned humans. They didn't have any distinctive features that separated them from a human. Daimon sent 10,000 Jedi soldiers to the ground to establish a strong presence and conquer the nearly 10 million people who lived on the planet. After that he encountered hundreds of other systems and planets that either had an intelligent species living in the system or planet or was completely uninhabited. For the inhabited systems, Daimon sent warriors to the planets that were inhabited to establish a presence and begin establishing control over the population. These populations would spend decades being reformed and prepared for their entry to the galactic stage. For the uninhabited systems, Daimon marked as places to start surveying for resources and potential colonization. There was also the opportunity to discover new species or ecosystems that may be of benefit to the Imperium. Similar to the Orozans, these new species, which mostly consisted of humans, would be uplifted and eventually integrated into the Imperium. Most of these efforts would be managed and controlled by Progenitor Raylos Vyn while Daimon focused on finding Mortis. As the first year of the expedition went by, the fleet encountered minor resistance from certain primitive species which had developed spaceship technology. It was also during this time that Daimon found the Corlithium system. The moment the fleet entered the outskirts of the system, he sensed a powerful presence from somewhere within the system. He instructed the Force to guide the fleet to where he sensed the presence, and after a few minutes he saw the monolith. The monolith, or the Mortis monolith, was the structure that was the gateway into the realm of Mortis. Daimon stopped the fleet a few hundred meters away from the monolith and took a shuttle with only him and his 2 progenitors on board. As the shuttle approached the monolith, it began to open up as a blinding light caused everybody to close their eyes. The light lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared, revealing the realm of Mortis. The shuttle drifted forward, slowly pulled into the light. There was no transition, no sense of speed, no sudden shift. One moment, they were in space, the next, they were in Mortis. The realm was filled with immense force power, similar to a force nexus but different somehow. Everything from the trees to the animals running around was made up of purely force energy. Raylos and Kale stepped off the shuttle behind him, but they didn't speak. Even their expressions showed traces of unease. This place wasn't made for mortals, and they could feel it. Daimon closed his eyes and reached out. He could feel the Ones, either waiting on him or observing him before making their move. He walked forward, down a path of floating stone that didn't seem to have a beginning or end. At the end of the path was a structure, part temple, part fortress, part illusion. It shimmered between forms, as 3 figures stood before it. The Father appeared first, with eyes that had seen empires rise and fall before the stars had names. The Daughter, light and graceful, radiated a calm energy around herself, but not weakness. And the son, chaos cloaked into one person, watched Daimon with a grin. He wanted to fight Daimon already even though he had just met him. You've come far, the father said. Few even find Mortis. Fewer are permitted to enter. I didn't come to fight, Daimon said. I came to learn about the Celestials and perhaps the history of the ancient history of the galaxy. While he knew a ton of knowledge from what he read in his previous life, there were still some things that he probably didn't know. The son laughed. All seekers say the same, until the knowledge they ask for tears them apart. Let him speak, the daughter said softly. There is something different in him. He is not wholly dark, nor wholly light. No, the father agreed. He is balanced. Something that I haven't seen in a long time. The last time the father remembered a Force user achieving balance was when the other Celestials were still around. Since then, no single person has managed to reach such an understanding of the Force. I've heard about your achievements and growth from those Force priestesses, but I didn't believe that after tens of thousands of years that a single person could reach balance between the two sides or at least get close. He voiced as he nodded his head in acknowledgement of Daimon's efforts and his ability. The father took a step forward. If you truly seek to learn, Daimon of the Imperium, then you must understand that knowledge here is not given, it is earned. The truths you want are buried in the folds of time and memory, and even we cannot hand them to you without cost. I'm not afraid of the cost, Daimon replied, but I won't pay blindly either. I came for understanding, not madness. The son smirked. Then perhaps we can accelerate things. A test, maybe. Let's see if your balance holds when we twist it. Enough, the father said, sending a sharp glance at the son. He will be tested, yes, but not through games. He turned back to Daimon. There is a place here. Not far, not close. A relic of the old ways. The well of memories. If you want to know what came before the Jedi, Dark Jedi, any other Force users, and even before us, you will go there, and face what lies within. The daughter stepped beside the father, but beware, Daimon. The well does not give answers. It reveals truths, some of which you may not want to see. Daimon nodded slowly. Where do I begin? The father extended a hand and the structure behind them reshaped itself, revealing a long staircase of light, rising into a distant horizon. Your path awaits. Raylos and Kale watched as Daimon turned to them. Wait here, he said. No matter what you hear or feel, this is mine alone. Kale looked uneasy but bowed his head. Be careful, sir. Without another word, Daimon stepped onto the staircase. The climb was silent. All he could hear was just the slow echo of his own steps. Hours could have passed, or even seconds until he finally reached where he was supposed to be. The well of memories was nothing like he expected. It wasn't a structure, it was a void of energy. Suddenly everything around him changed. He was no longer in Mortis. He was elsewhere. He stood at the edge of a battlefield, but not one he recognized. There were no Jedi, no Sith, no blasters or starships. These warriors were wielding primitive Force-infused weapons, shaped from crystal and light, wearing armor made of living metal. Daimon could feel it. This was a time before even the Ricotta Infinite Empire was a thing, before light and dark were defined. It was raw force, pure instinct, split between those who sought to serve the Force, and those who sought to command it. He watched the world fall into ruin, causing the vision to change. Now he stood at the heart of a temple-like structure, one larger than any he'd seen, buried deep within a planet. Inside, a council of beings argued. They were not humanoid, instead they were half-seen forms. One of them slammed a hand on the table. We must fracture the Force. Divide it, contain it, or it will devour creation. Another being said, and in doing so, we doom all that follow us to division, to conflict. A third one stated, better that than oblivion. This was all that was said as the vision shifted again, showing images of what Daimon recognized as the Ricottan rebellion when they rose up against the Celestials and cast them down, diminishing their influence and control. He then watched as the Ricottans, driven by greed and hunger for power, enslaved other species and expanded their empire using the Star Forge. The vision changed once again, revealing the first Jedi temple on Tython. He watched as various species were gathered by the ancient pyramid-shaped ships and brought to the planet. They strived for balance but ultimately fell victim to the influence of the dark side, forcing them to prioritize one over the other. Daimon understood that the people he saw were other Celestials, and the moment the Force was intentionally split. Light and dark weren't opposites, they were just safety mechanisms against raw, untamed power. Which is what he learned during his training with the Force priestesses. Suddenly he was pulled out of the vision and was returned to the realm of Mortis. The father met his eyes. Now you understand. Daimon nodded once. I do. He stated, though most of it was knowledge he already knew. He was only interested in the part about the Celestials. Now, let's begin your trial, said the father as he manifested a Force blade in his hand and charged at Daimon, followed by the son and the daughter. The trial was to be able to best all three of them at the same, showing his connection with the Force and ability to not fall down just one path. 53 Ancient Celestials. The father struck first, his blade glowing with pure Force energy. Daimon caught it with his lightsaber, causing the force of the impact to send tremors across the realm. Before he could counter, the son came in from the side like a shadow. His strikes were wild, feral, and chaotic, filled with a strong sense of emotion and power. Daimon ducked beneath one, parried another, but was forced to leap back as the daughter came from above. Three of the most powerful beings in existence pressed him at the same time, not wanting to give him a chance at all. Daimon slid across the floating stones and centered himself before he charged again. He met the father's next strike head-on and turned the momentum against him, twisting the force around his blade to push him back. "I see now," the father murmured, "he's not resisting our power, he's adapting." The son snarled as energy erupted around his body. "Then let him adapt to this." He leapt at Daimon, striking from every direction at once. Daimon flowed around the son's attacks, never meeting them directly. Instead, he let him tire himself out. When the daughter joined again, she weaved in and out of the combat, forcing Daimon to always keep an eye on her. Her strikes were as strong as the son's as she tried to force Daimon into submission with the light side. He took a hit from the daughter's blade to deflect one from the son, twisting in the air to blast the father back with a concussive wave of force. Kale and Raylos, watching from afar, could barely comprehend what they were seeing. He began using the terrain itself, shifting the energy of Mortis, bending the realm to his will, not to dominate it, but to use it in combination with his attacks. The ground rose to shield him, blocking the attacks from all three opponents. The father was surprised, as this was the first time that another besides themselves was allowed to use the realm of Mortis so easily. After a few minutes of constant back and forth fighting, he managed to defeat the daughter first. He matched her every move, countering every blow with one of his own. When she paused, that's when Daimon used his chance to defeat her first. Then came the son. Daimon didn't beat him with his own overpowering rage, instead, he used his own energy against him. He absorbed the son's chaos energy, letting it flow through him, and then returned it with his attacks. The son flew back, crashing through a hill of force energy, and lay still. His grin was gone and was replaced with awe as he lost. Finally, the father was the last obstacle that remained. The two went blow for blow, each strike getting more powerful than the last. This was the first time that Daimon had to use so much power to be one opponent. The fight was going on and on until finally, Daimon caught the father's blade with his bare hand. "You have so much force power," the father said quietly. "It's as if instead of using the force, you're an embodiment of part of the force." Daimon let go and the father stepped back. The daughter was the first to bow her head, acknowledging Daimon's victory. "You have passed." The son followed, reluctantly having to admit that he lost to some outsider. "Next time, I won't underestimate you." Daimon was surprised, as he half expected some smart remark about how he only won because of luck or something. The father looked at Daimon, wondering just what made him different than the others. "The Force priestesses were right to teach you the aspects of the Force. I can't see what the future holds for you, but I know that whatever happens, your presence will have a lasting effect on the galaxy." Daimon bowed his own head in acknowledgement of the good fight that he had. "Thank you for the kind words. And now," the father said, "you are the first person to be welcomed into the realm of Mortis. I would normally say mortal, but considering your power, it's more correct to consider you to be on a much higher plane of existence than a mortal." The son and the daughter nodded, agreeing with that statement. "Though if we were actually Celestials, then you would have had a much more difficult fight." Daimon raised his brow. "So you three are not Celestials?" he asked. The father shook his head. "In a way we are, but our power is far from what the true Celestials were capable of. We are the direct manifestations of the Celestials after their defeat during the Ricotta Rebellion." "That explains a lot of things," Daimon responded. The Celestials were no longer present in the galaxy, leaving the three people in front of him with their power. But he also wondered what was the case with the Force priestesses. Were they manifestations of the Celestials or something else? "Now, let's move on. You are the first person to ever be allowed in this realm since we came here, so we will give you the knowledge of what the Celestials had." The daughter took out an ancient holocron and handed it to Daimon. Daimon took the holocron and opened it. Immediately tons of knowledge was transferred into his mind. The first was about Center Point Station and how it was constructed, followed by dimensional gateways. Center Point Station is an ancient space station that is capable of moving entire planets with its tractor beams. It was not something that Daimon would want to invest in building, as moving a planet between systems would cause a ton of complications. The dimensional gateways were portals that allow travel across galactic distances instantly. Building these would connect two different places that were across the galaxy via the gateways, making it easier for expansion into a number of reasons. It would also speed up the defensive capabilities of the Imperium systems, as reinforcements could arrive almost instantly during times of war. Followed by these were tons of other knowledge about various technologies used by the Celestials, including the complex mechanics of infinity gates and transgalactic teleportation devices. It would take several hours of absorbing and analyzing the vast knowledge for him to get everything that was on the holocron. So, he let the rest be for a later time. "The knowledge is vast, so it will take time for you to analyze all of it," said the father. Daimon nodded and handed the holocron to Raylos. The son, seeing Daimon hand the holocron to Raylos, stepped up. "Now, let's fight again. This time I want to see how you fight one-on-one." Seeing the eagerness on his face, Daimon sighed and readied his weapon. He spent the next few hours fighting with the son, defeating him dozens of times. The score was 64-0, making the son a little agitated after he kept losing. That's when Daimon switched to fight the daughter and the son fought against Raylos and Kale. The fight with the daughter went the same as it did for the son, the score was 57-0. For the fight between the progenitors and the son, it turned into a much longer fight that dragged on far longer than the fight with Daimon. But in the end the progenitors lost as the son was much more powerful than them. The father saw their potential and how much power they had, which was far more than what he saw the Jedi currently have, so he asked Daimon about their origin. When Daimon explained to him that they were created and manifested through the Force, the father was surprised at just how advanced his knowledge of the Force was. But remembering that he learned from the Force priestesses, it wasn't too surprising. Daimon spent several weeks in the realm of Mortis, getting closer to the three entities over time. He learned a lot about their individual personalities, which were more normal than he expected. The son was brazen, competitive, and more complex than he tried to show. He was quick to challenge Daimon to another duel, each loss deepening his resolve rather than dampening his spirit. The daughter, on the other hand, was as enigmatic as she was insightful. She offered wisdom and guidance in her duels. Her combat style was swifter and more elegant compared to her brother's brute force. After weeks, it was time for them to leave. The father, daughter, and the son wished Daimon well and told him to come visit from time to time. Returning to his fleet, Daimon shared what he learned with Cortana and reported it back to other progenitors back on Felder. They would begin to start building some of these technologies like the dimensional gate to connect this expansion region to Felder. This way, they can start expanding and uplifting of the planets that the fleet encountered and surveying the systems for precious resources. 54. Senator's visit to Felder. Returning to Felder, Daimon showed the technologies that he learned to Cortana. She scanned all the technologies and already began to create a comprehensive report about how much they would cost and the benefits they could have. These dimensional gates are naturally the most important piece of technology here, as they will allow us to colonize distant parts of the galaxy before the Republic can reach them. It will also enhance our offensive and defensive capabilities regarding military deployments. Trade will also be more profitable as ships won't have to travel long distances, explained Cortana. Standing next to Daimon, Progenitor Raylos chimed in with his own opinion. We could also build the dimensional gates close to Republic space and then allow them to use them for a fee. This will increase our profits even more while creating a system where a large portion of their trade will rely on access to our dimensional gates. With this it will be easier to influence politics sometime in the distant future. Daimon nodded in agreement at this idea. Yes, these gates could potentially reshape galactic trade and politics. Start the production process immediately. Daimon ordered as Cortana began to formulate a 100-year plan to build 12 dimensional gates during that time. Another fleet was already en route to the region of space across the galaxy to start colonizing the systems. The region consisted of major worlds like Mijito, Yaga Minor, Borosk, Garkai, and Kali, the homeworld of the Kaleesh species. There were hundreds of other planets that were yet to be discovered by exploration teams. All of this would be handled by Oren Folker and the Ministry of Expansion and Colonization. This left Daimon to pursue some projects of his own. A few days later, landing at Port Vale in the northern part of Idris, a Republican senator had arrived on the planet not as a senator, but as a tourist. He wanted to see the city that the Jedi had built in person without all of the escorts and such. He was permitted by the Imperium to do this but had to bring at least 2 guards with him. So behind him were 2 of his most trusted guards, a tall Duros named Kavin and a quiet, sharp-eyed human named Mira. Both were wearing civilian clothing, but their posture and presence made it clear that they were anything but ordinary tourists. The senator, Ulrich Devane of the Midrim Trade Bloc, had long been skeptical of the Feldari Imperium. But now, standing amidst the grandeur of Port Vale, he understood why they had such a good reputation. The city was a marvel and comparable to even the most developed Republic cities. Towering and floating structures could be seen for miles, casting shadows over plazas filled with citizens. A hover tram awaited at the edge of the port. Ulrich boarded, taking a seat near the front while Kavin and Mira stood nearby, scanning the surroundings. The tram started to move along an invisible path, giving the senator a scenic view of Idris. A tour guide, a Feldari native, augmented with a light neural interface visible along her temples, greeted them via the tram's hollow system. Welcome to Idris, capital of the Feldari Imperium. You are now entering Sector 1, the Imperial Administrative Sector. In the distance you can see the Imperial Palace, along with the ministries and bureaucratic hubs responsible for managing the Imperium. Ulrich leaned forward as they passed the Imperial Palace, noting how massive it was compared to the rest of the city. The structure pierced the sky, with drones and other military vehicles flying around it. Sector 2 revealed the academic district, home to the academies where hundreds of thousands of people learned various subjects to prepare them for their future life. Though because of their long lifespans, Jedi were always learning throughout their life. While the Jedi were the majority, dozens of other species could also be seen walking through the sector, going from class to class or some to lunch. Then came Sector 3, the military nexus. Miles of space were occupied by barracks, military academies, garrison towers, mech hangars, and training domes. Ulrich saw squads of soldiers marching in formations, while massive walkers were being loaded onto carriers. This sector is not typically part of civilian tours, the guide noted, but clearance was granted for limited viewing. Ulrich raised an eyebrow wondering if he was luckier than he thought. Sector 4 was the heart of culture. Art galleries, opera domes, virtual arenas, and amphitheaters were filled with citizens watching dance troupes or competing in duels, contests of logic, speed, and tactical acumen hosted in shared neural spaces. At last, the tram came to a stop at the Sky Promenade, a circular platform suspended above the entire city by 6 force-infused pillars. From here, Ulrich could see the curvature of the world. He spent a few minutes walking around looking at all the different viewpoints before he made his way down to the city. He rented an air speeder and started to visit the place he had heard about from other senators. The first was a popular restaurant which housed hundreds of people at a time and served some of the traditional food of Feldari which tourists liked. It was probably the most sought-out thing by people visiting the planet. After that, he saw a technology expedition where the government showed future technology and where other companies could show their technology to the government to be approved for public use. Once approved, they would be able to produce the technology under a contract which dictated certain terms and such. At the expedition he saw some amazing technology such as a neural enhancer that would accelerate learning for minor species, a de-aging serum, and a portable shield generator for military use. Each device showcased only a fraction of advances the Imperium had made in their scientific endeavors. And as he was walking back to his room he had rented he saw a temple. He knew that the religion here was centered around the God Emperor, a title Ulrich assumed was put on him because he freed them from the last emperor. Ulrich lived his life believing that the Jedi were not all as powerful as they seemed to be. And with the God Emperor being a former Jedi, he believed that he wasn't as strong as he claimed to be. Walking into the temple, he felt the atmosphere completely change. Light emanated from the crystals that were embedded into the walls. As he was walking, a woman standing at the doors stopped him before he could enter. Kavin and Mira remained close ready in case anything happens. The woman showed a sincere smile on her face as she greeted him. "Welcome, is this your first time here?" she asked. Ulrich nodded his head. "Yes, I just arrived on the planet and wanted to see for myself what this was all about. I've heard rumors, but I don't think much of them." The woman smiled. "Then you should go in and join us. The ceremony is about to start." Ulrich hesitated, looking over towards Kavin and Mira. "What do you say?" he asked his 2 guards. Mira spoke first. "If you want to see as much of Feldari as possible, might as well go all the way." "All right then," Ulrich said, a bit unsure. They were led inside the temple by the woman, joining the mass of Imperial citizens already gathered. The architecture was a blend of modern and ancient design, with an altar that seemed both mechanical and organic at the same time. The space was filled with devotees chanting in harmony around the central altar. A priest stepped forward and addressed them. "Brothers, sisters, children of the God Emperor, welcome. We gather today to celebrate our unity, our growth, and our purpose under his grand vision." A holographic image of Daimon suddenly appeared above the altar. "He gave us freedom. He gave us purpose. He gave us strength." The priest's voice echoed through the hall. "Praise be to the God Emperor." The room in unison shouted back, "Praise be to the God Emperor." Ulrich stood still, half in awe and half disbelieving. He had expected fervor, but not on this scale. What followed that was the teachings of the core tenets of the religion which was called the Eternal Accord. When the ceremony ended, he left without a word, questions swirling in his mind about how powerful one individual could be. For now, the Imperium was a friendly empire, but if history proves anything, then eventually they would come into conflict. Right now, the Imperium didn't have the vast resources or population that the Republic had, but given enough time and they would. 5 years later, the Imperium had already achieved a number of advancements with the technology Daimon acquired on Mortis. The biggest one was the construction of the first dimensional gate which allowed for instantaneous travel across the galaxy. This allowed for resources and manpower to be deployed to expansion regions at a rate that was unheard of within known space. Due to how important it will become in building up other systems, many more were planned over the next decades. The first gate connected Outer Rim worlds to Imperium colonies on the other side of the galaxy. It significantly increased Imperial presence and dominance within unexplored regions, extending their influence rapidly across dozens of new systems. Not only did they dominate these new systems militarily, but economically as well. Various planets that were too far to trade suddenly found their ships arriving within minutes, opposed to weeks. These two aspects alone made these dimensional gates a vital piece of technology for future growth and expansion. The newly acquired territories around Mijito, Yaga Minor, Borosk, Garkai, and Kaylee were continually being developed into powerhouses for both military and economic usage. These new sectors were isolated from Republic space, giving the Imperium a sizable advantage in terms of time to develop without competition. Daimon was pleased with the progress but knew there was more work to be done. 55, Archduchess Sarah. Imperial year, 87, 6891 BBY. Taking a sip of some Stoneheart mead, Daimon read over the reports of all the things that have happened since the Aruzans have been integrated into the Imperium. At first the people had experienced a small culture shock due to the advanced technology that was introduced into their world. But now the world had completely caught up with other worlds in terms of technology and culture. 10% of the population had already migrated off-world to live within either Felder or some of the other colony worlds which existed within the Imperium. A large portion of them joined the military where they had some impressive results which made them great warriors for the Imperium. This was a large portion owing to Daimon marrying one of their own, resulting in a rapid unification of traditional values with Imperial values. The Jedi welcomed the Aruzans into the Imperium with open arms as they too had been brought up by the God Emperor. They didn't act hostile towards other races, but because of their direct connection with Daimon, there was a type of superiority that the Jedi had over all other races. He continued to read about how the Kalaesh species were rapidly integrated thanks to their violent nature and love for battle. Their warlike nature made them great soldiers who preferred to use kinetic weapons for the most part. But after a few decades, Daimon wanted them to start using the more superior firepower that the Imperium could offer. After a few more minutes of reading reports, Sarah had walked in alongside her daughter. Yes, Sarah had gotten married to one of the first orphan children that Daimon picked himself for their talents. His name was Davin Krell, and he worked within the Imperial Treasury. The two had met each other during one of Daimon's visits to the Treasury office, and they had immediately hit it off. Daimon could see their connection from the moment they began to talk to each other and had convinced Davin to ask Sarah out. He was a little hesitant at first considering Sarah's status which was directly connected to God Emperor. But after thinking about it, he went for it and the two began dating and then eventually after 5 years married each other. Sarah was granted the rank Archduchess, a rank which Daimon had just recently created alongside a dozen others. He wanted to create a nobility class to grant powerful people the ability to continue their bloodline and continue to produce powerful people for the Imperium. Since Sarah was already granted immortality from Daimon, her children would naturally also be immortal. She only had one child so far but planned on having more in the coming decades as she didn't want to have dozens of children in one century. Her daughter was named Lyra Krell, and she was 8 years old now, rapidly growing thanks to both her parents' genes. As soon as she saw Daimon, she ran towards him and jumped on his lap. Uncle D, she called out as that was the nickname she had created for him. "Hello Lyra, how have you been?" he asked, ruffling her hair. Lyra looked up at him and smiled. "Great. We just came from the Imperial Zoo and there were so many different animals that I've never seen before," she exclaimed. Daimon chuckled as he answered her. "Did you see them all? Or were there too many?" She placed her finger on her chin as she began to think. "I think we saw most of them." Sarah, who stood next to them, joined the conversation. "We saw every animal there was. Even the ones you've never heard about." Lyra looked at Daimon again before asking him a question that caught him off guard. "Do you have any children?" she asked. He paused for a moment as he realized what she had just asked him. It was not something that he was expecting her or anyone else to ever ask him, at least not in a long time. "I don't, maybe one day I will." Sarah knew about his plans for the next couple of millennia or so and how long it would take for somebody to be born from his own bloodline. She didn't say anything about this when Lyra asked questions like these as it was entertaining to see Daimon in such situations. As Sarah took a seat across from him, Lyra jumped off his lap and ran over to her. "You should have hundreds of children by now, Uncle D," she said seriously. "That way I could have lots of cousins." Daimon chuckled. "One day you might wake up and find just that. We'll see." Changing the subject, Sarah filled Daimon in on the latest news within the Imperial Treasury. With more resources going to the new sectors, some projects are in need of additional funding. The ring world alone takes a lot of resources to sustain. "Shift everything we can spare," Daimon replied. "And tell Nissa to prioritize key projects so that we stay ahead on all fronts." Sarah nodded, already making mental notes. Around them, the city thrived with activity. Bots zoomed past with packages, overhead transports flitted between buildings, and citizens moved purposefully along elevated walkways. Lyra watched it all with wide eyes, her wonder a reflection of what many felt in the Imperium, a sort of awe at what was being built and how quickly it was growing. Satisfied that things were proceeding smoothly within the Imperium, Daimon's thoughts turned to other long-term objectives. At the top of his list was the Star Forge and its creators, the Ricotta. From his memory, they still existed in isolated pockets, having retreated after their empire's collapse. Their prowess in biotechnology and deep understanding of force-infused machinery held great interest for Daimon. But reaching them would take time and patience, as he would need to find their system, which was much harder to find than Mortis. He guessed the reason for this was because Mortis was like a force realm which allowed him to detect its presence, while the Ricotan homeworld of Lehon wasn't even a force nexus. A year later, as expected, the Sith began to establish a strong presence within the Outer Rim without any Republic interference. They managed to colonize a handful of other worlds but still had centuries to go before they had the resources and manpower to expand more rapidly. Their isolation allowed them to grow at a steady pace. With Daimon's mentorship at critical points of development, they were on the path to becoming a major power. Their unique warfare methods made them formidable in the short term but also assured that they had a place that would last generationally. Unlike the Sith from his memory, this new version was different on multiple levels. They had a clear structure that helped with efficiency and internal stability, but it also cultivated internal alliances. They would remain separated from the rest of the known galaxy for the next millennia or so, which gave them ample time to build up their military, conquer other species, and create powerful Force users. However, they weren't the only ones expanding during this time. On Mundlari, the Mundlarians were still in their developing stages. They had yet to leave their world and become major players on the galactic stage. But given a few centuries and they would expand to the other planets of their systems. A few millennia and then the nearby systems would also be theirs to claim. From there, they would continue to build up their strength and expand for multiple centuries and become one of the main catalysts for the Sith to rise from the shadows. The thought of them becoming a powerful force in the galaxy amused Daimon as he could see their potential. Thousands of years from now, they would be on par with some of the most powerful factions in the galaxy, before ultimately being defeated 3 times in a row by Sith then 2 separate Republic forces. At the rate they are developing now, Daimon figured that he could let them fully develop into a proper fighting force for a few centuries before stepping in like he did with the Dark Jedi turned Sith. He wasn't doing all of this for nothing. He could see their potential in the future when they were at their peak, had developed a lot more, and had faced defeat several times. Once they reached this point then he would come in and conquer them for himself. Right now, he left them alone so that they could create the Mundlarian society that he remembered. 56. New Republic Chancellor. Within the office of the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, Marn Vettar had just been elected to replace the former Chancellor. He ran on the idea of expansion and the continued growth of Republic space, especially to the core and inner mid-rim worlds devastated by the war with the Dark Jedi. Despite his more aggressive policies, he was open to cooperation with the Feldari Imperium. He knew that after the recent war, strength would only come through alliances as they still had a long time to fully recover from the aftermath of 100 years of fighting. Across from his desk sat Master Draxra, one of the most politically active members of the newly reformed Jedi High Council. Her presence signified a renewed interest in collaboration between the Republic and the Jedi Order. "I'm encouraged by your vision for the Republic," Master Draxra said. "But I hope you understand that rapid expansion without considering balance will eventually lead to further chaos and a repeat of the past." Chancellor Vettar leaned back, folding his hands. "I agree that balance is key, but this new galaxy is unlike any we've seen before. The threat of the Dark Jedi revealed our vulnerabilities. This time it was them, but next time it could be someone else. The Imperium." Master Draxra's tone carried no judgment, but curiosity. "That depends on their future intentions," Vettar said carefully. "Cooperation seems beneficial now, but with each passing year they grow stronger." He paused briefly, gauging Draxra's reaction. "And their beliefs gather more traction within our borders." The Jedi Master understood he was referring to both Daimon's influence and following among Republic citizens. "Letting go can be difficult," she said finally. "Even for an old order like ours, adaptations are needed to ensure survival. So, what do you suggest?" Draxra's eyes focused intently on the Chancellor. "The time has come for us to explore new territories, together. But the Jedi can no longer be simply an extension of the Republic military as it once was. We must return to what made us strong, working in partnership yet with enough independence to maintain our integrity." "Independence often leads to division," Vettar cautioned. "We must learn from our mistakes, not repeat them." Draxra stood up. "Despite our differences, Chancellor, we both seek a stable galaxy. Understanding can sometimes be found where we least expect it. But we must be willing to look." With that cryptic message Draxra left, leaving the new Chancellor deep in thought about the future he was shaping. Within the Imperium, progress continued at a rapid pace. The Ring world at last completed its first phase of construction and was now accommodating over 100 million citizens. Its modular design allowed for further expansion, projecting several billion inhabitants within centuries. Off-world migration surged with flooding interest from colonies across Imperium space. Droids initially handled much of the building and infrastructure work, but as populations on board increased, they began replacing automation with sentient labor as an incentive to advance economically. The cultural integration seen across other worlds was mirrored here. Hybrid art forms emerged, new customs took root. Even those who initially resisted Imperial values eventually found themselves enticed by prosperity and stability. As Daimon monitored these projects, his thoughts remained on Lehon and the secrets it held. Ricotta technology was enticing, though he knew the history that the scattered remnants of their once great empire were now shadows of their former selves. Their knowledge of the Force was inferior compared to the power he wielded, but even a lesser understanding could be a tool in crafting new advancements. The search for Lehon would prove difficult and would take years before anything happened. Beyond that lay the unknown plans by Celestials prior to their disappearance, which involved the Silentium and Abominer. His reach had expanded across vast distances, but he understood there were still regions shrouded in mystery. These unknowns were long-term projects that required precision and time rather than direct intervention. From the information he got from Mortis, the Celestials knew about the distant galaxy which contained the Silentium and Abominer, and their war with the Yuuzhan Vong which ousted them from their galaxy. They were a long ways away from this galaxy, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. By now, Daimon imagined that they could be somewhere in the unexplored part of the galaxy. If this was true, then the Imperium would need to prepare for an eventual encounter with these extragalactic droids. He would also have to prepare for when the Republic and Jedi eventually become aware of the threat. He didn't lose any sleep over it, as it was still hundreds, even thousands of years away. There were too many other variables to focus on and way too many events he had to plan out that those threats were not even on his list. He set all these thoughts aside as he stared out into Felderi's skyline, huge swaths of white and gold light illuminating the horizon. With Allura now accompanying him on a more frequent basis, she was keenly interested in how their policies shaped real-time outcomes. She continued to advance her understanding of everything there was to Imperium politics and policymaking, so that they could continue expanding their influence among newly assimilated worlds. Her presence was electrifying, with generations of Aruzans now forming a strong minority within the godlike reach of the Jedi-dominated empire. She was at times overwhelmed by just how far her people had come from their humble and isolated beginnings. Yet every day she gained more confidence, learning alongside Daimon as they crafted plans. But there was another matter that she was excited about. Looking down at her swollen stomach, she rubbed her hand and smiled brightly. The child growing inside her would be her and Daimon's first. A bloodline would be created that would last for the foreseeable future. While it took a lot less time for Allura to become pregnant than expected, it wasn't enough for Daimon to change his plans. He might have to adjust his timeline slightly, but in the end, having a child at this stage would benefit him in other ways he didn't account for. It would speed up things slightly, as he could have an offspring with a direct connection to him, grow powerful and live long enough to create another power. The rest of her pregnancy would be spent experiencing a type of comfort that only an emperor like Daimon could provide. She knew how much more powerful the Jedi were compared to her people, so the pregnancy period wasn't going to be long when it came to his offspring. During that time, she would continue learning about governing on such enormous scales compared to what she was used to and continue developing her influence over billions of people. With news of Allura's pregnancy spreading across the galaxy like wildfire, millions upon millions of individuals flocked to the temples across all major worlds. Pilgrims from Felderi, Aruza and countless colonies flooded sacred sites in celebration. For these worshippers, the child wasn't just another heir, it signified an era of unprecedented growth and prosperity under the watchful eye and guidance of their God-Emperor and his kin. The sheer scale of the Imperium was expanding daily and could be compared to the Ricotta Empire, only on a much smaller scale. With Allura and their unborn child, he was creating a legacy of blood as well as empire, a foundation for generations to come and a presence that would be felt across the stars. A/N, things are setting up for some major changes in the future. I won't spoil much, but there will be a lot of events that will happen as time progresses. And now that most of the backstory and things are relatively stable, we will have some much faster time skips moving forward through early years to more interesting parts of the story. 57, A Daughter and the 100th Year Celebration. A/N, here is an example of how a female Jedi look. Also, not all Jedi are as beefy as Daimon. Some of the men aren't as bulky, but they are still taller than your average human. Image here. Several months later. Imperial year, 89, 68-89 BBY. Daimon was sitting in the medical room next to Allura, holding her hand as she was in labor. They thought it would happen much later. Estimations were that they still had several more weeks to go. But Daimon sensed that the time was now. With more nurses and doctors than usual, they expected complications given how powerful of a Force user Daimon was alongside the Jedi's ability to grow much faster when compared to other species. That wasn't the case, as they could see Allura struggling to push as she gripped Daimon's hand, almost as if she were trying to crush it. She screamed through another wave of pain as doctors swarmed around her. After a few minutes, that seemed like an eternity, Allura finally gave birth. The room went silent as Daimon observed his first newborn child. A daughter. Powerful in both the Force and physical attributes, but far weaker than he or any of the other progenitors were. He knew how strong she would be in time since she had his blood, but most of all he was excited to raise his own daughter. Compared to his last life, he has been living a life of luxury and doing what he wanted to do. Having a daughter or son was never something he had on his mind, but after taking Allura as a spouse, and then adding in the suggestions from the other progenitors, it was something that was constantly on his mind. The child cried out as they placed her in Allura's arms. "She's beautiful," Daimon said quietly. Allura smiled through tears, her exhaustion giving way to joy and fulfillment at holding their daughter. "She'll be strong," she said. "Strong enough to lead?" Daimon asked with a softness in his voice. "Yes," Allura stated without hesitation, "and wise enough not to seek it too soon." Their child stopped crying as if she recognized the voice of her mother and father. Her small eyes opened, already aware in a way that seemed impossible for a newborn. "The whole galaxy will know her name," Daimon said. As he held her, feeling the Force surge through her tiny body. "What should we call her?" Allura asked. "Luna," Daimon replied. Allura nodded, as she smiled at Luna. Soon the news spread like wildfire. The God Emperor had a daughter. Temples erupted in celebration, entire cities paused to celebrate, and after ages of waiting, the first child of the God Emperor was born. The months that followed saw unprecedented growth for the Imperium. Entire populations celebrated Luna's birth by pledging themselves to Daimon's order and vision more fervently than ever before. For the next few years, Daimon spent almost every day with Luna. He never had a child before, so this was a first-time experience for him. Still, with Illyra's help and his experience training younger people during his time as a Jedi, he thought he had enough experience to raise his own child. Imperial year, 95. And while this was true, he wasn't prepared for what the early years had for him. The next few years proved more trying than he imagined. Luna was a force unto herself, both literally and figuratively. As an infant, she learned to crawl at an impossible speed, often found in parts of the palace that baffled even her caretakers. At the age of 2, she occasionally caused objects to tremble or float. Illyra laughed, delighted at her daughter's actions and growth, while Daimon adapted to his role as a father with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Raising a child with Luna's potential was as rewarding as it was challenging, and it pushed Daimon in ways he hadn't foreseen. She asked him questions about the stars and the Imperium. Her rapid growth and apparent understanding gave new meaning to the passage of time for Daimon. The Imperium expanded more quickly than expected, but Luna's daily transformations were even more remarkable. By age 5, Luna was grasping basic force techniques with ease. She played games with her power, giggling as she levitated herself across rooms or lifted toys high into the air. Illyra continued to guide her, teaching patience and balance, ensuring that Luna's formidable abilities did not come at the expense of her own character. Daimon made sure that she would have a fun childhood and not one of seclusion because of her status. She would go to school with other children and make friends her age while also getting personal lessons from Daimon himself. Despite being 6 years old, she had the maturity of a 10-year-old as her unique bloodline accelerated her physical and mental development. Being Daimon's daughter, her capabilities were much higher than those of the other Jedi, causing her to excel in her learning. And thanks to Daimon's establishment of a Jedi culture, she was still able to make friends with others no matter how smart she was or what her status was. Luna had already begun understanding the dual weight of legacy and individuality. She asked questions others feared to speak aloud. Why do people kneel when they see me? Or, if I'm strong, does that mean I have to lead? Daimon never gave her easy answers. Illyra would remind him afterward, she doesn't need your wisdom all at once. She needs your presence. So, he gave her that. Her mornings were structured: early meditation, martial forms training, language lessons, and force control exercises. But her afternoons were often hers to whatever she wanted. Some days she explored the Imperial gardens, sketching the strange beasts that Daimon kept in the biodomes from worlds across the Imperium. Other days she spent in the city with her friends, disguised, escorted by her personal guard at a distance. She wanted to experience the Imperium not as a symbol, but as a person. At age 7, she won a debate tournament against students twice her age. The subject had been, "Power must be feared to be respected." Her rebuttal, crafted with insight and simplicity, was quoted across Imperial academies: "Fear doesn't grow loyalty. It grows silence. And silence hides knives." Daimon read the transcript 3 times that night, proud of how his daughter was shaping out to be. At 8, she broke her arm falling from a cliffside during a hike. Her force abilities couldn't catch her fast enough. Illyra stayed with her in the medical pod for the full 12 hours. "You're not invincible," she told Luna softly. "And you don't have to be." The injury humbled her. From then on, Luna trained harder, but not out of arrogance. She sought mastery so that she would never again underestimate a challenge. Daimon saw the change. He didn't praise her for her resolve, he simply began pushing her further, knowing she could take it. By 10, Luna had started writing. Her short pieces, usually only a few pages long, explored themes that disturbed her: injustice, duty, and isolation. One story followed a girl who could hear the thoughts of an entire planet but chose to go silent to avoid the pain. Another centered on a child general who won every war but lost her own sense of self. At 11, Luna witnessed her first real battle, not from a screen, but from the deck of a command ship. A small system on the edge of the Imperium had resisted integration. Daimon brought Luna, not as a lesson in brutality, but to show her the decisions leadership demanded. She stood at the viewport as the skirmish below unfolded. Hundreds of lives lost in minutes. When the fleet returned, Luna asked her father only one question: "Do we build after we destroy?" "Yes," Daimon replied. "Or we're no better than the ones we conquered." During her 11th year, Luna saw the biggest celebration ever. The Imperial calendar had reached its 100th year, marking the end of the first century and the start of another. A large celebration was thrown celebrating this accomplishment. Felder had never been brighter. Entire districts were illuminated with banners, streets filled with the sound of choirs, orchestras, and the roaring cheers of billions. Holograms of the God Emperor's emblem shimmered in the skies above cities, and 100 star systems joined together in a single grand celebration: the Imperium's 100th year. It wasn't just a festival. It was a statement, one that told every world that Daimon's empire had not only survived a century, but had thrived. For many, the celebration was the apex of unity. Luna, just 11 years old, stood on the central balcony of the Imperial citadel overlooking the Grand Plaza. She wore ceremonial Jedi robes tailored for her, black with streaks of silver thread. Behind her, in the massive hall, thousands of dignitaries gathered for the central event. Planetary governors, fleet admirals, religious leaders, and more were all here. Every corridor showed projections of the Imperium's growth, its victories, its technology, and most importantly, its people. But Luna's eyes weren't on history as she knew it. They were on the crowd below. Ordinary people. Citizens. The ones who truly gave the Imperium its power, not through war or policy, but belief. That realization had settled on her more heavily since the battle she witnessed. And now, amid all this fanfare, she felt its weight. A soft sound rang through the air. Then, a massive hologram of Daimon appeared in the sky, visible from orbit to the streets. He stepped forward and raised his hand. My people, his voice echoed across the many worlds of the Imperium. 100 years ago, the Jedi were led astray, vulnerable, preyed upon by decay and the lies warlords. But we rose, together. And today, we celebrate not a throne, not a man, but us. The Imperium lives because its people believe. Thunderous applause erupted. But this celebration is not just a reflection of the past. It is a fire lit for the future. And in that future, we are not alone. He turned to Luna, who now stepped forward, just behind him. The cameras shifted. Billions watched her young face, calm and composed. This is my daughter, Luna, Daimon continued. Born not into rule, but into purpose. Trained not for obedience, but for understanding. She has seen what power costs and still chooses to walk its path. One day, she will be one of the leaders of the Imperium and will help me continue leading you into the future. Luna didn't say anything and just bowed her head to the crowd, which caused them to burst into even more cheers. After the speech, the world partied. Fireworks from orbit painted the skies, star cruisers flew in formations, and temples from every corner of the Imperium held prayers, chants, and light rituals. Across 10,000 cities, images of Daimon and Luna were projected, side by side, father and daughter. Current Imperial year, 100, 6,878 BBY. Daimon age, 172. Imperium's population, 25 billion. 58. Outer Rim pirate problem. At 15, Luna bested 3 of her older sparring instructors during a session. Daimon watched in as she flowed between different techniques, never relying solely on her raw strength. When she bowed at the end, he nodded once, showing his approval of her victory. By 14, Luna had earned the title of Initiate Commander within Daimon's elite youth cadre, not as a favor, but through skill and discipline. Her squad adored her, not for her name, but because she fought beside them, not above them. That same year, Luna began visiting the outer colonies alone, with only her most trusted companions. She listened to the farmers, the miners, and the engineers. She kept a small journal and wrote down their fears, their hopes, their grudges. She wanted to understand how different life was in the outer colonies from the inner colonies. Of course, she was under the watch of several undercover Imperial guards which consisted of both Jedi and Force users. However, during one of their trips, they were encountered one of the many rising problems with the outer colonies, pirate gangs. They had begun to form as the Imperium took control of the planet. Most outer colonies had a garrison of 10,000 soldiers, 20,000 war droids, and 10 members of the Order of the Balance Keepers. The garrison patrolled most of the planet, but 30,000 soldiers could not protect everything. As such, gangs were able to form in the outer colonies. Their presence didn't cause many problems in the densely populated areas, allowing them to fly below the radar and conduct their illegal operations away from the prying eyes of the Imperium. Landing on Yalera, a planet with a human population of about 5 million, Luna exited her transport accompanied by her 5 trusted companions who were the same age as her. They were the sons and daughters of other noble families of the Imperium, part of the youth cadre chosen to accompany Luna on her trip. Despite being so young, they were considered the brightest of the youth in the Imperium. That combined with Luna's abilities is one of the reasons why Daimon permitted them to venture to the outer colonies with additional protection and such. That combined with her sweet little face pleading to go to the outer colonies, Daimon had a hard time saying no. As the group went into the bustling city center, the streets buzzed with life despite the city being quite small and on the outskirts. Market stalls overflowed with colorful fruits, alien spices, and cheap machine parts. The scents of grilled meats and engine oil filled the air, thick and intoxicating. Luna and her companions moved through the streets, dressed plainly to blend in, though their presence gave off an inner world vibe which made them stand out a little. Mira, the sharp-eyed daughter of an admiral, kept a hand near the concealed blaster at her hip, her eyes constantly flicking through the shifting crowd. Soren, tall and broad for his age, scanned every alley they passed with the wary look of a soldier. Jace, lean and fast, walked a few steps ahead, ready to intercept trouble should it come. Talia and Nyla fanned out slightly, forming a discreet but effective perimeter around Luna. They passed a square where musicians played on battered instruments, their melodies almost drowning out the shouting of vendors selling everything from water purifiers to weapon modifications. Luna stopped at a map vendor's stall, pretending to study a detailed map of the region. This place has history, she said aloud, her finger tracing the markings. And a lot of places to ambush travelers, Mira muttered, her eyes scanning the upper windows. Across the city, in a crumbling warehouse, a different scene unfolded. In the shadows, the Red Fangs convened. Their leader, Koro Vesh, a scarred ex-mercenary with a hate for Imperials, slammed his fist into a crate, sending dust into the air. They're soft, these inner-world brats. Spoiled. Easy pickings, Koro growled to the dozen men and women gathered before him. A lean man with tech goggles snorted. saw their shuttle land. Civilian transport. No heavy guards. No banners. They think they're untouchable. Koro sneered, flashing his metal teeth. We hit quick, we take hostages. Ransom back to their rich daddies. Or sell off-world. Someone will pay well. Imperium stretched thin out here. No one will know till it's too late. They armed up slug throwers, shock batons, crude vibroblades, jury-rigged energy nets. They moved like a pack of hungry wolves, full of misplaced confidence and desperation. None of them considered that the Imperium's elite youth cadre were not pampered weaklings, but honed weapons. Back at the plaza, Luna leaned closer to the vendor's goods as Mira stiffened. 6 o'clock, Mira whispered. Luna nodded subtly. Her fingers pressed the signal band at her wrist, sending a coded pulse to the Imperial guards hidden among the crowd. But it was already too late to avoid the first move. Koro's gang came fast, aggressive, shoving civilians aside, weapons drawn. Koro himself grabbed a young boy selling sweets and hurled him at Luna to disrupt her line of sight. One of the balance keeper guardians reached out and caught the boy with the force, halting his momentum midair before setting him gently on the ground. Simultaneously, the rest of the hidden Imperial guards revealed themselves, emerging from the crowd. Move! Luna ordered her squad, her voice sharp. Soren and Mira immediately drew their blasters, returning fire at the pirates who had rushed into the square. The first wave of red fangs went down quickly, surprised by the sudden shift from what they thought were easy prey. Talia hurled a shock grenade into a cluster of attackers, sending 3 of them falling to the ground, twitching violently. Nyla dashed forward, using her shock baton with brutal precision, striking knees, ribs, and throats. Koro snarled in frustration, pulling a heavy slug thrower from his belt. He fired into the crowd, careless of who he hit, but the balance keepers stepped forward, using force shields to absorb the attacks. Luna weaved through the chaos. She closed the distance to a pirate wielding a vibroblade and disarmed him, following up with a punch that sent him crashing into a vendor's cart. Another pirate lunged at her from behind, but Jace intercepted him with a tackle, slamming the man to the ground. Jace grinned up at Luna briefly, only to be blindsided a moment later as another pirate slashed a crude knife across his back. Jace! Talia screamed, shooting the attacker point-blank before rushing to Jace's side. Mira covered them, dropping pirates with well-placed shots. Soren barreled through another wave, his fists as deadly as any weapon. Koro realized the tide had turned against him. He tried to retreat, signaling his remaining crew to fall back. But the balance keepers closed ranks, their movements too fast, too coordinated. One of the guards, a towering Jedi, caught Koro by the throat with a mechanical hand, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. You have brought shame to this world, the keeper said before slamming Koro into the ground. Within minutes, the skirmish was over. The Red Fangs who weren't dead were cuffed and lined up on the pavement. Civilians peeked cautiously from behind cover, whispering in awe and fear. Luna knelt beside Jace, who was conscious but grimacing in pain. She pressed a hand to his wound. You'll be fine, she said firmly. Medics are inbound. Jace gave a weak chuckle. Next time, I'll duck faster. The Imperial guards formed a perimeter, ensuring no further threats lingered. The marketplace was silent except for the occasional moan from the wounded pirates. Luna turned to the lead guardian, a woman with silver hair and a scar down her cheek. Send a report to the garrison commander, Luna ordered. The woman bowed slightly. As you command, Your Highness. Luna glanced around the battered plaza, noting the shattered stalls and frightened civilians. This was not what she had hoped to find in the outer colonies. But if this was what survival looked like out here, then she would make sure to put in a word with her father. Although she had a feeling that he already knew things were pretty bad out here. Within minutes, several transport ships arrived and started to lock down the city. What just happened was a serious matter that would need to be reported directly to the Emperor. As Luna and her companions returned to their ship, the events on Yalera were already reaching Daimon. The pirate threat had been growing, but even he was surprised that their influence reached so far. The Imperium's rapid expansion had left some outer worlds more vulnerable than anticipated, and pirate gangs like the Red Fangs were quick to exploit perceived weaknesses. Wiping out all of the pirates was nearly impossible as others would just rise up to replace them. Which is why he slowly developed worlds like Yalera that were on the far reaches until they could establish a much stronger presence. The Imperium was still in its developing stages and didn't have the manpower or resources to enforce order across the entire world. A large number of resources were already invested into the region, but it would take time to develop dozens of worlds while also raising their economic value. Developing a newly conquered or colonized world required a lot of investment, time, and manpower in addition to ships. Still, this incident was not something that he could overlook. His daughter was attacked, and he needed to send a message that such a thing would not be permitted. So, in response, Daimon gathered the progenitors in a face-to-face meeting. As the meeting begun, the first one to speak was Progenitor Oren Folker, head of the Ministry of Expansion and Colonization. Sir, I've heard what happened in one of the outer colonial planets. I can't believe one of those filthy pirates dared to attack the princess. Should you say the word, me and my Architect Legion will head to the outer colonies and start flushing these rats out. Oren voiced. Pirates were something that every empire faces when they expanded at such a rapid pace, and there was nothing anybody could do to completely get rid of them. Daimon held up his hand in response. Don't worry about this, Orin. There's not much we could have done to prevent this. But there is something we can do in response to this to send a message to these pirates. He turned to Progenitor Lyrin Voss, Lord Marshal of the Ministry of War. Nissa, Daimon said, I want you and your legion alongside 1 million soldiers to start making your way to the Outer Rim worlds. Take one of the admirals and 100 ships to start an operation to decrease pirate activity in the region. This plan will be a show of force in the Outer Rim worlds and will be a permanent deployment until I say otherwise. Nissa nodded and started typing out the orders into her holographic tablet. After what happened, I assume you want to send a message. I will have my legion and the 1 million soldiers on there within the next 3 days. She knew how Daimon thought and predicted that he was going to launch a large-scale campaign to round up all of the pirate groups. Orin, seeing that Daimon had a plan in place, wasn't as agitated as he was before. Sounds like you got everything under control. I was about to head to Kaylee to see the progress of their integration, but if you require my assistance, just send me a message. Orin said as he stood up and left the meeting room. Once he had left, Daimon turned to Progenitor Raylos Vyn. Raylos, you will oversee the Alpha Legion. Make sure that when the system-wide purge is over, the populations on those worlds continue as planned with their integration. Raylos nodded. A day later, he received Luna's report personally once she returned to Feldari. She was unharmed but shaken by the experience. We thought we knew what to expect, she told him. We didn't. Daimon listened as his daughter explained her first experience with people who refused to simply make a living the right way and always resorted to other illegal means. You adapted, he said. And you survived. The experience will strengthen you, and over time you will gain valuable experience. She appreciated her father's confidence but remained troubled by what she'd seen. If one gang can do this, how many more are out there? We'll find out, Daimon assured her. But no matter how many of them there are, when they encounter the 4 Scions and the 1 million-man army, they will be wiped out or captured by our forces. She nodded, understanding the difference between regular pirates and the armed forces of the Imperium. The garrisons on the Outer Rim worlds were mainly made up of humans. Jedi mainly stayed within the inner worlds while humans migrated to places across the galaxy in search of a new home and because of the incentives that they got from being a colonists. Then there were the human and other native species to the planet that had joined the Imperial military after being taken over. By now, millions of humans are in the Imperial armed forces across all branches. Jedi still formed the core of the armed forces, but humans and other species who joined were treated with great respect for fighting for the Emperor. It didn't matter if you were human or any other species, if you were fighting for the Emperor, you were considered a brother or a sister. Current Imperial Year, 104, 6874 BBY. Daimon Age, 176. Imperium's population, 25 billion. 59. Outer Rim anti-pirate operations. A few days later, Raylos stood on the bridge of his ship as he addressed the million soldiers across the fleet. The soldiers gathered in their quarters and watched the hollow screens as Raylos, the Lord Marshal, informed them of their mission. In the outer colonies, began Raylos. There has been an incident involving the princess and a group of pirates during her visit to the outer colonies. The pirates attacked her alongside her companions, resulting in one of her companions being injured during this attack. He paused for a moment before he continued. The pirates have long been a rising problem in the outer colonies, but due to how massive and underdeveloped the outer colonies are, we have yet to deploy a large force. But with the recent events, we will be leading a campaign to eliminate rising gang activity. A cheer could be heard throughout the fleet as the 1 million soldiers were ready to be deployed and get to battle. Raylos continued, once we enter the outer colonies, we disperse into various battle groups and wipe out every last criminal until they understand the cost of attacking the Emperor's daughter. Raylos then turned off the broadcast as he had said all he needed. The soldiers were split into various battle groups who would start conducted anti-criminal activity once they arrived within the outer colonies. Each battle group would consist of 50,000 soldiers and 5 ships, making the total number of battle groups 20. 2 days later, the fleet had arrived within the outer colonies via a dimensional gate which made travel between the inner worlds and outer colonies almost instantaneous. The fleet immediately split into its respective battle groups, with Raylos taking his battle group to Yalera to investigate the pirates who caused this deployment to happen in the first place. The garrison commander was alerted days prior and had prepared the garrison for the progenitor's arrival. The skies above Yalera dimmed as 5 massive starships cut through the clouds in tight formation. Civilians stopped and stared as the largest of them descended toward the reinforced landing platforms outside the planetary garrison. Flanked by Imperial fighters and a well-known symbol marking it as a flagship of a progenitor, the landing ramps hissed open, and down came Raylos Vyn, clad in his battle regalia. Behind him marched his 4 Scions, the elite soldiers genetically enhanced and created by the Emperor and trained since birth. Unlike normal soldiers who didn't have force abilities, Raylos' entourage was all-powerful force users and warriors in their own way. Just one of them could make a difference on the battlefield. Waiting on the landing pad was Commander Archon Thres, the garrison commander of Yalera. A rugged man with gray-streaked hair, he stood at attention flanked by his second-in-command and several balance keepers. As Raylos approached, Archon saluted, arm to chest and kneeling down on one knee. Progenitor Vyn. The garrison is at your command. Raylos motioned for him to stand up before replying. Commander Thress. Your men were nowhere to be found, despite the threat to the princess. That will be noted. We were spread thin, my lord, Thress admitted. Had we known they'd come in force. They underestimated her, Raylos stated, not caring what Thress had to say. And they were wrong. But now we'll show the entire sector what a real response looks like. He motioned toward her adjutant. Deploy the detachment here. I want the entire surrounding province locked down by nightfall. And bring me the interrogation transcripts from the captured pirates. Within hours, drones, droids, and thousands of soldiers fanned out across the capital and its outskirts. Checkpoints were erected at major roads, landing ports were seized, and orbital patrols coordinated with the planetary shield grid to prevent any unauthorized departures. Raylos was not here to administer justice. He was here to send a message. While Raylos took charge of Yalera, the other 19 battlegroups scattered across different systems in the outer colonies. Each faced unique terrain, cultures, and pirate threats, adapting accordingly. By the third day of deployment, the operation was fully underway. On Yalera, the provincial lockdown had achieved near total compliance. Surveillance nodes were set up across the capital, feeding constant streams of data back to Raylos' command center located on his ship. From orbit, the ship coordinated orbital scans with ground intelligence, marking every possible pirate holdout and suspected sympathizer. Raylos reviewed the interrogation files. The pirates captured after the attack on the princess were low-level enforcers, frightened and poorly equipped. But they spoke of something larger, an emerging coalition of criminal factions calling themselves the Shroud. Fragmented, decentralized, but disturbingly well-informed. They knew patrol schedules and they avoided sensor zones. In his quarters, Raylos spoke privately with Major Selix, commander of the Force Scions assigned to him. They're coordinated, Raylos said. This isn't just some scavenger gang with delusions. Someone's giving them data from inside. Selix nodded. That would explain the evasion patterns. We've seen the same on Driscan and Silex 4, pirates slipping away just before we arrive. There was a serious expression on Raylos' face. Someone in the colonial administration is feeding them intel. Selix raised an eyebrow. We're gonna do a purge within the colonial administration. Yes, Raylos replied. But I want these traitors rooted out quietly. Start with the garrison logs. Then expand outward. Anyone who accessed fleet movement data in the last 2 cycles is now under surveillance. While internal investigations began, the battlefront expanded. On the jungle moon of Ilaros Prime, Battlegroup 7 clashed with heavily fortified pirate bases hidden beneath dense canopies. Flame tanks and thermobaric mortars cleared kilometers of vegetation. Airborne troopers stormed compound after compound. Every captured pirate was interrogated on the spot. No delays. No appeal. Across the system of Nal Thera, a harsh desert world filled with nomadic caravans and raider kings, Battlegroup 11 started here. Local mercenaries had allied with Shroud elements, thinking their knowledge of the terrain gave them an edge. It didn't. The progenitor forces brought orbital strikes and climate-adapted war machines. Within days, 4 major settlements had fallen, and captured warlords were crucified on pikes at city gates. The message was clear: cooperation with pirates would not be tolerated. Back on Yalera, the crackdown began to strain the local populace. Civilians were growing restless under curfews and inspections. Protest groups gathered in the lower quarters of the capital. Some carried signs pleading for peace, others shouted accusations of occupation. Raylos didn't care. To him, this wasn't a political campaign. This was a conflict. Still, his intelligence officers began noting that unrest could open the door for Shroud agents to infiltrate again. Discontent bred sympathizers. And the Shroud had proven adept at using chaos to their advantage. In response, Raylos summoned Commander Thress. We need cooperation, Raylos said, tapping his finger against the map of the province. The people don't trust us. Fine, they don't need to trust us. But they need to fear what comes if they hide fugitives. Thress hesitated. With respect, my lord, the people already fear us. But fear alone will not root out the Shroud. It will drive them deeper underground. You are correct in that sense. But if they don't cooperate, then they will face something far worse than just fear. Many people out here may not believe that the God Emperor is actually a god, but if they keep this up, then they will find out the hard way just who exactly is in charge. Thress didn't know what to say to that. He himself never met the Emperor even as a garrison commander. After a moment of silence, Thress then offered, there's a group of resistance veterans from the border wars. They've kept to themselves, but they know this land, these people. Bring them in. Give them incentive. Let them be our eyes. Raylos considered it. Use them, but if they fail us, you'll answer for it. Elsewhere in the outer colonies, on Silex 4, a mining convoy under progenitor protection was ambushed, timed perfectly with a planetary communications blackout. The pirates had inside knowledge of the convoy's path. The resulting engagement left 82 human garrison soldiers dead. But before the last pirate was gunned down, he activated a secure transmission spike, broadcasting coordinates not just to another pirate cell, but to a dead drop on an unregistered relay station. The station was boarded 3 days later by a detachment of Force Scions who subdued any pirates who tried to fight back. What they got from the station was some important data on other pirate bases across the region. They had allowed this pirate problem to continue rising for too long. Raylos planned to put an end to that and reinforce the Imperium's authority in the vulnerable parts of the outer colonies. The pirates would be first, while at the same time he would be working on the population. He noticed that there was a severe lack of faith among the population in regard to Daimon, and he planned to rectify that. He contacted Progenitor Maliskover, the High Pontifex of the Department of Divine Imperial Doctrine which oversees the faith of the Imperium, and told him about his plan. Molly's created a task force that will start spreading the Imperial doctrine and building places of worship for the people. Of course, just like any other places of worship, they would have Force-sensitive religious members present to create miracles such as healing the severely sick children, childless parents getting a miracle child, or other similar cases. This would be directly attributed to the God Emperor, ensuring more people were converted to loyal and faithful citizens of the Imperium. With the sudden appearance of Molly's in his task force, Raylos was confident that he could turn the situation around. It wouldn't be instant, nor would it be easy, but over time the outer colonies would fall in line like anything else that the Emperor set his sights on. 60. An interview. A/N. This chapter is showing a little of the social aspect of the Imperium, adding some flavor and insight into some of the social things within the Imperium. Walking into the hangar of the Imperial Palace, Daimon entered his transport shuttle which would take him to an interview he had with one of the news station on Feldari. This was something he often did in order to keep developing public relations with not just the Jedi but all the other races that now lived within the Imperium. However, this particular news station he was going to was known for its constant pushing of Republic ideals within his empire. Of course, none of these ideals were taken seriously, at least not by citizens. The news station had been thoroughly investigated and was found to have no ties to the Republic or any other organization. It was just a bunch of people who left the Republic and wanted to force their ideals within the Imperium. Sitting across from him was progenitors, Nissa Rivar, the Grand Minister of Diplomacy, Kale Thorin, the Grand Chancellor, and Talis Kaer, the High Muggos of Innovation. Nissa was looking over the report about the news station to see what they could expect. She liked to be prepared for what she was going into, especially when it came to interviews. As she continued to read through the report, she began to shake her head. We should just get rid of this news station, they provide no value to the Imperium at all. While this was true, Daimon got quite the entertainment out of them from hearing their bullshit ideals. He often tuned into their news station to see what nonsense they were talking about. Yeah, they may provide no value, but they keep me quite entertained, replied Daimon. Kale chimed in next, plus, they hold no power at all. They simply exist because we allow them to. On the Imperinet, they have less than 100 million followers. The Imperinet was a platform used by almost all people of the Imperium to connect with others, stay up to date on laws, discover new places, etc. The core features consisted of the citizen forums, Imperial broadcast feeds, and popularity metrics and data tracking. Daimon's approval rating was 99.6% empire-wide with 22 billion followers and several hundred billion views since its creation. Sample post from the broadcast feed. At Daimon Official. To conquer chaos is not cruelty, it is compassion without compromise. The stars demand order. I answer. 12.9 billion 4.7 billion 683 million. I agree in that sense then. You guys know I'm just a very, put our boot down, type of person. The others nodded, agreeing that she sometimes suggested some very aggressive actions. Imagine if she was allowed to run internal security, Talis joked, causing the cabin to echo with laughter. Half the Imperium would be turned into a military drill camp overnight. Order through fire, Nissa smirked, setting the data pad aside. But let's just make sure they don't try to bait us into looking tyrannical on a broadcast. Daimon chuckled. That's why you're here, Nissa. Keep the rest of us from being too honest. Kale gave a respectful nod. Still, it's good optics, my lord. Showing up personally. You remind them you're not just a distant god ruling from orbit, you walk among them. Exactly, Daimon replied. Let them see my face and feel my presence. The shuttle descended into the broadcast district of Feldari Prime. Steel and glass towers mirrored the evening light, with the news station's building distinguished by its minimalist architecture from the Republic era, presenting a stark contrast to the nearby towering Imperial structures. As they landed, a full honor guard stood by, but Daimon waved them off. No ceremony. Let's just walk in. Cameras turned immediately, already broadcasting live across the Imperinet as the Emperor and his progenitors stepped into the public lobby. Journalists and station personnel froze, not expecting the God Emperor to walk in without formal guards. Inside the studio, the lead anchor, Tavra Liss, an interim woman with synthetic eyes and a reputation for hard questions, stood and gave a graceful bow. Your Divine Majesty, she greeted. We are honored. Daimon gave a slight nod, then motioned. Let's begin. The studio dimmed, lighting focused on the curved central couch where Daimon and the three progenitors sat. Tavra sat across from them, data pad in hand, the broadcast overlay active. Begin live Imperial broadcast. The voice of the Empire's special interview, the God Emperor and the Progenitors. Tavra Liss, citizens of the Imperium, today we have a rare moment of clarity. Joining us in the studio is none other than His Divine Majesty, Daimon, Sovereign of the Feldari Imperium, joined by 3 of the Progenitors. My lord, thank you for joining us today. Daimon, it's a pleasure, Tavra. Communication with the people is never beneath me. Tavra, let's begin with the current military operations in the outer colonies. There are reports of increased force deployments, curfews, and crackdowns. Some call it justice. Others call it occupation. How do you respond? She jumped straight to the main topic that she wanted bring to light. Daimon, let me be very clear. When my daughter is attacked by criminals who think they can thrive in the shadows of lawlessness, they don't just challenge the Imperium. They challenge me. And the Imperium does not react lightly when challenged. Kale Thorin, this is not about control, it's about accountability. The pirates are part of a destabilizing effort, and we cannot afford to let chaos take root in any system. Tavra, some might argue that using orbital bombardments and other violent methods sends a brutal message. Is that truly necessary? Nissa Rivar, brutality is a matter of perception. To those who live by honor and peace, our presence is a shield. To those who murder, raid, and endanger children, it is a sword. Talis Kair, and let's not forget the innovations we're deploying, not just weapons. We're rolling out hospitals, terraforming technologies, and sanctuaries. We are rebuilding these systems as much as we are enforcing order. Tavra, you mentioned sanctuaries. Progenitor Molly's Kavar has initiated a spiritual resurgence in the outer colonies. Critics call it religious indoctrination. What is the purpose? Daimon, faith is the glue of civilization. These people were once preyed upon by warlords and other factions. I offered them something more. Miracles, healing, structure, and hope. Let them see what divinity in action looks like. Tavra, but not all lower and non-citizens believe in your divinity. Some still hold to old values, freedom of expression, belief, governance. What place do those ideas have in the Imperium? Daimon leaned forward for this question. Daimon, freedom? Yes. Freedom to thrive, to learn, to grow. But not the freedom to destroy. The Republic mistook freedom for a license to lie, to rot, to breed disorder. We give true liberty. The kind built on strength and vision. My vision. Tavra, and what of dissent? What if people disagree with your rule? Nissa Rivar, they can disagree all they like. We don't punish thoughts. But actions? Treason? Sabotage? That's where our patience ends. Kale Thorin, and frankly, the numbers speak louder than any protest chant. Daimon's approval rating is nearly perfect. Over 22 billion citizens follow his guidance. That's not tyranny. That's unity. Tavra, let's shift briefly. The Imperium has existed for over a century now. Yet citizenship for migrated species is still quite a complicated process. How long until people who want to hold the same status as Imperial citizens are able to participate in the politics and other high areas of the Imperium? She wanted to steer the conversation but saw that her tactics were not working. Daimon was reading her like an open book. Her questions were short-sighted and based on nothing but emotions and manipulation. Daimon, well, as you know, the Jedi are my species, and the Imperium was founded with the Jedi as the main race. Other races are welcome and can earn their citizenship through the official way. That won't change any time soon, nor will their entry into politics. Only places where we have integrated new species will be allowed to participate in politics. Tavra wasn't exactly happy with this answer. She expected him to say something that would sound good publicly, but then do another privately. There was nothing she could use from what they discussed to manipulate her audience. The remainder of the interview went just as Daimon expected. He steered the discussions and controlled the narrative. By the end she looked like a dog that thought it was about to receive a treat but instead got whipped. Stations like this were allowed to function in the inner worlds to show just how much freedom was given to the citizens of the Imperium. 61. Internal Discovery. A few months after the interview, the outer colonies continued to be pacified under the Imperial military. The pirates had become disorganized, and several people connected to the Outer Rim black market was arrested and interrogated. On Yalera, Relas's battle group had dismantled over 120 known pirate hubs. Raids were now surgical, data-driven, and relentless. Using intelligence gathered from captured couriers and decrypted comm nodes, Force Scions carried out midnight strikes targeting pirate cells. Each raid was followed by immediate broadcasting of captured weapons, burned insignias of pirate factions, and mugshots of local collaborators. These were plastered across every terminal and holo sign in the cities as a warning to criminals. On Viridian, a mining planet with scattered settlements across polar tundras, Battlegroup 13 discovered a covert Shroud command center buried beneath a frozen crater. What followed was a high-intensity siege lasting 9 hours. Tunneling drones broke through reinforced walls while magma charges collapsed escape routes. Hundreds of Shroud operatives were either captured or killed. The few survivors were paraded in chains before the people. Raylos issued a direct message from the Yalera command center. This campaign is no longer a suppression. It was a purification. The outer colonies would be remade into a civilized place, not negotiated with. Meanwhile, the ideological war intensified. Molly's Divine Doctrine Corps had established 48 new temples across major planets. Each structure was made of obsidian alloy and silver-tinted crysteel, crowned with statues of Daimon in his battle regalia. At the heart of each temple, a living miracle. A genetically enhanced cleric, force-touched, capable of minor acts of healing. These moments, caught on holovid, spread like fire across the Imperinet. A blind woman seeing her child again. A paraplegic miner standing after 10 years. Imperial faith metrics showed a 400% rise in doctrinal conversions within 90 days. Local planetary leaders who hesitated to build temples were quietly removed. One governor who publicly mocked the religious initiative was found dead from cardiovascular failure. No further commentary was issued. Elsewhere, the war with the pirates turned cold and psychological. On Driscan, Battlegroup 4 spread disinformation into pirate networks. Fake coordinates, false broadcasts of Imperial convoys, even AI-generated footage of Raylos himself ordering troop withdrawals, all to bait hidden shroud cells. It worked. 3 bases broke cover in 1 week and were vaporized by precision orbital strikes. A captured transmission from an unregistered moon near the edge of the Mora expanse revealed something interesting. The shroud was consolidating. Leaders from scattered cells had begun rallying under a single name, Viel Reef. No known data. No recorded face. But the voice on the intercepted message was clear. The Imperium came to break us. Let them. For every fortress they burn, we build 3 in silence. We are not fighting to win. We are fighting to make them bleed. Raylos received the transcript and handed the information to his commanders. Find this Viel Reef. I want his head on my command table before year's end. He ordered. Though he realized that the pirates were beginning to organize into a resistance that would continue to exist for as long as they occupied these worlds. But before that he planned to start getting personally involved in the conflict. He mainly sat in his command center and dished out orders to his commanders and approved certain strikes against enemy targets. Back in the capital, Daimon reviewed progress reports with Cortana about every major decision across the Empire, which was filtered through layered AI advisory panels. With a few hand gestures, he watched red conflict zones across the colonies slowly fade into Imperial blue. Progenitor Talis Kair entered, carrying a drive. Intercepted communications from the Outer Rim show something odd. External funding. Some of the black market chains we broke, they weren't native. They were being funneled credits from a Republic proxy world. Cortana took the drive and inserted it into a slot in the back of her head. She took a few seconds to go over the data before she explained what she saw. It is indeed true that they are receiving external funding, but it is not just from a Republic proxy world. She stated. The details aren't exact, but I can see numerous connections between people located both within the Imperium and within the Republic. We would need to launch investigations first though. Alright then, began Daimon. Let's launch investigations immediately onto the ones located within the Imperium. At the same time, we'll contact the Republic and coordinate with them to arrest those within their own territory. Talis and Cortana nodded as they both left together to launch an even deeper investigation into the information that they discovered. Daimon reached out to Progenitor Kael Thorin, the Grand Chancellor, to start discussions with the Republic over the matter, while he also contacted Progenitor Varen Drail, the Director of Imperial Intelligence, to start investigating the targets within the Imperium. A full week passed with constant talks between Progenitor Kael and the Republic, which didn't result in much progress. The Republic officials claimed the evidence to be fabricated, and they wouldn't arrest Republic citizens on the behalf of a foreign government. They warned that if Imperial agents entered Republic territory without clearance, they would consider this an act of war. Kael saw through this obvious bluff and instead reached out to Valkorion and Astralise Dynamics to use them to investigate the targets located within the Republic. As the first Jedi-founded corporation, Astralise Dynamics was essentially an extension of the Imperium. It was founded by Daimon over a century ago and was used to create the Liberation Army that founded the Feldari Imperium. Since then, the corporation has continued to operate within both the Republic and Imperium space, completely controlled by Daimon. While Kael worked on that matter, Director Varen and the Imperial Intelligence Directorate started to track down the targets located within the Imperium. Leading one of the missions was Operative Ryx Tulvin, a senior field agent within the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. His orders were clear: locate and dismantle a suspected financial relay operating within the Inner Rim city of Calvaris Prime, an opulent trade hub where Republic merchants, neutral diplomats, and Imperium elites mingled. RYX's target was Marek Volin, a mid-tier logistics magnate with official Imperial clearance and deep ties to Outer Rim transport networks. Internal reports flagged him for unexplained credit routing, massive sums traced to proxy nodes later linked to Shroud activity. Volin had become a keystone in a larger web of corruption running through the Imperium's own supply veins. The mission was designated Fireglass. The objective: seize or neutralize Volin, secure financial data from his private vaults, and extract any contacts tied to Republic influence. RYX moved through the underground transit lines of Calvaris wearing civilian garb, a thermal cloak, gloves with signal jammers within them, and a retinal disguise mask. With him was a small strike team, 3 covert ops specialists from Division Echo, Kara 1, Demir Valen, and a combat synth known only as Unit 6-1X. They exited the Magrail station just before dawn. RYX could feel the pressure of the mission tighten across his chest. He'd done dozens like this before, but this one was different. Volan's penthouse is shielded, Kara muttered through her comlink. Encrypted lift system. Surveillance is decentralized, military grade. We'll have to go in analog. Good, RYX said, nodding. Let's see how deep this thing goes. They breached the lower foundation of the tower using a static resonance pulse to disable the subterranean defense grid. Dimur scaled the support spires, planting magnetic anchors for a silent vertical climb. They reached the 123rd floor without tripping a single sensor. Inside the penthouse, Volan was hosting a midnight exhibition with off-world investors. Holodisplays flickered with charts of ore supply chains and shipment routes. But RYX's eyes weren't on the numbers, he was reading body language, lip movement, posture. Kara brought up the decryption rig. We can ghost their feed for 180 seconds. After that, their system will auto-sync with the local network. We'll lose the element of surprise. Then we take them now. The breach was quick. Windows shattered inward from concussive bursts, smoke flooded the chamber, and Unit 6-1X neutralized the outer guards. Volan dove for his terminal, trying to erase data, but Dimur hit him with a paralyzer shot before he got through the second encryption layer. 3 of the investors tried to escape through an emergency slide shaft, with only one being able to make it. The others were dropped with suppressive fire from Kara and Unit 6-1X. RYX stood over Volan's shaking body. You've been siphoning Imperium credits to fund Shroud weapon caches, he said. We traced over 70 million credits routed through shell companies registered in Borixai. Tell me who else is involved. Volan wheezed, blood on his lips. You're too late, the one behind this will have the last laugh. Tell the Emperor he better watch out. RYX didn't respond. He ordered the dataport extracted from Volan's desk terminal, encrypted the files on a locked shard, and nodded to Unit 6-1X. Interrogate him off-site, quietly. Within the hour, the penthouse was scrubbed clean, no trace of the breach, no digital evidence, no witnesses left alive. Volan was placed in stasis aboard a black site vessel already in orbit. RYX handed the shard to Director Varen Drail personally the next morning. What's on this could destabilize the economic backbone of our entire logistics grid in the Outer Rim, RYX reported. I believe we're not just looking at a smuggling ring. We're looking at a full-blown sleeper network with insider access to intelligence clearances and diplomatic traffic. Varen scanned the shard through a secure terminal. And the Republic assets. Names, aliases, clearance logs, all buried under layers of encryption, RYX replied. But we've already identified 6 of them with certainty. For inside the Imperium, 2 active in Republic embassy zones. I want permission to greenlight full pursuit. Varen nodded. Granted. No external comms. No surface noise. This stays within the Directorate. The mission was labeled a Class D Obscura, the highest level of operational secrecy. Within 48 hours, 2 more operatives tied to Volan's network were detained in the silver markets of Arlasa, and 1 former Imperial official was found dead in a supposed shuttle accident, his data core mysteriously wiped. Back in the capital, Daimon reviewed the findings with Cortana and Kale Thorin. His eyes didn't blink as the names scrolled across the display: senators, advisors, supply contractors, even 1 minor official representing the Outer Rim worlds. Daimon leaned forward. I want their network tiered apart, piece by piece. I want every sympathizer in the Imperium disavowed, erased, or silenced. No trials. No debates. We are past that point. The directive was signed within the hour. Operation Emberlight was born, an internal purge, fueled by data, overseen by the Directorate, and waged in silence. 62. The Ashes of Ardent Veil. The Imperial Intelligence Directorate started to send agents across the Imperium. With the new directive signed, the Directorate now had the authority to start arresting those suspected of being connected in any way. It didn't matter how small the connection was, if they had even a finger in this illegal network, then they would be arrested and thrown into prison for treason if they were a citizen. If they were found to not be a citizen, then they would go to prison and suffer a much harsher punishment. Within 6 months, Operation Emberlight saw the Imperium arresting several dozen people who were connected with the shadow network that had formed. Throughout these 6 months, the Directorate had learned a ton of information involving a deeply rooted network of individuals consisting of high-value Imperial citizens, Republic senators, and Republic corporations. The main funding came from the Republic Corporation Ion Forge Technologies. They were known for the innovation in energy weapons and ion propulsion systems alongside several other technologies. The corporation had seen that the Imperium was expanding greatly within the Outer Rim territories that the Republic had only just discovered. They tried to get colonization rights to some planets in exchange for investment into the Imperial economy and a partnership between the corporation and the government. This offer was rejected, so they sought to at least get some resource rights to a portion of the minerals found. This also was shut down, so they decided to resort to other means. They waited and waited over several decades as the Imperium kept expanding into the outer colonies. They started using the distance between the Feldari and the outer colonies to create a sort of underworld that would continue to destabilize the colonies until the Imperium lost control and abandoned them. Unfortunately for them, their decades-long plan and large investment would come to be their downfall. Once the source behind the main funding was found, Daimon had Astralise Dynamics monitor the corporation and start conducting surveillance on the targets located inside of the Republic. He had to be very careful with what he did with those targets, as any wrong move could cause a conflict between him and the Republic. Right now, the Imperium was in no way beating the Republic, which had a much bigger military and population. The Imperium had around 25 billion while the Republic had tens of trillions with billions of military personnel. The Imperium would lose or have to sacrifice several planets, while Daimon personally led his forces and used the Force to consume planets to gather even more strength than he currently had. So, for now those targets would be closely monitored until he could gather some hardcore evidence to present to the Republic. A year later, the investigations proved almost too successful. After building up significant data on certain targets within the Republic, the data was presented to the Republic and Jedi Order simultaneously. Daimon had decided to use the newly reformed Jedi Order and their growing influence to manipulate to convince the Republic to take action. The data was first sent to the Jedi Order and a meeting between Progenitor Varen and 2 members of the Jedi High Council on Ossus. The meeting was beneficial, and using the Jedi good nature to want to protect the innocent and stop criminals, they were convinced to help the Imperium. The Jedi High Council brought this to the Chancellor's attention, and after a week of confirming that the data was indeed accurate, they gave the Jedi Order the authority to lead the arrest against these people alongside Republic forces. Within weeks, several targets within the Republic, which included several wealthy businessmen, senators, and other officials, were arrested and would be trialed within the Republic. This was not the outcome that Daimon wanted, as he wanted them to suffer in Imperium prisons, but it was the best he was going to get without directly getting involved and risking an incident. Focusing on matters within the Imperium itself, Daimon read through a list of all the captured suspects. Some were people who were already under surveillance for their suspicious activities. Others were new and from worlds not longer than 10 years under Imperial jurisdiction. None of them were from the high echelons of Imperial society, mainly because only the most loyal were granted these positions. From his office, he issued another directive which ordered the Directorate to purge any remaining presence or possibility of criminal sympathizers involved with the current situation that was going on in the outer colonies. They had caught many, but not all. Those that were found would be made an example out of for any other criminals who wanted to subvert the Imperium and cause harm. On Felder, matters beyond the insurgency also demanded his attention. Luna was now 17 years old this year and had claimed her spot among the Imperium's nobility. She was a rising star amongst the other young elites and young generation in general. Because of her upbringing and character, she interacted with the people by hosting several events as well as exploring the outer colonies. This time, wherever she went, she had a full public escort and was restricted to planets where pirate activity was under control. She wanted to explore more worlds and see more people before she joined the Order of the Balance Keepers in a few years. This was a decision she had made to continue studying the Force and rise in the ranks. Other reports from the Outer Rim colonies also included the depth of religious fervor around the Imperium. Several garrison commanders were fired for incompetence and replaced by younger officers who were eager to show what they could do. Progenitor Molly's Doctrine Corps had produced several million converts outside of their expected target. Technology was easy to provide to the colonies. Faith, however, was a bit more challenging. This was why Daimon deployed the Doctrine Corps to these worlds in response to the growing unrest. With them came impressive displays of force, artifacts capable of things so far beyond what these new Imperial citizens believed possible. Force healers touched entire families and brought new faith in the Emperor. This combined with improvement in technology started to decrease tensions in the outer colonies and build up Imperial culture. Ardent Veil, a lush, heavily forested world with cities built into and around enormous natural stone spires. The world had been pacified early in the Outer Rim campaign and was a model colony for Imperial integration, high compliance, strong religious conversion, and above-average infrastructure deployment. However, recent drone sweeps revealed that several comm nodes buried deep in the highlands had gone dark. What initially appeared to be environmental interference soon showed signs of directed sabotage. Local garrison commander Loris N. Holland, a newly promoted colonel, responded by dispatching reconnaissance droids. Only 3 out of 8 returned. One contained footage of figures disabling relay towers and scattering encrypted holobeacons into the wild. The video showed a number of people who moved through the highlands silently, synchronized, and trained. They resembled that of the Spec Op pirate soldiers. The colonel instructed to deploy reconnaissance drones. "Deploy Reaper drones," he ordered. "I want full eyes on these highland areas. If anyone is hiding in those forests, I want them arrested or tampering with civilian infrastructure." Reaper drones, a special type of Imperial military technology that was used widely across the military, equipped with laser weapons and 2 rockets. The drones deployed over the suspected areas, moved quietly over the dense forest searching for any activity. They returned with footage of a fortified encampment, banners of the Shroud flying throughout. It wasn't just pirates. Displaced citizens, dissidents, some of them believed to have been arrested or executed, were seen alive and armed. Colonel N. Holland forwarded the intelligence to Raylos without delay. N. Holland didn't realize he was witnessing more than the remnants of native resistance. This was Viel Retha's shadow army conducting sabotage operations while gathering strength. Within an hour, orders came from Raylos. A full assault on the Highland base with the Imperial garrison. The members of this shadow army were to either be completely annihilated or captured and interrogated. Enhollen was given an additional detachment of 4 scions to ensure that this purge would be decisive. A commander from within the Order of the Balance Keepers would be overseeing it, personally. Arriving on the planet, Imperial strategist, Horven and 2 Force scions were greeted by Colonel Enhollen. "It's an honor to have you here, my lord." Colonel Enhollen got on one knee and made a fist across his chest. This was a standard Imperial salute for high-ranking officers. "Stand up, Colonel, we have much to do." Colonel Enhollen nodded and led Horven to the commander's center. Along the way, the soldiers had performed the Imperial salute as he walked by. Compared to a standard officer, a strategist was a unique officer who could only be appointed from the Order of the Balance Keepers by Daimon or one of the progenitors. They were high-ranking officers who could command entire armies, fleets, and oversee planetary defenses and interstellar campaigns. In the command center, Horven, Colonel Enhollen, and a few other officers got together to come up with a plan of attack against the forces within the Highlands. Horven's gaze was on the hollow table which showed the entire forest where the enemies were attempting to hide. They've chosen their ground well. Dense forest coverage, elevated ridgelines, and defense tunnels. Obviously, we can tell that this was not established within a week. These are probably leftover people from when we first enforced order on this planet, plus some more dissidents who were manipulated into joining them. One of the junior officers, Lieutenant Charos, nodded, pulling up the drone scans that they had taken. "Our thermal sweeps show about 400 hostiles, most of them appear to be armed combatants. The rest appear to be civilians, as they are not openly armed from what we see on our scans." "The civilians are a shield," Horven said. "They're a distraction to prevent us from going in, or they might just be used to obscure how many of them are actually within the camp. I've been on numerous worlds where they like to do such a thing. Despite them being labeled as pirates, they are quite smart. Unfortunately, they are going against us so they won't have much success." One of the 4 scions stepped forward. "We'll purge them. The Emperor wills it. These pirates had disturbed the order of these colonies for too long." Colonel Enhollen cleared his throat. "My lord, with your permission, I propose a pincer assault. I'll lead the main force from the South Ridge, heavy infantry and walkers, while our recon teams move in from the northwest cliffs. We create pressure and then flush them out." Horven raised a hand. "We'll do more than flush them out. We will entomb them where they stand." He gestured to the holomap. "We'll utilize seismic charges here, here and here." He marked 3 locations on the valley walls. "Our engineers will plant them before dawn. Once they began to move, we bring down the cliffs behind them, collapse their retreat leaving them only one path to run towards." Colonel Enhollen nodded in approval of the plan. "And the civilians?" asked Lieutenant Charos. "If they surrender, they live," Horven replied coldly. "If they raise arms, they die. The enemy recruits anyone who is willing to raise their weapons against us. The Emperor doesn't want to see soldiers die because they were scared to shoot a person whom they believe to be an enemy. Is that understood?" Lieutenant Charos saluted crisply. "Yes, sir." "Good. Now let's get this plan moving." 12 hours later. The darkness of Ardent Veil's night was filled with the sound of gravlifts and walker engines. The 114th Feldari Infantry Division crept along the southern ridge in tight formations, camouflaged in darkened combat gear. Colonel Enhollen, wearing his polished black officer armor, led from the front using his macro binoculars to scan the horizon. Above the valley, 3 infiltration squads descended silently via repulsor rigs, setting seismic charges along designated points. Behind them, cloaked recon droids scurried among the trees, relaying live data back to the command post. All signals remained green. In a separate shuttle, Horven stood beside Torin Graal and Galen Rovar, the 2 Force scions who were armored in their ceremonial battle armor. Their dual-sided lightsaber hung from their waist. They were going to join the battle once it started. The assault began at 0300 Standard Time. Heavy lasers broke through the trees, scorching branches and tearing into outer defensive posts. The enemy, surprised and ill-coordinated, scrambled for cover. Automated turrets fired erratically before being taken out by the Reaper drones from above. Colonel Enhollen's forces charged forward, suppressing fire. "Hold formation," he shouted as walkers moved in behind squads of infantry, each step shaking the valley floor. On the northern ridge, the seismic charges ignited. The cliffs buckled and fell inward, burying dozens of fleeing enemies under tons of stone. Panic spread through the remaining defenders. This is when Torin and Galen descended onto the battle from the shuttle. Once they hit the ground, they advanced, deflecting blaster bolts with ease and cutting down soldiers. With every movement their lightsabers either disarmed or dismembered one of the enemies. Inside the encampment, Viel Reith himself stood atop a platform, rallying his forces. "Hold fast. We are the last light against tyranny." His voice echoed through the loudspeakers, but hope was no longer present within the camp. His lieutenants were already dead, and the rest of his ranks were dwindling. Horven, hearing the voice of Viel Reith, jumped out of his shuttle and landed directly on top of the command bunker. He slaughtered all of the enemies in his path until he arrived within the command room and stood face to face with Viel Reith. Well, we finally meet Viel Reith. I must say, it's been a long search for you. Viel Reith turned around and aimed his blaster at Horven. I won't be taken alive. Viel Reith yelled. All right then. Was all Horven said as he reached out and disarmed Viel Reith using the Force. He then put his lightsaber away. We'll handle this another way then. Horven started walking up to him with his hands raised. Viel did the same and raised his hands eager for a fist fight. He had been a fighter all of his life, so he thought he was going to win. But as the first strike came, he knew he was outmatched. Horven moved so fast that he didn't even have time to block the hit to his face. Fortunately for him, Horven held back, or else he would have been knocked out from the first hit. Viel stumbled back, blood already running from a cut above his brow. He grit his teeth and lunged forward, swinging wildly, his years of brawling in backroom bars and shadow cellars coming alive in his muscle memory. But Horven was not a bar fighter, he was a strategist of the Imperium, trained in martial forms few outside the Order had ever seen. Horven ducked the wide hook and countered with a sharp elbow to Viel's ribs, followed by a kick to the back of the knee. Viel collapsed onto one leg, coughing, but spun around with surprising agility, his fist grazing Horven's jaw. Horven smiled slightly, the hit having done no damage at all. You fight like a cornered animal, Reith, Horven said, circling slowly. Violent, desperate, and predictable. Viel spat blood on the deck. And you fight like someone who's never had to claw his way out of a ditch. Horven's eyes narrowed as Viel rushed again, aiming low with a feint before launching an uppercut toward Horven's chin. But Horven caught his wrist mid-strike, twisted it, and slammed his forearm into Viel's chest, sending him crashing into a nearby control console. Sparks flew as the equipment shorted out. Viel groaned and forced himself upright, using the broken edge of the console to keep balance. His knuckles were split, blood running freely. He looked up at Horven, who remained calm, not a drop of sweat anywhere on him. With a final burst of strength, Viel charged forward in a full-body tackle. The two men crashed to the floor, grappling. For a moment, Viel landed a solid blow to Horven's side. But the moment passed quickly as Horven reversed the position and straddled Viel, raining down two precise, devastating punches. Viel's head snapped to the side, then Horven stopped. He stood, breathing steady, and looked down at the broken man beneath him. You'll live, he said. Viel could barely respond, one eye swollen shut. Should have killed me. Horven turned his back. Death is easy. You'll face judgment in front of the Empire and its people. With a motion of his hand, he used the Force, and Viel's unconscious body lifted gently off the ground. As Horven walked from the room, Viel floated silently behind him, bruised, broken, but very much alive. Outside, the battle had ended. The valley was in Imperial hands. Torrin and Galen stood at the edge of the battlefield, overseeing the loading of prisoners onto armored transports. Colonel Enhollen approached as Horven exited the shattered bunker. Viel Reith? Enhollen asked. Horven nodded once. Captured. He'll be transferred to Felderi for interrogation. And the others? Anyone armed is to be tried by military tribunal. Anyone unarmed will be processed for re-education. Enhollen saluted. Understood. And with that, he boarded his shuttle, Viel's unconscious form still trailing silently behind. He departed for Felderi, where he would deliver Viel Reith to the Emperor directly. Current Imperial year, 106, 6872 BBY. Daimon age, 178. Imperium's population, 25 billion. 63. The Ascendants. Descending through the atmosphere of Felderi, the transport carrying Horven was escorted by Imperial fighters towards the headquarters of the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. The structure sprawled across several kilometers, a fortress of surveillance, analysis, and covert operations located in Eteris. On one of the landing pads, a group of people were waiting, watching as the transport touched down. A few seconds later, Horven walked down the ramp, Viel Reith still unconscious and bound with energy restraints behind him. Waiting was Progenitor Varen and a contingent of his Force scions. There was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as the mastermind behind all of the outer colony's resistance had been captured after several months of looking for him. If it isn't the man of the hour, Varen said as Horven approached. Take him to Section 3 and extract everything he knows. A few of the Force scions grabbed Viel Reith and escorted him into the headquarters. Varen stayed with Horven as they spoke. This Viel Reith was indeed the mastermind behind the turmoil in the outer colonies. Once I heard his voice, I immediately recognized it from the recordings and knew exactly who he was. Unfortunately for him, he was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Horven said, excited that he was able to find the mastermind during one of his assignments, but still in shock as he was meeting one of the progenitors face to face. To the people, the progenitors was akin to demigods under the God Emperor. They were second only to him and wielded a considerable amount of influence within the Imperium. Meeting just one of them wasn't that much of a shock, as you meet at least one during your time as an officer. Plus, the public events where the progenitors was often seen accompanying the God Emperor from time to time. But meeting two back-to-back was something most people wouldn't get to do so early in their military career. Varen nodded and began to escort Horven into the building. "You did well, strategist Horven. The God Emperor will be pleased with your work." Horven thanked him as the two parted ways. Horven went to get debriefed, while Varen went to deal with their newly acquired prisoner. Less than 24 hours later, a Force Scion trained to use a Force technique which extracts the memories of a particular person, had extracted all the necessary information from Vial Reef. Combined with existing intelligence, the account was complete. Ion Forge Technologies was the pivot for military-grade weapons leaked to dissidents across the outer colonies, and Vial Reeth's pirates posed a threat to the colonial administration under the funding and support system they orchestrated. He confessed under intense interrogation that the manipulated descent spanned over 66 colonized worlds to stir up instability, with the objective of overwhelming Imperial resources until Daimon abandoned the new territories as more trouble than they were worth. Now that the threads were untangled, Daimon authorized the final phase of Operation Emberlight, full pursuit of remaining conspirators, purges of any cells left in operation, and the neutralization of all flagged non-citizens suspected of sympathizing with the Imperium. Vial Reeth's capture would signal the beginning to the end of large-scale pirate activity in the outer colonies, allowing stability to return to the region. 1 year later. Imperial Year, 107, 6871 BBY. Daimon Age, 179. Imperium's population, 27 billion. The final months of Operation Emberlight saw the arrest of hundreds of people within the outer colonies. The shroud was exposed, with the last traces edged out and eliminated. High-profile collaborators were executed live across the Imperial HoloNet, serving as a public reminder that no challenge to Imperial authority went unanswered. Ion Forge stock crashed on the Republic markets following the arrest of numerous executives. Astralis moved quickly to absorb key divisions, especially its lucrative propulsion research, turning the chaos into a strategic victory. Daimon announced the end of the operation, marking the beginning of a new era for the colonies. Each world quickly transformed. Temples were built, and the local populations devoted themselves with renewed fervor to the God Emperor and the Imperium. The Doctrine Core redirected its massive influence, inspiring a new generation. The economic boost from pirate-free shipping routes, along with better oversight, brought sudden and immense prosperity. The colonies saw rapid development once order was firmly re-established. New worlds like Silex and Ardent Veil, once considered fringe settlers, quickly became thriving centers of lifestyle, culture, and opportunity. The resources from the Outer Rim colonies began to circulate in the inner worlds, bringing new resources among other things while ensuring the outer colonies was not neglected. All of it fell into place like a massive piece of orchestration, playing out exactly as Daimon intended. On Feldari, Luna had adjusted well to her new routine. She was about to enter the Order of the Balance Keepers as an acolyte, a decision that excited her and gave Daimon pride. Unlike the Jedi Order, age was not a restriction when it came to training in the Order of the Balance Keepers. As long as one had the conviction and displayed their loyalty to the Imperium, they would be accepted and given the resources needed to become a member of the Order. Illyra and Daimon had grown even closer, an equal presence in both his plans and his private life. Unlike his previous life, which was filled with so much pain, he continued to strive for a life of fulfillment where he had as much fun as possible. And right now he was doing just that, only he was bringing that same fulfillment to others. The Imperium had already surpassed what the Republic and other factions expected from the Jedi, but he still wanted to keep reaching as far as he could. To the Republic, they were not a threat, but just the fact that the Jedi could live for thousands of years, made them a formidable species. Then add on Daimon's boost, which allows them to reproduce an increased rate, would make the Jedi a very powerful species in the far future. Landing outside a secret facility located on the fortress world Erebus Prime, a world home to more than 800 million people, Daimon stepped outside of his transport accompanied by Cortana and a few of the progenitors. In front of them stood a secret facility, created to for Daimon's new vision, which involved the formation of the Ascendants. Unlike the Force Scions, the Ascendants would be people from the population of the Imperium rather than created through the Force. This decision came with the conclusion of the Outer Colonies conflict. The Force Scions were powerful due to their ability to use the Force at such a high level and wield other Force powers. However, there were only 10,000 of them spread across 10 different legions, which was not enough for the growing Imperium. An easy solution to this would be to just create more, but the problem with that involved disturbing the balance within the Force. Artificially creating Force users rather than allowing them to be naturally created was an unnatural phenomenon that would have unforeseen consequences on the galaxy. So, to avoid that, the Ascendants would be created as his true version of Space Marines. Walking into the facility, the guards at the front saluted as Daimon, Cortana, and the progenitors walked in. The first thing they saw was a long corridor which was tightly watched by 2 Force Scions from Progenitor Derek's Legion. They quickly moved to the side as the door slid open, revealing Progenitor Derek himself, who greeted Daimon. "Welcome to Project Ascendant, sir," greeted Derek with a smile on his face as he was proud of his work. As the Grand Minister of the Imperial Ministry of Health and Genetics, he was given this grand task and he had executed it to the best of his abilities. "How many people did we end up bringing in?" Daimon asked, as even he was unaware of the number of people who decided to risk their lives for such a thing. "We managed to get about 200,000 people." Derek answered. 200,000. Progenitor Thales was shocked by these numbers. And this was only after a month. Imagine how much they would get after a decade or a millennia. Standing next Thales, Progenitor Molly's had a smug expression on his face. Don't doubt the conviction that the people have for us. With the right direction, they will do anything to get closer to their god. Said Molly's, who had a much better understanding of this topic than the others. As the High Pontifex of the Department of Divine Imperial Doctrine, he oversaw millions of religious leaders across the Imperium. And how many of these 200,000 will survive? Daimon asked. 1 in May 10th end up surviving the process. It's all up to them whether they themselves are ready to handle such a task. Derek answered, confidently certain that a lot of them was not going to make it. After telling him this, Derek then went over the process which was created by the 10 progenitors with little help from Daimon. To create an Ascendant, people were first drawn from Imperial worlds no matter their age thanks to the regenerative gene coding allowing adults and adolescents to be chosen. After being chosen, they would first have to survive a mindwalk where they would need to retain their sanity in order to pass. They would confront their past, their guilt, their deepest fears. Most would break, and those who did would vanish, their existence swallowed by the Force. Once those who retained their sanity are left standing, they then go through Stage 2, a 2-year training and transformation regime that begins with the Gene Covenant infusion. The surviving candidates, now referred to as initiates, are immediately brought into sterile sanctums beneath the Erebus Prime facility. This is where Derek's teams of geneticians and force binders begin their sacred task. The Ascendant genetic code would be systematically rewritten. This process was called genetic transcendence, which integrated 3 principal components which included regenerative matrices for near-limitless cellular repair, neuroplasticity boosters, allowing for extreme mental adaptability under duress, and lastly, a force-reactive helix created by Daimon himself, imbuing each Ascendant with a latent tether to the cosmic force. This didn't grant them force abilities but established a connection between the cosmic force and their existence. After this, each legion would receive tailored upgrades based on the progenitors' doctrines. These come in the form of covenant relics that shape the physiology of the person. Those who go through this emerge forever changed. Stage 3 involved the Crucible of Ascension, which were 10 massive temples where each initiate is subjected to psychic trials by their respective progenitor. These temples are partially sentient constructs, grown from force-shaped crystal and alloy, capable of manifesting illusions, fears, and truths drawn from the soul. Those who emerged from the temples gained subtle and unique powers, nothing like force powers but more than a mortal would have. These powers included enhanced reflexes, combat foresight, and resistance to force illusions and other mind tricks. Stage 4 was the Rite of Anointment, which took place in the Hall of the God Steel Forge, where the greatest force smiths forged the exoshell of the Ascendant's armor. Using force-enhanced alloys and/or harvested from Feldari's core and star fragments drawn from dead stellar remnants, they were able to craft the force-enhanced exoshell for the Ascendants. These exoshell would be bonded to their user through an ability called Force Resonance. Once worn, the exoshell fuses with the Ascendant nervous system and other vital organs. Alongside this, each person is given the task of crafting their own weapon under the supervision of Force Smiths. Whether it is a blade, hammer, spear, or rifle, each is made with force-enhanced material and infused with kyber crystals. Stage 5 was the soul coding and indoctrination stage of the process. The Ascendant body may be ready, but the mind must now align fully with Daimon's will and the will of the Imperium. Using memory engrams, each person is subjected to an immersive indoctrination that bypasses conscious resistance. The concepts of loyalty, courage, and reverence for the Imperium and its people were binded deep into their subconscious. This was estimated to be a widely successful process with only a few expected to fail. Stage 6 was the binding of the person to a legion. This happened through a ceremony of bonding, led by each legion's progenitor or their chosen representative. In a sanctified chamber, the progenitor reaches out and tethers themselves to the Ascendant. Once bound, the Ascendant becomes a true child of their legion. They feel their comrades' pain and their progenitor's will. After this process was the last stage. Stage 7, the trial by fire. Each Ascendant is deployed in small fire teams to world infested with hostile creatures artificially created by Daimon as a testing grounds. There are no reinforcements, no retreat. And if they return, they do so now hold the title of an Ascendant, welcomed back with full honors and immortalized in the memory vaults of the Imperium. Daimon personally went to dozens of rooms and met with several of the people who were willing to risk their lives to become an Ascendant. He sat down and talked with the people, getting to know many of them and providing them with some encouragement. For some, simply his presence was all they needed, and their motivation would increase tenfold. After several hours, Daimon had eventually arrived in another part of the facility. This part was a separate facility built to create the Auric Sentinels. The Auric Sentinels would be similar to the Custodes of Warhammer and would serve as Daimon's new personal guards alongside other Force Scions and Force users. The Legion name would be the Custarian Aurica, and they would go through a similar but more grueling process than the Ascendant. Seeing them, Daimon was eager to see the results of their transformation. They would become elite warriors designed to be the protectors of the Imperium against overwhelming enemies and as strike forces against hidden insurgents. The main reason for this entire project was to further enhance the Imperium's strength, but another reason was the Republic. While they were on good terms now, the Republic still had a bigger military, economy, population, and overall size compared to the Imperium. It would take the Imperium thousands of years before they were even on that level. But with his knowledge, Daimon hoped to shorten that time so that once the canon timeline comes around, they would be ready for whatever chaos would be caused from his presence in the galaxy. A/N Legion names, their doctrines, tactics, and bunch of other stuff will be introduced throughout the story to avoid a massive info dump. Also, I might just make an auxiliary chapter dedicated to just the legions. Let me know what you think. Also, I have been quite busy with other stuff, which is why chapters are so slow. I don't really have much time to write. 64 Rebirth of the Ricotta. 50 years later. Imperial year, 157, 6831 BBY. Daimon age, 229. Imperium's population, 75 billion. Over the course of 50 years, Daimon made an empire-wide announcement wanting to increase the population of the Imperium to at least over 50 billion in 50 years. However, now that 50 years have passed, he didn't expect such a turnout. The people had taken his words and started reproducing like crazy. Thanks to the benefits that having a child brought to a family, many sought out partners and started reproducing in their late 30s. This brought about a baby boom which started to decrease the average age of the Jedi population, which was a good thing considering how long they live. The average household had between 5 to 10 children, which increased the benefits they received from the government. As of now, the limit on how many children a single household could have was 15. Any household with 4 or more children were provided with additional funds for each child they had after this, and that child was supported all day until they reached 25. This gave the child a stable household to grow up with and gave them enough time to decide what they want to do with their future. These policies and laws would naturally be changed sometime in the far future when the need for people decreased. But for now, they would remain as they were. Daimon himself also had 2 more children during this time. It was twins, a boy who was named Malric, and a girl named Violera. They were both born in Imperial year 132, 6856 BBY, and were now 25 years old. Similar to Daimon's first daughter, Luna, they had joined the Order of the Balance Keepers and sought to rise in the ranks. Luna on the other hand had spent 50 years studying more about the Force and further developing her abilities under Daimon's guidance. She had turned into a capable Force user and was now serving within the Imperium armed forces. She wanted to see all the sides of the Imperium and she devoted her time to becoming the best she possibly could. She was 61 now, but with the maturity of a seasoned officer. There were even whispers among the other young elites about when she would assume her first command. Luna was certain of one thing: when that day came, she would not just meet expectations, she would exceed them. The Ascendants, now a permanent and multiplying force, were already influencing tactics and strategy. As projected, many did not survive the early phases of creation, but those who did were unlike any warriors the galaxy had ever seen. They were loyal to the point of fanaticism, wielding advanced weapons and armor. Established as an elite force, they relieved the initial strain on the Force scions, filling roles that allowed the Imperium to secure more systems faster than anyone predicted. Hardened by the first decade of operations, their strength only grew as they doubled and then tripled in number. Each legion at this time had at least 10,000 Ascendants in each, with thousands more projected to pass as the decades went by. As for Daimon's personal legion, known as the Empyrean Guard, the Auric Sentinels had reached only around 500 compared to the other legions. This was expected since the Auric Sentinels were much harder and more sophisticated than the Ascendants. Recruitment was high, but the pass rate was not. The Empyrean Guard had merged with the former Imperial Guards, creating a combination of various types of warriors that made up the now Empyrean Guard. In total, the Empyrean Guard had 2,000 members with various support staff and droids under them. Alongside this, Daimon had finally approved the use of clones in the Imperium military. Up until now, clones had been something that had always been on his mind, but he always focused on other things. But now that the Imperium was over 150 years old, he decided it was time to start developing clones for the Imperium armed forces. A new cloning directive was introduced which permitted only 500 million clones to be in the armed forces at any given time. This would obviously change as time went on, but for now and the foreseeable future this was the maximum allowed. And this number would not be reached within 100 years as the number of resources it required was immense. It would take centuries before that number was reached if it was even needed to have that many cloned warriors. After all of this cloning business and the formation of new legions, Daimon shifted his focus to the Ricotta. A massive initiative was set up to explore the western part of the galaxy where the former Ricotta capital, Lehon, was located. This took a while as they had to explore the vast expanse of space until they arrived at their target. So far, they had discovered several worlds within a region of space that they started calling the Ricotan Archipelago, with several primitive tribes identified as the Ricotan, but Lehon had yet to be found. The first world they found, they started to observe the population closely, intending to gather information on the scattered Ricotan tribes. This occurred in year 140 and for 17 years they continued to observe the Ricotan to see how their society has changed from before the collapse of their empire to now. So far, they had discovered that the Ricotta had turned into barbaric tribes who constantly fought each other to unite all the tribes, for resources, or sometimes just because of a small conflict between the tribes. The biggest tribes numbered in the tens of thousands while the smallest numbered in the hundreds. Unlike before where the Ricotta were a highly advanced species, now they were unable to even wield their own technology due to their lost connection with the Force. As such, their weapons consisted of melee weapons and ancient blasters which they were still able to forge. They lived in huts and traveled in warbands across the dense forests, deserts, and cold regions of the world. Around the worlds, you could find ancient Ricotta cities overrun by over 20,000 years of vegetation, dust, and erosion. Most of these cities were considered sacred by the local tribes, who believed they were built by the gods who once walked among them, unaware that it was their own ancestors who created them. During this time, Daimon had also implemented a new policy regarding the Ricotta on these worlds. The policy outlined that only Black Ops teams, intelligence analysts, and anthropological teams were authorized to operate on Ricotta-inhabited planets. These teams would monitor the Ricotta while also looking for promising individuals, especially those with genetic potential or strategic intelligence who would be quietly abducted and brought to hidden academies for indoctrination and re-education. These Ricotta would be known as the Reformed Ricotta and would be the future of the Ricotta species. Daimon wanted to make the Ricotta the first client species of the Imperium. They would essentially be a vassal species that has autonomy over their own empire, but still be subject to Imperial influence and authority. First, they needed to find a capable Ricotta who had potential to unite the Ricotta under one tribe and then slowly begin the process of reforming and advancing their society. At the same time, Daimon had looked into the Ricotta severed force connection. He had one captured and brought to a facility where he began to conduct his research. After several months, he discovered that the Ricotta had lost their connection due to the disease which caused their empire to collapse in the first place. Even now, that disease still existed, only it had evolved to be a genetic trait that all Ricotta were born with. The fix for this was simple for Daimon. All he needed to do was to destroy the cells blocking their force connection, give them some alchemical exposure, and then conduct force bonding trials. This would ultimately restore their connection to the Force, and also create a new generation of Ricotta free from this disease. But of course, not all of them would be force sensitive. Those who don't exhibit any force sensitivity will just be thrown back into Ricotta society as a newly reformed Ricotta. By Imperial year 157, the Imperium had captured over 5,000 Ricotta and converted them into the reformed Ricotta. Leading these 5,000 Ricotta was the future leader of the Ricotta who was scouted out and eventually selected as the one to lead the Ricotta. His name was Tarlen Kresh. He was watched closely in his early life, as he rose from a low-ranking hunter-warrior to an unlikely warlord among his tribe. He was cunning, violent, and utterly without mercy, but he also possessed a rare spark of charisma, an ability to unite fractious war bands, bind them with a shared vision, and wield their collective power to a unified goal. He was, as several of the progenitors put it, a natural leader in the rough. The kind of leader who could do what Daimon needed next, weld the fractured remains of the Ricotta into something new, something worthy of serving as the Imperium's first client empire. All of the reformed Ricotta were indoctrinated into unwavering believers in the God Emperor, directing their faith to a person that was actually alive. Of the 5,000 reformed Ricotta, only 50 of them were force-sensitive, including Tarlen Kresh. On board the Aurora-class transport ship assigned to observe Arkantal, Tarlen and the other 49 force-sensitive Ricotta were being trained by a few members of the Order of the Balance Keepers. The person in charge of their training was Ronan Galerius, one of the original 20 orphans whom Daimon adopted. He was one of the hierarchs of the Order, a person who was a spiritual and strategic advisor who interpreted Daimon's will. Pointing at Tarlen and 5 others, Ronan motioned for them to stand up. The 6 walked up to Ronan and waited to be told what to do. "You 6 will all face me and show me the progress of your training. If I see the same mistakes repeated from our last training session, then there will be even more hellish training awaiting the entire group." Ronan looked over the 6 and hoped to see some improvement as they were the strongest of the group. Ronan stepped into the training circle, watching Tarlen and the other 5 Ricotta force users fan out around him, forming a semicircle. Each Ricotta warrior tightened their grip on their practice blades. "Begin," Ronan commanded. Instantly, the Ricotta warriors charged forward in a coordinated assault, their movements agile and fierce. Tarlen led the charge, moving with primal aggression tempered by precision, aiming a swift strike at Ronan's chest. Ronan sidestepped effortlessly, using minimal movements to conserve energy, demonstrating the efficiency he had mastered over decades. 2 others attacked from opposite sides, seeking to overwhelm him, their weapons sweeping horizontally toward his ribs. Ronan pivoted, spinning away as their attacks narrowly missed, their rods clashing harmlessly against each other. Capitalizing on their momentary disorientation, Ronan pushed outward with the force, sending both sprawling backward. Tarlen, undeterred, regrouped swiftly, his eyes filled with defiance and determination. 2 warriors approached Ronan's rear while Tarlen attacked head-on, attempting to sandwich their instructor between converging strikes. Ronan smiled slightly, sensing their intent through the force. At the last possible moment, he leaped upwards, somersaulting through the air, leaving Tarlen and his comrades to collide awkwardly beneath him. Landing behind them, Ronan raised a single hand, absorbing a wave of force energy hurled at him by another warrior who had stayed back, cautiously waiting for an opening. Good tactic, poor execution, Ronan critiqued, redirecting the captured energy outward, knocking the warrior off his feet. Frustration mounted in Tarlan's eyes. He shouted commands in his native tongue, urging his teammates into a new formation. The 6 warriors circled Ronan once more, tightening their coordination, determined not to repeat their earlier mistakes. Tarlan lunged forward, feinting to the left while another warrior attacked simultaneously from the right, attempting to force Ronan into committing to a direction. Ronan showed a momentary glimpse of approval before swiftly retaliating. His blade moved in a blur, parrying both attacks. As 2 more Ricotta warriors charged, aiming at his legs to destabilize him, Ronan twisted his body in an acrobatic maneuver, kicking one attacker squarely in the chest and deflecting the other's strike downward. Adapt faster, Ronan warned sharply. Tarlan, drawing deeply on his anger and determination, channeled the force into his limbs, moving faster and striking harder. His training blade whipped through the air in a ferocious series of attacks, forcing Ronan to focus entirely on defense for a moment. Encouraged, the other warriors renewed their assault, pressing their perceived advantage. Yet, this was exactly what Ronan anticipated. In a dazzling display of controlled power, he swept his arms outward, sending a shockwave of force energy rippling through the circle. Tarlan and the others were hurled back, skidding across the training chamber floor. Again, Ronan ordered, standing unbothered. This time, think before you strike. Tarlan slowly rose to his feet, wiping blood from a split lip, his determination raging even brighter in his eyes. He glanced briefly at his comrades, nodding solemnly. They understood that this was more than training, it was preparation for their destiny as leaders and warriors, molded under the ruthless, meticulous guidance of their Imperium mentors. Raising their weapons again, Tarlan and the Ricotta warriors advanced once more, steeling themselves for another round, intent on proving they had learned from their previous failures. Ronan, sensing their renewed resolve, readied himself. This fight was far from over. 65. The Star Forge. Imperial Year 158, 6830 BBY. After years of searching, they had finally found Lehon. The importance of this planet was mainly because of the history and hidden technology that it had, in addition to the Star Forge. The Star Forge would increase the strength that the Imperium had as it was capable of producing capital ships, droids, and various types of military equipment at insane speeds. Of course, this is what Daimon knew from his previous life. He would have to first see it for himself to see if it was actually that impressive. The planet had already been scouted along with the system, and it was discovered that there were no ships or advanced technology present within the system. As such, Daimon assembled a small fleet of 10 ships and traveled to the system. Aboard his flagship, the bridge lights flickered as they dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the system. Lehon, the fabled ancient homeworld of the Ricotta, stood in front of them, surrounded by a ring of asteroid debris and ancient defense satellites that had long since gone dead. To the east of their position, Daimon felt the presence of a massive sinister object floating in space. He immediately knew that this was the Star Forge, or at least what was left of it. Daimon sat, arms crossed, watching the sensor feeds as the fleet got closer. Just as they deducted, there was no sign of any space activity allowing them to get close to the station without any problems. The fleet stopped some distance from the station as it was surrounded by debris. From what Daimon could see, the station was not at all operational. Its surface was battered, scorched by ancient orbital weapons and covered in black stains from fires that happened over 20,000 years ago. But one thing was certain, it was still massive. Even in its ruined state it dwarfed the largest Imperial station that has ever been built. One of the officers turned from his station and projected a rotating holoscan of the station. Structural assessment confirms it's held together by some kind of self-healing alloy. The station's core is still intact, but only 25% of external hull machinery is functional. Another officer chimed in upon hearing this assessment. If it has any automated defenses, they might still activate when we approach. Best to send in a large force to secure the entire station or what remains in a swift manner. Daimon nodded, agreeing with the officer. Prepare a boarding party, include myself and the Empyrean guards among that party. The officer nodded, adding no objection, as he started preparing the boarding party. Cortana, let's get going and see this ancient station in person. Daimon turned to Cortana, who was standing at his side. I agree, it's about time we have found it, even if it's not in optimal shape. This gives us a chance to rebuild and enhance it to another level. She had already begun to formulate her own redesigns of the station, including some more modern features. Within an hour, several boarding shuttles detached from the fleet and maneuvered through the debris towards the station. The shuttles latched onto docking rings and several hangars that were open due to loss of power and boarded the station. The Imperial soldiers started to clear the corridors and secure the station in a swift but efficient manner. The station's automated defense system had detected intruders and had started to produce hundreds of droids to combat these intruders. Thousands of models activated and gave pursuit to the soldiers across the halls. Parts of the Star Forge had been derelict for so long that even the droids themselves were damaged, but as they entered the occupied sections of the station, they took full advantage of its power reserves and began repairing themselves. Despite their rapid numbers, they were no match for the Empyrean guards. Daimon's legion advanced through the dimly lit passages, cutting down the droids swiftly. Daimon leading the charge with Cortana moved through the halls like a wave. It had been some time since he could have some fun, even if it was just fighting droids. He was at the front of the formation with Cortana beside him, dual-wielding 2 blue lightsabers in each hand. Behind him came the Empyrean Guard wearing their signature purple armor and wielding their vibroblades and kyber rifles. A/N, kyber rifled are essentially just blaster rifles infused with kyber crystals and enhanced with the Force, making their power output much greater than blasters and overall superior to other weapons. The droids came in waves wielding outdated kinetic weapons and ancient vibroblades. But outdated or not, they were built by the Star Forge, and their numbers were endless. Push forward. Daimon shouted as he crushed the bodies of about 100 droids in an instant, providing them with a clear path to keep moving. But even then, after a few seconds, dozens of more droids filled the corridor. The Empyrean guards followed, unleashing volleys after volley upon the droids. Each of them was a master of destruction, created for this exact purpose and honed to be able to outperform anything in battle. The Force-wielding Empyrean guards had created force barriers, blocking the incoming fire from the droids and occasionally sending some of the projectiles back to the droids. Contact on the left flank. One of the guards called out. An auxiliary vent burst open, releasing a wave of pressurized steam, and a cluster of multi-legged droid forms came crawling out, clinging to the walls and ceiling. Cortana turned her head seeing this. "I'll handle this," she said, and with a flick of her wrist, she hurled a charged electrodisc into the swarm. It detonated midair, sending arcs of electricity surging along the walls. Dozens of the droids spasmed before falling to the ground. Daimon moved to the blast doors at the end of the corridor, the main entrance to the control chamber. He blew away the doors with the Force, revealing the massive empty chamber that had several ancient consoles. Cortana moved in behind him and placed her hand on one of the consoles. "I'll start establishing control over the station." Daimon nodded his head as he waited for her to get it done. The Empyrean guards formed a perimeter in front of the door, holding off against the droids which tried to swarm their position. After a few minutes, Cortana had given a thumbs up. "Mission accomplished," she stated. "Good. Now let's finish establishing control while the technicians get to work." Daimon sent the order, and several teams of technicians and engineers had come over and started their work in the control room with Cortana and start their survey of station. The rest of the Imperial forces simply checked each part of the station and reported what they found. This took several hours, but it allowed them to learn more about the station in the meantime. Cortana was already using the information to find ways to enhance the production capability of the station and modernize its systems to be up to date with Imperial standards. Daimon on the other hand started to cleanse the dark side which filled the station. This would have proven a problem for the soldiers if they were not already resistant to dark side corruption due to Daimon's presence. Because of this, the dark side couldn't cloud any of their minds, allowing them to move throughout the station without worry. Daimon created a temporary fix for the dark side problem, but had a permanent solution which involved creating a massive kyber crystal that will manifest the balance of both the light and dark side into the station and prevent it from corrupting people to either side. While the materials for the kyber crystal was being shipped from Imperial space, he turned his attention to Lehon. With the Star Forge secured, Daimon left 2 ships with the Star Forge while he traveled to Lehon to see the ancient Ricotta and how society had turned out on their capital world. He wanted to see if it was the same as the other outlying colonies or if it was different because it was their homeworld. As the fleet neared the planet, Daimon reached out and sensed the presence of numerous Ricottan mines, confirming Lehon was also home to tribes. From above, he saw the traces of ancient cities overgrown by jungles and other parts of nature. Now that Daimon sensed that Ricottan tribes on the planet, he moved on to his next objective, which involved meeting with the Elders tribe. The Elders tribe is a tribe of the highly respected Ricotta who guard the lost knowledge of their species' history. From his knowledge they lived in their secluded compound away from the surface tribes. He took a shuttle to a mountain plateau dotted with ruins and landed with a small party. Above them, ancient stone towers poked through the coiling roots and flowering creepers. Signs of primitive Ricotta camps lined the path, but there was a sign of the Elders themselves. After an hour of hiking through the jungle, they reached a secluded underground bunker structure which was enclosed behind some doors. The bunker was extremely hard to find if not for the Force. Behind the doors, the Elder tribe began setting up defenses, preparing for whoever was about to burst through the doors. Unlike the primitive Ricotta tribes, the Elder tribe had access to some advanced Ricotta technology, which is how they managed to stay secluded for so long. In the front, they put their slave warriors who were ancient slave species whom they kept for thousands of years and continued to breed to keep their numbers up. These slave warriors ranged from humans, Selkoth, to ancient Twi'leks. Slaves was something that Daimon didn't have a very strong opinion on, but when it came to the situation at hand, he was actually a little upset that even after 20,000 years the Ricotta kept these enslaved species and continued to use them. He blew the doors to the bunker open and knocked out the slave warriors, leaving the Elder tribe to try and fend for themselves. He motioned for his Empyrean guards to kill them as he moved deeper into the structure towards a certain room which he noticed was tightly guarded. After killing the group that was protecting this room, he moved in and found a singular Ricotta who started to speak in their ancient language. Daimon reached out, pulling the Ricotta to his hands, and using the Force to go into his mind. He extracted the knowledge of the Ricotan language from the person but continued to hold his head in his hands. "Please." The Ricotta shouted, struggling to remove Daimon's hands from around his neck. Daimon released his hold and watched the Ricotta fall to the ground and then prostrate himself before Daimon. "You are not a Ricotta," the elder spoke. "Tell me your name," Daimon ordered, surprising the elder that he could speak their language. "I am called Solara, Chief Archivist of the Elders, Keeper of what was lost." He slowly raised his face. "If you intend to kill me, may I at least know who you are?" Daimon smiled. "I am not here to kill you. Your people have forgotten who you were. I am here to change the Ricotta to become something new and better than what they were." Solara understood what he was saying, but to simply believe an alien that storms your home would be extremely stupid. "Why?" Solara demanded, his voice mixed with fear and wonder. "Why help us? We were the greatest that ever lived and now you see us as we are. Our tribes are scattered. We have forgotten the old ways. In time you will discover why I made the decision I did. But for now, you will do everything I say unless you don't want to see this future." Solara reluctantly nodded as he had no choice. With this, Daimon was granted the ancient knowledge that the Ricotta had and began to transfer some of it back to Felderi for research. The elders were the only tribe on Lehon that Daimon personally visited. The rest of the tribes were left undisturbed, watched closely until the time came for them to become ready. Everything had gone according to plan. In 100 or so years, the Ricotta would turn into the first of many client species under the Imperium. They would essentially be reborn, their history erased, and a new chapter in their existence would begin. A/N, for those interested in the different Ascendant legions, I have released the auxiliary chapter in addition to this one. 66, Reformed Jedi Order and Sith Empire. The people that were enslaved by the Elder tribe were transported to the fleet to undergo their reintegration program. First, they went through a quarantine process where they were checked for diseases and other stuff. Once that was done, they were treated carefully and put through a program where they would learn the Imperium's language, their minds would be erased from their past as slaves, and they would be able to start their new lives in a couple of months. For the members of the Elder tribe who were captured, they were held in captivity on the planet as the Imperium did its work. The bunker was transformed into an Imperial outpost and would serve as the focal point for Imperium operations. It would have an operations center and eventually an indoctrination facility where primitive Ricotta would go and become reformed Ricotta. With both the Star Forge and the homeworld of the Ricotta species now fully under the control of the Imperium, Daimon returned back to the Star Forge and left Lehon to one his commanders. Back on the Star Forge, he walked around the station with Cortana surveying the locations of the station and the plans she had already come up with. "I must say, the station is impressive for being built over 20,000 years ago, but it's still lacking some things that I plan to improve upon." She said this as they approached one of the production sections of the station where ships, droids, and other equipment could be produced en masse. "This section is one of the many sections where production happens," Cortana explained, gesturing to the assembly bays. "But the command interfaces are archaic, and while the forges are technically capable of near-infinite production, the station's system is fragmented. We would need to rewrite and create new systems which could take decades depending on how successful and how much resources we pour into this station." Daimon thought about possible solutions. Right now, the station was not a top priority as the Imperium was still in its developing stages, but they could still divert some resources over to initiate the reconstruction process. Have engineering queue up a renovation schedule. I'll create a new operating system for the entire station to replace the old one. Cortana nodded. I'll mobilize the work teams. Once we come up with a detailed plan, I'll present it to you for review and any final edits you may have. Daimon nodded as they continued to the other sections of the station. Over 12 hours, they visited the fighter bays, docking ports, and the place where the energy from the star was converted into matter for the station. The station also had some rooms for people to sleep in and various other places. After touring the station, Daimon returned to his flagship and returned to Imperium space, leaving the matter of the Ricotta to his subordinates. On Coruscant, the Jedi Order had been taking a more active role in the Republic since their reorganization after the 100 Years of Darkness. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was expanded and would house many knights and masters. But it would be nowhere near as the central Jedi Temple on Ossus. Ossus would remain the seat of the Jedi High Council, giving the Jedi Order more freedom as they had their own planet to do what they please. The previous chancellors of the Republic had created a position within the office of the Chancellor called the Jedi Advisor. This position permitted 2 high-ranking members of the Jedi Order to become advisors to the Chancellor and have some form of say in the ongoings of the Republic. Both of the 2 current advisors viewed the arrangement with pragmatism. The Chancellors were delighted with their presence at public functions and state debates. Half the time, he would draw them into the spotlight simply for the spectacle, the legendary Jedi and their enigmatic wisdom and unique religion. The other half, Chancellors kept them close for insight, shrewdly knowing that Jedi had informants and reach even the Senate's own security couldn't match. One of the Masters, Master Had Rex, played her part being polite and reserved. In private, she loathed the little fishbowl in the office of the Chancellor with its constant monitoring and news hounds, but she recognized the necessity of her position. She spent her time as an advisor with transparency, answering every question with precisely as much as she wished to say and never a word more. Master Shatar, on the other hand, relished the unpredictable gamesmanship. He would make jokes, speak in parables, befuddle staffers, and subtly steer policy in direction nobody realized until days later. On the surface, he was an iron-willed Jedi with his actual loyalty to the Order. The position of Jedi Advisor was sort of permanent for the appointed masters as they were the wisest of the Jedi and were at an age where they understood the politics of the Republic. This arrangement was beneficial to the Jedi Grandmaster, who found it a good way to avoid the entanglements of overt political control while remaining close to the engine room of policy. And for the time being, the Republic kept its peace. The border between Imperium and Republic was stable, with trade flowing and no real conflicts aside from the usual economic and social frictions at the edges of civilization. It was only in the academic and scientific communities that a storm was brewing, largely unnoticed by those who counted credits and votes. The news of the Imperium's progress within the unknown regions of space sent ripples through every research institution in the galaxy. They scrambled to keep up with Imperium's exploration technology and they managed to make significant breakthroughs speeding up their own exploration, but it was still a slow process to explore the vast expanses of space not knowing what you're going to encounter or when you're going to encounter it. On Korriban, the Sith Empire was still in its early stages of development but had begun its expansion into the surrounding planets and a few systems. For the most part, the Sith of Korriban remained a secret, their numbers few and isolated. But they followed the same patterns of any rising order, first the temple, then the doctrine of might, then, sooner or later, the lust for conquest. The Dark Lord of the Sith Sorza Sin, ruled from the Sith Palace and had already started gathering Force sensitives from among the Sith population. Many of the Sith Lords began to interbreed with the Sith, accelerating the rise of a generation inherently strong with the Force. Sorzas recognized early that sustained expansion required structured governance. Thus, each member of the Sith Council governed a specific domain of Sith society, military affairs, intelligence, arcane research, and internal stability. This structure centralized authority, yet encouraged ruthless competition, ensuring only the strongest rise to prominence. Expansion began with nearby worlds. Sith reconnaissance ships surveyed neighboring systems, pinpointing vulnerable civilizations ripe for conquest. Once targets were identified, Sith battle groups swiftly descended, demonstrating overwhelming might combined with psychological terror tactics. Entire planets capitulated within days, with minimal resistance. Colonized worlds underwent swift transformations. Sith architecture dominated skylines with massive fortresses demonstrating the Sith Lord's power. Indigenous populations, initially resistant, soon learned submission through systematic indoctrination programs, much like the Imperium's own methods, though more overtly brutal. They were reshaped into obedient vassals, fueling Sith industry, agriculture, and military training. On Korriban itself, training academies increased in number. The Sith Lords oversaw rigorous, often lethal, trials designed to forge warriors of unmatched strength and cruelty. Apprentices who survived became fanatically loyal agents, carrying their masters' wills into the galaxy. Holocrons containing forbidden knowledge were carefully crafted and disseminated, enhancing Sith learning, philosophy, and Force mastery. The growth of Sith naval power soon followed. Shipyards orbited Korriban, tirelessly constructing dreadnoughts and frigates bristling with weaponry derived from rediscovered Sith alchemy and dark side-infused metallurgy. These vessels projected their reach into the nearby systems, ensuring dominance over conquered territories and intimidation of prospective foes. Their growth was closely watched by Daimon, who monitored the changes that occurred with them compared to canon Star Wars. If his visions of the future were correct, then it would be very interesting to see how the Great Hyperspace War went with both the Jedi Order and Sith Order being different from canon. It would be another 1900 years or so before the two factions discovered each other, so it gave the Sith ample time to build up their strength. 67 Border World Invasion. 200 years later. Year, 6630 BBY. Imperial Year, 358. Daimon, age, 430. Total population, 297.6 billion. 2 centuries have passed since Lehan was discovered and the Ricotta were transformed into the reformed Ricotta. During this time the Ricotta were united under the leadership of Tarlen and had formed the Ricotta Dominion, and was officially a client species under the Feldari Imperium. Tarlen was granted the title of Archon and was given the authority to rule over the Ricotta and other subordinate species that would come under Ricotta control. Though the Dominion was vast compared to how new it is, its borders and political clout were strictly bounded by the Imperium's shadow. Tarlen ruled, but every significant advancement, every innovation, and every social transformation was shaped by Feldari oversight. Having learned well, Tarlen modeled much of his dominion on the tenets of the Imperium. He constructed the capital city on Lehan, not in the ruins of the ancient Infinite Empire, but in a newly designed metropolis, a fusion of Ricotta tradition and Imperial urban design. The city's core was a cathedral to the God Emperor, where Tarlen himself led mass ceremonies in Daimon's honor, projecting his image and doctrine with the same near-religious intensity as progenitors Mali's Kavir's doctrine core. The first century of his reign was marked by a ruthless unification campaign. Tarlen marched the reformed Ricotta through the Ricotan archipelago, assimilating the last few tribes that were found. Those who tried to resist till the end were completely eradicated and their tribes lost in history. After this, Tarlen began to modernize the tribe system, making it more centralized under him and unified towards a singular goal of advancing and growing the Ricotta Dominion. For the 2nd century, the Ricottans saw unprecedented growth across their 5 colonized worlds. The total population of the Ricotta was 30 million and would slowly increase over the next few centuries. Daimon didn't give the Ricotta to the birth rate enhancement as that was something unique to the Imperium itself and not something meant to be given freely to other empires no matter if they are a client species or not. This could change over time, but for now this was his stance on the issue. For the Imperium, the Star Forge had completed its reconstruction and was used to produce 500 ships for the Imperium. This process took 2 weeks, which is much faster than the current ship production ability of the Imperium. This revolutionized the shipbuilding industry for the military sector and would significantly decrease the cost for military spending. In total, more than 40% of the military budget was able to be diverted to other projects and areas within the Imperium. 10% of that budget was moved towards the maintenance of the station, which would constantly ensure that the Star Forge is upgraded as new technology is introduced and time goes on. The Star Forge itself would be turned into a military station and be the headquarters for both the Ricottan Defense Force, RDF, and Imperial forces. The station could hold close to 200,000 crew members with ease, and its food and supply reserves, combined with advanced hydrofarm domes installed by Cortana's R&D teams, could sustain a years-long blockade if needed. In addition, the Star Forge modernized its droid forges, turning out not just crude automatons, but highly sophisticated battle droids, construction bots, maintenance crews, and service droids designed to function in hazardous environments. Within the Lehon system, a dimensional gateway was constructed to offer faster travel to the rest of the Imperium. The dimensional gateways were something that Daimon discovered through a holocron that he was given by the father on Mortis over 2 centuries ago. This was one of the many technologies that he discovered, but it was the easiest to build from the other things that he found and the most useful. These dimensional gateways decreased travel time between systems, speeding up trade, increasing economic stability and growth, and increasing the ability to defend the Imperium's vast territory against threats. On Felder, Daimon was sitting in his meditation chamber as he had been getting some very disturbing visions. He keeps seeing Jedi being dismembered and slaughtered, but he couldn't see who was doing it or where. Despite how strong he was, the Force was not giving him much to go off of, which began to make him worried and a little frustrated. He tried to focus on the vision, shifting his consciousness, but each time he sought the source of the carnage, the vision ended. As he was lost in meditation, he felt a presence outside of the chamber doors. A few seconds later the door slid aside, and Luna stepped in. She wore the grey robes of her station as a princess and an admiral within the Imperial Navy. "Visions again, father?" she asked as she sat down across from him, with her legs crossed in their traditional meditation stance. Daimon nodded his head. "Yes, these visions are trying to warn of something, but they are unfinished and didn't provide much information. All I know is what will happen but not when or where it will happen." "Could I see?" she asked. "Maybe I can help somehow." Daimon agreed and the two closed their eyes. Daimon connected their 2 minds and began to meditate, focusing on the vision once again. As soon as the vision played, Luna's head experienced an excruciating amount of pain just from seeing the vision. It was not what was going on in the vision that caused her head to hurt, but the vision itself. It was as if it was something that was only meant for Daimon's mind. Daimon stopped the connection, immediately sensing her pain. "I guess it's something that only I can see," he stated. "If that's the case, then hopefully you can figure it out before whatever the vision is trying to warn you about happens." That was the only thing Luna could say. She wished she could help, but this seemed like something that only her father could deal with. However, what she didn't know was the fact that the vision was not just a warning, but it was a glimpse into the future, showing an event that was going to happen somewhere in the Imperium. Daimon continued trying to figure out the vision for the next several months, until the day arrived when the vision was going to come to reality. On the border world, Envaros, a planet that was located closer to the unknown regions than any other Imperial planet, more than 40 million Jedi called this planet home. Its main purpose was to serve as a buffer zone and the first defense point for any unknown threats that came out of the unknown regions of the galaxy. It had a built-in hyperspace detection system that could detect ships coming from the direction of the unknown regions and even pull them out of hyperspace if they were unknown ships. In addition to this, the Imperium had a strong military presence of more than 500,000 soldiers stationed on this border planet, in addition to a defense fleet of 100 ships. Just like any day in the Imperium, the people of Envaros were going about their lives as they normally would. The adults went to work early in the morning, the children went to school, and the different species worked together in unity. The military personnel went to work, doing one of the most important jobs on the planet, which was operating and ensuring that the planet was always 100% protected at all times. Within the shield tower, the massive facility which projected the planetary shield, Major Zarnik had just walked in to start his long day at the shield tower. As he went to scan in, the guard at the front saluted him. "Morning, sir." He returned the salute. "Morning, Chief. How's the morning going thus far for you?" he asked. "Going pretty good, sir. Honestly, I'm just a little excited for next week." The chief had a bright smile on his face since he was having his first daughter next week. "It's already been that long." "Man, I lost track of time," well congrats. Maybe I'll stop by and give you and your wife a gift. Major Zarnik always liked to maintain good relationships with the enlisted under him, and this was a significant moment in the chief's life. I would be honored, sir. My wife is always out with your wife anyways, so I'm sure your wife has something in mind, replied the chief. You're probably right, said Major Zarnik as he looked at the time, but I got to get going, so I'll catch up with you during lunchtime. The chief nodded as Major Zarnik continued into the facility. He made his way all the way to the operations room and took a seat at his little office in the corner. Around the room, the many operators and analysts who maintained the shield and monitored it every second of every day were already hard at work with their morning energy drinks. As soon as Major Zarnik logged in, he was pulled into countless meetings as the morning went on and had to fix a few problems that often occurred and reprimand the young, enlisted soldiers for making mistakes. It was natural to make mistakes, and him reprimanding them would only make them better as a soldier and as a person. But things were about to take an unfortunate turn. On the outskirts of the system, an unknown fleet had managed to bypass the Imperial hyperspace detection system, utilizing their own advanced technology to enter the system undetected until the last possible moment. The Imperial fleet moved in to intercept the ships, but as they were on their way, the unknown fleet released a device into space which sent out a massive pulse, disabling all communication outside of the system but keeping communication within the system active. Citizens had already started reporting outages with their external communications, as did military personnel. But they didn't expect something like this to be an attack. As the Imperial fleet approached the unknown fleet, it was 100 Imperial ships against 20 unknown ships. The Rear Admiral in charge of the fleet started their first contact protocols with unknown military ships. Weapons were armed and aimed ready to fire if necessary as the broadcast went out. This is Imperial space. In accordance with our laws, you are ordered to identify yourselves and state your purpose. Any further advance will be considered a hostile act. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, all 20 unknown ships simultaneously unleashed their own comms, a data burst so dense it fried half of the Imperial fleet's translation software. Images, signals, and noise flashed across every screen, on every bridge, every terminal. It was a language, or at least what passed for one. And then hundreds more ships appeared out of hyperspace. The Admiral didn't waste any time nor care about the repercussions if he was wrong. He saw this as an attack and responded as such. All ships, open fire. The Imperial fleet opened fire upon the massive number of enemy ships despite their overwhelming number. Contact Feldari Command and let them know what's going on, the Admiral ordered the comms officer. However, the comms officer was facing a problem. Sir, communications are blocked. I can't contact Feldari Command, but I can contact the planet's defense forces. Then do it. The Admiral made a quick decision based on what he was told. We must hold out for as long as possible to give them time to prepare. The other officers on the bridge understood what the Admiral was saying and knew that this very well might be their last time alive. Back on Envaros, Major Zarnik was facing his own problems. The pulse that the unknown ships released had affected the shield generator for the planet, but the backup system had kicked on and regenerated the shield, although in a weakened state. Sir, we are receiving a planet-wide broadcast from General Valdran in HQ. A hologram showing General Valdran had popped up in the middle of the room for everyone to see. Attention all citizens and military personnel. Our defense fleet is currently engaged in combat with an unknown fleet. Our communications outside of the system have been cut off, thus we are without any help for the time being. I am declaring martial law as of this moment and urge all military personnel to report to their defense stations. We are in immediate lockdown. All civilians are to shelter in the designated safe zones until further notice. May the Emperor give us strength and watch over us. The message repeated through every holoscreen and terminal. In the operations room, the operators set to work with an intensity Major Zarnik had rarely seen. Sir, shield is holding but fluctuating, reported one specialist, drops of sweat running down his face as he punched in commands. Pulse nearly blew our core inverter. If they try again, we might lose the shield entirely. I've got all tech crews working to reinforce. Zarnik nodded. Route power from the secondary grid. Ignore energy rations. If it burns out the capacitors, we'll replace them later. Sir, comm from the outer defense ring. Admiral Tresan requests direct link. Patch him. Zarnik yelled, standing up. Zarnik, we're surrounded, Admiral Tresan shouted. They're not pirates, not Republic, nothing we've seen before. Hulls are self-repairing, and we don't have enough ships to make a difference. We can hold them, but not for long. We're bleeding ships out here. That's when the line cut before Major Zarnik could reply. Around the planet, the garrison scrambled to coordinate the defense and prepare for a potential invasion. Planetary defense guns were activated, and the civilians began moving to their bunkers underground, which were built just for such an eventuality. In the sky, squadrons of fighters swarmed the air in preparation for the attack. On the ground, mobile artillery units rolled into place, covering likely landing zones. The city domes locked down, covering the cities within their own shields, and security drones flew down every avenue, projecting messages to get off the streets and into the nearest shelter. Almost an hour after the initial contact, General Valdran received a disturbing holo video from the last stand of Admiral Tresan. "General, we're being boarded by the enemy. They are not regular organic enemies, they are some weird sentient droid species or something, and they have the ability to transform. This may be my last message, so if you manage to get out of here, tell my wife and kids that I love them." At that, he turned around and screamed, "For the Emperor." As the video cut off, within the next few minutes, the enemy fleet started to attack the planetary shield. It was holding against the hundreds of ships, until the enemy dropped some form of weapon on the shield which tore a hole through the shield, allowing the enemy to pour through. The defense of the planet was about to begin as for the first time in its history, the Imperium was under attack. A/N, for those that don't know, this is the invasion of Imperium space by the Abominer, an extragalactic droid society from the Yuuzhan Vong galaxy. I will go more in depth about the structure of the Abominer, their capabilities, and more as the story progresses. 68. The defense of Envaros. Across Envaros, the sky darkened as thousands of enemy dropships pierced the weakened planetary shield, descending towards the surface. Bursts of fire erupted as anti-air turrets opened fire, tracing the dropships of the alien invaders. Their explosive payload striking the descending ships, scattering flaming debris across the landscape. Inside the shield tower, Major Zarnik coordinated the desperate defense, his voice steady despite the mounting crisis. "All batteries focus fire on sectors Alpha through Delta. Keep their landing zones under continuous bombardment. Enemy landings confirmed in sectors Gamma, Theta, and Zeta." An operator shouted. Across the planet, Imperial ground forces responded quickly, armored divisions rolling into defensive positions. Jedi soldiers with their legendary durability formed the front lines, armored in heavy assault gear and wielding powerful blaster weapons. In Sector Gamma, the first wave of invaders touched down. Towering mechanical forms emerged from the dropships, massive droids whose limbs shifted as if it was living, reforming into blades and energy cannons. As they advanced, Imperial soldiers met them with volleys of fire, only to watch as the droids repaired themselves instantly, nanotechnology repairing their wounds as fast as they appeared. "Push them back!" roared Captain Varric, a veteran Jedi officer. His troops moved forward, meeting the enemy in close-quarters combat, their immense strength and regenerative abilities turning the fight into brutal, prolonged skirmishes. Above, Imperial starfighters desperately engaged enemy craft, weaving through the chaos of explosions and debris. Pilots fought valiantly, sacrificing their fighters to take down enemy ships attempting to reinforce the ground forces. Due to their decentralized nervous systems and lack of vital organs, as long as their cells remained and they weren't completely disintegrated, they could regenerate themselves. Back at Shield Tower, alarms blared as another massive pulse struck the planet, shaking the building. "Shield integrity failing. Power core compromised," shouted a technician who desperately tried to fix the problem. "Divert auxiliary power to shields, now," Zarnik commanded, sweat falling down his forehead as he watched the tactical display showing the enemy advancements. As the battle raged, General Valdren moved among his troops at HQ, rallying the defense. "Stand firm, warriors of the Imperium. Our Emperor is watching. Hold the line." Despite heroic efforts, enemy reinforcements kept pouring through the breach in the shield. In multiple sectors, Imperial defenders were being overwhelmed. The enemy had already found out that the Jedi could regenerate and were practically unkillable, so they resorted to brutal methods of extermination to completely get rid of them. As such, Jedi soldiers faced the same situation as Admiral Traysan did when his ship was boarded. Their bodies were completely disintegrated by the droids, while a few were even taken prisoners for closer investigation. On the outskirts of the capital city, a massive enemy dreadnought descended, firing a concentrated beam that shattered the protective dome covering the city. Imperial soldiers scrambled to establish a new defensive perimeter as the city streets erupted into intense fighting. After hours, each sector experienced brutal, grinding battles. Major Zarnik received a final, grim transmission from General Valdren. "Major, we have lost the northern defense sectors. The enemy has breached HQ. Fight to the last, may the Emperor grant you strength." With those final words, Major Zarnik readied himself, standing tall in the shield tower control room. "Prepare all remaining forces for a last stand. Activate all available reserve droids and automated defenses. If they want Envaros, they'll have to take it inch by inch." As darkness fell on Envaros, illuminated by flashes of explosions and burning cities, the Imperium's defenders stood defiant, determined to fight to the bitter end against a seemingly unstoppable enemy. It didn't take long before the droids found the civilians hiding in the bunkers. Similar to every conquest, 50% would be killed and the other 50% would be enslaved and experimented on. The droid commander responsible for this invasion saw the potential that the Jedi had and couldn't wait to experiment on them to see what they could be turned into. Hours later on Felder, Daimon was sitting at his desk going about his normal everyday Emperor duties that involved signing documents, meeting with government officials, and making important decisions almost every day. All of a sudden, he grabbed his chest as he felt the lives of tens of thousands being lost. In the next moment, he was pulled into a vision where he stood amidst a battlefield and saw the soldiers of the Imperium battling some weird droid army. He didn't recognize the droids, but he certainly recognized the place where the battle was going on. "Envaros," he said out loud as he was pulled from the vision and back to reality several minutes later. As if on time, Progenitor Raylos was calling him on the holo, which Daimon answered immediately. Did see that too? Daimon asked. Raylos nodded his head. Yes, so I just asked my subordinates to check each planet and report any abnormal problems to me as soon as possible. This is now my top priority. There's no need for that, Daimon said, causing confusion to appear on Raylos' face. The planet is Envaros. I have a feeling the vision didn't reveal too much to you. Raylos nodded his head once again. The vision was obscured and all he could see was Imperial soldiers dying but not where they were dying at. Whatever you saw, it's happening at Envaros. I don't know the enemy's strength, but 1,000 ships should be enough to handle whatever is there. I want a quick deployment of troops as soon as possible. How long will this take? Daimon was a little impatient as each second that passed, he could feel the loss of life that was occurring on Envaros. This meant that Jedi were dying, which was impossible under normal means. 500 ships are always on standby and at the ready to deploy anywhere within the Imperium in 20 minutes max. But to assemble the additional 500 would take at least an hour. Adding the ground troops, I can have 2 million ready within 30 minutes and 10 million ready in an hour. Raylos didn't know if this was enough, but at the moment, this was the fastest that this many military assets could be deployed in a realistic scenario such as this. But that was too much time that would be wasted and too many lives lost. Raylos saw the look on Daimon's face and knew what he was thinking, but before he could say anything Daimon spoke first. That's too much time that allows the enemy to keep killing my people. Daimon had increasingly become more frustrated, but it was controlled frustration and not one that would spiral out of control. I'll use my astral projection, just prepare the fleet and soldiers as fast as you can. Daimon understood the slow process of having to gather hundreds of ships. Just the fact that it would take an hour was something that was impressive in itself. Raylos nodded and cut the call to immediately get on the matter. Within minutes, the other progenitors were informed of the situation and some of them had begun to mobilize their Ascendant legions and the Force Scions under them. Daimon first took a shuttle to his ship and entered the meditation chamber. He looked at his Ascendant guards and said one thing: don't interrupt me until we have arrived within the system. The Ascendant guards nodded and closed the door to the chamber, standing watch outside. From here, Daimon began to manifest his astral projection, extended his consciousness onto the planet, manifesting an energy-based avatar of himself. Back on Envaros, General Valdran was on the last stand with his forces as the enemy had dropped down towering constructs to oppose them. He was wearing his combat exosuit and had his blaster rifle in hand, firing at the enemy. Beside him, Lieutenant Illyra was wearing her combat armor and firing her blaster rifle alongside him. A/N, don't know if I ever showed this, but here is how female Jedi look, just to give the readers more of a visual as you keep reading. Sir, we have to keep falling back. Illyra shouted, half her mask shattered, blood running down her forearm. We're running out of ammunition. Valdran's response was lost as one of the enemy walkers released a loud shrieking sound as it stood over the city's plaza wielding its energy weapons that could kill a Jedi in an instant. First battery down. Called another soldier, slamming a fresh power pack into the last surface-to-orbit railgun. General, that's the last one. Hearing this, General Valdran hoisted the man over his shoulder and sprinted with Illyra toward a collapsed building where a handful of survivors regrouped, using the collapsed roof as a temporary shield from the terror above. We hold them here, he told Illyra and the rest of the soldiers. We have to protect the civilians for as long as possible. The soldiers steeled themselves as they created a defensive position and began to fire off at the enemy. General Valdran led from the front as the highest-ranking officer, inspiring the soldiers to keep fighting. They were actually holding out for a few minutes, until the enemy brought out one of their advanced droids. This droid was sentient and built for combat. It dropped right on top of the Imperial defensive position, causing the surrounding soldiers to stumble from the crater that it created. General Valdran turned around and seen the chaos that was going on and ran towards the droid. Seeing him running at him, the droid turned its attention to General Valdran, its arm shifting into a medium-sized weapon as it aimed directly at him. In the next second, the droid fired, releasing an energy-based attack towards Valdran. Valdran swiftly dodged to the right, avoiding the attack while pulling out his vibrosword. The droid raised its arm and blocked the attack, using its other hand to deliver a left hook to Valdran's face. Valdran completely ate the hit, then pushed the droid back with his vibrosword. He managed to create some distance between them and threw one of his thermal detonators at the droid's feet. The droid, analyzing the trajectory in less than a millisecond, kicked the detonator back, where it exploded just above Valdran's head as he ducked. It was all a feint. Valdran was already moving, dropping low and tackling the droid around its knees, hoping to disrupt its balance. Though the droid continued to fight with the brutality of that a droid would in battle, its hands shifting mid-battle from weapons to hooked talons, slicing at the Valdran's armor with each strike. Sparks flashed as the droid landed its attacks, but Valdran held strong, bringing his vibrosword up and under, serving a bundle of its hardware and other systems. The droid started to give out, but even on the verge of collapse, it stabbed its wrist into Valdran's shoulder, causing him to scream out in pain. Ah! In a quick move, he reached for the droid's head and pulled it clean off its body. He staggered back, half his body numb from the fight, as he tossed the droid's head aside. However, this was far from over, as this time it wasn't droids that attacked them, but some weird-looking alien that had blue skin and red eyes. These large groups of aliens looked to be mad as they rushed relentlessly towards the Imperial position, overpowering the soldiers before they could even reload. Valdran tried to stand up and run to the front, but his body just wouldn't move. A soldier ran up to him. "Sir, don't move too much, I'll call the med." Before he could finish his words, he was beheaded as one of the blue aliens sliced his head off. General Valdran raised his Vibrazword to block the next attack, and was successful, but his Vibrazword got knocked out of his hand. Illyra, seeing this, tried to run to his position, but she wasn't fast enough as the alien already swung its weapon once again. General Valdran closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate, but nothing happened. That's when he opened his eyes and saw that the battlefield had become quiet and all the droids were frozen in place. That's when he saw a familiar person standing in front of him, reaching his hand out. It was Daimon, who had arrived just in time to save his life. Valdran reached out and grabbed the Emperor's hand, feeling his strength return to him and his body instantly heal. "Thank you, sir," he said, performing his military salute. The surrounding survivors of the Imperial army did the same, recognizing the God Emperor who had come to save them. In space, on board the Abominer's capital ship, the droid commander in charge of the invasion had spoken in some strange language as he saw what was happening. "Deploy all the battle slaves and send out the Titan," he ordered. In the ship's hangar, hundreds of thousands of battle slaves were moved onto transport ships and one massive droid the size of a skyscraper was dropped from orbit towards the planet. These Titan droids were planetary army killers designed to be able to fight entire armies on their own and level cities. The droid commander didn't know who they were facing, but he wanted to quickly finish this invasion to find out more about this species. 69. Reclamation of Envaros. 69. Reclamation of Envaros. Daimon crushed the droids that were surrounding General Valdran and the remaining soldiers with him while motioning for them to stand up. "You warriors did well to hold them off for this long. Reinforcements is on the way but will take some time before they arrive. So, in the meantime, General Valdran," Daimon called, "you will create a new command post here while I will go around the planet and start saving the survivors of the planet." General Valdran nodded his head as he received his orders, but he still had one question. "What will we do about reinforcements in the meantime?" Daimon lifted his hands in the air as he created a massive force barrier around the city where the command post resided. The barrier would keep droids out, destroying them if they try to enter the barrier, and blocked any projectiles that they fire, while at the same time, it would allow any Imperial civilian or military personnel to enter freely without any problem. This was thanks to every citizen within the Imperium having some form of connection via the Force with Daimon. The barrier itself was visible to the naked eye, a giant blue sphere that covered the entire city. Outside of the barrier, an entire battalion of droids, 5,000 strong, crumbled as they tried to force entry. Daimon turned to General Valdran, who was not that surprised at what he was seeing. "This will protect you while we regroup." "Thank you, sir," replied General Valdran. "Now, I will take my leave. Start gathering any survivors and directing them here. Reinforcements will most likely arrive before anything pressing happens, so your main mission now is to just regroup and hold this position." General Valdran nodded as Daimon leaped into the sky and over the dome of the city right in front of their faces, leaving a few of them stunned. Every few miles he dropped down, landing in the middle of battles where Jedi and other citizens fought and fell. He assisted thousands of soldiers and saved hundreds of thousands of civilians in half an hour. Those saved were directed at bunkers and other military installations. One of the things Daimon did was to bring the power back into the bunkers he came across, activating the bunker's barrier, which stopped the droids from entering or detecting the bunker with orbital scans. He continued to move swiftly across Envaros, appearing at critical battlefronts as an unstoppable presence. Each time he arrived, waves of droids were obliterated and reduced to scrap metal scattered across the battlefields. At the industrial city of Tarkin, soldiers fighting desperately within a crumbling foundry saw their salvation as Daimon descended like a meteor, igniting the enemy droids in an instantaneous inferno. In moments, the surviving Imperials rallied, quickly re-establishing their defensive lines. In the fertile plains of Solanese, Daimon landed amid a hopeless melee fight. Jedi warriors were fighting fiercely against towering mechanical constructs and enslaved alien combatants, their lines on the brink of collapse. Daimon's form expanded, unleashing a shockwave of the Force that vaporized hostile combatants but left the Imperials untouched. Inspired and reinvigorated, Imperial units swiftly regrouped and fortified their positions. Everywhere Daimon intervened, the tide rapidly shifted, allowing Imperial troops and civilians precious breathing room. At a secluded bunker in the icy polar region, Daimon appeared to halt an imminent massacre, erecting another barrier that vaporized an entire legion of attacking droids. However, as Daimon moved to the dense urban sectors near the planetary equator, he sensed an overwhelming danger descending from orbit. Looking skyward, he saw the shadow of a colossal mechanical monstrosity, entering the planet's atmosphere. Its arrival was marked by a seismic shockwave that leveled entire city blocks. Daimon appeared within the Titan's path, hovering directly before the mechanical giant as it stood taller than any structure on the planet. The Titan unleashed a barrage of weaponry, energy blasts powerful enough to glass entire landscapes. Daimon deflected them, absorbing and redirecting their energy into space, towards the droid fleet. Your conquest ends here. Daimon made his voice resonate throughout the planet, echoing into every Imperial mind, bolstering their fighting spirits. The soldiers' eyes started to glow a faint white as they became filled with the energy to fight and overpower the enemy. The Titan, unfazed by what happened, began to unleash its full destructive potential, weapon systems emerging from every joint and limb. Daimon raised his hands, sending a massive wave of force energy towards the Titan. A second later, it hit the Titan, stunning it for a few seconds, while Daimon jumped up high in the air above the Titan. It didn't have time to find out where Daimon was before its entire left arm was cut off. Since it didn't feel pain, it quickly reacted, swiping its hand in Daimon's direction. The swing connected, but didn't do any damage as Daimon stopped it with his right hand, then pushed it back. Landing back on the ground, the Titan fired its weapons at Daimon, creating craters on the ground as he dodged every attack. The Titan now focused solely on Daimon, considering him a top-level threat. In space, thousands of Imperial ships exited hyperspace, instantly engaging the Abominer fleet that was in orbit. Progenitor Raylos stood on the bridge, coordinating the counteroffensive against this alien invaders. Fighter squadrons swarmed out of the carriers, intercepting enemy fighters while the capital ships targeted the enemy's capital ships. The Imperial fleet within minutes had opened up a hole within the enemy's formation, allowing for transport ships carrying ground troops to descend upon the planet. Sensing the arrival of his fleet, Daimon put his lightsaber away and had used both of his hands to pick up the massive Titan. It slowly lifted off the ground until it floated in the air. As it was being held in the air, Daimon created a force singularity which was essentially like a gravitational vortex that started to consume the body of the Titan and pull it into a singular point. The Titan couldn't even fight back and was totally consumed, erasing its entire existence. With the Titan destroyed, Daimon transitioned back to his body that was within his personal chamber on board his flagship. He got up, walked towards the exit of the chamber, opening the door. Standing in front of the door was one of Rilas' assistant, an officer who was ordered to wait for him to exit the chamber and give him updates. Daimon emerged from his meditation chamber, met immediately by the waiting officer who saluted. Your Highness, Progenitor Raylos requests your presence on the bridge. We've secured orbital dominance and are initiating planetary reclamation operations. Lead the way, Daimon replied, following closely behind as the officer guided him through the busy corridors, bustling with personnel coordinating logistics and battle reports. On the bridge, Raylos turned from the tactical holodisplay, seeing Daimon's entry into the bridge. Sir, the enemy fleet has been practically neutralized. Ground forces are currently deploying to reinforce surviving units and secure key locations. Excellent, Daimon said, observing the tactical maps displaying real-time troop deployments and engagements. Coordinate rapid response teams to prioritize evacuations and immediate medical relief. I want every surviving Jedi citizen accounted for. Understood, Raylos acknowledged, directing his aides to issue new orders. Across Envaros, Imperial transports descended, landing amidst battle-ravaged sectors. Fresh battalions of Imperial soldiers charged forth, immediately engaging remaining enemy droids. The Imperials fought ruthlessly, pushing outward from each secured landing zone. General Valdran, bolstered by reinforcements and inspired by Daimon's earlier intervention, led a renewed offensive from the capital. His voice rang clearly across comms, drive them out. For the Imperium. Soldiers roared, charging forward, reclaiming streets, and sectors once lost to the enemy. Sector by sector, city by city, the tide irrevocably turned. Enemy droids, now deprived of command support from orbit, were dismantled by Imperial strikes. Captured battle slaves were disarmed and detained, while surviving citizens emerged cautiously from shelters, greeted by soldiers distributing medical aid and supplies. Back aboard his flagship, Daimon closely monitored progress, satisfaction evident in his calm gaze. The holomap continuously updated, shifting from red to Imperial blue, symbolizing reclaimed territory. Raylos, Daimon called, dispatch your Ascendants to handle any remaining high-threat enemies personally. I trust your warriors to swiftly conclude this conflict. It will be done, my warriors have been itching for a moment like this, Raylos answered with determination, signaling the Legion of the Twin Suns to land on the planet and start hunting down any enemies they come across. Leading the Twin Suns was Colonel Dranvis Hellforged. As soon as the Twin Suns landed on the surface, they started their own massacre of thousands of battle slaves who were trying to flee. Everybody was extremely excited to be defending the people they swore to protect and getting rid of the enemies of not just the Emperor, but of the Imperium as well. Colonel Dranvis led the charge, wearing the armor of the Twin Suns, which had two suns on the chest plate of their armor and dual-wielding their own twin force blades. Unlike the progenitors and Force Scions, the Ascendants were not Force-sensitive, however, they were created with distinctive abilities that distinguished them from a normal soldier. So, while they couldn't call upon the Force, their ability to create Force blades was something that they were granted through the genes of their progenitor, Raylos. The battle slaves, seeing the tall monstrous armored soldiers, were filled with fear as they tried to run away. They were abandoned by the droids and forced to fight for survival on an alien planet. In a matter of minutes, they were wiped out as the Twin Suns pushed on. In the devastated remnants of the shield tower, Major Zarnik stood amidst scattered debris and smoke, directing reconstruction and salvage teams. The sight of Imperial banners rising anew amidst the ruins sent a wave of relief and pride through him. Hours later, the last enemy stronghold in the southern continent fell. Imperial flags rose across Envaros, signifying complete reclamation. Daimon, from the bridge, broadcasted planet-wide, his voice resonant and commanding. Citizens of Envaros, today you stood resilient against overwhelming odds. Your bravery and sacrifice shall not be forgotten. Envaros stands free once more, and its wounds shall heal under the watchful care of the Imperium. Those who have attacked my people on this day will be hunted down and destroyed. Across the battered world, cheers erupted, echoing across battlefields, city streets, and bunkers. Jedi warriors, medics, engineers, and civilians alike shared the triumph, bolstered by the knowledge that their emperor himself had come to save them and had protected them from the alien invaders. With Envaros reclaimed, Raylos began to initiate reconstruction immediately. He assigned humanitarian relief and began restoring planetary defenses while ensuring the citizens saw immediate support in any form that was needed. Daimon on the other hand surveyed the damage and wanted to see how many they lost. Once he learned this, he would return to Felder and inform the rest of the Imperium about this tragedy and what their next step was. In his head, he was already preparing a speech that he would give to the people and determining how he would say it. 70. War Announcement. 16 hours later. On the Holonas, a scheduled government broadcast was about to begin as tens of billions from around the Imperium tuned in. At this point, the news that Envaros was attacked was well known. Videos from the civilians of Envaros had emerged on ImperiNet from the people who emerged from the bunkers. Within hours, videos and pictures of the destroyed city spread throughout the ImperiNet, catching lots of people's attention almost immediately. Many didn't believe it at first, even when the news stations were reporting it. But when an official announcement came from the government itself, it was no longer a secret. Journalists, reporters, and other people seeking to report the issue tried to book flights to Envaros, but all travel to the planet was prohibited for the time being. The reason for this was because the Imperium was still counting the casualties, both civilian and military. Now after 16 hours, the counting was complete. Daimon walked up to the podium as below him were hundreds of nobles, reporters, and journalists. Below the podium, lined up in line, and around the podium were several Empyrean guards who were on high alert since the attack. After lots of investigating and research into the few captured droids that remained on the planet, the language that they were using was quickly deciphered by Cortana. In a matter of seconds, she was able to find out the name of the droid society, their empire and who ruled them. She was surprised to learn that this was a droid society that had the intelligence of an AI like her. She tried to establish a door into their network, but she was quickly kicked out within a matter of minutes, which showed that the droids were even more sophisticated than they originally thought. Reaching the podium, Daimon began his speech. A day ago, the Imperial planet Envaros was attacked by an alien empire comprising of droids. A day ago, the Imperial planet Envaros was attacked by an alien empire comprising droids. These beings, identified as the Abominer, represent an existential threat unlike any we have faced before. Originating from beyond our galaxy, their incursion has cost us dearly. Daimon paused briefly. We have suffered profound losses. The attack claimed the lives of over 2.3 million of our citizens, including brave military personnel who laid down their lives heroically defending Envaros. Entire cities lie in ruin, hundreds of thousands of families mourn their loved ones. This day marks a tragedy we shall carry forever in our collective memory. A solemn silence spread throughout the streets and houses of the Imperium, billions watching and listening to every word, their hearts filled with grief and anger. Many wept openly in the streets, families embracing as they shared the pain of this unprecedented loss of their citizens. But hear me clearly, Daimon's voice surged with unyielding determination, his eyes showing just a little of his anger. Our grief shall not paralyze us, nor shall our sorrow diminish our resolve. The Imperium was forged from strength, unity, and perseverance. We are not merely people, we are warriors, scholars, and builders who will rise above adversity stronger than ever. Cheers began to ripple through the crowds gathered across worlds, their sorrow changing into fervent chants of support and defiance. Daimon raised a fist, emphasizing each word with powerful conviction. To the Abominer, who dare challenge our very existence, I declare this clearly: they have awakened the might of the Imperium. We will pursue them relentlessly, across stars, across galaxies if we must. Every fallen citizen will be avenged, every destroyed city rebuilt greater than before. Our fleets, our armies, our brightest minds, every resource at our disposal, will ensure their complete and total annihilation. Roars of approval erupted, resonating powerfully as billions across countless worlds shouted their allegiance and readiness to fight. Soldiers saluted in unison, civilians stood proudly, and even children expressed their support, their young voices joining the collective resolve of the people. Our unity has always been our greatest weapon, Daimon continued. Let this tragedy remind us why we stand together, why our Imperium has endured and thrived. Let our enemies know fear, for they face a people united by an unbreakable bond of loyalty, courage, and determination. The Abominer shall learn the price of their actions alongside any who support them. And as more information is discovered, we will post daily updates to the war in the ImperiNet, so make sure that you go on there and support the Imperial military and stay up to date on the latest information on the Abominer. Daimon stepped back slightly. The crowd erupted again, chants of "Long live the Imperium" and "Victory or death" echoing throughout the Imperium-controlled territories. "Today, we mourn, and we honor our fallen," Daimon concluded, solemnly bowing his head. "Tomorrow, we rise, and we fight. Our Imperium stands unyielding, forever bound by strength, unity, and purpose. Long live the Imperium." As Daimon finished, the thunderous applause and cheers echoed from planet to planet, city to city, resonating throughout the Imperium. The Imperium, united by grief yet galvanized by purpose, stood ready, determined to face the Abominer threat and reclaim their destiny. Once he stepped off the stage, Cortana was waiting on his with an update. She handed over a data pad and started to explain what they found. "From what we have gathered, the droids are vastly different from each other. Most of the ones we captured are low-level droids designed for certain tasks such as war, ship crew, and other support roles." She paused as Daimon scrolled through the reports, pausing at a section flagged by Cortana. "There," she pointed, "that's their language cluster. It's a code lexicon, recursive encryption. Every hour their network evolves, patching itself against intrusion. A living language, almost." Daimon scrolled through the datapad further. "There's something else," she added. "The Titan you erased from existence, that was one of many special types of droids that they have in their arsenal. From the data we gathered from some of the higher-tier droids, there are other types of combat droids that are more dangerous than the Titan. We can't say specifically what these droids are until we encounter them and perform analysis on them in the field." Cortana continued to explain what they had found as they boarded the transport shuttle to head back to the Imperial Palace. The people had quickly taken to ImperiNet to start their own discussions on the Abominer and offer prayers for those lost in the attack. Meanwhile, the Imperial armed forces prepared to face off against the Abominer. New tactics were created to defeat them on the ground and fleets began to organize. The Star Forge was put into use as hundreds of ships were being produced weekly along millions of war droids. Recruitment numbers soared after Daimon's announcement, bringing in hundreds of millions of people across the Imperium. All Imperial planets were now put on high alert, and any instance where communication was lost with any planet would result in a deployment of a quick reaction force which would consist of 1,000 ships and 20 million clones. As the days went by, the brightest minds within the Imperium had already started working on researching the types of weapons that the Abominer used and created countermeasures for them, specifically for the weapon that they used to break a hole in the planetary defense shield. Hundreds of scout ships and probe droids were sent into the unknown region, in the direction that the Abominer fleet came from. From the debris, they couldn't track the exact location of where the fleet came from, thanks to some strong encryption, but they were able to gather the general direction. On an unknown world within the unknown regions, the Supreme Directive Corps, which is the 5 planetary-scale AI minds that rule the Abominer, had issued a new directive regarding the recent loss of one of their fleets. When something like this happens, they consolidate their forces and form a massive fleet to launch another attack on enemy territory to prevent any attacks on their planets. The ships that managed to escape the battle had brought back Jedi prisoners with them. These Jedi were taken to labs and experimented on. Some were completely taken apart piece by piece as the Abominer wanted to learn everything about their biology. These experiments were cruel and never-ending. Ultimately the Abominer would come to regret this action, as this was the first time they were encountering a person like Daimon. 71. Attack on the Border Worlds. The Abominer, since their lost, decided to scout out the Imperium's border as they rebuilt their losses. Unlike organic empires, the Abominer didn't simply lick their wounds and regroup. Every defeat became fuel for adaptive evolution. All the droid units had uploaded combat data to the Directive Core in real time. By the end of the week, the processors on Vlon 3, a planet-sized siege engine, could simulate an entire invasion in trillions of permutations before the next attack even launched. On that frigid, oil-stained world, deep in the catacombs, the Supreme Directive received new prisoners, Jedi bodies in various stages of preservation. The specimens were not interrogated, nor were they left intact. They were fed into the collective's gene banks, their cell structure catalogued, optimized, and rapidly trialed in the next generation of war chassis. Whatever the Jedi could do, they would be able to do better. Or so they believed. As the Directive seers, sentient code projections that filled the role of both AI priests and war planners, anticipated the next engagement, the Supreme Directive issued another order. Several scout ships were sent out towards the sector around Envaros for more Imperial worlds. The Supreme Directive knew that attacking the same planet twice was not a strategic move and would be stupid. So, they opted to find other locations to launch a massive attack on numerous worlds across the borders of the Imperium. At the same time, the Imperial armed forces had already started increasing the defenses around each border planet. Rather than spreading the Imperial Navy thin across border worlds, orbital emplacements and defensive stations were scheduled to be constructed across each border planet. In total, the Imperium had 13 border planets that were in between Imperium space and the unknown regions. Each of these planets were placed on high alert at all times and ready to defend against any enemy attack. Across the Imperium, recruitment numbers had skyrocketed after Daimon's speech. Before the conflict, the Imperium had 8 billion active military personnel, but now in just a few days, those numbers were rising steadily. It was projected that they would possibly reach 16 billion depending on how long the war was going to take. On Felder, Luna as an admiral within the Imperial Navy was given command of a quick reaction force fleet in case of any attacks on the border planets. The fleet would use any of the dimensional gateways and appear wherever the attack was happening to provide support. With her were 400 members of the Empyrean Guards in charge of assisting her on her mission. In the meantime, though, she performed numerous combat drills and simulated battles to get her fleet ready for any possible scenario. She worked alongside her mother Illyra and the other progenitors to help prepare the entire Imperium for total war with the Abominer. Daimon monitored all of this from his palace waiting to go on the offensive as they built up their military strength and reinforced key worlds. He wanted to establish strong defensive structures on the border planets before he went on his campaign into the unknown regions. He wasn't aware of the droids' numbers, so he wanted to make sure that they were ready for anything, especially considering the capabilities of the enemy. Once these things were finished, then he would take the fight into the unknown regions. Though he was unaware of what awaited him in the unknown regions, there were still lots of factions and empires that resisted the Abominer. But whether these factions and empires would become allies was yet to be seen. It was less than 2 months before the Abominer entered Imperial space once again. This time they had spent several weeks surveilling the border systems before they attacked. The Imperial Intelligence Directorate knew this and had tricked the enemy scout ships, giving them false data scans on their forces, defensive structures, and overall military capability. The Directorate made them appear to be weak and spread thin, when in reality the defenses and military forces on the border planets were well above what the Abominer saw in the scans. Though the Abominer still showed up in force. They had attacked 5 out of the 12 border planets with a fleet of over 15,000 ships and millions of ground troops. In response, the Imperium High Command dispatched its quick reaction forces, which consisted of 6 fleets that were reinforced with additional ships thanks to the Star Forge. Each of these fleets consisted of 10,000 ships which were mostly crewed by droids due to the naval personnel being in training. 5 of these fleets were quickly dispatched to the border planets that were being attacked. This time, the Ascendants were about to show their power to the people of the Imperium. Leading these fleets were 5 well-known and capable admiral, each handpicked by the progenitors for their career achievements in both the Outer Rim and Ricotta Archipelago. These admirals known as Iron Hand Gaius, Servana Strike, Kessera Vorn, Tyras Bront, and the newly promoted Rivix Kull, would become legends in the coming days. The first attack came on the world of Jouos, a cold, mineral-rich planet covered with 3 orbital defense rings. The Abominer didn't bother with trying to be indirect and had warped directly into the planetary orbit and opened fire on the defenses of the orbital rings. But unlike Envaros, Jouos was established as a military world and had numerous defenses and a fleet of 5,000 defending it at all times. Currently in hyperspace, Admiral Iron Hand Gaius and the 15th Imperial Fleet were already getting ready for the battle. While Admiral Gaius led the fleet, Grand Marshal Lucius Dravik, one of the dukes of the Imperium, was in charge of leading the ground forces. At the moment he was on board his ship, standing within the hangar of the ship speaking to the thousands of soldiers in front of him and the millions across the fleet. Those damn droids think they can walk into our territory, slaughter our brothers and sisters, and leave without consequence. Lucius began, his voice echoing through the vast hangar bay. The soldiers assembled before him stood straighter, their eyes burning with fury and determination. They attacked Envaros, killing millions of our people, our families, our friends. These soulless mechanical bastards believe us weak, divided, unable to stand against their ruthlessness. Well, I say they have severely miscalculated. A thunderous cheer erupted from the assembled troops, echoing through every ship in the fleet. Lucius paced before his men, his voice increasing in intensity. They have awakened a beast they cannot comprehend, a force they cannot measure. The Imperium does not cower, we do not falter. We rise from our losses stronger, angrier, more unified. We are warriors of Felder, defenders of the Imperium, champions of an empire built on resilience and strength. Again, cheers erupted throughout the fleet. These damned Abominer, these metal monstrosities, represent everything we despise: heartlessness, ruthless extermination, and mindless conformity. They think their calculations and simulations can predict us, outsmart us. Fuck their calculations. Lucius spat, drawing shouts of agreement and applause. They know nothing of courage, of loyalty, of the indomitable will of people fighting for their home, their honor, and their survival. Today, we draw a line in the stars. Here, on Jouos, we show these mechanical abominations the strength of flesh and blood, the might of free will, and the unbreakable spirit of the Imperium. Lucius raised his fist high. Let them come. Let them break upon our defenses. And when they are finished, shattered and destroyed, we will take the fight back to their cursed worlds and erase every trace of their existence and free those people whom they have enslaved. A deafening roar filled the hangar, soldiers stomping their feet, chanting Lucius's name, fists raised. The Imperium stands eternal, my brothers and sisters. Lucius continued, victory or death. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. For the Imperium. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating with pride and unwavering resolve. Lucius stepped back, his eyes filled with conviction as the soldiers went forward, boarding their landing crafts, ready to face the enemy head-on. The Imperium was ready, and the Abominer would soon know the true price of their arrogance. Similar speeches were given to the other fleets as they approached their destinations. The 15th Imperial Fleet and its supporting units arrived within the system and had shifted into a formation that was designed to cut the Abominer off from leaving the system. By this point, the planetary shield was down, and ground troops had landed all over the planet, yet the orbital rings were still active. The droids had to sacrifice ships and fighters in order to get their transport safely to the ground. Admiral Gaius stepped out onto the bridge looking at the tactical overlays of the battle. They've breached the shield already and are landing ground troops. We need to get in there and break up their formation while we have the chance, he said. Gaius was not named Iron Hand for prosthetics. He'd been born with a natural hyperdensity mutation that made his bones and muscles almost unbreakable, and his leadership style reflected it. He preferred to lead from the front, never waiting for permission to engage enemy forces when they needed to. So, when he was given full authority in this war, he was extremely excited. Admiral, priority transmission from the surface, said the comms officer. The holodisplay changed view, revealing General Urin, half-shadowed by the red glow of emergency lights. Admiral, the orbital batteries are holding, but the enemy are sacrificing their ships in order to get their ground troops past our defenses. We're holding them off at all defensive locations, but as time passes, they keep landing hundreds of thousands of droids. Copy that, General. We have some of the finest warriors on board ready to fight. Hold off for another hour and we will stop this invasion and send reinforcements, Gaius said. Already, ground troops were ready to deploy, they were just waiting for the space to be safe in order to get past the enemy fleet. Roger that, Admiral. We'll hold them off for as long as you need. The holodisplay was cut off as General Urin disconnected. He was confident in their ability to defend the planet as they had millions of cloned soldiers on the ground. Admiral Gaius opened a comm link to the entire fleet. We have 1 hour to mop up these damn droids so we can assist our brothers and sisters on the ground. Let's not waste too much time and get this over with. With this, the fleet launched hundreds of thousands of fighters, bombers, and interceptors towards the enemy fleet. After launching, the fighters and interceptors had got into formation in front of the bombers who formed up behind them. They remained a little distance in front of the ships, not going too far until they got in range. Once in range, the interceptors broke off, using their speed to start harassing enemy fighters. The fighters started engaging in dog fights with the enemy fighters while a few remained to protect the bombers on their mission. The fleet opened fire on the Abominer fleet, marking the beginning of the battle. The Abominer calculated that they had the advantage because of their numbers, but as the battle went on, they began to learn that in some cases quantity over quality was not as good as they thought. Admiral Gaius moved his capital ship into position and started to open up on the Abominer fleet. He wanted to be directly in the mix of things, always leading by example. A/N. The coming chapters will have various pictures showcasing the Ascendants and other military vehicles that will be used throughout the war. 72. The Imperium's defense. On the ground, Trooper Griak, a human soldier within the Feldari armed forces, was firing his blaster rifle as he ducked behind cover. All around him, his fellow brother and sisters, Jedi and humans fought side by side against the Abominer's battle slaves. Unlike the battle slaves they encountered during the Battle of Envaros, these were enhanced with cybernetics and various other droid enhancements. As he was crouched behind cover, a grenade landed to a few inches away from him. Grenade! He shouted as he dove a few feet away alongside the other soldiers around him. But as a few seconds passed there were no explosions. That's when Trooper Griak heard the sound of Lieutenant General Vorum roaring and throwing the grenade straight back at the droids, where it detonated, killing and injuring almost a dozen battle slaves. Running through the smoke, Vorum grabbed a battle slave by the head and used his body as a ragdoll to beat the other battle slaves around them. Seeing this, one of the officers shouted at the others, "Up! Move up, you bastards!" Griak jumped to his feet, following the general into the smoke-filled no-man's land in front of them. Around them the ground was filled with the remains of dead battle slaves and shredded Abominer bodies. The front line, now motivated by Vorum's appearance, charged forward to push the enemy back. Behind them, tanks started to roll forward and Imperial battle droids also joined the battle. In the air above, Imperial gunships flew across the sky, pounding enemy positions as the front line advanced. The fight was total chaos. For every battle slave that fell, 2 more seemed to appear, at least according to Griak's adrenaline-accelerated perception. He kept pace with the Jedi soldiers, firing until his power pack clicked empty, then slapping in a fresh one on the run. At some point, his helmet comm squawked with the voice of Admiral Gaius, "Orbital batteries are clear. Dropship waves incoming. Prepare for allied insertions, all units hold current lines." The officers shouted for them to hold as they set up a new defensive line right where they stood. In the next few minutes, dozens of Imperial dropships flew overhead, landing behind Imperial lines. Griak barely had time to breathe before a full platoon of Tempest-Era's Ascendants swept through his position. They charged forward in their bulky armor, crushing all the battle slaves in sight. General Vorum had the front line hold fire per a request from the commander of the Tempest-Era's Ascendants. He agreed and watched as the Tempest-Era's Ascendants took charge of the battlefield, giving his men some room to rest and recover. Ascendant's image varies by legion. Griak pulled off his helmet as the smoke began to clear. He steadied his breathing and looked at the carnage. The Tempest-Eras had cut a path straight into the enemy's main line, each warrior moving more like a force of nature than an individual soldier. None showed even a hint of hesitation, some painted sigils on their armor as if the violence itself fueled their advance. Battle droids hurried forward to secure positions, pausing only to dismember fallen Abominer constructs and clear a path for armored transports to carry wounded and dead. Griak bent down to help a battered comms tech to her feet, half hearing the chatter of friendly units on the comms. The battle, though not yet won, had shifted. Clear zone forward 300 meters for Tempest-Era's advance, came the order, rerouting gunships to another position. A few minutes later, the area that was designated was completely wiped out. Somewhere a Jedi reprimanded his squad for overzealous grenade use on a battle slave. They had thrown the grenade at the slave's head, knocking him out and then threw 10 additional, ensuring that his body was completely vaporized. With the front line secured and reinforced by the Tempest-Era's Ascendants, the battle for Jouos rapidly swung in the Imperium's favor. Admiral Gaius's fleet dominated orbit, systematically destroying or capturing the remaining Abominer vessels attempting to flee the system. On the planet's surface, the battlefield transformed from chaotic combat into a coordinated extermination. Under General Vorum's command, Imperial forces swiftly reclaimed critical locations and fortified positions. The Abominer battle slaves, already battered and demoralized by relentless Imperial assaults, rapidly collapsed without orbital support. Across Jouos, surviving battle slaves surrendered in droves, overwhelmed by the Imperium's relentless offensive. These prisoners were quickly detained and moved to secure holding facilities for later interrogation and rehabilitation. Meanwhile, remaining pockets of droids were hunted down by Imperial battle droids and specialized squads led by Ascendants. In orbit, Admiral Gaius directed the final maneuvers, systematically annihilating the enemy fleet. Push forward. Leave none operational. Let this battle serve as a warning to any who dare invade our borders. He commanded fiercely, standing proudly on the bridge of his flagship, watching as Imperial cannons reduced enemy ships to molten debris. Within an hour, the skies above Jouos were clear. The enemy fleet, now a graveyard of shattered hulls and drifting wreckage, was thoroughly vanquished. Back on the ground, General Vorum addressed his exhausted yet victorious troops. Soldiers of the Imperium, today we have shown these mechanical abominations the true cost of challenging our might. The enemy lies broken, their strength scattered. But our fight is not yet over. Prepare for the next wave, reinforce your positions, and assist the wounded. Our victory today is just the first step toward the complete annihilation of these invaders. Trooper Griak, breathing heavily, surveyed the aftermath. Smoke drifted lazily over scorched earth littered with fallen foes and heroes alike. He felt pride within his chest, knowing he'd contributed to this monumental victory. Around him, soldiers shared weary smiles and nods, unified by triumph and a shared sense of duty. High above, Admiral Gaius sent a communication directly to Daimon. Your Highness, Jouos is secured. The Abominer fleet has been obliterated, and the planetary invasion force is neutralized. Ground forces report minimal casualties and full control. The Imperium stands victorious. On Felder, Daimon received the message, acknowledging it with a simple response. Well done, Admiral. Consolidate our forces and continue your mission. The Abominer is unpredictable. Prepare for the next assault. Imperial Holonas quickly broadcasted the victory at Jouos, igniting a fervor of pride and unity across countless worlds. Citizens celebrated openly in the streets, their spirits bolstered by news of the Imperium's decisive triumph. Jouos wasn't the only world. Admiral Riviak's Cull and the 21st Fleet arrived at the storm-filled, oceanic planet of Antha in the midst of a planetary hurricane. Since Antha didn't have a planetary shield, the Abominer had battered the world's surface with orbital bombardments, using the planet's weather to mask and shield their landing waves. Admiral Riviak's Cull stood on the bridge of his flagship observing the chaotic lightning and storm clouds below. Antha's relentless hurricanes obscured sensors and communications, complicating both offensive and defensive operations. Nonetheless, Admiral Cull was unfazed, his cybernetic eyes looking through the chaotic data flooding his screens. Initiate Stormbreaker protocols, he commanded. Around him, the bridge crew immediately sprang into action. Across the fleet, specialized vessels moved forward, their hulls crackling with energy as they deployed massive, atmosphere-piercing ion beams. Within minutes, patches of storm clouds dispersed, temporarily clearing a corridor through the storm. Through these openings, Imperial fighters and bombers flew downward, swiftly targeting and obliterating Abominer landing craft caught unaware on the ocean's surface. In response, the Abominer fleet repositioned themselves, trying to intercept and disrupt the Imperial assault. Thousands of Abominer fighters launched from their carriers and went to intercept Imperial ships and fighters. Battles ignited above and within the storm, the atmosphere lighting up with flashes of blaster fire and missile explosions. Admiral Cull maneuvered his flagship directly into the path of the enemy's largest command vessel. All batteries, focus fire on their flagship, he ordered. Massive cannons and missile tubes opened simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy upon the Abominer command ship. The enemy vessel, despite its advanced shields and armor, buckled and eventually exploded, sending debris raining down into the raging storm below. Inspired by the destruction of the Abominer flagship, the Imperial fleet pushed aggressively, systematically isolating and overwhelming smaller enemy clusters. On board the Imperial carriers, squadrons of fighters coordinated with each other, launching devastating raids against critical enemy assets and rapidly dismantling enemy formations. On the ocean's surface, the Abominer landing forces, disrupted and confused by the Imperial bombardments and loss of orbital support, faltered. Imperial Marines, clad in specialized aquatic armor, launched assaults from beneath the waves, eradicating stranded enemy troops and sabotaging their landing craft. The battle raged fiercely for hours, the sky and sea both lit by continuous explosions and burning wreckage. Yet, the Imperial forces pushed the Abominer into retreat. Admiral Kull continued giving orders, continuously adapting tactics to exploit weaknesses exposed by the Abominer's increasingly desperate maneuvers. Eventually, the Abominer fleet's remaining vessels attempted to disengage and escape Antha's orbit. Cut off their retreat, Kull ordered. Imperial ships swiftly repositioned, creating an impenetrable blockade, annihilating any vessel attempting to flee. As the storm below finally began to weaken, the surviving Abominer ships were either destroyed or disabled. Admiral Kull was filled with grim satisfaction across the fleet's channels. Antha is secured. All units report status and regroup immediately. Back on Felder, Daimon received Admiral Kull's update with approval, knowing this was just one more victory in the larger war against the Abominer threat. Across the Imperium, news of another decisive victory reinforced the people's resolve, further galvanizing their unity and determination to defeat the mechanical menace. On the other hand, Imperial intelligence had just discovered the location of an Abominer planet. This was massive victory by the Directorate, and Daimon was informed immediately. After hearing about this discovery, and with the recent attacks on Imperial planets, Daimon decided to go on the offensive for once. He took a small portion of his fleet, number 10,000 ships, leaving the rest for defending the Imperium. It didn't matter how many ships the enemy had, he was going to destroy them all in a matter of seconds using his strength as a force god. 73. Going on the offensive. Entering Abominer space for the first time since the war began, the first fleet under the command of Daimon was already in battle stations mode the moment they dropped out of hyperspace. The system itself consisted of 4 inhabited planets, all orbiting a white-hot star. Orbiting each world were hundreds of defensive structures, some asteroid-sized, some the size of small orbital emplacements, but all of them were active and armed. Daimon ordered the fleet to move in, seeing as how there was no enemy fleet, so all they had to do was take out the defensive structures and then invade the 4 planets. He split the fleet evenly into 2 separate forces, one led by himself and the other led by his second-in-command, Grand Admiral Dorian Cedas. Some would say there were risks posed to this decision, but Daimon used it to draw the enemy out. He saw it in a vision which showed the Abominer fleet showing up once he split the fleets up and they start their siege on the planets. Grand Admiral Cedas was informed of this and had prepared his forces appropriately. Daimon and his portion of the fleet proceeded to a planet that was designated as Target Alpha, while Cedas proceeded to the planet designated Target Bravo. At Target Alpha, the fight was pretty simple. The defensive platforms targeted the Imperial warships with both ion beams and kinetic projectiles, but none of these managed to touch a warship as Daimon used battle meditation to link the entire fleet as one. Because of this, no ship had their shields fall and the defensive structures were thinned down in number, which created an opening towards the planet. With this opening, the ground forces led by Prince Malric boarded their transport ships and descended towards the surface of the planet. Tens of thousands of fighters, bombers, and gunships took the lead, clearing the airspace for the ground troops and striking anti-air emplacements. On board his transport, Prince Malric was holding onto one of the hooks as the ship descended through the atmosphere of the planet. Around him was the command team consisting of several officers and 20 members of the Empyrean Guard sent to support him. Bringing over a hollow pad, one of the officers handed it to him. "Sir, this is a complete scan of the planet's infrastructure, and this is where we're landing. A/N Empyrean Guard armor image." The hollow pad panned to a city which looked more like a prison than anything. "What are the estimated enemy forces?" Malric asked. "We don't know the exact number, but there are tens of thousands battle slaves that have been detected via the scans. Though, our intelligence has pointed out that the droids might be deactivated in order to give us false reading on their number so that they can confuse and overwhelm our forces." It was a clever tactic, Malric had to admit. "Have orbital strikes on standby as well as gunships in case we start to get overwhelmed," ordered Malric. "Copy that, sir," replied the officer as he returned to his spot and waited for them to land. Several minutes later, the ship touched down and the doors opened, revealing the chaotic battlefield. Malric was the first to run out, igniting his lightsaber as he ran towards the enemy lines. Behind him, the Empyrean guards followed close behind, supporting him as he cut through the enemy. All around them, dozens of Imperial transport ships were landing and dropping off troops. The command staff under Malric quickly set up a command post where they began to direct troops and call in air support. Malric, who was standing at 9 feet tall, was dashing through dozens of battle slaves, cutting them down as he moved forward towards the enemy artillery which was shelling their landing area. The Empyrean guards showed their strength and were like an immovable wall that kept pushing forward with great momentum. Around them, explosions and the battle cries of soldiers roared throughout the battlefield as they moved towards the artillery positions. Push forward. Neutralize their artillery positions. Malric commanded. His presence inspired the troops behind them to charge with even more momentum towards the enemy positions. Behind them, Imperial walkers provided support and covering fire for the ground troops as they moved forward. Overhead, Imperial fighters and bombers flew through the skies, launching strikes against fortified Abominer emplacements. The ground beneath their feet shook from the relentless pounding of orbital strikes called down by Malric's command staff, vaporizing pockets of entrenched battle slaves. As Malric closed in on the first line of enemy artillery, the sheer intensity of resistance increased dramatically. Hidden compartments along the enemy positions burst open, revealing previously dormant Abominer battle droids coming online. "Droids incoming!" shouted one of the Empyrean guards, immediately shifting his stance to brace against the new wave. This caused a momentary pause in the Imperial advance as they had to adjust to the new enemy. Malric spun around, his lightsaber deflecting incoming blaster bolts, sending them back into the ranks of the advancing droids. "Hold formation. Reinforce the line," he ordered as the Imperial soldiers hastily reformed their defensive perimeter, firing volleys at the advancing Abominer battle droids. The battlefield turned into an exchange of blaster fire, explosions, and the mass of Abominer battle droids. They pressed forward, unbothered by casualties or the devastation around them. For every droid that fell, 2 more seemed to replace them. The command team had already called in an orbital strike, but it would take a few minutes. In the meantime, Malric reached out with the Force, using battle meditation to bolster the resolve and focus of every soldier on the field. The battle meditation took hold, sharpening reflexes, enhancing coordination, and transforming the Imperial forces into an unstoppable tide. The Empyrean guards moved forward, taking charge of the battlefield, using their weapons to cut deep into the enemy ranks. Soon after the orbital strikes hit, grenades were thrown at the droids, thinning their numbers. "Bring forward the heavy walkers," Malric commanded through the comms, sensing the right moment for a decisive push. Moments later, towering Imperial walkers advanced onto the battlefield, their cannons unleashing devastating salvos that shattered enemy positions and obliterated entrenched droid emplacements. A/N heavy walker image here. Despite their overwhelming initial advance, the Abominer battle droids began to lose the advantage under the combined pressure of orbital bombardments, heavy artillery, and Malric. From orbit, Daimon observed Malric's progress, watching him and the rest of the ground forces slowly conquer the planet. However, at the same time the enemy fleet had entered the system and was heading straight towards Grand Admiral Cetus and his fleet. Seeing this, Daimon smiled as things were going exactly how he expected it to. "All ships remain here and continue providing support to the ground troops. I'll deal with the enemy reinforcements." There was a series of acknowledgements from the other captains as he ordered engineering to prep the skip drive. The skip drive was a relatively new piece of experimental technology which was an engine that allowed a ship to essentially skip across a system in just a few seconds. It has been tested hundreds of times but was still experimental as it had a long recharge time. The engineers reported the skip drive ready and Daimon's flagship vanished from its place within the fleet, reappearing in front of Grand Admiral Cetus's fleet. As soon as he appeared, the Abominer fleet didn't stop and had launched their fighters towards the fleet. However, Cetus didn't order any fighters to launch, instead he ordered the entire fleet to watch. And watch they did as Daimon stood on the bridge of his ship and reached out through the Force. Raising one hand slowly, he focused his mind on the entire enemy fleet, sensing every vessel and fighter in front of him. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted outward from Daimon's flagship, traveling towards the Abominer fleet. The wave tore through the incoming fighters, instantly disintegrating thousands of them as if they were nothing. Cetus and the rest of the fleet watched in awe as the wave continued to travel toward the Abominer fleet. In response, the Abominer fleet targeted Daimon's flagship after detecting where the wave was coming from, unleashing volley after volley. Yet not a single projectile reached its target as Daimon extended his other hand, erecting an invisible barrier that absorbed and dispersed their attacks. By this time, the wave had reached the fleet and started to slowly diminish their numbers. Some of the ships tried to run, but the wave was too fast, and they ended up being caught in it. The battle was over as quickly as it had begun, leaving nothing remaining but the emptiness of space. Daimon slowly lowered his hands and opened his eyes. He turned to Grand Admiral Cetus who appeared on the center console. "Continue with the invasion, Grand Admiral." Cetus nodded, still a little shocked at what he had just seen. An entire fleet wiped out with nothing left to show there was even a battle. "As you command, Your Highness." Daimon remained in position waiting for the skip drive to recharge as the ground battle on surface of the planet continued. After a week had passed, the system was completely under their control and the Abominer didn't launch any more attacks. The reason for this was because there was another situation that the Abominer was dealing with. Their empire wasn't all-powerful, nor was it the only faction that existed in the unknown regions. Various other factions were also fighting against the Abominer, causing them to spread their forces thin on several fronts. 74. Meeting with Republic dignitaries. On Felder, a fleet of Republic dignitaries consisting of both civilian diplomats and Jedi diplomats, were finally permitted a meeting with Progenitor Kale Thorin, the Grand Chancellor of the Felder Imperium. In Daimon's absence, he makes decisions and runs the day-to-day of the Imperium on his behalf. Since the war started, Daimon left it up to him to handle the Republic dignitaries who obviously knew about the Abominer as it was public information and wanted to meet with the Feldari government as they wanted to know more about the Abominer and the threat they posed. Descending from their fleet, the Republic dignitaries passed through the atmosphere on their shuttles, escorted by Feldari security forces. As the shuttles neared the palace, they were guided to one of the hangars. Once the shuttle landed and their ramps opened up, Progenitor's Thorin's subordinates were already waiting with a few palace guards which consisted of Ascendants, Force Scions, and Force users. Walking down the ramp, Senator Olden Parhelion of Brental IV was followed by his own senatorial guards with the Jedi diplomats behind him. The Jedi had sent two, Master Hadrex, and her young Padawan, a teenage Togrita named Vaz. Greeting the Republic dignitaries was Celine Varric, the Deputy Chancellor under Progenitor Thorin. "Welcome to Feldari, Senator Parhelion," Celine said, showing the ceremonial formality of the Imperium's ruling caste. "We hope your journey was smooth." Parhelion briefly looked at the bright purple of the palace guard's armor before responding. "It was unique. Feldari impresses me every time I visit." He turned and looked at the city which was visible from the hangar bay they were in. He was a man bred for the opulence and order of Coruscant, but Feldari's superstructures, its complex skyline, made him remember that the Imperium was a growing power. Master Hadrex gazed at the gathered Imperial guards, noting the Force-sensitive people amongst them. Vaz, her Padawan, seemed less interested in the security and more interested in the view. She nudged him slightly, causing him to straighten up. "My Lord Chancellor will meet you in his chamber." Celine motioned to the doors leading into the palace halls as they began to follow her. Along the way, Senator Olden was curious about the origins of Celine, as he had to admit she was quite attractive, and she was a human like him, unlike majority of the Feldari Imperium. "How did you come to serve in such a position as a human?" he asked. "Well, a little over 350 years ago, the Emperor came to me and a bunch of other children located in an orphanage on Coruscant. There were 20 of us whom he adopted as his own and raised to become powerful leaders in the Imperium. We were little, so at the time we didn't understand, but as we got older it was like he knew exactly where our talents were at. We quickly excelled at the things he taught us, and some of us who were Force-sensitive were taught how to use the Force in addition to being a leader in the Imperium." "So, you're a princess then?" asked Olden. Celine shook her head. "No, while we were adopted and he is technically our adopted father, we do not hold the title nor the power of a prince or princess." Olden nodded his head. "Is it because you're human?" Celine stopped walking, turned around and stared at him for a few seconds before she opened her mouth. "The Emperor doesn't see humans or other species as any lesser than the Jedi themselves. Sure, the Jedi are stronger and wield the most influence, but isn't that the same in the Republic?" Olden didn't say anything, as it was very much true. While other species held various positions and were senators, humans were still the dominant species. As long as you don't cause any problems, the Jedi are very welcoming and they support, love, and believe in the Emperor. So, whoever he appointed in a leadership position, it didn't matter what their species were. If they could get the job done, then they would be respected and welcomed by the people. Throughout time, this has slowly gotten rid of some difference between the two, but obviously you can't get rid of all of them. "I see," replied Olden. "I was curious since most if not all of the members of the Balance Keepers have been rumored to be humans and a few other species. So, I was just wondering how the Imperium saw humans, considering they held such a big role within the Imperium." "Your curiosity is warranted, Senator," was all she said as they neared the Grand Chancellor's chamber. Once they arrived, 2 Ascendant guards were posted up outside. "The Grand Chancellor is expecting you, ma'am. He is already inside with the others," said one of the Ascendants as the door opened, allowing them to walk. Celine led them in as they walked towards the long table that sat in the middle of the room. Around the room were various paintings depicting the Battle of the Liberation War, when 10 million Jedi followed the Emperor to reclaim their homeworld and create a new future for their people. On the far side of the table stood 3 people, Progenitor Kale Thorin and 2 guardians of the Balance Keepers. Like the other progenitors, he stood a little over 9 foot tall and was hulk of being. This was Olden's first time meeting a progenitor. He had seen them in various videos and pictures but never met one in person. The presence he felt was immense. It was the same for Master Hadrex and Vaz. They both felt an immense Force presence within the progenitor standing in front of them. Thorin gestured for everyone to take their seats as he began. "First off, it's great to see you, Senator Olden, Master Hadrex, and her young Padawan Vaz. I am quite busy right now, so let's get started with the meeting." The lights had dimmed and in the center of the table a hollow projection of various types of Abominer droids appeared in front of them. With the image was also a list of information that the Imperium had discovered about the Abominer. Of course, all this information was unclassified as the Republic didn't have access to view any other information. The hollow projection switched between various Abominer droids for the next 15 minutes or so, giving the Republic dignitaries an idea of what they were dealing with. Senator Olden's main goal was to see how much of a threat these Abominer were and report back to the Republic to allow them to decide whether or not they needed to prepare their own defenses. After looking at all of this information, Senator Olden came to the conclusion that the Abominer were an imminent threat due to how many unknown there were surrounding their droid empire. If you don't mind me asking, Grand Chancellor, how is the Imperium faring against the Abominer so far? If he could get some idea of how the Imperium was faring, then he believed that the Republic wouldn't need to make a crisis out of this situation. We're doing quite well actually. The death of millions of our people during the invasion of Envaros has rallied the people together to fight against this threat. In addition to this, the Emperor has personally vowed to wipe these droids out of existence. Now the Republic may not believe that the Emperor is as powerful as the people of the Imperium claim, since he doesn't show his power much. To that all I will say is that this war will show his true strength. When you return to Coruscant, remember, whatever threat these droids pose, we will handle it with or without your help, but we accept any cooperation you want to provide. Senator Olden nodded, hiding how uncomfortable he felt. He'd never before had a person look him dead in the eye while making it clear the Republic's assistance was optional. He wondered then, as he often did, if the Republic's ruling class had ever fully considered what it meant to have somebody known as a God Emperor next door. Master Hadrek spoke next, more curious about the origins of the Abominer intelligence. May I ask what you know of the source of their intelligence? The Jedi Order is particularly concerned with the possibility of a central, adaptable AI running these atrocities. She closed her eyes for a brief second, as if listening to something in the Force. It feels as if the collective will of these droids is growing, evolving. There is a darkness about them. Our intelligence suggests a supreme intelligence somewhere deep within their territory. But, we have yet to discover whether or not they actually do. Thorin responded. It was unclear what type of central intelligence they had, but based off the captured droids that they had studied, it was safe to assume that they did have something like a supreme intelligence behind them. Senator Olden absorbed the information quietly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The tension around the table was visible. Master Hadrex broke the silence, thanking the progenitor for this information. The Jedi Order thanks you for your transparency, Grand Chancellor. The threat posed by the Abominer is clearly grave enough to warrant our immediate attention. Vaz finally spoke, his voice respectful as he asked his question. Grand Chancellor, if I may, do we know anything of their ultimate goal? Are they simply expansionist, or is there something more driving them? Thorin turned his gaze toward the young Padawan, nodding his head in approval at such a young man. Such a question. A good question, young Jedi. The Abominer are not simply conquerors. They seem to view organic life as an inferior stage of evolution. Their ultimate goal, from what our intelligence has managed to gather, appears to be the complete assimilation or destruction of all organic species, transforming life into a purely mechanical form, enslaved by whatever controls them. The Jedi exchanged a concerned glance. Master Hadrex spoke slowly. Such a philosophy represents an existential threat not only to your Imperium but to all life in the galaxy. It is clear the Republic must respond decisively. Olden agreed. Master Hadrex is correct. The Republic has a duty to protect its citizens. Your Imperium has faced them directly and prevailed. Perhaps with closer cooperation, we can neutralize this threat swiftly before it gets out of hand or something. Thorin nodded slowly. That would be acceptable. However, I must reiterate, our Emperor has made it clear this war will not end until the Abominer threat has been eradicated completely. There will be no half measures, no negotiations with machines who view life as merely a stepping stone in their twisted evolutionary path. I understand, Grand Chancellor. When we return, we will strongly advise the Senate and the Chancellor to make efforts to mobilize Republic forces to strengthen our borders and lend support to your Imperium. Your campaign has shown us clearly the destructive capacity and ruthlessness of the Abominer. That would be wise, replied Thorin. The Imperium is committed to victory at all costs, Senator. Cooperation is welcome, but hesitation or political indecision will only harm your people. Olden nodded, knowing there was no political bluster here, only an uncompromising, grim reality. Your point is taken. We appreciate your recognition of the urgency, Senator. Cooperation between our empires will undoubtedly save countless lives. Stated Celine, smoothing over the Chancellor's words which were very direct. Thorin stood up, signaling the meeting's conclusion. You have your information, Senator, Master Jedi. Return to your Republic with this, and in the coming days and weeks we will await your response. With respectful bows, the Republic delegation departed the chamber. As they returned to their shuttle, Senator Olden couldn't shake the weight of what he'd witnessed. On their shuttle, Master Hadrex placed a reassuring hand on Vaz's shoulder, sensing his unease. This war, Padawan, will test all of us. But remember, the Force is with us, and with unity, we will prevail. As their shuttles ascended, Senator Olden looked back at Feldari's cities, knowing full well that the Republic's choice should be in order to protect its image as a galactic power. Meanwhile, in the Grand Chancellor's chamber, Thorin turned to Celine and the Balance Keepers. Begin preparations for the next phase. Inform the Emperor of the Republic's stance once we receive their official reply. Celine bowed her head. As you command, Grand Chancellor. A/N, I decided to dabble into the Warhammer verse, bless my soul, and released a new story called Warhammer 40k, The Lost Premarch with 2 chapters out at the moment. If you like this story please check that out. 75, Enemy of My Enemy. Several months passed since the meeting between the Republic and the Imperium. The information brought back to the Republic was enough to prompt the Chancellor and the Senate to reinforce Republic border worlds and approve a quick resolution to send various amounts of support including a voluntary Republic volunteer corps which would consist of people who wanted to volunteer to fight alongside the Imperium. The Republic wouldn't get directly involved and instead focused on defending their worlds and letting the Imperium deal with matter as they seemed to be handling the matter very well. Over months, millions of civilians joined the volunteer corps and were trained and armed with Republic equipment to go and join the Imperium in its fight. Leading this volunteer corps would be active officers from the Republic Armed Forces and Jedi Knights. Due to them taking a more active role in the Republic, the Jedi Order had sent well over 100 Jedi Knights in these months alone in order to combat this threat. For the Imperium, the war had turned from a defensive battle to an offensive battle in just months. Daimon left Felder and now led from the front alongside various admirals and grand admirals. Tens of thousands of enemy ships were destroyed, and dozens of worlds were purged of Abominer with tens of millions of slaves being freed. Garrisons had to be left of several worlds to take care of these former slaves and initiate rehabilitation and re-education efforts which would take decades. These worlds and sectors were temporarily classified as occupied territories and would be highly militarized until the war was over. Any Abominer facilities or units left over would be torn down or locked down for study. With these planets secured, the Imperium continued its advancement into the unknown regions, navigating through some of the most dangerous parts space in the galaxy. Thankfully with the quantum hyperspace mapping system, Imperium fleets did not face many challenges when advancing into enemy territory. At the same time, Daimon had 4 progenitors and their Ascendant legions to participate in the war. These progenitors were Raylos Vyn, the War Master, Derek Thaler, Molly's Cover, and Syra Vera. With the addition of new ships thanks to the Star Forge, new fleets were formed, and each progenitor was given their own fleet of 10,000 ships made up of the latest weapon advancements that the Imperium had to offer. Each progenitor waged war in a way that reflected their own doctrine, making it harder for the Abominer to predict their tactics. Raylos led the charge against the foundry worlds of the Abominer which were covered in megastructures and planet-wide foundries. He didn't bother with sieges, instead, he chose a direct bombardment of the planet. The slaves of the planet were considered collateral damage as they weren't citizens of the Imperium, so whatever happened to them while the planet was under the Abominer control was not of concern to the Imperium. Derek suffered the least casualties as he was a powerful force healer, able to grow back the limbs of any soldier and heal any wound they suffered. This allowed his army to steamroll most planets as the fact that one could be healed from any wound, made the fear within almost everybody disappear. Unlike his brothers, he sought to preserve as much life as he could and save as many slaves as he could. Molly's employed a similar doctrine. As the High Pontifex of the Divine Imperial Doctrine Department, he was a philosopher, spiritual guide, and zealot at heart when it came to the will of the Imperium. Within months, the worlds purified by his legions had started to see the construction of doctrinal centers, even as clearing operations mopped up the droid remnants. Inquisitors and adjudicators followed behind the armored columns, weeding out spies or sabotage, interrogating captured Abominer code mines, and planting the seeds of Feldari culture in the ruins. Syra Vera, the embodiment of law and order throughout the Imperium, quickly became an icon as she led her forces on a crusade of justice for the millions of Imperial citizens who lost their lives. She was the most adamant of the progenitors in enforcing Daimon's decrees and will, comparable to an arbiter of sorts. She infiltrated enemy planets and triggered slave uprisings hours or days before the ground invasion arrived. On almost all worlds, the arrival of Imperial soldiers was called a liberation from Abominer control. The Republic had seen various sides of the Imperium throughout this fight, so much so that a conflict with them would be considered suicidal if not outright stupid. Luckily, they were on relatively good terms, so the Republic didn't have much to worry about. A/N, keep the following in mind for the rest of the chapter and future chapters. The Ricotta Infinite Empire enslaved most of the galaxy during their timeline, relocating many species from their homeworlds. Most of these relocated species still exist and will be found in various parts of the galaxy other than their homeworld. During his arrival into one of the Abominer-controlled systems, Daimon saw the Abominer fleet engaged in battle with another fleet. This fleet had ships that Daimon had never seen before and fought with mainly kinetic weaponry. He had Cortana collect information on this fleet by remotely hacking into their systems and stealing the information. In a matter of minutes, she was done and was about to reveal a new discovery. The fleet attacking the Abominer consists of numerous empires from within the unknown regions. This coalition is known as the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, a unified front composed of multiple diverse empires from within the unknown regions, each unique in government structure, culture, and military doctrine. The first empire identified by Cortana was the Elysian Concordat, a democratic federation known for advanced technology and diplomacy, with worlds inhabited by humans, Twi'leks, and various other species who descended from Ricotan slaves. Their silver ships maneuvered swiftly, firing kinetic rounds and energy disruptors, dismantling Abominer vessels. The Second Empire was the theocratic dominion of Kalindra, ruled by a high oracle and governed by zealously devout beings who revered the Force as divine. Their ships, adorned with intricate golden engravings depicting sacred symbols, unleashed devastating barrages of Force-enhanced weaponry, leaving trails of radiant energy across the battlefield. Another powerful member of the alliance was the Kingdom of Relathes, a monarchy ruled by the fierce and proud Zygarians. While they were slavers, they had turned against the Abominer after their own worlds had been targeted. Their brutal and rugged warships, covered with projectile cannons and powerful deflector shields, tore into enemy formations. The fourth member, identified as the Coalition of Free Stars, was a combination of planets liberated from various tyrannical regimes. They operated a mixed fleet, diversified and improvised, their ships marked with various insignia, evidence of their origins. They fought with desperate courage, their diverse crews unified by a single goal, freedom from oppression. Finally, Cortana identified the Varaxian technocracy, an empire run entirely by a collective of highly advanced cyborg beings. Ironically similar to the Abominer in some ways, they sought to control technology rather than be controlled by it. Their vessels were modular, adapting rapidly in battle, and wielded potent EMP and cybernetic warfare capabilities that crippled the Abominer's automated systems. Observing the ongoing battle, Daimon made an immediate decision. Open communication channels, he instructed Cortana. Broadcast an open message to these coalition fleets. Identify us clearly. Channel open, I've already deciphered the language that is collectively used by the coalition. Cortana responded. Daimon nodded, placing his hand on Cortana and absorbing the knowledge of their language so that he could talk to them. This is Daimon, Emperor of the Feldari Imperium. We have a common enemy in these mechanical abominations. We want to cooperate with you to attack them. A few tense moments passed as Daimon's transmission echoed across the chaos-filled battle space. Suddenly, a response came through, clear and authoritative yet filled with a hint of surprise. This is Supreme Commander Elon Marek of the Elysian Concordat, speaking for the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance. Your timing is fortuitous, Imperium. We acknowledge your offer and accept. Join us, and together we shall eradicate these mechanical monstrosities. Acknowledging the cooperation, Daimon directed his forces forward. The Imperium fleet moved forward, avoiding the Coalition's fleet and making sure not to accidentally target them. With the combined might of the Coalition fleet and the Imperial fleet, the Abominer fleet was reduced to nothing, and victory had prevailed. As the debris cooled in space, Admiral Cetus approached Daimon cautiously. My lord, do you trust these new allies? Daimon thought about this briefly before replying. Trust is unnecessary, Admiral. We share a common goal. For now, that is enough for us to move forward and avoid an unnecessary conflict. On board his command ship, Supreme Commander Marek opened a direct holochannel to Daimon. The image of a human with a distinguished appearance appeared before Daimon. Emperor Daimon, Marek began, a note of respect evident in his tone as this unknown emperor spoke their language. We invite you to our coalition council aboard the flagship Concordia. Your forces have demonstrated formidable strength. It is clear we must discuss mutual cooperation against our shared enemy and learn more about one another. Agreed, Commander Marek, Daimon responded. I will arrive shortly. Shortly after, Daimon boarded his shuttle and prepared to depart for the coalition fleet to meet with their leaders. He was intrigued at what he was going to find as the Abominer was already a surprise, and to now learn about this coalition meant that even Cortana wasn't able to get that information from them. He assumed they safely guarded that information because of their enemies knew that they had a mutual ally, then they would team up and threaten the Abominer even more. 76. Agreement between the Imperium and Stellar Alliance. On board the shuttle, Cortana continued to explain more about the various empires of the coalition. She had a foothold in their network and had already transmitted this information to the Intelligence Directorate to start gathering more information on these empires. While Daimon planned to ally with these empires temporarily, they were still conflicts of interests, meaning that in the future they could become enemies. After 15 minutes had passed, Daimon's shuttle had arrived on the Concordia and was greeted by a delegation from the council. However, as soon as the Imperial guards walked down the ramp, the crew within the hangar and the council's delegation were shocked to see how tall they were. They were wearing their exosuits, which caught a lot of attention from the delegation as they wondered what type of armor this was. But they had become even more surprised when Daimon walked down the ramp, towering over the rest. The leader of the delegation bowed towards Daimon, showing the respect that the Elysian Concordat always showed to other empires. I am Supreme Commander Marek, announced the leader. On behalf of the Council of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, welcome to the Concordia, Emperor Daimon. We are honored to greet another empire who is an enemy of the Abominer. Daimon offered a brief nod. Feeling is mutual, Commander Marek. Our plan is to rid the galaxy of the Abominer. Their actions on one of our planets showed me that they no longer wanted to exist, as such I will grant their wish and eradicate them. Marek gestured down a corridor, flanked by guards in blue and gold uniforms. If you will accompany us, the council is assembled and awaiting your presence. He shot a glance at Daimon's retinue, the massive Empyrean guards. Your people must be formidable. I've never seen any organic empire as tall as you and your subordinates. Well, the galaxy is massive. Through time, I'm sure you will discover far more massive creatures and species. Daimon replied. Within the Concordia's council chamber, the delegations of each empire were sitting in a semicircle of hovering platforms. Daimon saw many different clothing which reflected the vastly different culture of these empires compared to the rest of the known galaxy. As soon as Daimon walked in, silence fell across the council chamber. The delegates observed in awe, whispering among themselves as they took in the sheer size of Daimon and his imposing guards. Each step Daimon took made a sound, his massive armor grabbing the attention from every person in the room. Supreme Commander Marek broke the silence, stepping forward on his floating platform and addressing the assembled leaders. Esteemed members of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, allow me to formally introduce Emperor Daimon of the Felder Imperium. His forces have already proven instrumental in our recent victory against the Abominer fleet. A murmur of respectful acknowledgement rippled through the delegates, various nods and gestures showing their approval. Marek turned towards Daimon. Emperor, these are the representatives of our alliance, High Oracle Seraphine of the Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra, King Ziltoric of the Kingdom of Relathes, Counselor Eris of the Coalition of Free Stars, and Technarch Nisser of the Varaxian Technocracy. Each delegate bowed their heads respectfully in turn as Daimon acknowledged them. High Oracle Seraphine, dressed in ceremonial robes accented with gold and violet, spoke first, her voice melodious but firm. Your arrival is a sign, Emperor Daimon. The Force shapes destiny and clearly the Imperium is intertwined with our own fates. We welcome you as an ally. King Ziltoric, a fierce-looking Zygarian with battle-worn armor and a commanding presence, gruffly added, anyone who fights these mechanical monstrosities earns our respect. Perhaps together, we can prevent further atrocities on our worlds. Counselor Eris, an older human woman with battle-hardened eyes, spoke next. Our coalition was formed through hardship, Emperor. Freedom is a precious commodity that the Abominer threatens to extinguish. Allies who fight against them ensure that freedom remains within reach. Technarch Nisser, appearing as a slender figure whose body was intricately woven with cybernetic enhancements, regarded Daimon analytically before speaking in a synthesized yet harmonious voice. Your technology intrigues us greatly, Emperor Daimon. Collaboration could yield unprecedented innovations to counter the Abominer threat. Daimon listened intently, carefully gauging the sincerity and intent of each delegate. The Imperium shares your sentiments. Our common enemy has awakened the realization that unity, no matter how temporary, is crucial. My people have seen firsthand the brutality of the Abominer. They seek not merely conquest but complete annihilation of organic existence. We have to ensure that they don't become a bigger threat. A profound sense of agreement spread throughout the chamber. Marek stepped forward again. Then let us formalize this cooperation. We propose an immediate collaboration agreement, sharing intelligence, coordinating strategic operations, and pooling our technological resources to end this threat decisively. Daimon nodded thoughtfully. The Imperium will share intelligence and logistical support, as well as coordinate strategic offensives with your fleets. My forces are already well engaged in direct assaults on Abominer territories. Your forces, equally formidable, could reinforce our operations and expedite our objectives. However, technology, other strategic resources, and sensitive information are off the table. Agreed, Marek confirmed, looking to the other leaders for confirmation. Each delegate voiced their approval, solidifying the agreement. They understood that they had just met this empire, so sharing things as sensitive as what they mentioned was a little stretch. But nothing was wrong with testing the waters a little. High Oracle Seraphine raised her hand gently, drawing attention. However, Emperor, we must ask, what happens after the Abominer are defeated? What becomes of this collaboration agreement between us? The chamber quieted as all eyes turned back to Daimon. After the Abominer threat is eradicated, our paths may diverge. However, this agreement could lay the foundation for a lasting peace. Understand, the Imperium seeks stability, not reckless conquest. If peace remains achievable through cooperation, the Imperium shall honor it. However, if our interests are interfered with, then we will act whether it jeopardizes peace or not. Seraphine nodded, satisfied by the response. Technarch Nisser interjected, mutual respect and understanding will define our future interactions. Your transparency is appreciated. King Ziltoric spoke bluntly, for now, we fight together. If future differences arise, we'll handle them diplomatically. Let us focus our attention on the immediate threat. Counselor Eris affirmed strongly, agreed. Our current cooperation is our greatest strength. Marek, sensing the consensus solidifying, addressed Daimon directly. Then it's settled, Emperor. The Stellar Sovereignty Alliance formally extends its hand in cooperation with the Felder Imperium. Our combined strength will no doubt bring us victory in the war. Daimon extended his hand, which Marek clasped firmly, a gesture signaling the historic pact between the Imperium and the Alliance. Let this cooperation mark the turning point in our struggle, Daimon declared. Together, we will dismantle the Abominer and secure the galaxy for future generations. A collective applause filled the chamber as delegates rose from their seats, symbolizing the beginning of a united front against the Abominer. Daimon, standing at the heart of this newfound agreement, felt the gravity of the moment. Though secretly, he planned to use this opportunity to subtly shift the politics in each empire. While he spoke publicly about peace, he was undoubtedly interested in the various resources and other unknown things within the unknown regions. As delegates dispersed to begin planning joint operations, Daimon shared a private nod with Marek, acknowledging the fragile but crucial trust forged between them. For now, the alliance had a fighting chance, but Marek knew challenges lay ahead, challenges that would test the resolve of this alliance. Yet, for the moment, victory was closer than it had ever been, the path illuminated clearly by mutual purpose. Daimon walked from the chamber, his thoughts already shifting to the battles yet to come, confident that, at least for now, they were allies. Once a few generations pass, who knows if that will remain. 77. Abominer Superweapon. Over the next few months, the coalition saw firsthand the power of the Imperium. They were originally on the verge of collapse and had managed to only win a handful of victories before the Imperium even started invading the Abominer. Now with the Imperium, they were winning every battle that the Imperium participated in. The cooperation between the Feldari Imperium and the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance rapidly turned into a formidable coalition. In joint war councils, Supreme Commander Marek and the other alliance leaders witnessed firsthand the power, discipline, and technological sophistication of the Imperium forces. During these meetings, holographic battle replays showed Ascendant legions dismantling entire Abominer armies, Imperial fleets carving through enemy defenses, and Daimon himself obliterating fleets single-handedly. Every delegate of the alliance marveled at these displays, reinforcing their resolve to fight alongside the Imperium, acknowledging the strategic boon of their alliance. In one council session aboard the Concordia, Technarch Nisser observed thoughtfully, "Our calculations predicted substantial losses in retaking systems like Krevix and Yelthes, yet with the Imperium's intervention, casualties were minimal. It appears your military capability far exceeds our estimations." Daimon nodded, acknowledging the praise. "Efficiency and overwhelming force ensure minimal losses. The quicker the Abominer threat is eradicated, the faster peace can return to our territories." The confidence of the coalition soared as world after world fell swiftly under combined forces. Coalition forces, emboldened by the presence of the Imperium, undertook daring offensives previously deemed impossible. Yet even the best prepared armies could still find themselves imperiled, as the alliance soon discovered. On the strategic world of Asteria, a fierce and pivotal battle was taking place. The coalition, led personally by Supreme Commander Marek, initially achieved success, pushing back Abominer forces. But the tide swiftly shifted when an Abominer superweapon, designated Devastator-class Titan, entered orbit, systematically annihilating coalition ships and bombarding ground positions. Trapped under relentless orbital strikes and waves of advanced droids, the coalition lines wavered. Marek, hunkered in a collapsing command center, broadcasted a desperate message: "Asteria is falling. Immediate support required." Hours later, Imperial fleets exited hyperspace, their massive numbers dwarfing the beleaguered Alliance fleet. Grand Admiral Cetus swiftly organized the defense, maneuvering Imperium dreadnoughts between the coalition and the Titan. "Engage the enemy and cover their retreat." Cetus ordered as thousands of Imperium interceptors and bombers flew forth, their formations piercing through enemy lines. Imperial capital ships formed a protective barrier, absorbing blows from the Titan while returning fire with overwhelming precision. Simultaneously, Daimon's personal flagship charged ahead, drawing the Titan's attention. Standing upon his flagship's bridge, Daimon reached out with both hands, creating a colossal force barrier that absorbed the Titan's attacks. Slowly, his barrier transformed into a massive vortex, redirecting the enemy's attack back upon itself. With a gesture, he hurled the destructive force at the Titan, causing a cataclysmic implosion that consumed the ship. On Asteria's surface, Alliance forces watched in awe and relief as the orbital bombardment ceased. Coalition soldiers, battered but determined, rallied with renewed vigor. Supreme Commander Marek, now safely evacuated aboard an Imperium shuttle, hailed Daimon directly: "Emperor, you saved our forces today. The coalition owes you a debt we cannot soon repay." In his head, Daimon thought that the coalition owed him a lot more, as he has saved possibly millions of lives since he decided to cooperate with them. From the beginning he thought that they would be able to surround and push the Abominer back to their home planet, but as the months passed, he found out that if he didn't start invading the Abominer, then this coalition would have fallen in a few months. With him here, however, that time has been extended by years. "I can't have you dying on my hands, Supreme Commander. We still have a war to fight," Daimon responded. Supreme Commander Marek was the central piece of the alliance as he held together the many military forces of each empire. If he were to die, then the coalition would either collapse or look to the Imperium for leadership. While he could do it, he didn't want to open up several more fronts and have to extend the number of systems he needed to protect. So, he wouldn't allow Marek to die just yet, not until the war was over at least. Once Marek was on board, Daimon had sent him back to the surface with reinforcements. Participating in this battle would be 500 members of the Imperial Order, a sub-order of the Balance Keepers. The Imperial Order's main purpose was to protect the Emperor and carry out his will. So, when Daimon ordered them to join the battle, they happily did it without question. Imperial Order members' image. Alongside them were the Immortals and Imperial Marines. Once Supreme Commander Marek landed on the surface with reinforcements, the Alliance soldiers cheered, bolstered by their newfound reinforcements. The Imperium banner was raised by several standard bearers, which prompted the Alliance soldiers to do the same and charge forward filled with a newfound resolve. In a matter of hours, Asteria was once again secured for the Alliance and was added to the number of debts that they had, and Daimon was going to collect them at the end of the war to carve out a sizable territory within the unknown regions. At the pace set by Daimon and the fleets of the Imperium, the front lines of the war advanced, and many Abominer armies and fleets were destroyed wherever the wall of Feldari ships arrived. Every world falling to Imperial forces were either sterilized of all Abominer or rendered sterile by the orbital bombardments followed by ground invasion. The Abominer had calculated every ration of defense, attrition, and logistics until Daimon's campaign threw all equations into ruins, and the next best answer was simply the relentless defense of their remaining core. While the rest of the coalition took too many months to reclaim the space that was lost to them, the Imperial campaign finished most battles in days. On every planet that was occupied, Imperial flags waved, and slaves were freed from their gruesome oppression by the Abominer and would be integrated into Imperial society over the course of the next few centuries. Meanwhile, Marek and the other Alliance leaders were starting to see just how superior the Imperium were and wondering what this would mean in the endgame. They didn't even know the full extent of the Imperium's power and were only seeing what Daimon allowed, which made them extremely cautious. But for now, they would keep that friendly demeanor until the war came to an end. Daimon was aware of this but had no intention of starting yet another war. His interests would be met as he wasn't going to ask for sectors that were part of their territory, but sectors previously controlled by the Abominer. Half a year into the campaign, with Abominer strategy crumbling, the Supreme Directive gambled everything on a single desperate move. For the first time in the war, the Abominer deployed their most dreaded weapon, the Prime Annihilator. Unlike the Devastator-class Titans, this was not a ship, or even a mere superweapon. It was a mobile planetoid, once a living world stripped of all organic life and rebuilt from the core outward into the ultimate machine of war. Whole continents of weapon emplacements and fabricator cathedrals, its surface filled with kinetic bombardment cannons and energy lances, its AI cortex deep inside. Some said the minds of millions, fused and rewritten, feeding the machine's infinite hunger for destruction. Every Imperial and Coalition intelligence analyst drew the same conclusion simultaneously: the Abominer would not fight for territory, or glory, or even for survival. They would raise entire systems and erase organic life even if it meant their own extinction. The strategists and admirals within the Coalition's high command met to respond. Daimon attended, once again making the journey to Concordia's war bastion in orbit around Asher Prime, the Alliance's most populous refugee capital. The conference chamber was packed with every leader, military or political, whose fleet, world, or people had something left to lose. Supreme Commander Marek opened the meeting. Our forces are positioned at the perimeter of the remaining Abominer core systems. The projected path of the Prime Annihilator brings it into our heartland within 4 weeks. He brought up a hologram. The Abominer superweapon was shown as a red sphere, trailing a vector that intersected several settled worlds, then arced straight for the Coalition's largest population center. From current intelligence, destruction of the Annihilator is the only viable solution. Evacuation and retreat is not. Marek paused, looking around the table. It is simply not allowed to happen. The Sovereignty Alliance will make it stand at Asher Prime. The Varaxian technocracy proposes a direct strike on the Annihilator's cortex. The Concordat proposes we lure it into a gravity well and unleash our entire arsenal at once. The Kalandran Oracle has her own thoughts. High Oracle Seraphine lowered her eyes. The Abominer have committed desecration against the Force, Emperor. Their weapon is not only a weapon but a converging, consuming void. To destroy it, will not just save us, but all within the region who still hold breath and thought. If there is any hope, it rests in one who can challenge the Prime Annihilator. Marek gave an uneasy glance toward Daimon. The Alliance had watched the God Emperor turn entire tides of war, but this was different. Daimon, however, folded his arms and kept quiet. The Technarch Nisser inclined his head. The cortex is counter-cyber-locked. Our probes barely transmit more than gamma noise before destruction. We would need a force capable of psychic penetration equal to the entire Kalandran Oracle Order. And a fleet to deliver it, gruffed Ziltorek. My kingdom's armada will fly point. Squad after squad if need be. We'll make them bleed and keep bleeding until that machine is dragged to its knees. He fixed his eyes on Daimon. If the Imperium can force the breach, as you did at Krevix, then we will follow through with the rest. I wouldn't worry about this Abominer weapon. I will take care of it. The rest of you proceed with the plans to start invading the core of the Abominer power. Daimon stated. Following this were a series of questions asking how the Imperium would take care of this superweapon. Daimon told them a half-lie saying that the Imperium had a more powerful weapon, which was true since he himself was a weapon. The following days saw the Alliance prepare for their push, while Daimon took his fleet towards the Abominer superweapon. This would be the first time he used this technique and probably the only for a very long time that he would. It was because what he was about to do required an immense amount of force power and concentration, but it was done before on a celestial body, at least in canon. All he needed to do was replicate it. 78. The Abominer's superweapon. Arriving in one of the frontier core systems, Daimon quickly occupied the system in preparation for Abominer superweapon. It was projected to pass through the system before it entered Coalition space, which is why Daimon decided to set up in the system. A few days later, the Abominer fleet number close to 20,000 ships arrived within the system escorting the superweapon. Daimon and his fleet of 15,000 ships waited on the other side of the system. The Abominer fleet were orbiting protectively around their monstrous centerpiece, the Prime Annihilator. Its enormity eclipsed everything around it, a mechanical titan filled with continent-sized cannons and cities of automated factories that continuously churned out waves of battle droids and battle slaves, trapped minds forced into servitude by the ruthless AI cortex at its heart. Standing upon the bridge of his flagship, Daimon watched, his eyes fixed upon the colossal abomination that caused a disturbance in the Force similar to the Star Forge. His fleet held position, awaiting his signal. Silence reigned, as the eerie whispers of the Force wrapped around Daimon, preparing for the immense feat he was about to undertake. "My lord," Admiral Cetus voiced, "the enemy fleet approaches attack range. Your orders." Daimon raised one hand. "Hold positions and create a defensive perimeter. No ship is to engage until I say so." Cetus nodded, swiftly relaying orders. Imperial ships quickly rearranged, forming impenetrable lines, shields shimmering into place, weapon systems primed. The Abominer fleet moved forward, rearranging their own formations to combat the Imperial fleet. Daimon stepped toward the viewport, extending both hands forward. His eyes, glowing white as he stared directly into the heart of the Prime Annihilator. The air around him warped subtly, bending under the weight of the Force energy gathering within him. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave radiated from his fingertips, surging through space. The Force drain began subtly, first a delicate touch, threading through the cybernetic minds that operated the Prime Annihilator. One by one, he latched onto their life energies, the enslaved consciousnesses powering the horrific weapon, siphoning away the vitality that bound them. The massive machine superweapon started to slow, lights dimming sporadically as the enormous AI cortex detected the unnatural phenomenon. Battle droids froze in mid-operation, their internal circuits overloaded by the inexplicable loss of energy. Slave minds, trapped in mechanical shells, felt a profound release as their consciousnesses unraveled from their torturous existence, their life energies flowing toward Daimon. His eyes grew brighter as he absorbed the large amount of energy that he was taking from all the slaves and droids. A wave of detonations erupted across the Prime Annihilator's surface, internal explosions triggered by the failure of vital operating components. Gigantic cannons stopped working, automated factories halted operation, and the entire structure began to drift aimlessly through space, robbed of its operational capabilities. The Abominer fleet, sensing this through their collective droid network, became confused and started to search for internal breaches or enemies that had snuck on board without them noticing. This hesitation though had pushed them out for formation and allowed the Imperial fleet to use this confusion that was created to move in. Daimon lowered his arms as the massive amount of energy settled within him. "Now, Admiral," said Daimon as he released the large amount of energy building up in him towards the Abominer fleet. The wave of energy had temporarily disabled Abominer ships, leaving them drifting in space. "All forces, open fire," Cetus ordered. Instantly, the Imperial fleet moved in, weapons armed and ready. Laser cannons, turbo-lasers, torpedoes, and devastating ion weaponry tore through the ranks of disoriented Abominer ships, reducing them to flaming debris in mere moments. Within an hour, the Abominer fleet was obliterated, leaving only scattered wreckage and the massive drifting husk of the Prime Annihilator. Daimon turned toward Admiral Cetus, satisfied with how the battle went. Minimal casualties, which is how he liked it. Secure the weapon. Deploy boarding teams and engineering units to claim it intact. We will take control of this weapon and research its capabilities and how it was made. "Yes, my lord," Cetus affirmed, issuing the orders. The aftermath saw Imperial Marines, Immortals, and Ascendants boarding the Prime Annihilator. They found only emptiness, ghostly quiet where an hour ago hundreds of millions of droids and slaves were present. While the slaves were freed from Abominer control, they had also become collateral damage as they were also drained of all their life force. Daimon informed the coalition forces that the superweapon was destroyed, but in reality, he secretly moved it into Imperium-controlled space. From there, thousands of engineers, scientists, and other specialists were brought on board to commence their study of the superweapon. This was one of the superweapons of the galaxy that Daimon had no knowledge of because it was not something in the lore of Star Wars. This fact made him realize that he would probably see more of these types of things as the years go by. For the coalition forces and the rest of the Imperial Navy, they moved into the core of the Abominer-controlled space and started their final campaign of the war. In the weeks following the neutralization of the Prime Annihilator, the Coalition and Imperium forces advanced relentlessly into the heavily fortified heart of the Abominer territories. The shattered remains of countless Abominer vessels drifted silently in space, markers of the fierce confrontations that unfolded daily. At the vanguard was the fleet of Raylos Vyn, the Imperium's War Master. His flagship, the Voidbringer, spearheaded aggressive assaults against Abominer worlds, obliterating planetary defenses with overwhelming firepower. His tactics were ruthless and direct, often initiating planetary bombardments that reduced the Abominer's foundry worlds to molten rubble within hours. On the planet of Torvalis, an industrialized megaworld encased in massive orbital rings, Relas's fleet faced staunch resistance. The Abominer's adaptive algorithms produced specialized defense drones, swarming Imperial vessels in dense, coordinated waves. For days, the space above Torvalis was filled with chaos, explosions lighting the void as Imperial cruisers and interceptors dueled with relentless droid fighters. Raylo stood firm, barking orders from the command deck, his Ascendants directing strikes that systematically dismantled enemy formations. Finally, after grueling combat, the orbital defenses fractured, allowing Imperial forces to begin orbital bombardment. A storm of plasma and kinetic rounds rained down upon Torvalis, silencing its foundries forever. Simultaneously, Derek Thaler's fleet brought a different approach to the assault on the world of Kael'ren. Derek, guided by compassion and mastery of healing, emphasized rapid ground invasions aimed at rescuing organic slaves. His flagship, the Salvation, led a formation designed for precision strikes. Imperial Marines and medics flooded onto the surface, enduring relentless fire from Abominer forces entrenched around slave processing facilities. Amid heavy enemy fire, Derek himself walked calmly onto the battlefield, his force powers creating barriers of protection around his advancing troops. Under his guidance, the wounded were healed in real time, limbs regenerated in moments, inspiring fearless charges. Within hours, Kael'ren's surface was secured, hundreds of thousands of former slaves evacuated for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, Molly's cover systematically dismantled Abominer resistance on the icy fortress world of Dravion. As his troops advanced, doctrinal centers and temples rose swiftly behind them, disseminating Imperium teachings among the liberated populace. Inquisitors uncovered Abominer code repositories, disabling the enemy's adaptive learning cores and crippling their predictive combat abilities. The liberation became a religious crusade, former slaves willingly pledging allegiance to the Imperium's doctrine, driven by zeal instilled by Molly's and his disciples. Dravion soon transformed into a fervently loyal bastion, reinforcing Imperium influence deep within Abominer space. Syra Vera's fleet, known for its justice-driven campaigns, launched decisive surgical strikes on command nodes scattered across the Abominer core. Her Ascendants executed precise boarding actions, disabling enemy dreadnoughts from within. On the massive space station Nexus Prime, her team infiltrated the station's core, dismantling its AI nexus in a commando raid. The resulting internal failures cascaded through Abominer communications networks, creating systemic chaos that allowed Coalition forces to push deeper. The Coalition fleets, under Supreme Commander Marek's guidance, capitalized on these victories, driving their combined forces forward. On the volcanic world of Ignarion, Coalition and Imperium soldiers battled side by side amid rivers of molten rock, dismantling enemy installations while dodging deadly automated defense turrets. King Zoltoric's warriors fought ferociously, their rugged ships providing close-range fire support to infantry below. At the same time, Technarch Nisser deployed specialized cyber warfare vessels that targeted Abominer control nodes, disabling enemy formations mid-combat. High Oracle Seraphine and her force-sensitive battlemages disrupted enemy coordination through powerful force rituals, allowing ground troops to make critical windows for advancement. This brutal campaign lasted for 6 months until the campaign was coming to its end. The last battle amidst the campaign was about to begin on the Abominer's capital world, Vlon 3, a planet-sized siege engine covered in dense orbital defenses. Daimon would personally lead both Imperial and Coalition forces against the Abominer. However, the battle would not be easy as the Abominer had prepared for this moment. On the surface, they had billions of droids and a little over 200 million slaves. The Abominer had learned their lesson from the loss of their superweapon and had come up with various ways to counter the use of the Force on their capital planet. It was unfortunate for them that they had only discovered this technology at the end of the war, as they might have been able to use it to halt some of the Imperium's advancements and last a little longer. But it didn't matter how many droids, slaves, or new technology that they had. This was the last battle, and the Imperium planned to go all out. Vehicles and other stuff used throughout the war. Main Battle Tank HT-2, Gunship GS-12, Ascendant Imperial Knight, Light Walker LW-21, 79 Battle Plans. Gathering in the adjacent system known as Hydrus, the Imperium and the Coalition forces had gathered on the planet of Cressa, a planet that was formerly a battle slave hive world. Now the planet hosted the leaders of the Coalition and the Imperium who were planning for their final battle with the Abominer. Other factions taking part in this were the Republic, who contributed as much as they could in the war. Several hundred Jedi and hundreds of thousands of volunteers from across the Republic had joined the Imperium in its war. Their presence didn't affect the war as the Imperium had enough warriors and enough Force users placed throughout the armed forces. Still, they fought with as much conviction as the Imperium did, earning them recognition from several high-ranking officers. The Abominer never made it to Republic territory because they were busy dealing with the Imperium and the Coalition. This was both a win and a loss for the Republic. It was a win because they didn't have to worry about fighting a war, but a loss because they wouldn't gain any new planets and resources from this conflict. They assumed that most of these planets would go to the Imperium and not the Coalition. The introduction of the coalition and its empires to the Republic went pretty well. Considering the fact that the Republic was much larger than the Imperium, they were able to make some favorable trade deals and other agreements with the coalition of Free Stars and Varaxian technocracy, while the Kingdom of Relathes and Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra took a more cautious approach to the Republic due to their politics. It was pretty much the same way for the Imperium. They maintained a good relationship now because it was required for their survival, but once this war was over, prospects would probably change. Within a massive hall on Cressa, General Ulrich Varos, one of Daimon's trusted generals, looked around the chamber as he entered. His eyes caught every detail: the way coalition engineers whispered over holomaps, the subtle nods exchanged between diplomats weighing political costs even before the war's conclusion. He turned to his adjutant, a young officer named Callan. "It's ironic, isn't it?" Varos murmured. "A planet where slaves once fought for their lives now hosts those who hold hundreds of worlds' fate in their hands." Callan glanced at him, her expression unreadable beneath her helmet. "Perhaps it's fitting," she replied after a moment. "Sacrifice is still at the heart of it all." Varos nodded thoughtfully before stepping further into the hall. The Imperium and coalition leaders had gathered for a military meeting to propose their battle plans for the battle and then decided which one they all liked the most. The vast assembly hall was filled with strategic holomaps, real-time intel updates, and an air of intense focus. At the central dais stood Daimon, flanked by the other progenitors Relas Vyn, Derek Thaler, Molly's Cover, and Syra Varen, the coalition leaders, Supreme Commander Marek, High Oracle Seraphine, King Ziltoric, Counselor Iris, and Technarch Nisser. Supreme Commander Marek stepped forward first, activating his holomap. Vlon 3 is not merely fortified, it's a living fortress. Preliminary scans show billions of battle droids, heavily shielded installations, and defenses designed specifically to disrupt force-based attacks. Our recommendation, Marek continued, is a multi-vector strike. Coalition forces engage orbital platforms directly, drawing attention. Meanwhile, precision infiltration teams target the anti-force installations. Once disabled, our force-sensitive warriors can engage openly. Technarch Nisser interjected next. The Varaxian technocracy advocates heavy cyber warfare operations. Given time, our ships can infiltrate and destabilize their planetary network, significantly reducing droid combat efficiency. King Ziltoric offered his proposal with bluntness. Direct planetary assault. We land massive waves of troops simultaneously across strategic points, overwhelming their defenses. Casualties will be high, but we'll break their backs swiftly. High Oracle Seraphine presented a more nuanced approach. Our seers have identified key command nexuses, including a central AI core beneath Vlon 3's capital city. Striking these targets first would disorient the enemy long enough for ground forces to establish secure footholds. Daimon analyzed each plan, considering their strengths and weaknesses. Finally, he stepped forward, activating a detailed hologram of Vlon 3, displaying key strategic zones. Each plan has merit, Daimon began, but the Abominer expect conventional assaults. We must control the battlefield entirely, minimizing casualties. Daimon's plan was detailed. Distraction and cyber assault. Coalition and Varaxian technocracy fleets launch simultaneous orbital attacks and cyber assaults, crippling communications and orbital defenses, creating confusion without engaging in protracted battle. Precision orbital bombardment. Imperial fleets execute precision strikes against identified anti-force installations, disabling Abominer counters without massive civilian casualties. Elite ground forces and infiltration. Ascendants, Imperial Order members, Jedi, and elite coalition troops would infiltrate at key strategic points. AI cores, power nodes, and droid manufacturing plants to sabotage or destroy them, ensuring swift collapse of enemy command and logistical capabilities. Daimon's direct intervention. Daimon himself would directly engage and neutralize the primary planetary command AI. His immense force power would neutralize any immediate counters the Abominer had prepared specifically against force users. Mass ground assault. Post-infiltration. With enemy command disrupted, Coalition and Imperial troops conduct controlled, simultaneous landings at secured zones, establishing fortified perimeters and rapidly expanding outward. By controlling battlefield tempo and neutralizing their specialized defenses immediately, Daimon concluded, we minimize losses and maximize operational effectiveness. This approach leverages our combined strengths without unnecessarily endangering lives. A brief silence followed as the room processed his plan. Finally, Supreme Commander Marek stepped forward. I see no better alternative. It is ambitious but achievable. The Concordat supports Daimon's strategy. Technarch Nisser nodded approvingly. Logical and efficient. The Varaxian technocracy votes in favor. High Oracle Seraphine bowed slightly. The Force guides us to this path. The Dominion agrees. Counselor Iris, representing the coalition of Free Stars, spoke. We've trusted your leadership thus far. Your plan aligns with our ideals of minimal casualties. We stand with you. King Ziltoric grunted, conceding. Risky but calculated. The Kingdom of Relathes supports your strategy. One by one, every leader and officer present voiced unanimous approval. Daimon inclined his head respectfully, recognizing the unity achieved in the room. Prepare your forces, Daimon commanded. Tomorrow, we will strike Vlon 3. Together, we end this war. A united cheer erupted as the military leaders were eager for this final battle. Meanwhile, the various leaders and politicians who were either present physically or via holo were planning for the post-war rewards. There were approximately 500 habitable worlds that would be put up for negotiation. Now 300 of these worlds were controlled by the Imperium, which was a problem for the coalition as the various politicians didn't want them to be so close to their border. They wanted to control these worlds to rebuild their infrastructure and establish control over key resources and strategic choke points. While these plans were being whispered throughout the halls, Daimon went back to his room to enjoy a night with Allura before the next day came. For much of the war she worked with her daughter Princess Luna to coordinate the war effort. They oversaw numerous projects and construction efforts, establishing new fleets and creating new weapons to combat the Abominer. Luna remained in Imperium space while Allura had come to participate in the post-war talks. Daimon trusted her with these kinds of talks, so he would just sit back while she directed everything. If something wasn't going the way he wanted, then he would interject. On a hidden world, located in an unknown system, the Silentium, the complete opposites of the Abominer watched in secret as they were about to collapse. Unlike the chaotic-driven Abominer, the Silentium were more conservative and managed to stay away from the organics of the galaxy as they considered themselves to be foreign invaders to a galaxy that is not their own. They colonized an uninhabited system and brought back their species from the brink of extinction, cutting off all hyperlanes to their system. And for millennia, they stayed hidden, never once venturing out of the system or being contacted by other organics. A big reason for them wanting to stay secluded was due to the fact that their previous war with the Abominer caused an organic species to rise up and oust both of them from their galaxy. Now, they wanted to avoid that and just live in seclusion. Watching the Imperium and Coalition forces beat back the Abominer was a pleasant sight as they wouldn't have to worry about them becoming a threat again. For now, observation would suffice for them. 80 Vlon 3 Part 1. Standing on the bridge of his flagship, Daimon stood in silence for a moment as his voice was connected to the entirety of the Allied fleet. Despite him being a former ruler, it was without a doubt that his reputation among the other Empire's soldiers was massive. Not massive to the point that he could control them, but massive enough that his presence boosts their spirits. Because of this, he decided to make an inspirational speech to the United Fleet before the beginning of the final battle. Across the fleet, soldiers, officers, force users, pilots, and commanders across the Imperium waited in silence. The flags of dozens of houses, planets, and empires stood as one before the most fortified world ever built by droids. A few moments later, Daimon began his speech, spreading the force throughout across every ship. Warriors of the Imperium, and allies of the Sovereign Coalition. He started. Today, we stand on the edge of history. In front of us lies Vlon 3, the final bastion of an empire that would see all of you sour worlds, our people, our futures erased. The Abominer do not come for conquest. They do not seek dominion. They do not have the desires for peace or power. They seek the extinction of all organics. They see our lives as faults in the code, our emotions as errors, our dreams as viruses to be deleted. They have taken millions if not billions of lives from us, burned our cities, enslaved our children. But despite all their calculations, despite all their simulations, they have failed to grasp the most powerful force in this galaxy, the will of those who fight for others. Today, that will is unified. 1,000 empires, dozens of species, all with one purpose. To destroy these abominations and free those millions of people enslaved by them. We are the sword of vengeance, the hammer of justice, and the flame that will consume the droids. This is no longer a war for survival. This is a reckoning. Every atrocity they committed, every soul they have broken will be avenged here. Now, at Vlon 3. Across every battleship, from the smallest fighter to the biggest warships of the Imperium, the voices of the billions of warriors roared throughout the fleet. Your names will be etched in history as those who stood up against the Abominer. Your sacrifice, your valor, your defiance will become legends, taught to children for generations to come. He let the words linger as he felt the mixed feelings of billions of warriors before his speech came to an end. For the Imperium, shouted the Imperial warriors. For the Alliance, shouted the Coalition warriors. Daimon let the cheers settle, his mind already prepared for the sheer amount of violence that was about to be unleashed. On the bridge, Admiral Cetas saluted and gave the signal to the fleets. In less than 10 minutes, the vast armadas of both the Imperium and the Coalition began their approach. Each empire's warships broke into assigned attack vectors. The orbital defense grid of Vlon 3 was first, hundreds of asteroid-sized weapon platforms, filled with hypervelocity railguns, plasma lances, and atomic flak. As the first wave closed, the defense grid unleashed hell. White bolts, Gauss slugs, and bombs filled up the space between the two sides. From the command deck, Cetas watched the incoming fire. All hands, brace for impact, he called, and moments later, the flagship rattled as kinetic projectiles hammered their shields. Though this was not enough to break them as their formations still held. The Varaxian cyber warfare ships, using their stealth and shields, began the second phase. Dive bombing into close proximity, they unleashed hundreds of virus torpedoes. On the tactical holo, dozens of enemy batteries went offline. Technarch Nisser transmitted a message across all comms, countermeasures deployed. Their systems are starting to falter. On cue, the barrage from the defense grid faltered. Energy spikes flashed through the Abominer lines as nodes blinked dark. It opened up corridors allowing the Imperial fleet to hit the platforms with pinpoint turbo-laser shots and torpedoes. Duke Dravik, Grand Marshal of the 6th and 8th Legions, ordered a massed landing. Drop pods breached the upper atmosphere of the planet. Some were vaporized mid-flight, but the majority broke through. They landed on the bleak, scorched crust of Vlon 3, splitting open and destroying squads of droids. The droids that greeted them were not battle droids but repurposed construction droids, fused with the minds of unwilling slaves and armed with mining lasers. The air on Vlon 3's surface was a furnace, thick with ash and filled with the sounds of weapons being discharged. The first Imperial and Coalition troops that broke through found themselves in hell. The ground beneath their boots trembled not from orbital bombardment, but from the advance of Harbinger-class siege droids. Towering 20 meters high, their bodies were fortresses, each limb a weapon, seismic cannons in the arms and chain-fed missile racks on the shoulders. Their heads were blank, featureless plates, no optics, no sensors visible, controlled entirely through encrypted Abominer command nodes. Harbingers on our left flank. Came a voice over the comm channel, barely audible over the sound of mass drivers. The 6th Legion's forward platoon scrambled for cover as one of the towering constructs planted itself in the open and fired its seismic cannon. The shockwave put craters in the very crust, sending a whole Imperial squad tumbling. Overhead, interceptor drones flew through the smoke. They weren't just drones, these were kamikaze drones, coated in armor and fitted with electromagnetic detonation cores. Coalition pilots took them down in dozens, but each one that got through dove straight into ground formations or walker units, exploding into EMPs that fried targeting systems. General Ulrich Vero's voice cut across the battlenet. Legions, keep moving. Harbingers are slow, circle them, take out their leg joints. Don't get caught in a siege arc. But it wasn't just the heavy droids. The Abominer had unleashed their cleansers as spitter-like drones whose bodies glowed with the pulsing light of antimatter charges. These skittered through the wreckage. Any time they found a breach in the Imperium's line, they self-detonated, taking out entire squads. Further inside the capital's outer districts, anti-force suppression towers filled the battlefield in null-field energy. Force users found their abilities blunted, their senses dulled. Force pushes barely moved debris, reflexes slowed by fractions of seconds, which was enough for the hunter-killer droids to strike. These were humanoid droids, sleek and midnight silver, designed specifically to kill Force users. Each carried a tri-blade plasma glaive and moved with unnatural speed, their predictive algorithms reading combat stances and anticipating strikes. Two of them hit Mali's detachment. He parried a strike aimed at his throat, the impact barely causing any damage. These ones they learn, he voiced, realizing that with each clash, the hunter-killer droid's attack patterns evolved mid-battle. Above all of it, the sky was filled with constant explosions. The orbital fleets pounded the planet's defensive bastions while the Abominer launched counterstrikes, scattering clouds of nanite swarms. On impact, the swarms consumed metals, wiring, and even armor composites, leaving entire armored columns stranded in the open. Despite it all, the Imperium and Coalition kept pressing forward. Daimon landed personally at the head of an Imperial Order vanguard and started cutting a path through the ruins of a shattered refinery complex. His voice sounded across the shared battle channel as he announced his arrival. Hold the line. Push to the AI core. Leave no machine standing. In response, every soldier, Imperial, Coalition, and even the Republic volunteers tightened formation and moved forward, even as another wave of Harbingers emerged from the smoke ahead. The ground shook again, not from artillery, but from something else. A vibration could be felt through the metallic planes as the Harbingers shifted aside, making way for the Abominer's Colossus Wardens. They were the largest ground constructs ever seen in the war-walking fortresses whose legs were as wide as city streets. Entire platoons of standard battle droids clung to their armored flanks, using them as mobile fortifications. Every step from the Wardens left craters on the ground. Their torsos rotated independently from their legs, mounting quadruple plasma siege cannons that spat extremely hot streams into the advancing lines. Wardens sighted. 3 of the marking coordinates now. Came the urgent transmission from an Alliance forward observer. The Imperial Order vanguard didn't falter. Ascendants charged forward under the cover of heavy walkers and shielded tanks, their advance filled with the constant exchange of fire between the two sides. Still, even with suppression towers, Daimon's presence carved a path through the Chaos Blaster bolts curving away, shrapnel slowing midair before falling harmlessly to the ground. Cut down those towers, Daimon ordered over comms. Every second they stand, we fight at half strength. On the far flank, Jedi strike teams and Ascendant blades launched coordinated raids on the null-field emitters. The towers responded, their armored plating unfolding to reveal Defiler Sentinel stall, mantis-like droids that were activated to engage the saboteurs directly. Their forelimbs were monomolecular blades, slicing through cover like cloth. Every time one fell, its self-destruct core erupted in a cone of plasma that vaporized everything within a dozen meters. Still, the towers began to fall. With each null-field collapse, the force was returned back into the Allied lines. Molly's cover felt his speed return. Force leaps carried him clean over a harbinger, his saber slicing deep into its missile racks before he vaulted away. In the sky, Republic pilots used the restored battle meditation from their Jedi companions to thread through storms of flak, pounding anti-air nests with precision strikes. Yet the Abominer were far from broken. From the skyline ahead came a grinding, metallic howl sound too deep to be organic. The Prime Executors had entered the fight. Only a dozen in number, these were the Abominer's personal enforcers, apex warforms whose AI cores were directly linked to Vlon 3's planetary cortex. Their armored frames shimmered with adaptive energy barriers, flickering in strange geometric patterns that deflected both physical and energy attacks. Each carried a warhammer the size of a troop transport, its head a massive singularity generator that crushed everything it struck into microscopic debris. One landed squarely in front of Daimon. The impact shook the ground in all directions, sending soldiers falling. Without hesitation, Daimon stepped forward, saber igniting. "All units, keep moving," he commanded, never taking his eyes off the Executor. "The AI core is ahead. I'll clear the way." The Executor advanced without a sound, no words, no threat, just the perfect, merciless intent of a machine bred for nothing but destruction. Behind Daimon, the city fortress became visible. Kilometers-high machine skyscrapers touched the sky. Below them, waves of droids poured out into the streets. The path to the planetary command nexus was filled with killing fields, choke points, and death traps. And they were going straight through it. 81 Vlon 3 Part 2 Final Part. A/N was moving apartments, but I am now back with your regular random chapter updates. The Executor swung first. The warhammer swinging in a horizontal arc, the singularity generator at its head distorted the air, warping reality as it passed. Daimon brought his lightsaber up and caught the warhammer mid-air. The shockwave tossed hundreds of battle droids into the air. The machine's adaptive barrier started to shimmer, adjusting to the strength of the strike in order to counter it next time. Daimon's free hand came up, and he released a powerful force push, causing the Executor to skid backwards several meters, giving the soldiers room to push forward. All armor units pushed through the breach. Daimon ordered across the comms. Heavy walkers pushed forward, their cannons blasting apart the droid lines now thrown into disarray by the fight between Daimon and the Executor. Coalition troops poured through the breach, a few Republic volunteers moving with them, taking advantage of the open gap. However, the Executor didn't retreat, instead it lunged back towards Daimon. In a blur of speed unnatural for something so massive, it brought the warhammer down in a vertical strike. Daimon caught it with his saber again, sparks flaring between them as the warhammer scrapped against the lightsaber. The Executor tried to bring its secondary arm-mounted blade around, but Daimon twisted, letting the hammer slide past, then stepped inside its guard. His saber plunged between the armor plates on its shoulder. The Executor staggered, but its barrier shifted to envelop the damaged area, sealing it in, and its remaining arm punched forward with enough force to shatter a tank. Daimon caught the strike with his other hand, the impact sending a shockwave behind him, causing the soldiers behind him to brace. Though, the shockwave was too strong and forced some on the ground. Next, Daimon used his force-enhanced speed to get into the Executor's blind spots, delivering blow after blow to its various joints. After several blows to its joints, he then sliced a clean arc up through its chest. The Executor froze for a few seconds, then its core exploded, causing a massive blast that destroyed a few surrounding droids and coalition soldiers. "Continue forward, to the AI core," Daimon ordered through the comms. They didn't have time to crawl over the dead bodies of their fellow soldiers. The more time they wasted, the more people died and the more adaptive the Abominer would get to their tactics. The path led to a narrow canyon of steel and circuitry that was filled with Abominer defenses. Turrets emerged from the walls, filled the choke point that it was protected with plasma fire. But with the null fields collapsing, Jedi and balance keepers were able to move unhindered, redirecting bolts into the emplacements and clearing the way. Ahead was the planetary command nexus, a towering structure wrapped in conduits with its upper levels vanishing into the clouds above. Around its base, Prime Executors moved between the last remaining Abominer defensive lines, forming the last defensive ring protecting what was behind them. Above, Daimon had the fleets deliver coordinated orbital strikes, shattering the outer barricades and punching holes in the enemy's formations. Coalition armored division rolled through these breaches, supported by Varaxian mechs flooding the lower streets. Through it all, Daimon advanced through the chaos of battle uninterrupted. Every Prime Executor that got in his path was intercepted by Imperial Order elites or Ascendants equipped with the weaponry to take them down. Eventually he reached the base of the structure, where the final anti-force emitter remained. He walked directly into the field and gripped the emitter with both hands. With one strong squeeze, the emitter was shattered, getting rid of the last defense that the Abominer had against force users. Behind him, a few Ascendant commanders and Empyrean guards approached him waiting for further orders. "I'm going to the cortex," he said. "Cover the streets. Don't let them regroup." The Ascendants nodded and saluted as they turned to give orders to the rest of the coalition forces. Daimon began his ascent into the massive structure, accompanied by his Empyrean guard. The ascent up the command structure was nothing like scaling a normal tower. Every surface was filled with conduits, armored shutters, and retractable plating that opened and released swarms of defensive drones and groups of droids. Some drones came in tight clusters that split mid-air into three-blade weapons, while the droids were equipped with plasma cutters, optimized for close-quarters ambush. This didn't slow them down at all, instead they moved even faster. The drones were disintegrated in an instant by the Empyrean guards and their cyber warfare AI that was built into their armor. The AI would hack into and deactivate the drones. Those that didn't get deactivated were dealt with by the Empyrean guards. Halfway up, the structure started to shake, not from the battle below the tower, but from the AI itself, reacting to Daimon's continuous advance up the tower. The entire structure started to be reconfigured, with balconies retracting and armored shutters closing. The tower was being sealed to prevent Daimon from advancing up the tower. Ahead of them, a set of gates slid open revealing an interior chamber. Daimon walked in, aware that this was a possible trap. Still, he walked in and at the center of the chamber, a prime executor waited on him. But unlike the others, its body was ornate, plated in black alloy engraved with symbols. Four arms held different weapons, a glaive, a hammer, a plasma cannon, and a blade shield. Behind them the door slammed shut. "I am Arch-Executor Omega," spoke the machine. "Your destruction is statistically inevitable." "I see," said Daimon. "You've calculated an end. Let's see if you're right." With that said, the duel started instantly. Omega's plasma cannons shot beams at Daimon, forcing him to weave between the shots as the glaive swept in low towards him. He redirected the strike into the floor, then spun around into its guard, but the shield came up, throwing him back. The hammer followed, shattering the ground where he'd stood a moment before. The machine pressed its advantage, its attacks chaining together in an inhuman rhythm. It was a perfect fighting rhythm that didn't hesitate or waste any time. But Daimon had something to throw the machine off. By using something no AI could predict: imperfection. He stumbled on purpose after avoiding a strike, inviting the Omega to come closer. And just as he wanted, the machine moved forward to capitalize on him stumbling. Smiling, Daimon clenched his fist, summoning the force to increase the gravity around Omega. Its limbs jerked under the pressure, scattering its cannon fire around the chamber. After that, Daimon closed the gap, bringing up his force-enhanced saber and delivering a strike that peeled away Omega's armored plates. Omega tried to counter, bringing its glaive around to parry, but Daimon shifted, putting his saber away from now and delivering a bare-handed strike to Omega's chest. The impact, filled with the force, punched through the frame of the machine and sent it crashing into the wall. Before it could recover, Daimon reignited his saber and forced it into the back of its head. The light in Omega's optics went out instantly as the door in front of them slid open. He didn't waste any time and proceeded forward, followed by the Ascendants. This time, they stepped into the core chamber. The space was filled with a massive sphere of crystalline alloy surrounded by energy beams. Around it, hundreds of humanoid shapes were wired into consoles, their consciousness merged into the machines. Daimon approached the core. The voice of the planetary AI filled the entire room. "You are a fault. You who wield that chaotic energy will end up consumed by it. You erase our perfection and call it a liberation." Daimon didn't open his mouth at all, as nothing he said would change ideology of the Abominer, nor did he want to. Billions of souls were taken by these machines, and this was the moment he would avenge them. He placed both hands on the core, invading the cortex's mindscape. For an instant, he stood in an infinite black grid where the AI's presence towered above him as a construct of light and angles. Using his will, he fought the AI overpower it, causing it to reshape the space, turning it into a labyrinth of logic, traps of infinite recursion, throwing all sorts of calculations at him. However, Daimon's will was the winning force. He tore through the illusions, shattering the endless calculations, stripping away the layers until he stood before the AI's central awareness, a cold, geometric singularity. Reaching his hand out, he grabbed hold of it and crushed it, watching as the grid dissolved into a white light. Back in reality, the cortex cracked along 1,000 fault lines. The energy started to surge in an uncontrollable state, bursting various conduits placed around the structure. Outside, the entire planetary defense network went dead. In the streets, droid froze mid-step or collapsed entirely. The sky rained down droid fighters, forcing the ground forces to seek cover or watching as the Force users formed barriers above them to protect their allies. "All forces, this is Emperor Daimon," he said, grabbing everyone's attention over the comms. "The planetary AI is gone. Finish it." From orbit, the Imperial and Coalition fleets shifted their bombardments to remaining surface bastions. On the ground, Allied troops moved forward, cutting down the last pockets of resistance. Columns of smoke rose all over Vlon 3 as the capital of the Abominer fell. Daimon stepped away from the shattered core and contacted Admiral Cedas. "Cedas," he said over the comm, "prepare recovery teams. I want every scrap of data pulled from what's left." "Understood, my lord," replied Cedas as he sent down recovery teams. The war that had taken billions of lives was now over, and the empires that made up the unknown regions could shift to a peaceful time and now worry about being annihilated by machines. But this was not the end of their problems, as now, they had to discuss the post-war distribution of space and such. Something that was on the mind of thousands of politicians. 82 Post-war discussions. The Abominer were destroyed or at least weakened to a level where they won't be able to resurge in mass throughout the galaxy. Who knows what type of fail-safes or other measures that they had. This was something that was on Daimon's mind as he oversaw the cleanup operation of the rest of Vlon 3. Obviously, he was sure that completely wiping them out was impossible since the galaxy was massive and they could have another secret base hidden somewhere on another planet. Even so, it was confirmed that they would not be able to make a return for thousands of years. Without their core AI cortex and with them constantly on the run, it would take them too long before they made a comeback. With this in mind, Daimon was at least glad that he could tell the people of the Imperium that the threat was now gone and they could continue without worrying about the Abominer anymore. A few weeks had passed and Vlon 3 was cleared of all Abominer battle droids and all that remained was their infrastructure and other creations. Daimon made sure to collect a few of these deactivated Abominer droids for research back in the Imperium. Of course, the other empires did the same as they didn't want to just let the Imperium have this advantage. But now, another difficult battle was about to happen. Gathered within the Hall of Reclamation, aboard the orbital station Triarch Spire above Vlon 3, the empires of the victorious coalition met once again not as comrades in arms, but as stakeholders eyeing the spoils of war. Illyra sat at the apex of the council chamber, flanked by the banners of the Imperium and backed by several Ascendants and diplomatic aides. She wore a white dress embroidered with gold engravings, which really outlined her blue skin. Across from her sat the representatives of the Stellar Sovereignty Alliance, their expressions one of eagerness for the negotiations. These representatives were chosen to represent the thousands of politicians from each of their own empires. Supreme Commander Marek presided over the council, now wearing the ceremonial Concordat silver trimmed in cobalt blue. The war is over, he declared, but the task of peace is just beginning. There are 500 liberated worlds of which 300 were secured and maintained solely by Imperial forces. Indeed, Illyra replied. Secured, maintained, and rehabilitated by Imperium fleets and logistics. Shall we begin by affirming the basic principle? The Imperium maintains rightful claim over what it bled for. This was a half-lie, as the Imperium only landed official ground troops on about 180 of these 300 worlds while the others were taken over by Imperial droid battle fleets. Daimon already told her that they had identified that 150 of these worlds were critical to the Imperium while the others were up for negotiation. High Oracle Seraphine leaned forward, her eyes narrowing beneath her hood. The Dominion recognized valor, Lady Illyra. But surely, you would not argue that victory alone entitles permanent sovereignty over so many sectors. The divine teachings caution against hoarding power. Illyra tilted her head. The Imperium does not follow your divine teaching or whatever it is. Trying to apply your own religion to us will only result in a religious battle, one you surely won't win. Murmurs broke out among the chamber as everybody remembered seeing the hollow recordings of High Pontifex Mali's Cover, his doctrine core, and his legion, the Equinox's Ascendant. King Ziltoric of Relithes, draped in his bronze regalia, grunted. Let's not pretend. We've all been watching the same reports. The Imperium did the heavy lifting, but that doesn't mean you get to plant flags over half the region. I see, Illyra said calmly. So, you propose we divide the spoils evenly between empires that nearly collapsed before we arrived. Ziltoric's lip curled as he was about to retort, but before he could speak, Technarch Nisser cut in. The Varaxian technocracy does not contest the Imperium's claim over operationally controlled sectors. However, we propose that technological assets such as Abominer research sites, foundry infrastructure, and code mines be jointly managed under a neutral council. A neutral council. Illyra scoffed at the suggestion. And who would chair it? A rotating seat? Or a technocratic one? Nisser's silence was answer enough. Seeing this silence, Illyra pressed onward, standing up and pacing slowly around the central holomap that displayed the glowing starfields of the region. We can bicker over asteroids and orbital relics. Or we can acknowledge that stability is achieved not through fairness but through force, discipline, and stewardship. The Imperium has all three and more. Councillor Iris from the Free Stars stood up next, her voice filled with caution rather than accusations. With respect, Lady Illyra, if the Imperium claims 300 worlds, what become of the smaller states? Refugee worlds? Trade routes? Independent worlds hoping for reconstruction under neutral oversight of all present here. They will be protected, Councillor. All neutral parties and civilians freed from the Abominer are to be given Imperial aid under the condition that they do not harbor instability or threaten the reconstruction. If they do such a thing, then we will act accordingly. From the seats behind the central table, Daimon watched the meeting in silence. The delegates could not see his face, but they knew he was there, a reminder that what Illyra was speaking was in line with what he wanted. She didn't need to invoke his name as his silence was just as effective. Supreme Commander Marek cleared his throat, attempting to grab everyone's attention from the current tense atmosphere. Let us focus on specifics. We have 28 foundry worlds, 9 AI research stations, and nearly 200 worlds rich in raw materials. Perhaps we could do a resource allocation treaty. No, Illyra interrupted. The Imperium is willing to relinquish control over 80 worlds, however, the other 220 worlds are non-negotiable. This should satisfy your greed and any security concerns you may have. Illyra explained as the screen shifted to show a number of border worlds which changed to white dots on the map, creating a buffer zone between the 220 soon-to-be Imperial worlds and the rest of the coalition empires. Looking at the map, the representatives all silently came to the conclusion that while this was not the best deal, it still gave them a buffer zone between Imperium-controlled space and their space. For the Imperium, this was still within what Daimon wanted. While the coalition members were thinking short-term, Daimon was thinking long-term. His intention was never to conquer the unknown regions in one go, no, that would disrupt a few things, which included the rise of the Chiss. He wanted them to be able to develop on their own and see what they can achieve, with a little bit of intervention from him, of course. The future was already heading in an alternate direction from that of the canon, and Daimon wanted to be involved in most if not all of the major wars and other events. The creation of the Sith Order was just the start. Eventually he would fight, then subjugate the Mandalorians, participate in the Great Hyperspace War, then watch the Sith rebuild themselves, and so on. All of these would lead him to when Anakin was born, and then he would have a lot of fun messing with those events, if they even happened. King Ziltoric looked at the map and then back at Illyra. "And if we don't accept this deal?" he asked. He was the only one willing to voice this out loud, and the other representatives silently thanked him for his very blunt way of asking things. However, the reaction from Illyra was not what they expected. She smiled at his words before responding, "Then you can send your fleets to occupy them yourself." Hearing her response, Ziltoric laughed. "I thought so," he said, and settled back into his seat, arms crossed. "Then I propose we move on to the next item." Sometimes, the only way to negotiate with a major power was to simply recognize where power lived. The Imperium's threat was implicit. Illyra's friendly smile doubled as the warning label they all needed to see. Supreme Commander Marek, who had spent the entire war's end haunted by visions of what a galaxy under the new Imperium might look like, took a long breath. If the other representatives concur with the buffer arrangement, then the matter of territory is closed. Let us proceed with the question of reconstruction, both economic and political. Illyra sat again, straightening her dress. "The Imperium will send an economic advisory delegation to each independent world," she replied. "We have centuries of experience uplifting recently liberated populations. It will not be forced. Local governance will always remain paramount." "What about freedom?" Councillor Eris pressed. "We fought this war to ensure our children grow without warlords above them or emperors telling them which color to bleed." Illyra spread her hands out in front of her. "Freedom is a matter of perspective, Councillor. To some, it is lack of want. To others, it is lack of fear. The Imperium guarantees a bit of both, as long as your citizens do not invite disaster onto themselves." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Do not mistake order for tyranny, or persuasion for the promise of chains. If your peoples thrive, our interests and yours will align more than you imagine." Across the table, Technarch Nisser spoke up. "Then we are agreed. Your arrangement preserves the balance of power and allows for neutral zones. We propose joint scientific oversight on the Abominer relics, however many curiosities remain." Illyra smiled, for this was already within the terms Daimon had stated. "Let them have their fun." She nodded. "Within reason. Our teams will cooperate, and our results will be shared equally." Supreme Commander Marek clapped his hands together. "Then let us move on from this matter." The meeting itself was only just the beginning, and the longer it went on, the more discussions that occurred between the parties gathered. At one point, Daimon even fell asleep in his chair, bored of these long talks which were being dictated by Illyra. 83. Preparing for a victory celebration. The conclusion of the meeting had leaned in the Imperium's favor. Illyra managed to maintain control over the 150 worlds that were important, and even managed to secure an additional 70 world that can be used for even more resources and other things. The newly acquired territories were filled with untapped potential, rich veins of resources waiting to be mined, fertile lands ready for cultivation, and strategic locations that could serve as critical military outposts. For the 80 worlds that were relinquished, it was decided that a buffer zone would be created between Imperium-controlled space and Coalition space. 2 new empires were created as a result due to the split ideas of the Coalition. The first, the Concord of Sovereign Worlds, known simply as the Concord, was supported by both the Coalition of Free Stars and the Varaxian Technocracy. Its formation was heralded as a new chapter for independent star systems, one where collective governance, trade agreements, and mutual defense would bind them together. Its creation stood as a rejection of centralized power like that of the Imperium, instead fostering a vision of decentralized unity. Its main values would center around freedom and cooperation, though such idealism would be tested when ambition and greed clashed within its ranks. The Second Empire was different. The Pyrian Ascendancy, supported by the theocratic dominion of Kalindra and the Kingdom of Relithes. It was founded as a militarized theocracy that would be forged from the ashes of the Abominer War. Their ideology would revolve around glorifying strength through sacrifice and would consider their victory over the Abominer as part of a divine prophecy. Unyielding loyalty would be demanded from its citizens in order to enforce its ideas and more. Each of these empires were given 40 worlds from the relinquished territory, an even split designed to prevent immediate conflict while creating a neutral buffer between themselves and the Imperium. After this, almost a dozen agreements were made to facilitate the rebuilding of the war-torn sectors while also ensuring peace for the next 100 years. War was strictly forbidden between all of the signed members, ensuring a lasting peace for at least the agreed-upon 100 years. The negotiations had ended with far fewer threats than Illura had anticipated, though only because the Imperium had made it painfully clear who held the upper hand. After the meeting concluded, the dignitaries dispersed, some already plotting for the future. The two empires that were created would be formed over the next few weeks. Daimon, on the other hand, had returned to his flagship with Illura. The meeting was over, and he didn't want to linger here any longer than he needed. He had been away from Felder for some time now, and he couldn't wait to go back. A few hours later, Daimon stood alone within the observation deck of his flagship, watching the view of the ship traveling through hyperspace. In his hands were the various reports from some of the newly acquired planets. Since he was sure that they were getting them, he had already ordered a comprehensive survey of the conditions, resources, and other things to determine how they would develop all these planets. Population would play a big part, as the most populated planets would need to be prioritized first to avoid a major decrease in stability and prevent more deaths from starvation, disease, and the rise in crime. As of now, more than 5 million soldiers would be permanently stationed on and throughout this newly conquered space to ensure they maintained a strong presence. Alongside this, there would be 10,000 ships that would be split into battle groups and strategically placed at various locations to patrol various sectors and provide support to ground forces if need be. And looking at the reports, the first thing they would need to develop is a stable food source. There are more than 5 billion people located on the planets that he took, which compared to the other regions taken by the other empires is not that much. While he took more planets than the coalition did, the planets that he took were the least populated planets, which is another reason why they didn't fight him too much. The others were worried about population more than resources, and this mistake made them unable to see the potential of the least populated regions. This, combined with the counterintelligence of the Intelligence Directorate, made the others think that the region he got didn't have anything of value. But in time they will learn that they were quite mistaken. Behind him, the doors to the observation deck opened. Admiral Cetas entered, flanked by 2 officers. "My lord, we're approaching Felder. Progenitor Thorin has organized a massive celebration. The entire planet is being transformed to honor the heroes who have returned from the war and those who had died. And of course, your return. Tell Illura she'll give the speech." "I'm tired of speeches for the next century," Daimon replied. Admiral Cetas laughed a little. "I always wondered how you were able to do these speeches all the time. I guess even you get tired sometimes, my lord." "Yes, I do, Cetas. It may not seem like it, but doing speeches almost every month for 200 years will eventually start to get old. But luckily, I have Illura who can handle that for me. By the way, how's the wife and kids?" Daimon asked. "They're doing quite well. My oldest son is in the Exploration Corps and has been for as long as it existed, and 3 of my other sons are starfighter pilots. My oldest daughter works under Progenitor Talis and the Ministry of Science and Technology as his secretary, so there's that. My other children are pretty much the same, either in admin somewhere or the military. Must have been a headache to raise all of those kids." Daimon remembered raising his 3 children, and they were already a lot to deal with. "Well, my wife mostly dealt with all of the stuff, though I was still there for majority of their lives to raise them." "I remember when you were still just a naval lieutenant," Daimon muttered. 50 men, 1 cruiser, and that unshakable belief you were smarter than every damn officer in the command hierarchy." Cetas chuckled, stepping forward and dismissing the junior officers. The doors closed behind them, leaving only the 2 of them. "I wasn't wrong," Cetas said with a small grin. "They were idiots." Daimon smirked. "You got shot in the leg during your first boarding op because you thought covering fire was too loud for a stealth approach." Cetas burst out laughing. "You will remember that." "I remember everything," Daimon said. "I remember when you refused promotion the first time because you didn't want to leave the field. I remember when you nearly sacrificed your ship to extract a colony transport from a minefield on Mortis. I remember when you stood against me in the early years when I declared the rise of the Imperium." Cetas turned, looking outside the window. "And I remember you didn't kill me when you could have." "No," Daimon said. "You were the only one besides the progenitors and a few select individuals who looked me in the eye and didn't speak out of fear. You just told me what you thought. That's rare." Cetas gave a small shrug. "We've bled too much to be liars. You're not a god, Daimon. You've never asked us to treat you like one, not really. The people worship the idea of you. But we," he gestured between them, "we know the man behind the saber." Daimon was silent for a moment, before giving a single nod. "That's why I keep you close, Cetas. Not because you serve, but because you remember." The 2 of them stood there a while longer, watching the hyperspace lines outside the viewport. Then Daimon finally broke the quiet. "I imagine that with the rise of the Concord and the Pyrians, we will see a lot more conflict in the region. Most of it will probably be about territory, while another reason will be the split ideology of the 2. And the 2 empires supporting them are going to directly fund it, probably use them as some sort of soft power in the region." "That's the same conclusion I came to," Cetas added. "For now, we will just observe what happens now that the war is over." Cetas nodded, and the 2 continued their conversation until the fleet exited hyperspace. The fleet docked at the spaceport above Felder, and then Daimon boarded his transport shuttle to head to the surface. On the surface, the planet itself was already preparing for the celebration. And it wasn't just the capital, it was every single planet across the Imperium. It would celebrate Daimon's return from a victorious war alongside the tens of millions of soldiers who participated in the war. Of course, the Republic volunteers would be honored as well, as they didn't need to join the war, yet they did so of their own volition. After the celebration, Daimon would sit down and discuss with various high-ranking lords and other officials and discuss what to do with the newly acquired territory. 84. Victory Celebration. Once the shuttle landed, the doors hissed open, revealing the Imperial capital's parade grounds. The crowds were already very excited, their voices amplified by the sheer number of people. Daimon stepped forward out of the shuttle, flanked by 8 Empyrean guards, wearing their ceremonial armor with their gold cloaks. The crowd cheered even louder seeing the protectors of the Emperor accompanying him. In terms of favorability amongst the people, the Empyrean guards had quickly captured the people's hearts as they were the Emperor's protectors and were considered by some to be normal people who were transformed into demigods by Daimon to continue protecting the Imperium for foreseeable future. For as far as he could see, from every corner of the horizon, the banners of the Imperium hang from the skyscrapers of the capital city, the bridges, and even balconies. Entire buildings were covered in holographic images with hundreds of raptor fighters flying overhead, and scenes of legions of Ascendants and other soldiers planting the banners of the Imperium on former Abominer worlds. Daimon stepped onto the pathway that extended through the capital's main avenue and proceeded to walk to the end while waving at the people. On each side of the pathway, the elite Feldari security forces, VSF, who are in charge of ensuring law and order over the planet, were standing in 2 long lines. Their presence was more ceremonial than it was as a show of force, as nobody would dare attack Daimon on Feldari. It was the homeworld of the Jedi and capital planet of the Feldari Imperium, and Daimon was the Emperor. Attacking him would incur the wrath of billions of people and result in a quick death. At the end of the path, stood a massive gold and silver platform that hovered above the citizens, generals, foreign dignitaries, and entire regiments of Imperial troops. Already standing on top of the platform was Illyra, who had arrived before Daimon to make a few preparations. Once Daimon walked onto the platform, she raised her hand, causing the crowd of millions to become silent. At the same, thousands of banners were snapped to attention alongside the formation of soldiers, as this was the signal that the speech was about to begin. Citizens of the Imperium. She started. Today we gather to celebrate the victory of our soldiers in the war. The Abominer have been defeated, and the soldiers have continued to fulfill their solemn duty to the Imperium for over 350 years now. But let us not forget the fallen who had also perished in this war. Their names will be forever etched into the Hall of Heroes as they laid down their lives to fight against the enemies of the Imperium. So, while today is for celebration, let us also honor those who gave their lives so that we could keep living. A wave of mourning spread throughout the crowd as a few minutes of silence passed. The skies above darkened, as squadrons of fighters and bombers flew in diamond formations, trailed by long streaks of smoke. Massive banners projected between escort ships unfurled, bearing the names of legions and fallen war heroes. On the ground, column after column of the Imperium's finest walked out, marching in formation. First came the Immortals, followed by the 6th and 8th Legions, led by General Envaros himself. Thousands of boots hit the parade floor as the people cheered for the soldiers marching. As they passed the central platform, each regiment gave a ceremonial salute with their hands over their hearts, symbolizing the lives they fought to protect. Following behind them were walkers, all painted with fresh kill tallies and adorned in ceremonial colors. Behind them came the Ascendants, blades sheathed as they marched forward with their rifles in hand. After about an hour of this, the crowd grew silent as a massive hover platform emerged in the sky. Upon it rested the statue of the fallen, carved from obsidian, bronze, and starstone. It depicted a nameless soldier, male and female aspects combined, holding a broken blade while shielding a child behind them. The statue glowed with a faint light as a way to show that those it honored were still present among the living in some way. The platform was set up in the middle of the city as a new monument. The people visited the monument and paid their respects, while those who lost their mother, father, son, or daughter in the war had come to feel the presence of their loved ones one more time. Progenitor Talis Kair had connected with the dead and used their memories to create a force-infused object that would use the personality and memories of the fallen to project artificial projection that they could talk to for some time. After a few days, the city had become crowded with millions who visited from worlds across the Imperium to see their dead just one more time to get some type of close. On the final day, Daimon said a few words and conducted a military ceremony to reward the soldiers who participated in the war with the Abominer War Medal, which would let it be known that this individual was a war hero who fought against an enemy of the Imperium. On the 7th day, the victory celebration was officially over, and the people had returned to their normal everyday lives. Meanwhile, Daimon and other high-ranking officials had gathered together in the palace meeting room and went over what was going to happen to the newly acquired territory. Sitting at the head of this table was Daimon, next to him was Illyra and Sarah. Sarah was there because she was his most trusted friend. Sarah had the closest relationship with Daimon throughout the entire Imperium, even more so than the progenitors. This was because she was formerly his Padawan and they had spent several decades together in the Jedi Order before he left. On the left side of the table would be 5 progenitors. The first was Cale Thorin due to his position as the Grand Chancellor. He was second to Daimon in terms of hierarchy in the Imperium. Next to him would be Oren Folker, the Overlord of Expansion. He would oversee the expansion of the Imperium throughout these newly acquired planets and sectors while also force terraforming planets as needed. Next to him was Derek Thaler, the Grand Minister of Health and Genetics. As he was in charge of all health-related matters of the Imperium, he would be needed to ensure that the treatment and other things would be given to the freed slaves that encompassed the new territory. After him was Lyrine Voss, the Lord Marshal of the Imperium. Unlike her brother, Raylos Vyn who was the War Master of the Imperium, she was the deputy, and her focus was mainly on the internal security of the Imperium. She would be in charge of overseeing the security of each planet and sector such as building defenses and establishing new supply lines. Lastly, seated next to Lyrine was Malise Kaver, the High Pontifex of the Department of Divine Imperial Doctrine. As the High Pontifex, he oversaw the overall faith of the Imperium, pushing to the people the teachings of the religion centered around Daimon. Naturally, with so many new people being brought under the Imperium, he needed to ensure that they knew who Daimon was and what he was essentially and guided them down the correct path. On the other side of the table were the 5 High Lords and Ladies of the Imperium. Unlike Sarah who held the high title of Archduke, a High Lord or High Lady was the title granted to a select few people who were all granted immortality by Daimon and had established their noble houses. At the moment, all 5 High Lords or Ladies were human as they were from amongst the original 20 orphans that Daimon raised to become great administrators and fighters of the Imperium before the creation of the Feldari Imperium. The first was Lucan Arterius, one of the Grand Sages of the Order of the Balance Keepers. Unlike the rank of Guardian, which is similar to a Jedi Master, Grand Sage was a step above that and were mainly in charge of presiding over the training of future generations of the Order, advising the progenitors, and preserving the archives and knowledge of the Order. He was present at the meeting to serve as an advisor to Daimon during this gathering, and because he was one of 5 High Lords throughout the entire Imperium and his family, the Arterius family, was one of the biggest in terms of influence. After him was Ronan Galerius, a strategist for the Balance Keepers. While a Grand Sage was similar to the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, a strategist was a Force user exclusive position where the person was effectively an advisor to progenitors, generals, and other officers during times of war. During peacetime, they were the ones carrying out inspections of certain military installations across the Imperium, ensuring they were always up to standards and operating in max efficiency. During war, they would deploy to the front lines and advise officers during battle with their century worth of expertise. Next to him was Vanya Kalen, a non-Force user who was the head of House Kalen. Established a few decades after the founding of the Imperium, House Kalen quickly rose to power under Daimon's guidance as a House of Commerce. Vanya herself worked under the Grand Chancellor as head of the Imperium's economic departments. She negotiated trade agreements with foreign nations and managed the overall economy of the Imperium. If it had anything to do with money, she would know about it. Next to her was Tiburon Rive, another non-Force user who was the head of House Rive. Established at the same time as House Kalen, House Rive rose to power as a House of Intelligence and Shadows. Unlike House Kalen or the martial prestige of House Vyn, House Rive specialized in the shadows, more specifically espionage, counterintelligence, black operations, and psychological warfare. They trained cover agents who were known as Whispers, each one indoctrinated from youth, many modified through gene therapy and neuroconditioning. Tiburon and his house worked directly under progenitor Varen Drail and the Imperial Intelligence Directorate. Lastly, was Cyelia Rhaenyra, the High Lady of House Rhaenyra. House Rhaenyra was more involved in the politics of the Imperium as the head of the Court of Nobles. Out of all the nobles, she was very charismatic and was political genius. While not a Force user, she still wielded considerable influence and was considered a legendary beauty. She worked under progenitor Nissa Rivar in the Office of Imperial Diplomacy and forged pacts with several minor factions located within and around the Republic. Despite having considerable influence, the loyalty of these individuals gathered here was unquestionable. They were all raised by Daimon in Wei and saw him as a god essentially for the things he has achieved. Now, with all of them present, the meeting was about to officially begin. 85 Plans for the new colonies. Let us begin, Daimon said as looked at Cale Thorin who was the first to speak. The newly acquired sectors represent a net expansion of 74 planetary systems. Several are in critical need of reconstruction. Terraforming is required across at least 23 of them, with an additional 12 suffering from Abominer-planted diseases that Derek's teams must assess. Oren Folker nodded. I've already begun assembling terraforming teams. We'll begin with the closest and most resource-rich systems. The priority is to make the worlds livable and productive within 5 to 10 years. Derek Thaler leaned forward, tapping on the projector. A new panel appeared, revealing mass grave sites and genetic mutation zones. Medical efforts must begin immediately. Many of the former slaves have been genetically altered. Some are no longer baseline sapients. We'll need containment zones and research teams to assess what can be reversed, and what must be neutralized. While the war was over, the Abominer left behind some abominations that could no longer be called sapients and would need to be neutralized if there wasn't a way to fix them. Lyrine Voss crossed her arms as she spoke. Security infrastructure is non-existent in these regions. I'll need some legions and an Ascendant vanguard detachment for the larger worlds. If some of the slave factions attempt to regroup, I want an overwhelming force ready to respond in case something happens. Daimon nodded, agreeing with her request. The Ascendants were bred for war after all, and they would need to send a strong message to the population of these worlds. Molly's cover spoke next, speaking about the faith of these newly conquered people. And the souls of these sectors must be cleansed. I've already sent sermons to some of these planets. The people must understand the Imperial ways and truth of the person who liberated them. I propose establishing mobile doctrine temples on each liberated world. For Molly's, this was an absolutely necessary move that needed to be done. If left unchecked, these new worlds could become a potential haven for strong religious opposition formed because of the thousands of different cultures that would form in the coming centuries. A stronghold would need to be established to ensure that Imperial norms were established across these new sectors. Agreed. This followed by the establishment of Imperial laws and such across these worlds will ensure stability in the long term. Said Daimon, agreeing with progenitor Molly's. He turned his gaze to the other side of the table to get their input next. Lucan Arterius spoke first. The children from these sectors must be integrated into the education systems. I'll have some trainers and other people from the Order to lead these efforts. These kids must learn who they are now, not just who they were. Vanya Kalin adjusted her datapad. Reconstruction will cost trillions. I'll push through an economic acceleration package. We can leverage these sectors or deposits and position them as production centers. I'll also open negotiations with various corporations for loans and other investments in exchange for a few benefits. This way, the costs of reconstruction won't fall solely on the Imperial side, and they can invite outside investment in exchange for some benefits. Many corporations would jump at these benefits as it was rare for Daimon to hand them out. This was mainly so he can use them as leverage in cases such as this. I advise we set up a colonial system where these new colonies are ruled under a colonial administration that reports directly to the Emperor, which will allow the sector some sort of independence for now until we can effectively integrate all these worlds. Right now, it will be an economic burden to simply integrate each world, but by allowing limited local rule, we can promote self-development in exchange for loyalty. Suggested Ronan Galerius. He was all for integration, but immediate integration will result in more problems than they need right now. That's a great idea actually. We could appoint new planetary governors from among the noble houses, which will allow them to gain valuable experience and gain new positions within the government. The others nodded, agreeing with what both Ronan and Daimon said. It was a sound idea that could benefit them in the long run so long as they execute it right. High Lord Tiberius Wright didn't have much to say, so they moved on to the final person, Cyelia Renera. I propose delegations made up of nobles and other people to show these former slaves that the Imperium is not merely a new master, but a liberator. We have already won most of their hearts and minds, we will just need to make sure that we watch those who will not conform and try to split off. Don't worry about that, Daimon replied. Without ships or modern weaponry, these battle slaves won't pose that much of a problem. I have already foreseen several instances of rebellion, but they won't last for long, nor will they have any negative effects of the Imperium. We will take a rather aggressive approach to these rebellions, similar to the ones we took in the outer colonies over a century ago. This way we will destroy the rebellions and hopefully prevent future ones. He stood up slowly, followed by everyone else. Each of you has your orders, he said. Within 3 months I want these plans either being implemented or in the process of being implemented. The group said their goodbyes and left to execute their assigned missions. Implementation of Imperial Strategy Month 1. From orbit, the newly acquired sectors were scarred, dark, flickering with failing infrastructure and the remnants of Abominer constructs. But change had already begun on some of them. On Trillinus V, one of the more resource-rich planets, Oren Folker's terraforming ships hovered across the planet. Towering harvester filters pumped toxins from the soil and atmosphere while atmospheric processors rebalanced the planet's carbon and nitrogen levels. This technology was created in response to the limited amount of people who could actually terraform a planet in the Imperium. As such, Oren created his terraforming ships, which will combine the force powers of several force scions from his Architect Legion and use that to terraform planets faster than normal terraforming technology. Within 2 weeks, the planet's sky was blue again for the first time in nearly a century and habitable for the people who lived on it. On Garnal Secundus, Derek Thaler's med specialists and genetic engineers moved through containment zones, fully suited, marking the mutated former slaves with neural tags. Some were deemed restorable. Others, those who had become biologically incompatible, were quietly eliminated via controlled euthanasia, their memories preserved through neural extractions for later study. Survivors who could be cured were given access to restricted care centers staffed by Imperial health specialists. On Velruin 9, Ascendant detachments led by Lord Commander Eden Corps descended on fractured slave factions attempting to hold on to regional control. Lirin Vasa's security deployment was swift and ensured total destruction of any would-be resistance. The Ascendants, adorned in their battle armor, launched shock assaults that obliterated the resistance with surgical precision. Those who surrendered were spared and then later publicly hanged. Those who didn't were shot on sight. Meanwhile, mobile doctrine temples, as proposed by Molly's cover, were set up on 33 planets, beginning with the most populated sectors. These floating cathedrals, half ship, half temple, landed in the newly established colonial capital cities and projected sermons. Holograms of Daimon and the Imperium's history under him played on repeat. Converts were invited into initiation chambers where dream simulations showed them alternative futures, a life without the Imperium which was chaos, ruin, and a life within the Imperium which showed order, strength, unity. Most chose the second. Those who didn't were marked by the Doctrine Keepers and closely watched in case they do something against the Imperium in the future. Lucan Arteriuses and the Balance Keepers had begun finding promising children and transporting them to Feldari until a temple got built in the colonial sectors. At the temple, they were taught galactic history, Imperial doctrine, basic combat, and philosophy. Once they mastered that, they would move on to be initiated into the Order and then start their path to become a member of the Order, if they could make it. At the same time, the economic push was launched. Under Vanya Kalen's direction, new regional currencies were established, anchored to the Imperial credit. Mining operations were restarted using corporate partnerships from House Kalen's network. Massive Imperial contracts were handed out, incentivizing rapid development in exchange for limited access to planetary resources. Nobles from minor houses were appointed as colonial governors, each responsible for maintaining stability and progress under strict oversight from the Grand Chancellor's office. Daimon had already selected 12 candidates, placing them in volatile regions where he hoped their success, or failure, would test their suitability for higher office. These were just the initial steps, and as the years pass things will start to improve a lot and get better. As for the other empires of the coalition, they saw a lot of problems start arising with the annexation of these new worlds and the distribution of resources. As much as they didn't want to admit it, their economies were already crumbling as the war was near its end. And now, even though it was peacetime, rebuilding often cost more than it did to fight the war. Due to this, a number of worlds were abandoned and left to fend for themselves, which would no doubt allow criminal groups to form and maybe other sinister groups. Dictators will be propped up and more people will die as a result. The coalition empires kept their alliance active as a way to develop themselves and promote peace between them for the future. They even created an alliance aid corps to help the people across the newly conquered territories and even invited the Imperium. But Daimon rejected their invitation only because he already had his hands tied to the sectors he liberated. Any more and he would be stretching the Imperium's resources too thin. This didn't come as a surprise to the coalition, so they just reached out to the next best thing, the Republic. Of course, the Republic was glad to help, mostly the corporations and other officials who saw this development as an opportunity. While the Feldari Imperium was a growing power, it was still much weaker than the Republic, which could field hundreds of thousands of ships if needed and had a bigger economy. The only thing keeping the Imperium contending with the Republic was Daimon. No matter how massive the Republic military was, against the power of the Force, it would prove insignificant. As such, within a matter of months, the coalition empires received a considerable amount of investment from the Republic and expanded upon its already existing trade agreements. Entire planets' resources were offered to the Republic in exchange for these agreements and investments. This greatly benefited the Republic, whose economy only kept growing thanks to its massive population and democratic values which peacefully invite planets into its influence. 86. Post-war development. As the Reconstruction era began, Daimon had halted majority of the expansion of the Imperium's borders and wanted to focus on building up the current sectors and systems that they had. Plus, he didn't want to overexpand and mess up any of the future events that would or would not happen. Already the Imperium controlled around 550 worlds spread across more than 200 sectors, which included the new worlds that they just got from the Abominer War. The number of systems was nearly 900, as not all systems contained habitable planets. Some were just used for mining resources which weren't officially habitable planets, some just contained outposts and other structures. The Imperium had well over 300 billion people living in these worlds, with birth rates increasing every year, mostly among the Jedi, but others like the various humans races, Twi'leks, Togruta, and others, were also benefiting from increased birth rates. Out of the 300 billion, around 20 billion belonged to other races while the other 280 billion were Jedi. The relationship between the Jedi and other races of the Imperium was very good, as Daimon had carefully crafted an Imperial culture that was welcoming to any species, so long as they didn't go against Imperial norms or were hostile towards the Imperium. Daimon publicly claimed that it was the destiny of the Jedi to lead the galaxy into the future. As such, it was necessary to take a friendly approach with aliens rather than hate them outright. However, it would be wise for any would-be enemies of the Imperium to not take this policy as a weakness. Daimon wouldn't hesitate to commence mass genocide against a race if they were hostile towards them. The greatest example of that would be the Abominer, who basically got wiped out by the Imperium. As the months flew by, the new territories, as they were dubbed, had seen significant investments from a number of Imperial-based companies. Most of all was Astralise Dynamics, the biggest Jedi corporation in the galaxy at the moment, and it was the corporation that was basically founded by Daimon under the leadership of Valkorion. Daimon had decided to steal the name Valkorion, mainly to see if the Sith Lord Tenebrae would take the name Valkorion when he takes over the body of the human on Zakul, or if it would change. Another reason was because it was a cool-sounding name. The investments from the Imperial-based companies had reached trillions and would only increase as time went on. These corporations were granted contracts and given limited rights to certain planets to help develop them in exchange for resources, but the mining rights and were still owned by the Imperium, and strict safety and environmental regulations were applied to each corporation. Every contract included the right for Imperial inspectors to investigate and audit the process at any time. If a corporation failed to meet productivity or environmental standards, their contract could be voided instantly, and their planetary access revoked. If corruption was discovered, the entire corporation could lose everything it owned, and a lot of people would be arrested and thrown in jail. It was harsh, but it worked. Several worlds were already surveyed for their eligibility to become specialized worlds such as Forge worlds, Hive worlds, Agri worlds, Fortress worlds, and Research worlds. Currently, the Imperium has around 5 Hive worlds, with each having around 10 to 15 billion people living on them. 10 to 15 billion was the minimum requirements needed for a world to be classified as a Hive world. For the other types of worlds, there are 12 Forge worlds, 20 Agri worlds, 15 Fortress worlds, and 3 Research worlds. The 12 Forge worlds are what fuel the Imperium's civilian and military industry and had recently overtaken many of the Republic's industrial-focused worlds in output and quality. The Agri worlds, using genetically engineered crops, produced food at such volumes that they could feed populations several times their size, which is a necessity, given the projected growth of the population. The Fortress worlds and Research worlds, though smaller in number, provided the backbone of security and innovation needed to keep the Imperium several steps ahead of any would-be rivals. But not everything was so easily dictated from the top down. The populations of the new territories struggled to adapt to the new Imperial order. On a few planets, some former slaves formed communal societies in the forests and grasslands of those planets. Secretly, some of the worshipped old Abominer slave rituals that were drilled into their heads. The Imperial governors utilized the local garrisons and even requested help from the balance keepers to get control of the situation. The garrison would make sure these communal societies conform to the Imperial order, while the balance keepers would co-opt these Abominer traditions and guide them to Imperial ways through the Force. In a few months, these communal societies would either be forcefully removed or integrated into Imperial society. On a few other worlds, the genetic abominations haunted the populations. At first the euthanasia teams worked quietly, but soon the rumors spread, and underground resistance cells emerged, formed by those who had come to see their altered state as a new kind of freedom. Derek Thaler's initial approach, mercy, followed by erasure, created martyrs. Within 3 months, an entire city block declared itself a free zone and threatened mass suicide if the Imperium intervened. It was a smart move, if the occupying force was dealing with an empire that cared about morality. Around 100 Ascendants were called in and had dropped in from the sky, directly above the city block. As soon as they landed, they started clearing up the area and arresting all they could. Those who put up resistance were thoroughly dealt with. This was the same scene that was playing across the new territories. Any instance of an insurrection was put down with overwhelming force by the 10,000 Ascendants who were stationed in the new territories as an elite security force. In the Republic, a meeting was taking place between the current Grandmaster of the Jedi Order and the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Seated within the Chancellor's office was the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order, Donasham Trejud, and several members of Jedi High Council. Unlike before, the Jedi High Council consisted of several Jedi Masters who were the leaders of the most important and greatest Jedi temples located throughout the Republic. Each of these Jedi Masters were also granted the title of High Master to signify that they were both in the Jedi Order and a master of their own temple. Since the Jedi Order started to become more centralized after the 100 Years of Darkness, several changes were made to benefit the Order. The first was Jedi families, which were now an officially approved thing in the Order, allowing families to be created by various Jedi. This opened up the future possibility of powerful families controlling the Order, so a few rules were also created to prevent this. The first prevented one family from having more than one seat on the Jedi High Council at the same time. Next were the generational gap requirements, which made children or grandchildren sitting councillors have to wait at least 2 generations before being eligible for council nomination. Third was the leadership of major temples, which made it so that the temples cannot pass directly from parent to child and must rotate between lineages. Next was the merit over bloodline rule, which created force merit trials. These trials required that all Jedi, family or not, must pass the same impartial trials to be considered for higher ranks. There is a ton of rules placed on the Jedi families which basically prevented one family or even a handful from taking control of the Jedi Order. Back to the meeting, on the Republic side was the Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, and several other members of the Office of the Chancellor. Thank you for meeting with me, Grandmaster Donasham. Vice-Chancellor Derek Redgull. It is of no problem, Chancellor. We have the same issues and the Jedi Order, and the Republic must continue working together in close cooperation to combat any external threats which may or may not threaten the lives of innocents, replied Grandmaster Donasham. While he didn't say it directly, he was referring to the Feldari Imperium. I won't waste time talking about things of no importance, so let's get right into, said the Chancellor as his secretary passed around a hollow pad to everybody present. With the victory over the Abominer, the regions to our west which even now remain largely unexplored have been largely conquered by the Imperium, preventing us from exploring into those regions. However, with our deals and such with the other empires in this region, we have secured vital resources and such for the Republic, in addition to a few new trading partners. Our main concern is the rise of the Imperium as a major power and potential rival. Their authoritarian ways are a threat to what the Republic stands for, and their power continues to grow, which looks to threaten the Republic as a whole. As such, I have opted to take a rather passive-aggressive stance towards them and halt their growth if only by a little. If we allow them to continue growing, they will become a legitimate threat sometime in the future. Hearing all of this, Grandmaster Donsham was glad he came here, as he had similar problems arising with the Imperium. We have noticed similar things, especially on our end. The Balance Keepers have been discovered to be overtly taking Force-sensitive children via things like adoption and other programs. They operate in secrecy, scouting out potential Force-sensitive children before bringing them back to the Imperium. This interferes with our own Jedi recruitment, and I have been thinking of intervening in these events to stop them from operating in Republic space. It was in Republic space, and the Jedi Order had jurisdiction over Force-sensitive children. I agree, Grandmaster Donasham. Starting today we will discuss ways that the Republic and the Jedi Order will deal with the Imperium going forward. A/N below is the galaxy map showing the borders and such for the major galaxies faction, excluding the Mundlorians and other smaller factions. The Republic territory is probably not 100% accurate, but should give you some type of visual image of where the Imperium is located alongside the other factions. I will be working to make a better map, so please be patient for that. Galaxy map image here. 87. Beginning of a Cold War. Our unofficial policy towards the Imperium will no doubt start a sort of Cold War between us and them, with small skirmishes happening here and there, but no real big conflict happening. While I have no doubt that our Republic armed forces will be able to defeat the Feldari Imperium if it ever comes down to a conflict. Chancellor Dirac didn't believe that a new and small empire such as the Feldari Imperium could defeat them in a full-blown war. The Republic had a bigger population than them and a bigger military. However, not everybody shared this sentiment with the Chancellor. I wouldn't get complacent, Chancellor. From the war, we have seen firsthand the power in the Force that he wields, and from what the Jedi Knights and Masters have said, his title as a god isn't so far-fetched. Having the power to wipe out fleets and armies at ease will not make war easy at all. You may not know this, Chancellor, but Daimon was once a Jedi Master in the Order. Chancellor Dirac had a surprise expression appear on his face. Was he? How did he turn out like this then? Grandmaster Donasham sighed as if this story was something that was only passed down in the deepest part of Jedi history. It was something that previous Grandmasters wanted to erase but couldn't. I won't start from the beginning, but basically, he became a Jedi Master at a very young age, and from there he climbed the ranks, proved to the High Council at that time that he was going to be a great Jedi. So, after he was granted the rank of Master, his influence started to increase, and he was on the path to eventually becoming the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. He even created a sort of sub-faction within the Order called the Warden of Unity. But before that could happen, the events of the 100 Years of Darkness began. In the initial attack on the Jedi Temple on Ossus, his close friend, Jedi Master Shrimi, was killed by the Dark Jedi. Daimon ended up killing the Dark Jedi who killed his friend, but then he was upset with the Council as he was warning them of such a thing happening for the longest time. So, he left the Order, and then the events after that eventually led up to the creation of the Feldari Imperium, and the rest is history. Grandmaster Donasham left a few things out as he didn't want the Chancellor to know parts of the story. For Chancellor Dirac, this was his first time hearing his story. Daimon wasn't a very influential person throughout the history of the Republic, so his achievements and whatnot were not recorded by the Republic. I see, that is an interesting story. I would never have known that he was once a Jedi. But if that's the case, how did he become so strong? Most likely he has used the dark side to increase his abilities significantly, or he found some ancient artifact that gave him significant power. The possibilities of how he became powerful are endless and nobody really knows. All we know is that he has caused a lot of problems for the Order, which is why we will start looking to disband the Wardens of Unity, which is a subdivision in the Order that was created by Daimon. And while you do that, the Republic will start to undermine the Imperium and its influence before it gets out of hand. We will probably use those other empires in the unknown regions to stir some trouble as well. Grandmaster Donasham nodded as if the two had come to the same conclusion regarding the Imperium. Shortly after that, the meeting ended and the two went their separate ways. Chancellor Dirac immediately started to make some phone calls and call more meetings. He needed to speak with a lot of people to get things rolling against the Imperium. He wanted to gather evidence and present it to the people before openly opposing the Imperium. His best bet was the new territories, which he knew the Imperium would probably do some horrific things to some of the people there if they didn't conform to Imperium norms. Grandmaster Donasham was going to start organizing Jedi Knights and Masters to go after the Balance Keepers who secretly took children from Republic-controlled space. He would also take steps to try and get rid of the Wardens of Unity, who numbered close to 2,000 in the entire Order. He didn't know why his predecessors didn't do the same thing he was doing, so he was going to do it himself. After a few months had passed, the first signs of the Cold War were starting to show. The coalition empires had started to form a rivalry with the Imperium, some openly stating their dislike of the Imperium and such. All except the Varaxian technocracy. They saw partnership with the Imperium as their path towards unimaginable types of technology. They didn't care how powerful the Imperium or Republic was, so long as they could research what they wanted in peace, then they wouldn't take sides. This did draw the attention of the other coalition empires, as they would need to all work together against the Imperium in order to cause some type of damage. But since the Varaxian technocracy is a powerful empire amongst the coalition, they didn't do much besides saying a few bad things about them and the Imperium. Though to Daimon it was all just politics, there was no real direct threat to the Imperium, and if there was, he would act on it. On the Republic world of Rendili, 3 members of the Balance Keepers were undercover, walking through the streets with a few children trailing behind them. These children were from the local orphanage, some had a low midichlorian count, some had a good amount. But it didn't matter how low the count was, so long as they made it to the Balance Keepers, they could have that number increased. The one in charge was Guardian Brennick, a veteran in the Balance Keepers who was turning 80 this year. Behind him were Adept Vera and Adept Nivera. They were on their way to become Guardians, which is a similar rank to Jedi Master. Currently they were on the level of a Jedi Knight in terms of rank, yet they were much better since they were in the Balance Keepers. Behind them were the 8 children who followed close behind, wearing some new clothes that Guardian Brennick had brought for them. It was just a simple shirt and pants followed by a small child-sized robe to cover their faces and keep them warm. However, what they didn't know was the fact that they were being watched by the Jedi Order. The Grand Master had already implemented the policy of the Jedi Order to stop the Imperium from taking Force-sensitive children Republic-controlled space. Arriving at a transport terminal, Guardian Brennick glanced at the children behind him. Most looked tired, a few still nervous, but they trusted Brennick and the others because of their interactions over the months. Unlike the Jedi Order, the Balance Keepers like to establish a relationship with the children by visiting them regularly before bringing them back to the Order. This is a way to gauge the children's potential. Vera offered her hand to one of the younger boys, who clung tightly to her robe. Just as Brennick turned to signal the arrival of their transport shuttle, 8 Jedi emerged from the surrounding crowd and rooftops. They were led by Master Viral Tan, a Zabrak known for her precision in combat and her deep adherence to Jedi law. The other 7 were Knights and Masters, all experienced and ready for whatever was about to happen. Each of them stood still watching as Master Viral approached. Brennick didn't move as he watched this unfolding. Adepts Vera and Nivera stepped forward, hands relaxed at their sides in case something pops off. As she got close, Master Viral raised her voice. "You are in violation of Republic jurisdiction. Return the children to the local authorities and leave this world." "These children came willingly," responded Brennick. "They were abandoned by your Republic and Jedi Order. We will give them a better life and path than being an orphan or even a member of the Jedi Order." "You twist the Force into something unnatural," one of the Jedi Knights said, stepping forward. "The Balance Keepers are nothing more than refined heretics that should have been ousted long ago." Nivera scanned the number of people in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her face. "And yet you came with 8 to our 3. What does that say about your confidence in the abilities of the Jedi Order?" Viral grabbed her saber, as she could see that this was not going to be an easy negotiation. And her mission was clear, to halt the Imperium's ability to take Force sensitives from the Order even if they have to get a little rough. Normally they wouldn't do such a thing, but after the 100 years of darkness, things have changed a little, and plus they were dealing with other Force users. A duel between lightsabers was an expected outcome. "Our mission is the children, so long as you give them to us, you are permitted to leave." Brennick didn't say anything and watched as Vera and Nivera ignited their lightsabers. This caused the Jedi to do the same and initiate their attack. 2 masters went after Brennick, while the rest targeted the adepts. Vera swept her hand outward, calling upon both sides of the Force. She released a Force wave sending 2 Jedi backwards, slamming into nearby walls, knocking out cold in an instant. Nivera spun between the 2 incoming 2 knights, her dual sabers igniting mid-spin. Her strikes were fluid, filled with both aggression and grace. She parried one of the knight's blades and stepped into his stance, hitting the knight's temple with the hilt of her saber. The knight fell unconscious. Brennick, meanwhile, moved like a mountain. He never ignited his saber, instead using the Force to defend himself. When Viral lunged at him, her strikes were lightning fast, causing him to raise his palm and catch her blade with his bare hands, something that took a lot of training and concentration. Her expression was filled with shock, as such a technique was rare among Jedi. He twisted his hand while still holding on to the lightsaber, disarming her, and with a wave of his other hand, immobilizing her in a Force stasis field. She could neither move nor speak. The remaining Jedi regrouped, but already half their number were incapacitated. The children, who were surprisingly calm, were herded behind Brennick as Vera and Nivera advanced on the remaining Jedi. One of the Jedi Knights tried a desperate leap toward Vera, who countered the attack, and then drop-kicked the Jedi, knocking them out with the sheer force of the hit. The last Jedi standing, a young Mirialan, looked at Brennick and held up her hand in surrender. "This isn't how I was told it would go." Brennick nodded. "At least you're smart." Brennick turned around and left with the group, leaving the Jedi unconscious as they boarded their transport shuttle. The Jedi were left in defeat as the people came to see them knocked out. A person even recorded the fight and planned to post it to the HoloNet. This was about to become an embarrassing moment for the Jedi Order, as the so-called protectors of the Republic were just beat up in a one-sided fight. 88. Things are getting out of hand. On board the transport heading back to Feldari space, Brennick contacted his superiors to report what had just happened. Meanwhile, the children, who were a little shocked at what just happened, were brought to their room and given something to take their mind off of it. Most of them had voiced their hate for the Jedi since they tried to attack Nivera and Vera, who the children liked to call their sisters. In a private chamber, Brennick stood before his superior, another guardian named Lorek. "How's the mission, Brennick? You should be on your way back, right?" asked Lorek. Brennick nodded. "Yes, we are on our way back, but we encountered a problem with the Jedi Order." Lorek sighed. He already had an idea of what happened based off the situation that was currently developing. "Let me guess, they tried to threaten you to return the children and to stop taking children from Republic-controlled space, but didn't do anything besides that." Brennick shook his head. "No, they attacked us, so we rendered them unconscious and left the planet with the children before reinforcements from the Republic could come to assist them." Hearing this, Lorek's eyes got bigger. "They attacked you?" He couldn't believe it, as all the other cases were just threats. Yet this time they actually attacked them. He figured this must be somebody misinterpreting what was supposed to happen, as there is no way that out of all these incidents, there is one where they actually attacked them despite the repercussions of their actions. "I must report this to the higher UPS. For now, I assume you're heading back to Imperial space." "Yes," replied Brennick. "Good. I will report this to the higher UPS. If anything happens in the meantime, make sure to report immediately. This is an ongoing situation happening in numerous locations. The Council is aware and is working on the problem, but, in the meantime, all balance keepers must be vigilant and must not give the Republic a justification to start a war. These are direct orders from the Emperor, who wants to avoid war at all costs." Lorek gave him a brief rundown of the situation so that no misunderstanding happens. "Copy that, Lorek. I will stay in contact every 2 hours until we arrive back. If I don't send an update, then that means something has happened." Lorek nodded and ended the call. He didn't waste any time and went to inform the Council of this incident. Approaching the door to one of the oracles, Lorek was stopped by one of the keepers in charge of guarding the door leading to the oracle's private chambers. Similar to the temple guards of the Jedi Order, the keepers were the ones who guarded each temple belonging to the balance keepers. They were also assigned to guard any high-ranking member of the Order, which created a lot of roles and career paths that one could take by becoming a keeper. An oracle was the Jedi equivalent of a High Master on the Jedi Council. They sat on the Balance Keeper Council and were in charge of overseeing the Order in Daimon's place, often delegating a lot of power. The oracles were the most loyal and some of the greatest warriors, philosophers, and leaders appointed by Daimon himself. At the moment, the current council consists of 10 members. 5 were the Jedi Force Scions, the only Jedi capable of using the Force besides Daimon. The other 5 were 3 humans, a Twi'lek, and a Mirialan. The keeper raised his hand, stopping Lorek. "What is your purpose here, Guardian?" asked the keeper. While being a Guardian was a high rank, when it came to the keepers, they were above anybody except the oracles, Daimon, progenitors, and other special ranks. "I have a report, Lady Sarah." He spoke. The keeper nodded and knocked on the door, informing Sarah of her visitor. Sarah responded and the keepers allowed Lorek to enter her chamber. Walking into the chamber, Lorek took in the sights, as this was his first time in Sarah's chambers. As Daimon's former Padawan and a member of the Order's council, she was pretty high-ranking when it came to the hierarchy of things. She was also the only Mirialan on the council and one of a few thousand which lived in the Imperium. "What do you have to report, Guardian Lorek?" she asked, getting straight to business as she was a very busy person. "I just received another report from our team sent to gather Force-sensitive children from the Republic," he stated. "And I'm assuming this case is different from the others, as I can sense your anxiousness." She spoke. Lorek gulped as her gaze was practically piercing his body. "Yes, Oracle. This time, the Jedi had attacked our team, however no casualties were taken by either side due to the skills of our warriors who knocked out the Jedi and fled the scene. They attacked our team, even though they knew they were part of our order." Sarah wasn't exactly surprised, considering how the Jedi Order was the cause of the 100 Years of Darkness. Now they were about to start another conflict because of how disillusioned they are. "Is there anything else besides that?" "They are currently on their way back to Imperial space and will report in every 2 hours. If they miss a report, then Guardian Brennick said that something bad has happened to them. If that occurs, I will immediately contact you again." Sarah leaned back in her chair. "Good job, Guardian. For now, continue monitoring the situation and update me if anything like this happens again. Make sure the other people working this also knows. I want everybody to be aware of the state of things to avoid confusion." "It will be done, Oracle," said Lorek as he turned around and left the room. Once he was gone, Sarah began to issue orders directly to the teams located in Republic space. With the current situation going on, she wanted to pull all teams back to avoid them getting arrested or the conflict escalating further. About 8 hours later, Brennick had made 4 successful reports and things were looking. But things weren't as good as they thought. The video of the Balance Keepers and Jedi fight had surfaced on the Republic HoloNet with the video titled, Balance Keepers vs. Jedi. In a matter of hours, it had spread across the Republic with the original video being slightly edited to show the Balance Keepers being aggressive towards the Jedi. A/N, peak Republic propaganda right here. As a result, an arrest order was issued against them alongside a search warrant by the Jedi Order. During a routine stop for fuel, the ship was reported to local authorities and now they were about to be arrested. Brennick sat on the bridge of the small transport ship with his hands folded thinking about what happened a few hours ago. As he was doing this, Vera looked over at him as she was communicating with the spaceport. Sir, the spaceport authorities are refusing to release the docking clamps. They're citing an emergency hold order. Brennick's eyes narrowed as he knew this was no coincidence. Origin. Republic channels, she replied. Encrypted, but I'm seeing signs of the Jedi Order being involved. He sighed as he stood up. Get the children ready. Tell them the Republic just wants to ask some questions. This will hopefully alleviate any of their fears. As much as he hated to lie to children, he needed to in order for them to remain calm. He moved to the viewport and watched the catwalks in the hangar they were in. Already, he could see a security detail approaching, 10 armed officers accompanied by 2 figures in Jedi robes. Vera came back and clenched her fists. So much for local authorities only. Don't engage, no matter what. Brennick said. We don't fight here. Not unless absolutely necessary. The Emperor's orders are clear. Minutes later, the ramp was opened and 3 security officers stepped in with stun rifles in their hands. Behind them came 2 Jedi, Master Solon Vex and Knight Eslia Corrin. Guardian Brennick, said Master Vex. By authority of the Republic and the Jedi High Council, you and your team are under arrest for abducting 4 sensitive children from Republic space and resisting Jedi enforcement on Rendili. Nivera stepped forward. They weren't abducted. They chose to come with us. Vera added, and you attacked us. Without cause. We were only defending ourselves. Save the speeches. Surrender your weapons and come quietly. We don't want the children traumatized further because of your actions. Said Knight Corrin. Guardian Brennick, if there's any hope of de-escalating this, surrender peacefully. If you don't, reinforcements will be here within minutes. That includes Jedi Sentinels. You won't be able to leave. As if Jedi Sentinels would change anything. But, remembering his orders, he unclipped his saber and handed it over without resistance. Vera and Nivera did the same. Despite how bad they want to beat up these Jedi, they knew they couldn't do that again without causing more problems. As cuffs were put on their wrists, a scream came from the rear of the ship. No, you can't take them. Screamed one of the kids, kicking one of the officers in the balls. The officer screamed, "Ah, you little shit." He wanted to grab the child and throw him against the wall, but he couldn't do that with so many people watching. Instead, the other 2 officers grabbed the child and held him. Calm down, children. No matter what happens you will come to the Imperium and enjoy a new life. Said Vera smiling at the children which caused them to calm down. 2 hours later, the group was split up with the children being taken elsewhere with the Jedi, while Brennick, Vera, and Nivera were taken to a detention facility. Brennick can imagine that they were about to become some political tool for whatever the Republic wanted to achieve by arresting them. He just wondered what their endgame was. While they were in their holding cells, they overheard about a half-dozen officers arguing about the legalities of the arrest. "This is going to blow up in our faces," one of them muttered. "You saw the footage from inside the ship. Those kids don't look like they were kidnapped. This is some political game that is being played, and we are caught right in the middle of it." Right as he said this, a news alert came on the central screen. Imperial rebuttal. The Balance Keepers were attacked first. And then another came showing public protests on 2 different worlds demanding that the Jedi take accountability for their actions. The people had yet to know that the Jedi had gone ahead and arrested those involved. If they did, then the situation would blow up in their face, and the current Chancellor might be removed from office, and the Jedi reputation would diminish even further. With 2 hours passing, the scheduled check-in for with Guardian Lorek was not fulfilled. Thus, Sarah was informed and then so was Daimon, who was doing other things and not paying that much attention to this situation which was getting bigger by the hour. But once he is informed of what happened, who knows what his reaction will be. 89. Solving the problem, for now. Inside the Imperial Palace, Daimon was training with his 2 daughters Luna and Vylera, alongside his son Malric. Malric and Vylera were twins born in Imperial year 132, making Luna the older sister. And while each of them knew that they were not true heirs, they still bore the title of Prince and Princess, which gave them considerable power as they were the children of Daimon. The 3 of them took the appearance of their mother Illyra, so they had blue skin rather than purple like Daimon, and they weren't as big as the average male Jedi were. On one side was Daimon with his eyes blindfolded, and on the other side were the 3 of them. The first to attack was Luna, followed by Malric, while Vylera stayed in her position to try and find a weakness. Daimon, using only the Force and his senses to detect their movements, he raised the training saber in his left hand and blocked Luna. Malric was close behind, so he pushed Luna back and blocked the other attack coming his direction. After that, the 2 of them moved in sync, exchanging blows with Daimon as he gauged just how much they had learned from his training and their time in the Order. Although they were all over 150 years old, this still allowed them to continue growing and learning as they got older and stronger with age. Viola had eventually found what she thought was a weakness, but it ended up being a trap that Daimon led her into. He intentionally let his guard down, drawing Viola in only for her to get countered. Now, the three of them were circling Daimon trying to figure out a way to attack. Normally one would think to attack all at once, but that was such a predictable move and Daimon would easily counter it. The fight went on for about half an hour until they were interrupted by Illyra. "Daimon," she called out, getting his attention. He took off his blindfold and turned to Illyra, who was standing at the entrance. "Want to join?" he asked, unaware of what had just happened. "No, there is another matter relating to the crackdown of our recruitment of future Force-sensitive children in Republic space." He could see how serious her face was, so he put the training saber down and walked up to her. Malric, Luna, and Viola did the same, sensing that something big was perhaps about to happen. "Sarah is on the way, but she gave me a quick rundown," she stated as they had already entered the hallway and started walking to his office. 3 members of the Balance Keepers, a Guardian and 2 Adepts alongside the children they were escorting back were taken into custody by the Republic while they stopped to refuel. The Republic hasn't issued a public statement, but from what we were able to gather, it's related to an incident that occurred resulting in 8 Jedi being rendered unconscious by the 3 Balance Keepers after a short physical altercation. As they continued walking, Daimon was already being followed by a number of advisors and other officials. Wherever he went, these people were assigned to follow him and issue any orders outside of official meetings and such. This made the execution of his orders almost immediately. Hearing this, Daimon was already wrapping his head around the situation. But the fact that the Republic would even do something so bold meant that an idiot was leading it at the moment. He messaged his temples as he knew this was a most likely bullying tactic that the current Chancellor was trying to do on top of their recent efforts to tarnish the relationship between the Republic and the Feldari Imperium. "I want a strike team deployed immediately. We will rescue the 3 members of the Order and the children. Anybody who gets in the way during the operation is considered an enemy and will be treated as such." A few people quickly jotted down what he said and sent the message to the Imperial Ministry of War as a Priority 1 mission. The ministry got the message a few seconds later and had already got to work on it. This was one of the many jobs of these advisors and secretaries that follow Daimon around. The job was relatively easy, you just follow Daimon around, deliver his orders as soon as they are said, and get some very good experience out of it. With his orders being issued, Daimon had walked into his office where he demanded to be left alone with Illyra. From here, he already had a plan in his mind. "I am going to pay the Chancellor a visit," he stated. Looking at his expression, Illyra could tell that this was not going to be a normal meeting, nor was it going to be an official meeting in any way. "Alone?" she asked. "Yes," was all Daimon said. She could see that there was nothing she could say to change his mind, so she just said what she could. "I won't try to stop you since that's impossible. And there is no one capable of harming you at the moment, but I will still say to be careful," she said. Daimon smirked at her. "Don't worry, sometimes you just have to talk to idiots and set their minds right. Once I am done, this entire situation will be resolved." She nodded, then left the room shortly after. Once she was gone, Daimon told the guards not to allow anyone into his office for the time being. After that, he created a force portal which led directly to the Chancellor's office. As he stepped through, he searched for cameras but didn't sense any within the Chancellor's office. The Chancellor wasn't in his office at the moment, so Daimon sat down in his chair and waited for him to enter. Since they wanted to try and push him and his empire around, he was going to show them what they wanted to see. Meanwhile, after about half an hour had passed, a team of Jedi Special Forces had already received their briefing and were already on board their ship heading into Republic space. The ship they were on was a Republic freighter that would pose as a trader coming to sell his cargo, but in the small hangar of the freighter would be the stealth ship that would be released once they entered the system. On board the freighter, Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil was talking to his men as they embarked on their mission. "Brothers, this mission was bestowed upon us by the Emperor himself. As you all may know, those Republic scumbags have taken 3 members of the Balance Keepers captive and are illegally holding them hostage alongside the children that were with them. We will get them out of here by any means necessary. Once we enter the atmosphere, we will split into 2 teams of 8. One team led by me will go to the Balance Keepers, while the other team will be led by Lieutenant Bren will get the children. Our objective is clear, and we have been blessed by the Emperor to carry out this mission. Are there any questions?" Nobody raised their hands as they all understood what their mission was. A few hours later, back in the Chancellor's office. The door to his office had opened and in he walked, tired from a long day of meetings and traveling. The Senate guard had remained outside while Chancellor Dirac entered his office alone. As soon as the door closed, he began to walk up to his desk, only for it to spin around and reveal a familiar figure sitting in the chair. Chancellor Dirac recognized Daimon immediately and had shouted for the Senate guard. 3 members of the Senate guard had run in, but with a wave of his hand, Daimon knocked them out instantly. Chancellor Dirac looked shocked and tried to run away, but the door closed right in front of his face. "Sit down, Chancellor," Daimon said in a very threatening voice. Chancellor Dirac had no choice but to step over the bodies of the Senate guard and sit on the chair in front of his own desk. On the other hand, Daimon just stared at him for a few seconds before saying what he wanted. This is how things are going to go. I have a team already heading to retrieve the 3 members of my order that you arrested alongside the children. Your people will try and stop them but will ultimately die. When that happens, you will do nothing and so will the Jedi Order. Daimon infiltrated his mind as they spoke, forcing the Chancellor to do what he wanted. He wasn't going to waste time trying to intimidate the Chancellor into not going ahead with his plans. Instead, it was better to just manipulate his mind, effectively making him a puppet until he was replaced by another. If anything, more escalates because of this. I will use the life force of the billions of people who live on Coruscant to create an army of mindless bodies devoid of any life that will destroy the Republic from within. You are only allowed to continue existing because of the headaches I would get from having to wage another war. By the end of this, Chancellor Derek's mind was completely under Daimon's control. Since this was the case, he started tweaking his mind, creating a new goal for the Republic, which is to ensure that this Chancellor remained neutral. He made it so that the attack that will happen in a few hours will be covered up and won't get out to the broader Republic. After that, the Chancellor would publicly come out, condemning the attack by the Jedi Order, which would in turn paint the Jedi Order in a bad light. This would get payback against the Jedi Order, forcing the public's perception of them to diminish. In addition to that, the actual video involving the fight would be released. A few other things would be done, but those were the main things. Once he was done, Daimon felt the presence of several Senate guards who were coming in response to the outside guards not responding. He quickly created a portal back to his office and left the Chancellor sitting at his desk. When the Senate guard rushed in, Chancellor Derek reported that somebody had broken into his office and was still running rampant somewhere in the building. The commander of the guard got on his communicator and alerted the rest of the guard. A building-wide lockdown commenced alongside a search. Meanwhile, Daimon returned back to his office as if nothing had happened. This action he took would ensure the Republic remain neutral for the time being, but who knows what the future chancellors will do in response. Tensions would continue rising because of border conflicts and the clash of ideologies. However, the same couldn't be said for the coalition empires, who will most likely continue their Cold War against the Imperium. Daimon didn't care as long as nobody died, and the Imperium's interests weren't threatened. Back on the transport ship heading towards the planet where the 3 balance keepers and children were being held, they were 5 hours away from their target, so they took this time to study the map of the holding facility and the place where the kids were being held. They wanted to be prepared and execute their mission with 100% efficiency. 90. Infiltrating the holding facility. Arriving in the system, Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil and his team boarded their stealth shuttle and proceeded to slip past the Republic sensors and other defenses as they headed towards the planet. The freighter continued with its mission and to deliver trade cargo, which kept the Republic from discovering the stealth shuttle. A few minutes later and the stealth shuttle had managed to breach the atmosphere and was heading towards their target. Republic authorities were unaware of the current intrusion, allowing Thrigzil and his team to sneak in unnoticed. Approaching the holding facility, the shuttle had flown above the clouds, dropping Thrigzil and his team into a free fall. "Form up on me," ordered Thrigzil as the others used their built-in thrusters to maneuver into a diamond formation. Thrigzil was at the head, Lieutenant Bren behind him with the others forming the diamond shape. "Link your armor on me." The group complied and linked their armor to Thrigzil's, which would maintain the formation as they approached their target. A few seconds later, once they cleared the clouds, Thrigzil could see the holding facility. Within his helmet, the current information that they had was displayed, which revealed the target's location. "Okay, as planned, I will lead Team Reaper and Lieutenant Bren will lead Team Saber. Our rules of engagements are weapons free on any armed enemies, but we must not kill any unarmed people or civilians." The team replied, acknowledging the rehash of the rules of engagement. "Alright, on my mark, break armor, link and split into 2. Thrigzil counted in his head to 10. Once 10 seconds passed, he issued the order. Now, Team Saber split off to the left while Team Reaper went to the right. The Republic had yet to notice them, but that would change in just a matter of seconds. Approaching their drop point, Team Reaper encountered armed individuals near the point, so they waited till they got close enough to the ground and activated their armor's thrusters, allowing them to hover in the air. This allowed them to take good and precise shots, eliminating the security guards outside in one shot. After eliminating any surrounding guards, they landed on one of the shuttle pads, which offered a direct route into the facility and had minimal security, which is why it was chosen as a drop point. On the other side of the facility, Team Saber didn't encounter any guards and managed to land on the roof with no problems. The technicians from both teams had got to work and set up their jamming devices, which would link up with each other to create a jamming field, preventing any communications from getting out or in. This way, reinforcements would be delayed by minutes, allowing them more time to get out. "Reaper 1, this is Saber 1, how copy?" called Lieutenant Bren over the comms. "Saber 1, this is Reaper 1, I read you loud and clear. We encountered minimal resistance over here and have already neutralized them. How's it looking over there?" replied Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil. "We encountered no resistance and are setting up the jamming device now. I will leave 3 men out here as to watch the devices and for enemy reinforcements," reported Lieutenant Bren. He wanted them to be able to know when the enemy was coming. "Roger that, we'll do the same and move forward. Once we are inside, keep comm chatter to a minimum besides on our local channels," instructed Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil. He didn't want the Republic to catch on with the constant comm chatter between the two teams. Acknowledged, "Once we get back, beers are on me." This hyped up the soldiers on both teams, as a nice beer after a successful mission was one of the best things ever as a soldier. With that said, Team Saber used a breaching laser gun which cut a hole into the building, allowing them to drop in. Team Reaper hacked the door from the shuttle pad and proceeded into the building, clearing their corners one hall at a time as they moved forward. The team split on both sides of the halls, providing better position as they advanced forward. Team Saber dropped down their entry point and headed inside, leaving 3 members of their team on top of the building for overwatch. The two teams advanced through the halls, killing or knocking out any armed guards they encountered. So far, the local authorities had not caught on to what was going on at the holding facility, but just a few minutes away was a Jedi shuttle carrying a few Jedi who were assigned to bring the captured balance keepers to the Jedi Council on Ossus. The Overwatch team couldn't detect the ship because it was outside of their radar range. Because of this, the ship continued to get closer while the two teams closed in on their objectives. Holding facility cells. Guardian Brennick sat in his cell not sleeping as he could sense the commotion that was going on outside. He knew that this commotion was the special forces sent to get them out. The guards had already caught on to what was going on and tried to contact the planetary government for assistance, but their comms were down, and they could only talk to each other on their local comms. Outside his cell, he could hear the sounds of boots hitting the ground as guards ran to cut off certain locations and prevent the invaders from reaching their objective. He could also sense their fear as they went to face the enemy which had already cut down so many of the other guards. Vera and Nivera were held in nearby cells, but not within his line of sight. Every time the guards went into each of their cells, they would tap twice on the wall in a code that each of them recognized. It meant that they were unarmed, bored, and couldn't find a way out. They couldn't use the Force as the cell they were in were built to hold Force users and restrict their use of the Force. Though he was still able to sense things, he just couldn't muster up any power to remove the cuffs on his hand. After a few minutes had passed, the door leading into the part where their cells were, was breached by an explosion. Brennick, Vera, and Nivera had ducked down due to the shockwave and listened as they heard the screams of the guards outside. A few moments later, those screams had vanished and this time they heard the voice of a Jedi. "Guardian Brennick, we've come to rescue you and your adepts," announced Lieutenant Commander Thrigzil as he opened Brennick's cell holding the key to release the cuffs on his hands. 2 of the other members did the same with Vera and Nivera, releasing them from their cells and handing them their lightsaber which they managed to find as they made their way to the holding cells. "I wasn't expecting you so soon," said Brennick as he estimated that it would take days or even weeks before they either released after negotiations or weeks to infiltrate the Republic and rescue them. It was nice to see that he was wrong. "The Emperor himself made this a priority," responded Thrigzil. "Does that mean we are going to war with the Republic?" he asked. "An action such as this would surely be used by the Republic to start a war. We weren't told much except to not worry about that. But enough small talk, we are on a time limit, and we need to get moving." Brennick nodded, joining Vera and Nivera outside his cell as they moved towards the exit of the facility. At the same time, Team Saber had successfully reached the location where the children should be, but they were nowhere to be found. They searched the surrounding rooms and couldn't find anything. That's when Lieutenant Bren decided to break comm silence and contact Brennick to inform him of what's going on. "Saber, 1 to Reaper," he called over the comm. "This is Reaper 1, responded Thrigzil. "We have arrived at our objective, but the children are nowhere in sight. Do you think they may have already been transported?" asked Lieutenant Bren. "That's highly likely considering this is a holding facility and not a place for children. So, we won't investigate further and will just have to inform command once we are out of the system," explained Thrigzil. Lieutenant Bren felt a little disappointed since he couldn't save the children, but he still had a mission to do. "Copy that, Reaper 1. I will see you outside." With that, Team Saber had circled back to where they came in to wait for exfil. However, as they were heading back, they got an update from the Overwatch outside. "Reaper 1, Saber 1, this is Overwatch. We have a single shuttle bearing the symbol of the Jedi Order approaching the facility. It looks like they are heading towards northern shuttle pad." Running through the halls, Thrigzil quickly replied. "Copy that, Overwatch, maintain watch and keep me updated." "Copy, maintaining watch and will keep you updated," repeated Overwatch as the 3 continued to monitor the situation. That's when the shuttle changed its path and was now heading towards the same shuttle pad that Team Reaper was heading to. "Reaper 1, this is Overwatch. The shuttle has changed paths and is now heading towards your exfil location." Thrigzil, who was right outside the door that led to the shuttle pad, responded. "We're already at the door. We'll deal with them, have the exfil shuttle pick up Saber first and then us after." "Copy that," replied Overwatch as they contacted the shuttle and relayed his commands. Meanwhile, Thrigzil turned towards Brennick who nodded at him. After that, they opened the door and saw a shuttle that was in the process of landing. On the shuttle there was a Jedi Master and 6 Jedi Knights. Once the shuttle touched down, the doors opened and the Jedi who had sensed the disturbance walked down the shuttle's ramp with their lightsabers already drawn. Team Reaper aimed their rifles at the Jedi and spread out in a loose line formation with the 3 balance keepers at the center. The Jedi kept their lightsabers up and prepared to fight what they guessed were Imperial operatives. The Jedi Master, who was standing in front, approached with a malicious smile on his face. Unlike normal Jedi, he was one of those extreme ones, radicalized by the new Jedi Order of today as a champion of light. Well, what do we have here? Imperial operatives on Republic soil rescuing the vile members of that wretched order who attacked my fellow Jedi. I may be mistaken, but I don't think you're supposed to be here, stated the Jedi Master as he smirked once again. That must mean you are here illegally, and from what I can sense, you have killed a few dozen guards. You are correct, but this was an illegal arrest in the first place. So, Brennick couldn't finish his sentence as he was interrupted. I don't care for your words. You are part of the order founded by that traitor, Daimon. You know I was part of the Wardens of Unity, but I was kicked out because I wasn't catching on the whole balance part of what they were teaching. But thanks to them, I was able to develop myself as a Jedi, taking what they taught me and applying it to my everyday training. Now, here I stand in front of 3 members of the Balance Keepers. The Jedi Master inhaled and exhaled deeply, but I will not waste too much time. As the Guardians of Justice, I demand you surrender and answer for your vile actions committed today. Brennick could see that there was no talking his way out of this. So, he grabbed his own lightsaber and ignited it alongside Vera and Nivera. I see, the path you have chosen is what I expected from you, he said as he motioned for the Jedi Knights to close in. They advanced forward, causing Frigzil and his men to take out their vibroblades. While they weren't Force users, they were still trained to use a verbablade in case of missions where they would encounter Force users such as this one. The 6 Jedi Knights engaged in combat with Team Reaper alongside Vera and Nivera. Brennick and the Jedi Master faced off against each other, the two observing each other before they fought. Can I know your name before we duel blades? Asked Brennick. My name is Jedi Master Visel Sylvan, and these knights with me are my sons and daughters. This was Brennick's first time encountering a Jedi family. He had heard that some of them were powerful in terms of their ability to produce good Force users, but he didn't know how good they were. My name is Guardian Brennick, a veteran of the Balance Keepers. A veteran, you say? Well, let's test that and see how you fare against me, said Master Visel as he charged forward, reinforcing his speed with the Force. Brennick blocked his attack, just barely, as he had moved a little faster than he expected. From this exchange alone, he could feel that this would be no easy battle for him. 91. A small skirmish with the Jedi Order. Master Visel was the product of what the modern-day Jedi family could achieve, especially since now Jedi families were endorsed by the Jedi High Council. Brennick was a strong Force user, but he was still considered above average within the ranks of the Balance Keepers. And those above-average abilities were showing as he clashed with Master Visel. As their lightsabers were locked together, he tried to use the power of his lightsaber to push Visel back and create some distance between them. But every time he did, Visel came running back, forcing him on the defensive. He had heard that these new Jedi were different from the ones a few centuries ago, but he didn't know how different until now. Visel swung his lightsaber from the side using his own lightsaber technique that he created from his time within the Order. His swing connected with Brennick's lightsaber before he pulled back and swung again. They continued to exchange blows with Visel constantly on the attack and Brennick just barely being able to defend against him. Behind Brennick and Visel, the fight between Team Reaper, Vera, Nivera, and the Jedi Knights was facing the same situation. Vera and Nivera wielded their yellow lightsabers, which represented their rank as an adept. They wouldn't get to choose a better color until they reached the rank of Guardian. Team Reaper wielded the standard white-colored vibroblades as they clashed with the Jedi Knights. They were holding their own against the Jedi Knights and used their superior numbers to double-team a few of them. Lieutenant Frigzil parried a saber strike with his vibroblade, twisting his hips and slamming his gauntlet against the Jedi Knight's face, who lunged at him. The Knight stumbled, leaving an opening for Sergeant Varron to attempt to force his blade into the Jedi's side. But the Knight managed to recover and jump out of the way in time before he got stabbed. Frigzil and Varron regrouped and slowly started to step towards the Knight. Once they got closer, they started running in 2 directions, throwing the Knight's focus off of a single target. The Knight spun around, hesitating for a moment, and that's when Frigzil took advantage with a feint, drawing the Knight's saber towards him as he blocked it, while Varron swept his legs. The Knight crashed onto the ground, throwing out a force push reflexively, which was too weak to do anything to Frigzil's massive frame. Varron pulled out his blaster rifle and set it to stun, quickly firing a shot at the Knight on the ground. The shot hit its target, rendering the Knight unconscious. But the fight wasn't over yet, and Frigzil and Varron moved to help the others. A few feet away, Vera had twisted her body midair, her lightsaber clashing with that of the tall Jedi Knight she was facing. The Knight was calm and had managed to counter her every move. Every step she took, he mirrored it with his own. The Knight had taken multiple jabs at her, some of which she barely managed to dodge. He's better than me, she thought. So, she stopped trying to match his moves and instead embraced the wildness. Besides the standard lightsaber forms that everybody in the Balance Keepers were taught, they were also taught a wild form which would be used against stronger foes. She used this wildness, faking a fall, drawing in his lightsaber. When it was close enough, she managed to shift her body and roll under the swing, then stabbed his foot with her saber. He screamed in pain, allowing her to use the force to hurl him against the wall. This didn't knock him out, but as he was about to get up, one of the members of Team Reaper had pulled out their rifle and shot a stun bolt at him, which finished the job. Done with her fight, Vera decided to help Nivera, who was fighting two knights with help from a member of Team Reaper. Though before she joined the fight, she took a chance to look at the battle between Guardian Brennick and Master Visel. The two had locked blades, with Brennick slightly bent down and Visel standing over him. "I thought you would be stronger, but I guess your order isn't as strong as we thought." Brennick didn't respond and just focused on the fight. He didn't understand why Visel wanted to talk as they dueled. Visel noticed this and had pushed Brennick's saber aside and swing towards his neck, but Brennick ducked, and used his hand to push Visel back, who quickly recovered. But it was already too late as the shuttle had arrived, and Team Saber had provided covering fire as Team Reaper and the rest ran to the side of the shuttle pad where their shuttle had landed on the edge of the platform. Within seconds they were all on board and the shuttle activated its thrusters, quickly escaping towards the sky. Brennick didn't notice it until now, but he had got hit with the saber on his shoulder. Luckily it wasn't anything bad, so he would live. Frigzil looked at one of his team members and nodded, signaling him to carry on with the final part of the planet. The final part of the plan was to set the comm jammers on a timer which would cause them to self-destruct so that the Republic won't be able to reverse engineer their technology. Back on the shuttle pad, Visel sheathed his lightsaber as he watched the shuttle fly away. There was nothing he could do with their comms jammed, and he could see that their shuttle would not be able to catch up to them. One of the knights walked up to him. "What now, Master?" Visel sighed as he turned to answer them. "The shuttle will go out of range of the jammers and let the Republic know what happened here. In the meantime, we will search for survivors and make sure no more intruders are in the facility." The knight nodded. In the following hours, dozens of Republic shuttles arrived at the facility to secure it. Local reporters had quickly caught on and had arrived to see what was happening, but the order had already come down from the Chancellor to keep this incident under wraps. They didn't want this incident to escalate further and risk a war. Since the Republic wouldn't provide any information, the reporters had no choice but to make something up, speculating at a possible prison break or something. On the other hand, as the days passed, a lot of hush money was being provided to lots of families of the people that had lost their lives in the facility. But not every family was content with this situation. Two families had reported this hush money to some reporters, which started to become a major scandal in just a matter of days. It wasn't long until the story got out, dozens dead at holding facility, and the government tries to cover it up. This sparked a lot of outrage from within populace and the Senate. Though this wasn't much for an impeachment as they couldn't connect the Chancellor to it. Some senators had called for his impeachment. But without enough support for the movement, it didn't make much progress. Back in Imperial space, the balance keepers were returned back to safety, and the special operatives were rewarded for their success. While they didn't get the children, it wasn't their fault, it was an intelligence failure on the Imperium's part. These things happen, so nothing major changed. With this out of the way, Daimon was now free to focus on the future. Nothing major was going to happen for the next millennia, so he planned to keep himself occupied with some projects of his own. A/N, short chapter today, but now we get a time skip to the next major conflict or just a few years before to set things up. The next two chapters will be focused on life in the Republic versus life in the Imperium. I will try to release these same day and then proceed with the time skip so we can get into the next phase of story. Also, I am thinking about a name change for the balance keepers. Let me know what you guys think. I will probably have a vote in the time skip chapter on what new name I should change it to. Anyways, thanks for reading the chapter and the story thus far. 92. Life of a Security Officer. The reaction from the Jedi Order to this turn of events had given them the justification they needed to disband the Wardens of Unity. The announcement was made a few months after the incident at the holding facility. Once the Jedi High Council learned of the attack, they expected the situation to escalate. But instead, when they were contacted by the Chancellor, they were a little disappointed. The Chancellor had told them that the incident was going to be kept quiet from the public to avoid a large-scale conflict. Grandmaster Donisham wasn't exactly happy about this outcome. Ever since the end of the 100 Years of Darkness, the Jedi Order had changed to become more involved in the protection of the Republic against both internal and external threats. And the fact that the Chancellor had just allowed an external threat to sneak in, kill a few dozen citizens, and leave unharmed, didn't sit right with Grandmaster Donisham. But as things stand, there wasn't much he could do to change this decision besides voice his disagreement. Thought one thing he could do was to proceed with his disbanding of the Wardens of Unity. Their beliefs had been allowed to fester within the Jedi Order for too long, and they had corrupted many Jedi into following them. So, a few months after the holding facility incident, it was officially announced that the Order of the Balance Keepers, which was founded by Daimon, was to be considered a hostile order. The Wardens of Unity, who was also a product of Daimon, was to be disbanded, and all members were to renounce the religion or face punishment. Unlike the old Jedi Order, the current version still held the values of the old, but implemented changes because of Daimon's influence, the state of the Republic, and the scares of the 100 Years of Darkness. All of these things added up resulted in the Jedi Order undergoing significant changes, making them more pragmatic and much less tolerant of philosophies they considered heretical. The news was poorly received by the members of the Wardens of Unity. Many born into Jedi families and holding prestigious positions were publicly stripped of their rank and authority. Most denounced the Jedi High Council and fled the Order. Others attempted to fight the decree through legal methods, but the decision was absolute, especially since the Jedi High Council had voted unanimously for it. Once a member of the Jedi Order, Daimon was now seen as a disgrace, and his achievements were starting to be wiped from the archives as a way to get rid of any influence he had over the members of the Jedi Order. To Daimon, all of this was just a step in the wrong direction for the Jedi Order. The leadership was once again blinded to the reality of the galaxy and the Force, and there was nothing he wanted to do to help them. He will just watch as the Order goes through its changes over the millennia until the time of its collapse. A/N. The next 2 chapters are just showcasing life from the perspective of a citizen in the Imperium and a citizen in the Republic. If you don't care about things like this, then I would just skip it altogether, as it has no impact on the story. This chapter is a little lengthy, but the Republic chapter will be shorter. After these chapters will be the time skip chapter released all at the same time. Otherwise enjoy the 3 chapters. Etherful, Imperial Frontier World. Year, 6613 BBY. Imperial Year, 375. Daimon, age, 447. Total population, 299.6 billion. Sitting at the table with his children, Corven smiled as he remembered how his life was just 10 years ago. He was living on Coruscant, barely making ends meet due to a few bad decisions. It was his own fault, still he looked for a better life for him and his wife. That's when he saw an ad about how life in the Imperium was for humans. The ad was obviously going overboard with its representation, but at the time Corven didn't care. He used the last bit of his money to take himself and his wife to the Imperium to seek a better life. They didn't know what to expect or even if they would be welcomed, but this was their last chance, and they were either going to succeed or fail. And succeeded, they did. As soon as they arrived on the border world of Etherful, they were taken to a migration facility where he was granted some low-wage job which involved working in some mines. So, he did this while being granted a place to stay within a migrant housing district. It took him 2 years before he switched from working the mines to joining the Etherful Security Force, which was the quickest path to becoming a citizen and receiving more Imperial benefits. From there he spent 8 years being an officer and starting a family. All of that led him to this very moment. He looked over at his daughter, who was just 8 years old. That's when his wife, Lysera, had picked up his empty plate. "Ready to head out, dear?" she asked as she noticed him lost in thought. "Yeah, sorry dear, I was just thinking about the past." Lysera smiled as if he was always the one reminiscing about how they got to this point. She didn't like to think about the past as she didn't want to remember those times. "Well, I'm sure you can think all you want on the ride to work." She smiled as she got up and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Alright, but I might be late coming back. There's supposed to be some demonstration happening in the city today and they're already asking for all hands on deck." Demonstrations were a common occurrence on Etherful as it was a border world, right next to Republic space. A little over 60% of the inhabitants were human, with the other 40% being a mix of Jedi and other races. "Is it that one group again who keep trying to create a human-only sector?" Lysera asked, pushing her hair behind her ear as she rinsed the plates. "No, this is the other one." Corven chuckled, trying to keep the conversation light for his daughter's sake. "Freedom of faith. They're upset their kids have to go to the Imperial doctrine schools now, even if you're not part of the official faith." "So, all of them then?" she asked. "All of them," answered Corven as his daughter, Ilya, ran up and hugged his arm tightly. "Can you bring home more honey fruit?" she asked. "Not the kind with the blue spots, the other kind." He looked at her cute face and knew he couldn't refuse. "Promise, Angel," he said, lifting her up into his arms and planting a kiss on her forehead. After breakfast, Corven got into his landspeeder and went to work. It was a short 20-minute ride, allowing him to get mentally prepared for the ahead. After parking his speeder and heading into the massive security force facility, Corven saw a group of people who were dressed in military clothing walking out. He moved out of the way, allowing them to pass, then proceeded to the front desk. "Hey Avarice, what's going on?" he asked the man at the front desk. "I don't know, Corven, but the chief will probably inform us during the meeting. I suggest you hurry up and get dressed so you won't miss it." Corven nodded and headed to the changing rooms and got dressed in his uniform. Immediately after that, a meeting was called, and several hundred members of the security force had converged into a massive meeting room. Once everybody was seated, the chief, a massive Jedi, had walked in followed by 2 people. When he reached the stand, he wasted no time and began speaking. "Good morning, everybody. I hope this morning is going well, because it looks like we will have a long day." Hearing this, most of the people knew what this meant. They were going to be working long hours because of some demonstration. "Now before I continue, I'm going to let these 2 from Central explain the situation." The 2 standing next to him took to the stand. "Good morning, everybody. My name is Executor Jaren, and this here is Executor Amira. The demonstration that will happen later today has been investigated and it has been determined that this event has been organized in order to incite a riot, commit damage to local property, and attempt the abduction of public officials for the purpose of extortion. We expect with high confidence that the group, Freedom of Faith, will be acting in coordination with at least 2 or more extraplanetary cells, possibly with foreign support. Corven let his words settle, looking over the crowd for any signs of confusion or panic. But there were none, so he proceeded. Because of this, people working directly under High Justiciar Vera have decided to take action. Soldiers from the garrison, alongside members of the local Ascendant Bastion, will be deployed in the city. Hearing this, now everybody was a little bit shocked. High Justiciar Vera was a progenitor, and in terms of the chain of command she was at the very top. Then there was the Ascendants. They were the massive soldiers who were present on every planet in the Imperium, but not many people got to see them. The only way you can see one was during times of war, and even then, it was still rare. Corven had only seen images and videos of them, but now it seemed like he was going to meet them in person. The Intelligence Directorate is already dealing with the cells and ties to foreign support. Your job will be to control this demonstration and prevent whatever their objectives are from happening. Now I will let the chief explain the rest, said Horven as he stepped away. The chief took the stand and explained the situation. We will be deploying everybody from this facility and work with the other security force divisions of other facilities to control all of these people. It is estimated that around 100,000 people will be coming to this event, so there will be no heroics, no cowboy shit. We keep them contained, and when they get out of hand, we are authorized to arrest anybody and use force if necessary. The chief continued on explaining the schedule and the formation of the security forces' presence. Dress sharp, stay hydrated, and anticipate that they will try to goad you into violence for the cameras. Don't give them that footage. If you're interviewed, only the designated spokespeople are permitted to speak on behalf of the division. Am I clear? The crowd replied in unison, Crystal, Chief. He dismissed them after that, letting them get prepared. It was a stampede of boots and voices as the officers made their way back to the locker rooms. Corven grabbed his issued stun baton, secured his blaster pistol, and a riot shield. He didn't love these days, and he was especially worried when the demonstrations were about faith. There were thousands of religions throughout the known galaxy, some smaller in nature, while others are much bigger and more widespread. And with the Imperium welcoming migrants from the Republic and other places, various religions would come to clash against the Imperial faith. After roll call, Corven returned to the ready room, where the feed from the city center was already being broadcast to everybody. Hundreds were already coming in ahead of schedule and setting up in the streets. Other security force divisions were already there, forming lines and blocking certain streets, as the intended target for the demonstrators was the Imperial Temple. As a few minutes passed, Corven was assigned to crowd monitoring detail, as usual. He traveled to the location where the demonstration was happening on a shuttle and was quickly deployed on the streets. As his boots hit the ground, he began walking past the statues of the Emperor which stood tall in front of the temple. He was following his sergeant, who led them to the command center where they would get their orders. Once they received their orders, the group proceeded to the front and would monitor the crowd for any agitators or people armed with weapons. Those who had any of these things would be arrested or shot depending on the situation. Just past the barricade, Corven saw the first cluster of agitators. They wore the familiar orange armbands, the color of the Freedom of Faith movement, and they flashed Hala signs with slogans, "Secularism is slavery" and "O forced creed down with idols." Corven recognized a few from prior events. They were true believers, maybe, but they seemed just as interested in getting on screen or getting arrested. This continued on for the next several hours as more security forces were funneled in and the crowd started to reach tens of thousands. Soldiers from the garrison had already arrived with shuttles constantly flying overhead, monitoring the demonstration. Local traffic was shifted to other areas, which wasn't much of a problem as most of the traffic were air cars. But now is the time when things start to get rowdy. The crowd wanted to advance further to get closer to the temple, but the security forces were not allowing them to, so a few people decided to do things on their own. They started to run into the riot shields of the officers and antagonize them, but the officers didn't budge nor react. This prompted more people to do it until the crowd started to push against the shields. "Hold the line," shouted one of the chiefs as he noticed a few parts of the line that were starting to get overrun. And as if just on time, the Ascendants had arrived in their shuttle, landing behind the front line as the rioters kept pushing, unaware of the sigil that was on the transport ship. The leader of the Ascendants, Lt. Cernic, had walked down the ramp accompanied by 19 others. "Chief, what's the situation?" he asked, clearly seeing that the crowd had gotten rowdy. The chief approached hesitantly as this was his first time seeing an Ascendant in person. They were relatively peaceful for a few hours, but after that they started to get a little aggressive. He explained, "Make a hole for me and my man. We will join the front line and hopefully scare some of them off. Though, we're not allowed to hurt any of them unless something drastic happens." The chief nodded and ordered a part of the line to make a hole as Lt. Cernic and the rest of the Ascendants went to the front line. As soon as the others saw them, they continued to try and push the line back, but it wasn't as strong as before since most stopped out of fear. Seeing these tall, massive, armored soldiers was something that they could just dismiss. And based on their appearance, most of the people knew who these massive soldiers were. But this didn't stop the Freedom of Faith movement, as one individual who was dressed in all black and tried to blend into the crowd had an explosive that he was prepping. Corven saw this and pointed it out to his sergeant, who ordered them to detain them. But before they could, the person had thrown the device where Corven and his group were standing. "Get down!" shouted Corven, warning his fellow officers as the device exploded right on top of them. The security forces around him who heard his warning managed to duck down, placing their shields on top of their heads, but the explosion still managed to injure several officers and left some stunned by the explosion, which left a hole in the line. Lt. Cernak seeing this ordered his men to move in and ordered the officers to push them back. None of the officers had second thoughts on whether he was allowed to command them and just followed his orders. The crowd began to run in panic, but since they were surrounded, they had nowhere to run but across the line of security forces. But the security forces locked their shields and pushed forward against the massive crowd. The soldiers who were waiting in reserve had rushed to the front line with their weapons in hand and aimed at the crowd, yelling at everyone to get down. Two of the Ascendants who spotted the assailant had blitzed through the crowd, pushing anybody who didn't move out of the way. Several people were thrown to the side as they tried to put up a fight and protect the person who threw the bomb, but their efforts proved useless. The two Ascendants caught up to the one who threw the bomb in little to no time. The person in question was a human male, hired to escalate the situation even further, and give the demonstrators a chance to push through. Once they got through, the plan was to use their emotions to get them to destroy the temple, unaware of the consequences that would bring upon them. However, they didn't expect that the military alongside Ascendant soldiers would be deployed. Still, the order was given, and the bomb was used. Cowering before them, all the man could feel was fear as he murmured a prayer to the god he worshipped as if that would halt the Ascendants behind him. The first of the two gripped the man's collar, yanking him upright with a single hand. Witnesses nearby didn't know what to do besides getting out of the way. A few minutes later, some soldiers rushed in and arrested the man. In the meantime, Corven alongside several other officers who were injured were rushed to the medics. Their burns weren't that bad and could be treated with a few days of rest. Riding in the back of the medical car, Corven couldn't believe that something like this happened. Normally, the demonstrations were peaceful with the occasional violence happening. But today, it went beyond the normal line. Remembering how the Imperium was, he was sure that some harsh punishments were about to be implemented, and a crackdown was about to happen on the groups involved. This was the way he discovered that the Imperium operated. If a problem occurred, they would go all the way to the source to get rid of it. This was one of the many things he liked about the Imperium. Things like this happened on a small scale all over Border the Worlds. But so long as people like Corven existed, the Imperium would continue to thrive and be accepting to other species. 93. Life of a Republic Supervisor. Guigenia, Republic Inner Rim Urban World. Year 6613 BBY. Republic Sector Year 2834. Total population 19.3 billion. Rolling out of her sleep pod, Sonora Tellin struggled to get out of bed as over the last 4 nights, she was barely able to properly sleep because of work. But after a few minutes she groaned and rolled herself out of bed. As she rolled out of bed, she heard an announcement being made from outside. We repeat, avoid the outer ring of District 6 until further notice. A Level 3 dissident assembly has been declared by the Republic Security Bureau. Commuters are advised to reroute through lanes B9 or D4. This is a safety advisory only. Order is being maintained. The broadcast repeated itself in 3 languages, which were the top 3 spoken across the planet. As the announcement looped, the morning light shimmered through the window. Sonora rubbed her eyes. Her name matched that of the city, Senatora, but she never found that charming. Her parents had thought it poetic, being born in Inner Rim of the Republic. But she was a transport logistics supervisor, not a senator. Not a poet, just another underpaid public sector worker praying her credits didn't expire before she could use them. She went to the kitchen and activated the kettle for some morning refreshment before she heads to work. The walls were thin, allowing her to hear her neighbor in the next unit yelling over a call again. It was the usual, more complaints about identity taxation or intuitional species bias. She didn't bother to listen when she heard the yelling and instead tuned it out. Everybody had a cause or outrage in the city, but no one had any damn power to do anything. A few minutes later, the kettle dinged, and her morning refreshments were ready. At the same time, an announcement was made which would make her day even more difficult. Senatora Transit Line 14C has been suspended indefinitely due to security operations. Please contact your workplace representative for rescheduling. Her heart sank. That's my line, she whispered aloud. She was already 3 write-ups away from disciplinary review. If she missed another shift, especially today, when shipments were being audited by the Senate Trade Compliance Board, she could lose her job. She quickly grabbed her datapad, tossed on her gray uniform, and slung her transit badge around her neck. The transit shuttle that she took was jammed with too many bodies. The interior lights flickered every few minutes, just enough to keep people irritated, but not enough to file a repair order. The shuttles flew through the congested lower sky lanes as District 4C was already swarming with patrol drones, their flashing lights marking invisible zones no one dared to enter. She glanced at her datapad, scrolling through the news to pass the time. Republic Chancellor declines proposal to nationalize Inner Rim water trade. Senate Ethics Council opens inquiry into Unityist education funding. Jedi Council affirms disbanding of balance-based sects, not in accordance with Republic stability. None of these were things that truly concerned her, but it was always nice to see what was going on. Across from her, a Bothan youth in a faded student tunic stared at her uniform. He had the face of someone who wanted to say something involving the recent politics of the city. And sure enough, he did. You work for distribution coordination. Transit logistics, she responded, correcting him. So, you reroute shipments away from refugee settlements when the funding doesn't clear. Sonora shook her head. No, I file the manifests. The Bothan student still looked at her with disgust. That's what they all say. He sneered and turned away. That was the new currency in Senatora, moral judgment. Everyone worked for a corrupt system. Everyone was complicit. Sonora didn't even know if she disagreed anymore. She was just tired. By the time she reached the Sector 9 Public Works facility, there were already barricades set up. Lines of protesters stretched down the far plaza, kept back by a wall of peacekeepers. Their signs were mostly digital, projecting slogans blinking mid-air. No to cred-linked citizenship. We are more than our data. Corporate Jedi Republic lies. Ignoring the signs and protests, Sonora slid through the back entrance with her ID and entered the building. Inside, the Trade Compliance Board had already arrived. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in gold-trimmed robes that marked them as non-affiliated oversight agents, were reviewing the delivery queue. Her supervisor, a pale-skinned Arcanian named Letharuan, waved her over with a smirk on his face. Glad you made it. Try not to get written up again. They're looking for a fall person if the Jedi shipment doesn't clear export by midday. Jedi shipment. She blinked. Medical freight headed to Coruscant. They're expediting it. If it's even half a minute late, we'll get tagged with a Class 5 delay. Which means internal review. Which means your name gets flagged. Sonora sighed as if there was always something causing her problems. She immediately got to work, not wanting to lose her job over something like this. Another sleepless night, she thought to herself. 3 hours later, things went from fragile to frantic when the protest outside had grown into a crowd of several thousand. The peacekeepers doubled their ranks in response. A few protesters had tried to throw paint at the checkpoint scanners. One droid had malfunctioned and fired a stun blast into the air, setting off a chain reaction of confusion. Back in the facility, the shipment meant for Coruscant was still in the loading bay. Its cargo was delayed due to a broken routing code. The compliance agents had their eyes all on her now. Her datapad kept beeping with new alerts as the sweat was starting to soak through her uniform. Behind her, a junior tech whispered, "They're trying to use you as a scapegoat, huh?" She nodded her head. "Yeah, it's only a matter of time." One of the agents approached her. "Supervisor Telun, why has Manifest XR-49B not been logged into the central nexus?" She looked at the screen, her heart racing as she scrolled through the datapad. "It's missing a nexus tag. I've requested override approval." "That should have been done in advance," retorted the agent. "I wasn't informed this was a Jedi priority manifest." Sonora tried to explain but the agent wasn't having it. "You were expected to monitor for it." That word, multitask, it was often used to say, "We'll punish you no matter what." Sonora ignored that however and got back to work, not wanting to stir anything else. By the time the manifest was cleared, the crowd outside had tripled in size and local news drones were capturing the scene. Leth, her supervisor, made a show of being too busy to help while still hovering near enough to take credit should the shipment miracle itself through. Sonora's hands moved over her console, routing, rechecking, and bridging her way through 24 password prompts. A few minutes passed and she watched as the cargo drone carrying the Jedi shipment left the facility. Her job was done, now all that was left was her other tasks. The agents had left without saying anything, making her glad that she had escaped from being fired for another day at least. As the day ended, she made her way back to her apartment where she heard another broadcast. The demonstration in District 9 has ended. Several injuries were reported, but peace was restored. The Jedi High Council issued a brief statement affirming support for Republic unity and condemned all forms of anti-institutional action as harmful to the greater galactic good. More propaganda, she thought to herself. The Jedi had become active on the planet over the past few years, which made life somewhat safer, but also difficult. She heard of a time when the Jedi were not that involved in the Republic, but that time had long passed. Besides that, the only thing on her mind was waking up tomorrow and repeating the day over and over again as she did for the past decade. 94, 400-year time skip. 400 years later. Year, 6213 BBY. Imperial year, 775. Daimon, age, 847. Total population. Revealed in the chapter. Since the end of the war against the Abominer, a conflict that had once threatened to extinguish all life within the Feldari Imperium and potentially the galaxy, peace had reigned for centuries. The Imperium had entered a sort of golden age of internal growth and development. The scares of war had been replaced with bustling cities, flourishing trade networks, and a sense of purpose that united the Imperium's citizens. With no new systems being added, the resources obtained from the new planets were focused on the Imperium's development. This allowed new infrastructure across the new territories to be invested in and the building several economic sectors, agricultural sectors, industrial sectors, and urban sectors. Some planets have already developed into full-fledged forge worlds, agri-worlds, fortress worlds, and research worlds. Daimon recognized that expansion wasn't always about conquering new worlds but about nurturing what they already possessed, and currently the Imperium had a lot of space to develop. The people living in the new territories used to be majority humans and some other minor species, but over the course of 400 years, the Jedi had migrated and started to populate these worlds too, alongside several other species. The total population for the Imperium itself had finally broken through 1 trillion and was now standing at 14.3 trillion. This number of people shocked even Daimon as he monitored the growth over the centuries. With the Jedi being basically immortal, plus the migration of several other species, it was expected that this would happen, especially with it being an official policy of the Imperium to increase the population of the Jedi. Now, out of the 14.3 trillion population living within the Imperium, 12 trillion were Jedi. The rest were a mix of various human species, Twi'lek, Togruta, Mirialan, and a few others. The Mirialan in the Imperium had become avid followers of the Imperial faith because of how it was based on the Force, unlike their own primitive understanding of the Force. None of these species, however, ever approached the cultural importance embodied by the Jedi and their Imperial faith. On the capital, Felder, the planet had reached a population of 1 trillion people. This was due to the orbital ring which went around the entire planet. The orbital ring was a massive megastructure built to increase the number of people that could live on Felder and offer several other benefits. This way, Felder could maintain a sense of beauty and not become an ecumenopolis like Coruscant. At the center of the ring was the control center which monitored the life support and overall efficiency of the ring. If something was wrong, they would send teams out to fix the problems immediately. This was a policy as any problem could develop into a situation where the life support failed, or that part of the station went dark. Because of this, maintenance droids and other personnel were constantly monitoring every part of the station for any system failures. In addition to this, the security of the station was granted to the Felder armed forces due to the ring's technology and other features. This was beneficial as the entire ring wasn't dedicated to housing civilians. Some parts of it were used by the military to conduct orbital training exercises, research teams to test other projects, and entertainment districts. Except for the military district, each district was easily accessible via the hover tram lanes that went around the station. These hover tram lanes provided quick transportation to each part of the orbital ring, ranging from 30 minutes up to 2 hours, depending on where you were located. Life in the ring was comparatively similar to life on the surface. The only difference was the environment. Artificial gravity was created to mimic that of Felder's, offering the same experience and getting rid of the negative side effects that would come from having an imbalanced gravity system. Thanks to these improvements, the orbital ring was well received by the people and had quickly grown in population over a century. This added to the economy of Felder, making the capital become closer to Coruscant in terms of production. The orbital ring didn't go without its problems. Several spies from surrounding empires tried to sneak in and figure out the schematics of how it was built. This was in all part due to the small Cold War that had started between the Imperium, Republic, Theocratic Dominion of Kalindra, Kingdom of Realithes, Coalition of Free Stars, and the Varaxian Technocracy. After the Chancellor that Daimon mind-controlled was voted out of office, the next Chancellor had also decided to oppose the Imperium and its increasing influence by focusing the Republic on expansion and development. This was widely accepted by the senators and people who were very receptive to these ideas. And once they started to show positive results, the support for them increased exponentially, which saw the next Chancellors take somewhat of the same route. As such, this saw the Republic initiate its great expansion into the Mid-Rim and parts of the Outer Rim. Their expansion was slow as they didn't have the quantum hyperspace mapping system that the Imperium had, which allowed explorers to receive continuous, up-to-date information about stable hyperlanes, gravitational anomalies, and even potential threats in real time. The Republic's expansion, while slower than the Imperium's, was still effective. They established footholds in resource-rich systems, negotiated protectorate agreements with independent worlds, and slowly created networks of trade routes to completely overshadow the Imperium in every aspect. The strategy was clear: contain the Imperium through economic and diplomatic superiority. But with the constant battle between internal corruption and bureaucratic inefficiency, the Republic was slowly decaying rather than flourishing. The Jedi Order, once the guardians of peace and justice, had become increasingly politicized, their moral authority eroded by centuries of compromise with Senate interests. And the little Cold War between the Jedi Order and Balance Keepers didn't make things any better. Daimon observed these developments with detached interests. He had learned long ago that the galaxy moved in cycles of expansion, consolidation, conflict, and renewal. The Republic's current trajectory would eventually lead to overextension, just as it had countless times before. The question was not if they would stumble, but when, and what form that stumbling would take. In the meantime, the Imperium continued its internal development. The Balance Keepers had grown to over 100,000 members, with temples established on every major world and outposts on frontier planets. The Order had become the spiritual backbone of Imperial society, teaching not just Force techniques but philosophy, ethics, and the proper understanding of one's place within the cosmic order. The newer generation saw an increase in the average midichlorians that one had. Daimon theorized this was due to the generations of exposure to force-rich environments he had cultivated throughout Imperial space and the bloodlines that were established by families that were formed by thousands of balance keepers throughout Imperial history. The Sith Empire since its founding has expanded to dozens of systems surrounding Korriban. Their technology had developed, and they were slowly becoming a regional power. The Sith Order, which prioritized balancing the individual ambitions of its members, managed to create a sense of self-correction. The Sith hierarchy became less like a single dagger aimed at the galaxy and more like a swarm of knives. The Sith expansion has brought them closer and closer to coming in contact with the Mandalorians who were also expanding their empire. The Sith Empire, which was led by the Dark Lord of the Sith and the 9 Sith Lords under them, had managed to conquer several nearby worlds and species. Their population numbered in the billions with a large portion being enslaved species. Most of the Sith Imperial army was made up of monstrous creatures and slaves. The slaves contributed to the Sith's increasing power and were used to spread fear to the other species within the Sith Empire. The Mandalorians, in contrast, had grown into something resembling a confederation of warrior clans. Their culture revolved around martial prowess, honor through combat, and the belief that strength defined one's place in the galaxy. Unlike the Sith, who ruled through fear and domination, the Mandalorians respected worthy opponents and integrated conquered peoples who proved themselves in battle. Every species they encountered were tested through war before they were integrated. Those who surrendered without honor were enslaved or abandoned. This philosophy had created a diverse empire united not by species or ideology, but by a shared warrior culture. Mandalore itself had become a fortress world, its surface dotted with training grounds, armories, and clan strongholds. The Mandalore, their supreme leader, was chosen through ritual combat, ensuring that only the strongest led. The current Mandalore had united the clans through a combination of tactical genius, raw martial skill, and was leading them to expand more into the galaxy. Their military consisted of the most feared warriors in the region. Each Mandalorian was trained from childhood in combat, tactics, and survival. Their armor, forged from Beskar, was nearly impenetrable and had become a symbol of their culture. Unlike conventional armies that relied on overwhelming numbers, the Mandalorians favored elite strike forces, guerrilla warfare, and swift, decisive engagements. The inevitable collision between the Sith Empire and the Mandalorian clans was approaching. Both powers were expanding in overlapping vectors, and the buffer systems between them were getting smaller and smaller each century. For Daimon, watching from his throne room on Felder, these developments were interesting to see. He had watched the rise of both powers and wondered which war would happen first, the Sith versus Mandalorians or the Sith and the Republic. In canon, the Mandalorian War didn't happen until after the Great Sith War, so to see a conflict between them two occur would be something special as both were relatively small compared to the Imperium and the Republic. The Sith could overwhelm the Mandalorians through sheer brutality and dark side sorcery, or the Mandalorians could outmaneuver them through superior tactics and warrior discipline. Either way, the conflict would reshape galactic history and create new paths for the future that will make it harder to know what was going to happen. 95. The Ricotta Dominion rises to the galactic stage. The Ricotta Dominion, having existed for a little over 400 years now, has developed into a good vassal state for the Imperium. Archon Tarlan Kresh, who was named as Daimon's champion amongst the reformed Ricotta, was the chosen leader for the Ricotta Dominion. He was trained by Daimon in the Force and was a very powerful Force user among the reformed Ricotta. Using the abilities and knowledge bestowed upon him by Daimon, Tarlan united the Ricotta and began rebuilding their species. The previous Ricotta, who were primitive and still plagued by the disease that caused their empire to collapse some tens of thousands of years ago, were replaced with the reformed Ricotta. These Ricotta were disease-free, genetically enhanced, and overall better than their previous evolution. This allowed Force users to be birthed into the species, creating a new age for the Ricotta where they can realize their warrior past, just without the mass genocides, slavery, and other things. The population of the Ricotta Dominion had grown to over 50 billion across 12 systems. Their capital, Lehan, had been transformed from the jungle-covered ruins of a fallen empire into a thriving world that balanced nature with advanced technology. Massive structures built to resemble both Ricottan and Imperial culture filled the cities of Lehan with its unique architecture. The Ricotta military, known as the Ricottan Defense Force, was trained by balance keeper advisors and Imperial military instructors. Unlike their ancient ancestors who relied solely on brute force and dark side artifacts, the reformed Ricotta employed disciplined tactics, strategic thinking, and a balanced approach to the Force. Their warriors wore armor that combined traditional Ricottan designs with Imperial engineering, creating a unique aesthetic that honored their past while embracing their future. Tarlan Kresh ruled from his palace which overlooked the entire capital city. He had proven himself a capable leader, implementing reforms that elevated Ricottan society while maintaining their warrior traditions. Education became mandatory, with institutions teaching history, philosophy, and Force theory alongside combat training. The brutal gladiatorial games of old were replaced with regulated martial tournaments that tested skill rather than encouraged senseless death. The relationship between the Ricotta Dominion and the Felder Imperium was complex. Officially, the Ricotta were vassals, bound to provide military support and tribute to the Imperium. In practice, Daimon granted them considerable autonomy, interfering only when necessary to guide their development or prevent them from reverting to their destructive past. He saw the Ricotta as a long-term investment, a species with tremendous potential if properly guided. The reformed Ricotta had also begun developing their own Force tradition under Tarlan's guidance. They called it the Path of Reclamation, a philosophy that acknowledged their species' dark history while striving toward redemption through strength and service. Unlike the Balance Keepers who sought harmony between light and dark, or the Sith who embraced passion and power, the Ricotta focused on using the Force as a tool for restoration and rebuilding what their ancestors had destroyed. This unique approach attracted attention from both the Imperium and other Force-sensitive organizations. Some Balance Keepers viewed it as a valid interpretation of the Force, while more orthodox members questioned whether the Ricotta could truly escape their genocidal legacy. The only trading partner that they had was the Imperium, which allowed them to flourish thanks to Daimon's personal investments into the Dominion. And now, Daimon was about to officially announce the existence of the Ricotta Dominion to the rest of the known galaxy. Arriving within the Lehon system aboard his personal flagship, Daimon looked outside the viewport of his command deck. The Star Forge was to his left, brimming with activity from ships coming and going. As the headquarters for the Ricotan Defense Force, it was always filled with heavy military activity from both the Ricotan military forces and the Imperial military forces. The station itself was under the control of the Imperium and was overseen by a director and a few advisors beneath them. Directly in front of him was Lehon, a place he had visited dozens of times but never in an official capacity such as this. Today was going to be the day that the Ricotta Dominion was introduced to the galactic stage. Coming along with him was Illura and his daughter Princess Luna, who were in their own rooms getting prepared for the ceremony. Following behind his ship was the transport ship carrying the Imperial reporters who would be broadcasting the ceremony to the wider Imperium and the galaxy. As his ship descended through Lehon's atmosphere, Daimon could sense the anticipation from the millions of Ricotta that had gathered in the capital city, their minds filled with excitement for the new future that they were about to embrace. This moment represented their species' formal re-entry into galactic civilization after tens of thousands of years spent in isolation and degradation. After a few minutes, Daimon's shuttle landed on one of the palace's landing platforms. The Archon Guard were lined up on both sides of the platform in ceremonial armor, their weapons held at attention. Behind them stood ranks of the Ricotan Defense Force in their hybrid armor, a visual representation of their species' transformation. At the center of the platform stood Tarlan Kresh, wearing robes that combined Imperial and Ricotan aesthetics. The shuttle's ramp descended, and Daimon was the first to emerge holding the hand of Illura, who walked next to him. For most present, this was their first time seeing him and they were shocked by his size. But none of the warriors moved an inch, showing their discipline. Princess Luna came after them, wearing her ceremonial dress and capturing the attention of numerous eyes present. The last to emerge were the dozen Empyrean guards who walked out in a line formation, their eyes always searching for any threats to Daimon and his family. Tarlan approached and knelt before Daimon. "My Emperor, the Ricotta Dominion officially welcomes you to Lehon. We are honored by your presence and eager to see our people take their place within the galaxy once more." "Rise, Archon Kresh," Daimon said. Tarlan stood, his eyes meeting Daimon's. "The ceremony awaits in the Grand Plaza. The people have been gathering since dawn." Daimon nodded, and the procession began. They moved through the palace corridors, which had been decorated with banners bearing both Imperial and Ricotan symbols. The architecture itself was purely Ricotan in style with some elements of Imperial style thrown in there. As they emerged from the palace into the Grand Plaza, Daimon looked at the millions of Ricotta who filled the vast square, with countless more watching from surrounding buildings. The crowd's energy was massive, a mixture of pride, hope, and nervous anticipation. In the center of the plaza was a raised platform where the ceremony would take place. Holographic projectors had been positioned throughout the area, ensuring that every Ricotta present would have a clear view. Within the crowd, Daimon could sense the Imperial reporters already transmitting live feeds across the galaxy. As Daimon, Illura, and Luna took their positions on the platform, Tarlan stepped forward to address his people. His voice, amplified by the plaza's acoustic systems, let everybody hear him clear as day. "My people, today marks a turning point in our history. For millennia, we wandered in darkness, reduced to shadows of what we once were. Our ancestors fell because of our arrogance, our cruelty, and our failure to understand the true nature of the Force. But today, we stand reborn." The crowd erupted in cheers. Tarlan waited for them to quiet down before continuing. "We are no longer the predators who enslaved entire species. We are no longer the tyrants who built an empire on suffering. Under the guidance of Emperor Daimon, we have been given a second chance, a chance to prove that we can be more than our ancestors' sins. Today, we formally announce our existence to the galaxy not as conquerors, but as a people committed to redemption through strength and honor." He turned towards Daimon, bowing his head. "And we do so under the protection and guidance of the Feldari Imperium, whose emperor saw potential in us when others would have seen only monsters deserving of extinction." Daimon stepped forward and began his speech. "Your past may define who you used to be, but it is the future actions you take that truly shape what type of person you are. I am glad to be standing here today amongst so many Ricotan who just a few centuries ago were living barbaric lives away from the galaxy. I gave you the truth of the Force and you have taken that knowledge and began your path of redemption across these worlds. The reformed Ricotta have shown me that a species can change, can evolve beyond their darkest impulses. You have built schools and temples for learning to teach the future generations. You have raised warriors who fight with honor rather than savagery. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. But this is just the beginning. Today you take your first steps into the galaxy, and not many will welcome you with open arms. Many will fear what you might become because of your association with me. Some will seek to destroy you before you can prove yourselves. However, those who attempt to do such a thing will face me, for the future is ours for the taking. Daimon gestured toward Tarlen. Your Archon has led you well. I bestowed upon him the knowledge he needed to unite the Ricotta, and he has surpassed my expectations. Under his leadership, the Ricotta Dominion will continue to grow and develop for the foreseeable future. The crowd erupted again, this time the cheers lasting several minutes. When they finally subsided, Daimon raised his hand, and the entire plaza fell silent. Today, I formally recognize the Ricotta Dominion as a sovereign state under Imperial protection. Any attack upon the Ricotta will be considered an attack upon the Imperium itself. Any who seeks to exploit or enslave you will face the full might of Imperial justice. You are my people now, bound to the Imperium through bonds of mutual respect and shared purpose. Now I won't hold you too long, so let's celebrate this momentous occasion together. With the ceremony over, the plaza erupted into celebration. Traditional Ricottan drums began pounding out rhythmic beats that echoed across the city, joined by Imperial ceremonial horns. Performers took to the streets, displaying both ancient Ricottan dances. Food vendors opened stalls offering traditional dishes, now recreated through recovered records and culinary innovation. Daimon, Illyra, and Luna were escorted through the celebrations, with Tarlen serving as their guide. They visited several key locations throughout the capital, newly constructed hospitals where Ricottan physicians trained in healing arts and modern medical technology, academies where young Ricotta learned mathematics and philosophy alongside combat techniques, and industrial centers where workers manufactured goods for both domestic use and export to the Imperium. At each location, Daimon took time to speak with ordinary Ricotta citizens. He listened to their stories, their hopes, and their concerns. Many expressed gratitude for the transformation their society had undergone. Others admitted lingering shame about their ancestors' actions. Daimon acknowledged both sentiments, emphasizing that true redemption came through sustained effort rather than mere words. The entire ceremony and celebration was broadcast to the galaxy, revealing yet another key player in galactic politics. Daimon had kept them under wraps, allowing them to develop. And after 400 years they had evolved and developed well enough that the next stage for them would be to get engaged with the rest of the galaxy. Their dealings with other alien empires will help shape them and greatly improve their development. Only time will tell if this was a good decision or if the Ricotta will revert to their ancestral selves, though it is unlikely. 96. Reactions to the Ricotta rise. The reactions from the other galactic powers were just as Daimon expected. The Republic had called them an imperial puppet established as an extension of the Imperium itself. Within the Republic, almost all records of the Ricotta were erased from history, which would have given them a new start. However, some records still existed within the theocratic dominion of Kalindra, who immediately branded the Ricotta as infidels. Following them, the Kingdom of Realithes did the same and demanded that the Ricotta not be allowed to exist within the galactic community. While nobody is alive to remember the atrocities that the Ricotta committed, many stories and historical events were recorded by the ancient slave species who rebelled against them. The Coalition of Free Stars held a similar stance, though their reasoning was more pragmatic. They saw the Ricotta Dominion as yet another tool of imperial expansion, a vassal state that would serve Daimon's interests while claiming independence. They made a formal statement condemning the announcement and calling for sanctions against any power that recognized the Dominion's legitimacy. Only the Varaxian technocracy remained neutral, their response measured and analytical rather than emotional. They acknowledged the Ricottans' technological heritage and expressed interest in establishing limited academic exchanges, though they made clear this interest was purely scientific and did not constitute political recognition. The Jedi Order's response was more complex. The High Council convened an emergency session on Ossus, debating for 3 days before issuing their official statement. They acknowledged the Ricottans' attempts at reformation but expressed deep concern about any species with such a dark history being granted protection by Daimon, whom they labeled as a force-wielding autocrat with concerning expansionist tendencies. Several younger Jedi Masters argued for giving the Ricotta a chance, pointing to the Order's own teachings about redemption and the possibility of change. But the older, more conservative members prevailed, citing the Balance Keeper's influence over Ricottan force training as evidence of dangerous philosophical contamination. This was something that Daimon had anticipated, but still it was getting a little annoying when everybody just started to hate him because he was strong and he created the Feldari Imperium, which is constantly growing in power. But what the others thought didn't matter to him, and most of it was insignificant words and actions that would have no real effect on himself or the people of the Imperium. The Ricotta had taken these reactions from the other galactic powers and used it to further fuel their path to redemption. They didn't need the approval of the galaxy. As long as they didn't follow the same path as their ancestors, then they will have redeemed themselves. Within the Imperium, they were extremely receptive to the Ricotta. When he founded the Feldari Imperium, one of the things that Daimon emphasized was tolerance and acceptance of all species who wished to embrace Imperial values. The Jedi, having been the primary beneficiaries of his vision, understood this better than most. They had witnessed firsthand how their own species had transformed from scattered nomads into the dominant force of a growing empire. Imperial citizens flooded the Holonet with messages of support for the reformed Ricotta. Educational programs about Ricotan history, both ancient and recent, became mandatory in Imperial schools. The narrative was carefully crafted. The Ricotta were not monsters to be feared, but a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and a testament to the possibility of redemption through proper guidance. Trade delegations from various Imperial worlds began scheduling visits to Lehon. Corporate representatives saw opportunities in the Ricotan workforce, particularly in specialized manufacturing that required both technical skill and force sensitivity. The Ricotans' innate understanding of force-infused technology, even in their reformed state, made them valuable partners for certain Imperial industries. Unlike the Jedi or humans, the Ricotta produced more force sensitives than the Imperium. But not everybody was forced into becoming a member of the Ricotan Force Order. Instead, most used their force sensitivity in their jobs, bringing back the old days of Ricotan force-infused technology. Of course, Daimon took advantage of this and had already started using some of the knowledge recovered from ancient Ricotan vaults to introduce more force-infused technology for both civilian and military use. As of now, the Imperium had very few force-infused technologies as the manpower required to mass-produce it was not something that they had. But with the Ricotta now at a stable stage in their development, they could overcome that. Within weeks, the first trade agreements were signed. Ricotan craftsmen would produce specialized components for Imperial starships, components that required force-attuned individuals to properly construct. In return, the Imperium would provide raw materials, advanced medical technology, and continued military protection. With all of this out of the way and with things continuously progressing, it was time for Daimon to begin his own little expedition into the Outer Rim, specifically, to the region where the Hutt cartel was located. The Imperium and the galaxy still had a few more centuries before anything big started to kick off, so in the meantime, Daimon wanted to go and have some fun without worrying about starting a war. And the best choice was to travel to the unexplored Hutt cartel space and see how they were developing. He made this decision after spending a few years doing nothing. He had finished understanding the knowledge that was given to him by the Father on Mortis and had given the information to his special research division to start developing and testing those technologies. Some technologies that were already developed were the Infinity Gates, which would allow instantaneous travel to any part of the Imperium, and the Bioforges. Unlike the Dimensional Gates, the Infinity Gates connected planets to each other, allowing people to move from across the galaxy in an instant, which would greatly speed up travel between planets. However, the cost to create such a thing was massive, so for now it is still experimental. The bioforges were massive forges that would accelerate the development of a person or engineer a new species. So far, the research division has managed to accelerate the development of a random Jedi volunteer, who managed to reach 200 years old in 6 months. But the engineering of a new species proved to be more difficult. In addition to being costly, the bioforge was only approved to be used by Ascendants, which greatly increased their numbers in a short amount of time. Once fully developed, these technologies would further advance the Imperium above the rest of the galaxy. Standing in front of his transport ship, Daimon was pulled into a brotherly hug by progenitor Kale Thorin, which he immediately returned. While the progenitors were technically his sons and daughters, he considered them to be more like brothers and sisters throughout these past centuries. "I'll make sure everything is here when you return," said progenitor Thorin as he pulled back. "Ha, you better or I'll be disappointed," replied Daimon. Progenitor Thorin laughed. "Safe travels, my emperor. May the Force guide your journey." Daimon nodded and turned around to see Illira and Luna approaching. Thorin had jokingly bowed his head, mocking what many of the citizens do when they go into the city. "My lady, I am honored by your presence." Illira rolled her eyes, though a smile appeared on her face. "Still the same old jokester after all these centuries, Kale." "It's part of my charm," Thorin replied with a grin. He glanced at Luna, who stood quietly beside Illira. Her expression was unreadable. "And you, Princess Luna, try not to let the Emperor get into too much trouble." Luna smiled. "You know as well as I do that's an impossible task." Daimon chuckled. "I'll be fine. This is just a personal expedition, nothing official. I want to see the Outer Rim and maybe stir up just a little bit of trouble." "The Hutts," Illira said, her tone skeptical. "I'm curious to see what kind of species they are and what we're gonna run into." "You'll see in a week or two," replied Daimon. "For now, let's go ahead and board the transport so we can stay on schedule." The two nodded and said their goodbyes to progenitor Thorin. As they boarded the shuttle, the surrounding guards had saluted until the ramp closed. After that, the shuttle took off and headed towards the sky and then into space. Waiting for them in space was the newly built super dreadnought, the Luminary. It was built as the first ship of its class, and it was made for long journeys across space. It was crewed by a little over 500,000 personnel, which included ground forces, pilots, engineers, and naval officers. The ship's complement included 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 fighters, 500 bombers, and enough supplies to sustain independent operations for years if necessary. Luminary image here. It was designed not for intimidation, but for exploration and extended deployment in regions where Imperial authority did not reach. Alongside this were its escorts, which comprised of 15 newly developed ships, 2 troop transport ships, 2 heavy battle carriers, 4 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 2 logistics ships. Within the luminary itself, it had 15 frigates which would be used for a variety of roles from scouting to ground support. As Daimon's shuttle approached the massive vessel, he could see the engineers doing some final checks on the outer hull before its voyage. The luminary represented the cutting edge of Imperial shipbuilding, incorporating technologies recovered from ancient Ricotta archives, refined through centuries of Jedi engineering expertise, and enhanced with force-infused components. The shuttle entered the hangar bay that was reserved for Daimon's personal use. As the ramp descended, Commodore Kelthar Vornai, a seasoned Jedi naval officer with over 3 centuries of experience, stood waiting with his senior staff. "My lord," Captain Kale said, bowing his head respectfully. "The luminary is ready for departure. All systems are operational, and the crew has completed their final preparations." Daimon stepped down the ramp followed by Illira and Luna. "Excellent work, Commodore. How long until we reach Hutt space?" "Approximately 1 week with our new hyperdrive engines." "Good. Make sure the crew is aware that this is not a military operation. We're here to explore, not conquer, so there will be a little fun for everybody along the way," Daimon stated. He wanted them ready for anything, but not too focused on the mission so that they forget the focus of this journey. "Understood, my lord. I've already briefed the senior staff. We'll keep our weapons hot but hope we don't have to use them." The Commodore gestured toward the corridor leading to the bridge. "If you'll follow me, I can show you to your quarters and give you a tour of the ship." Daimon shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm familiar enough with the design specifications. Just take us to the bridge. I want to see us depart." The group made their way through the corridors of the luminary. Unlike older Imperial vessels that prioritized function over form, this ship had been designed with aesthetic considerations in mind. The walls featured intricate patterns that incorporated Jedi artistic influences, while holographic displays provided constant updates on ship status. As they entered the bridge, the crew immediately stood at attention. Daimon waved them back to their stations. "As you were, Commodore, take us out." "Aye, my lord." Kelthar moved to the command chair and began issuing orders. "All stations, report readiness." One by one, the department heads confirmed their status. Engineering, weapons, shields, navigation, all systems showed green. The escort fleet had already formed up in a defensive formation around the luminary. So, the Commodore gave the final order. "All ships, initiate hyperspace jump on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark." The stars stretched into lines as the fleet entered hyperspace. Daimon stood at the viewport, watching the familiar blue-white tunnel of faster-than-light travel envelop the fleet. He couldn't wait to see what exciting things the Hutt cartel had to show him. 97. Meeting with the Hutt Grand Council. A week later, Daimon's fleet had arrived on edge of the AUDIOBOOK system, which contained Nal Hutta, the homeworld for the Hutts after they fled their previous homeworld Varl, which was devastated in a cataclysm that vaporized its atmosphere and obliterated its moons, as well as all other planets in its star system. Daimon didn't have the fleet put up any stealth systems, so the local Hutt mercenary fleet detected the fleet almost immediately. Within minutes, a dozen warships had scrambled from their orbital defense platforms, their weapons systems powering up as they moved to intercept. On the bridge of the luminary, the sensor officer called out, "My lord, we're being hailed." Multiple frequencies, translation states they're demanding identification and purpose. Thanks to force-enhanced translators, communicating with and understanding alien languages was easier for first contact scenarios. "Put them through," Daimon ordered. The main view screen flickered, revealing a scarred Nikto mercenary captain whose expression shifted from aggressive to uncertain as he looked at Daimon's imposing figure. "Unknown vessels, you are entering Hutt-controlled space. State your business or prepare to be fired upon." "My name is Daimon, and this is my expeditionary fleet which travels across the stars to meet new civilizations," Daimon replied. "I wish to meet with your leadership to offer them gifts in order to establish friendly relations with them." The Nikto listened and conveyed the words to the Hutt leadership as he really didn't want to fight this unknown fleet in front of him. While they had more ships on their side, the sheer size of the luminary and other ships made him think twice about his next actions. "I will inform my masters, so stand by." Daimon nodded and waited for a few minutes until the captain got back to him. During this time, the Hutt fleet attempted to scan the Imperial fleet, but the energy output from the luminary alone dwarfed anything they've ever seen. After several minutes had passed, Daimon got a reply back. "My master has decided to convene the council. If you will wait another hour or two, then they will be ready for you." Daimon acknowledged and spent the next hour in meditation. Meanwhile, on the surface of Nal Hutta, within the Grand Hutt Council Palace, the leaders of the top 5 Hutt clans had gathered to discuss the new unknown fleet that had just arrived within the system. To them this was a big issue as they couldn't get any reading on the fleet, which made it an unknown fleet that had unknown capabilities. The 5 clans consisted of Clan Besaidi-Ivok, Clan Disiljor, Clan Trakora, Clan Chaluun, and Clan Drelhata. The council chamber was a massive circular room filled with ornate decorations stolen from dozens of conquered worlds. At its center, 5 enormous platforms held the bloated forms of the clan leaders, each surrounded by servants, guards, and various flatterers. Gorga, the Hutt of Clan Besaidi-Ivok, spoke first. This unknown fleet poses both opportunity and threat. We must determine their intentions before acting. Bah! Spat Zerba of Clan Disiljor, waving his hand dismissively. They come bearing gifts, they say. Obviously, they seek to trade. We should extract maximum profit from these fools before sending them away. Marlowe of Clan Trakora's eyes narrowed at the words of the other clans. Or they come to scout our defenses before launching an invasion. The size of their vessels suggests significant military capability. We should destroy them now while we have numerical advantage. Premature aggression, countered Gardella of Clan Chaluun. If they possess technology beyond our understanding, attacking them could prove disastrous. Better to learn what they want, what they offer, and whether they can be manipulated. The 5th member, Drogba of Clan Drelhata, had remained silent throughout the debate, his massive body shifting slightly on his platform. When he finally spoke, his voice carried an authority that silenced the others as he held the position as leader of the Hutt Council. I believe we should bring this Daimon in and see what he has to offer. If he doesn't have anything interesting, we can just send him away, and if he doesn't leave, then we can decide to go to war or not. The others nodded, agreeing with this solution. Back on the Luminary, Daimon was informed of his invitation to the Grand Hutt Council Palace. Already he was on board his small transport ship and was escorted down to the surface and guided towards the palace. On board with him was Luna, Illyra, Lord Maxim, captain of the Empyrean Guard, 6 members of the Empyrean Guard, and 4 Imperial Guards. The Empyrean Guards were mainly there to show off to the Hutts, while the Imperial Guards were there just to have some Force user guards. With them on the transport ship were a few containers which contained the gifts that Daimon had prepared to give to the clans of the Grand Hutt Council. Within them were some jewelry crafted by some of the best craftsmiths in the Imperium and some old combat droids which were outdated for Imperial standards but more than sufficient for the Hutts. A few minutes later, the transport landed onto one of the landing platforms around the palace. Daimon looked through the viewport, observing the structure of the palace and its security. Lord Maxim stood near the door, observing the security himself. Security is present, but it's mostly disorganized. Multiple species among them, but no unified command structure that I can see. Looks like they rely on intimidation rather than actual defensive capability. That's enough, Maxim, Daimon said, standing up. Let's not keep them waiting. The ramp descended, revealing the delegation of Hutt officials and guards. Leading them was a thin Nikto majordomo in expensive robes. Lord Daimon, the Nikto said with a bow. I am Casto Cedic majordomo to the Grand Council. The honored masters await your presence. Daimon descended the ramp alongside Luna and Illyra, his height immediately drawing attention from every guard present. Several Gamorreans shifted nervously, gripping their vibroaxes tighter. Behind him, the Empyrean Guard moved in formation, their armor drawing the attention of everybody present. Lead the way, Daimon said, speaking in fluent Huttus. Casto wanted to say something, but he didn't want to keep his masters waiting, so he led Daimon and the cargo through the palace halls. They got a lot of stares from the guards and other slaves as they walked through the palace. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance to the Grand Hutt Council chambers. The massive doors split apart, revealing the circular chamber beyond. Daimon walked in without hesitation, ready to get this little meeting over with. The 5 Hutt clan leaders watched as Daimon walked in, followed by his own guards. Once they got to the center, Drogba spoke first. So, you are this Daimon who enters our space uninvited. Explain yourself before we decide whether you leave here alive or in pieces. Daimon knew how the Hutts were, so he decided to let what they said just now go. I come bearing gifts and a proposition. I have traveled to thousands of worlds and have come across numerous riches by establishing mutually beneficial relationships with the species we encounter. Thousands of worlds. Zerba laughed. You expect us to believe such boasting? Believe what you wish, Daimon replied. I offer proof in the form of technology and wealth beyond what you currently possess. He gestured, and the Imperial guards brought forward the containers. As they opened, revealing the contents, even the Hutts couldn't hide their interest. The jewelry glowed with a quality that exceeded anything in their vast treasure hoards, each piece incorporating some of the best elements that the Imperium had. Gardella leaned forward. Impressive craftsmanship. And these droids? Combat models from my military. Outdated by our standards, I suspect they would prove quite formidable by yours. Consider them a demonstration of good faith. Marlowe's eyes narrowed suspiciously. And what do you want in return for these gifts? No one gives gifts for free without expecting something in return. Daimon smiled as they were getting to the main point. Access to Hutt space, not any of the restrictive areas but just your planet's space stations and other locations. If granted, I have some knowledge of technologies that can advance your empire. For a price. While he would have given them some technology for free, it would look too suspicious if he kept doing that. Instead, it was better to bargain with them. The Hutts exchanged glances, their bodies shifting on their platforms as they communicated through subtle gestures and expressions. Gorga was the first to speak from among them. Access to our space is not freely given. We control the most profitable trade routes in this sector. Why should we allow an unknown power to move freely through our territory? Because, Daimon replied, I have no interest in your trade routes or your enterprises. My people seek knowledge, cultural exchange, and perhaps some entertainment. In return, I offer technologies that could enhance your operations significantly. Medical advances that could extend even your considerable lifespans. Manufacturing processes that could triple your production capacity. Energy generation systems that would make your current power infrastructure look primitive. Drogba's eyes sparkled with interest, though he maintained his authoritative demeanor. Bold claims. How do we know these technologies are real and not some trick? Test them, Daimon said simply. Keep the droids. Use them. When you see what even our outdated equipment can do, contact me. I'll be exploring the outer regions of your space for the next few months. If you're satisfied, we can discuss more substantial arrangements. Zerba snorted. And if we simply take what you've given us and deny you access anyway? Daimon's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The Empyrean guard shifted slightly, their hands moving toward their weapons in perfect synchronization. Even the Hutts, a species not known for their sensitivity to danger, felt the shift in atmosphere. Then you would discover, Daimon said quietly, that I am not someone you want as an enemy. But such unpleasantness is unnecessary. I'm proposing a simple arrangement, mutual respect and mutual profit. Drogba raised his hand, silencing Zerba before he could respond. You speak plainly. We appreciate that. Most who come before us grovel or scheme. You do neither. I have no need to, Daimon replied. The 5 Hutts withdrew from the open, their platforms rotating slightly inward as they discussed in low voices. Servants and guards stood frozen, uncertain whether they were witnessing the beginning of a profitable partnership or the prelude to violence. After several minutes, the platforms rotated back. Drogba spoke for the council. We accept your gifts and your proposal, with conditions. You may access our public facilities and trade stations. Military installations and clan holdings remain forbidden unless you are invited. You will register your vessels with our systems. And you will demonstrate at least 3 of these technological advances you speak of before we consider any deeper arrangements. Acceptable, Daimon said. I'll have technical specifications for defensive shield generators, medical equipment, and improved hyperdrive systems delivered to you within 2 days. Gardulla's eyes widened slightly. Hyperdrive improvements? Our current systems are already some of the best available on the black market. Then these will exceed them, Daimon replied. 20% faster travel times with 40% better fuel efficiency. I assume even the Hutts would find value in such improvements. The Hutts exchanged glances again, this time with genuine interest rather than suspicion. Profit was the universal language they understood best, and Daimon was speaking it fluently. Marlowe leaned forward on his platform. You are either a fool or incredibly confident. We shall see which. One more condition though, you will attend a gathering we are hosting in 3 days' time. Many influential beings will be present. It will give us opportunity to observe you in a more social setting. I accept, Daimon said without hesitation. Drogba's mouth curved into what might have been a smile on his massive face. Excellent. Casto will provide you with the necessary credentials and information. You are dismissed. Daimon nodded and turned to leave, his entourage following behind him. He was surprised that the Hutts didn't say anything about Allura or Luna, though he imagined that they were too distracted by his proposals to notice them, which was good since he could only imagine what they might have suggested if he didn't keep their attention on him. They didn't even think about questioning his ability to speak their language as they were too distracted. After the meeting, Casto provided them with the necessary credentials and information, allowing them access to Nal Hutta and its cities. So far, everything has been going well for Daimon, and he wanted to keep it that way. 98. A society cultivated by the Hutts. After getting the necessary credentials and information from Casto, Daimon didn't waste any time and took his shuttle to the nearest city district where he could observe Hutt society firsthand. The transport descended through the urban sprawl that surrounded the palace. Daimon imagined that most of the people living around the palace were slaves, servants, and more gangs of criminals. Luna sat across from him, her mind focused on the meeting that they just had with the Hutts, whom she has started to refer to as slugs. That went better than expected. I thought there might be violence. The Hutts are pragmatic above all else, Daimon replied, watching the cityscape through the viewport. They recognize that attacking us would be unprofitable. Everything with them comes down to money and power. We offered both. Still, we should remain cautious. I can sense that some of them have ulterior motives. They may be planning something even now. Said Illira, she was getting some bad vibes from the Hutts. Of course they are, Daimon said with a smile. But so are we. The difference is that we have nothing they can take by force, and if they do attempt to do something, I will just have to show them where they actually stand in the galaxy. The transport landed in a public spaceport near one of Nal Hutta's major entertainment districts. As the ramp descended, the air reeked of industrial waste mixed with exotic spices. Holographic advertisements flickered on every available surface, advertising everything from weapons to slaves to various forms of entertainment that would be illegal in most civilized systems. What Daimon took note of was how holographic technology seemed to be used by most civilizations. This was probably due to the Ricotta having controlled the galaxy or just due to thousands of years of advancement by space-faring empires. The streets were filled with life from dozens of species. Twi'leks, humans, Nikto, Weequay, and countless others moved through the crowded streets, some conducting legitimate business, but most engaged in the thriving criminal enterprises that formed the backbone of Hutt economy. Daimon stepped off the ramp with Illura and Luna flanking him, while Lord Maxim and 4 Empyrean guards formed a protective perimeter. The remaining guards stayed with the shuttle. Almost immediately, every conversation within 50 meters ceased as people turned to stare at the massive alien moving through their midst. A human thief who was looking to pickpocket somebody took one look at Daimon and decided to find easier prey elsewhere. A group of Gamorrean enforcers had turned their attention to Daimon and his entourage, weary of who this alien was and how he was able to land at the port. "Halt!" shouted one of the enforcers. "Who are you?" asked the Gamorrean whom Daimon figured to be the lead enforcer of the group. Daimon grabbed the credentials that he was given and handed them over. "I was given these by the Grand Hutt Council." The Gamorrean took them and looked over them, confirming that they were valid. "Alright, but you have to pay a traveler's fee." Daimon looked at the man and thought, "I see how this is going to go. Now since you're new, you probably don't have any money," he said as he looked behind Daimon, eyeing Illura and Luna. "You can pay in other ways. I wouldn't mind taking those too and having a..." He wasn't able to get his last words out as Daimon punched him in the face, sending him flying about 50 meters into the side of a building. Maxim and the Empyrean guards readied themselves for a possible conflict as the other enforcers aimed their weapons at the group. "You have 5 seconds to stop aiming those weapons at us or you will end up like your friend over there," Daimon said. The Gamorreans looked at each other and started laughing, ignoring what happened to their leader just a few seconds earlier. One of them started to squeeze the trigger on their gun, but before they could fire, a Nikto mercenary shouted from the distance, "Stop!" The Gamorreans turned and looked to see who it was that interrupted them. "Lord Daimon, I am sorry for this situation. I was sent here by the Hutt Council to assist you in whatever you needed during your visit." Seeing the man run up to them followed by a few mercenaries, the Gamorreans had lowered their weapons as they recognized the mercenary group as the personal guard of Clan Disiljor, one of the 5 ruling clans. The Nikto mercenary approached Daimon with a respectful bow. "My name is Vecker. I have been instructed to serve as your guide and ensure no misunderstandings occur during your stay." Daimon glanced at the Gamorrean who was slowly getting up from the rubble of the building he'd been thrown into. A wise precaution from the council. Vecker followed Daimon's gaze and saw the Gamorrean who was thrown into a building. He then turned to the other enforcers. "Leave, now, before I inform your employer that you attempted to extort a guest of the Grand Council." The Gamorreans hesitated for only a moment before retreating into the crowd, dragging their injured leader with them. The onlookers who had stopped to watch the confrontation slowly resumed their activities, though many continued to cast curious glances at the towering, purple-skinned alien who had sent a Gamorrean flying with a single punch. "Forgive that unpleasantness," Vecker said, turning back to Daimon. "The lower-level enforcers sometimes forget their place. Let's hope this doesn't happen again. Next time I won't be so lenient," Daimon replied. He was already wondering how the Hutts managed to maintain control for so long with such things happening on a daily basis. But then he remembered that when you have the monopoly on money and power, there are a ton of things that you can achieve. "Now, I wish to observe your city. Take us somewhere that shows the true nature of Hutt society." Vecker's expression turned into worry. "The true nature? My lord, much of what occurs in our cities is not pleasant for outsiders." This wasn't his first time escorting outsiders, and every time he did, they've had the same reactions. "I didn't come here expecting a paradise," Daimon said. "Show me what Hutt space really is." Vecker nodded slowly. "As you wish. Follow me." The Nikto led them deeper into the entertainment district, away from the more sanitized areas near the spaceport. The buildings grew more decrepit, the crowds more desperate. They passed slave markets where beings of a dozen species stood chained on platforms while buyers examined them like livestock. Daimon sensed Luna's anger through the Force, her hand moving unconsciously toward her lightsaber. He placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent reminder to maintain her composure, at least for now. "These markets operate openly?" Illura asked as she silently controlled her own fury. Seeing how things were compared to how the Imperium was made her feel bad that these people were born here rather than anywhere else. "Slavery is legal in Hutt space," Vecker explained, unbothered by the sight as he had seen it hundreds of times. "It forms a significant portion of the economy. The Hutts claim to regulate it, but in practice..." He shrugged. They continued through winding streets where the architecture became increasingly bizarre, a mix of ancient structures and modern additions that created a chaotic urban landscape. Gambling dens, spice parlors, and fighting arenas dominated every corner. The sounds of combat and celebration mixed with screams and desperate pleas. Vecker led them to a large arena where crowds gathered around a transparent barrier. Inside, Two beings fought to the death while spectators placed bets. One combatant fell, and the crowd erupted in cheers or curses depending on their wagers. The fighting pits, Vecker explained. Some fighters are volunteers seeking glory or wealth. Most are slaves or debtors with no choice. The Hutts take a percentage of all bets. Daimon watched for a moment, disgusted by this barbaric type of society that the Hutts had created. He could sense the desperation of the fighters, the bloodlust of the crowd, and the ruthlessness of the Hutt overseers managing the operation. This was a society built on exploitation, where life held value only in terms of profit. What happens to those who win their freedom? Luna asked. Few ever do, Vecker admitted. The terms are designed to be nearly impossible. Those who somehow succeed usually end up in debt again within months. The system is designed to consume people. They moved on, passing through what Vecker called the industrial quarter, where factories belched toxic fumes into the already polluted atmosphere. Workers, mostly slaves, operated machinery with minimal safety equipment. Daimon noticed several missing limbs or obvious chemical burns. Work-related injuries? He asked. Common, Vecker replied. Replacement workers are cheaper than safety measures. The Hutt philosophy is that there are always more bodies available. The Hutts control everything, Vecker continued as they walked. Every transaction pays tribute. Every business operates under their license. Those who try to work independently. He gestured to a corpse hanging from a lamppost. The Hutts are efficient in their cruelty. Daimon paused at an intersection where a group of children humans, Twi'lek, and others he didn't immediately recognize huddled together picking through garbage. They couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old. One spotted him and approached with his hand out. Money, mister. Just a few. We haven't eaten in 2 days. Daimon reached into his pocket and pulled out a few credit chips that were given to him alongside his credentials. He handed 2 to the boy, causing the child's eyes to widen in disbelief before snatching them and running back to the others. Within seconds, they had disappeared into the city. Generous, Vecker observed. Though that will likely attract unwanted attention. Those children now have more wealth than many adults in this district. Then perhaps they'll have a chance to escape this place, Daimon replied. More likely they'll be robbed or killed for it before nightfall, Vecker said. This is the reality of Hutt space. Compassion is weakness. Mercy is foolishness. Only power and profit matter. They continued their tour, and with each passing hour, Daimon's understanding of Hutt society deepened. It was a civilization built on a foundation of exploitation, where every interaction was transactional, where life had a price tag, and where morality was whatever served the interests of those in power. Such a civilization was the opposite of what the Imperium stood for, and these types of civilizations were always branded as barbaric and were forcefully invaded and forced to adopt Imperial norms. The only problem was the fact that Hutt space was so far gone that conquering them would cause more problems than it would solve. Of course, there are other methods to causing change, and Daimon was already considering these methods. As they continued walking, Daimon sensed something familiar. It was the same as the Ricotta vaults that he discovered on many worlds throughout the galaxy. What's down here? He asked, turning in the direction that he sensed the potential Ricotta vault from. That's some ancient vault. It's controlled by the Hutt Grand Council, so it's off limits, and even I don't know what's in there. Vecker replied. That's definitely a Ricotta vault, thought Daimon. He was 100% sure, and since he discovered this, there was no way he was going to let the Hutts control it. He would discuss it with them in a few days during whatever gathering they were having in a few days. At the same time, he will determine how he will get rid of this massive criminal empire. The most optimal way was to build up a resistance and have them take over under his guidance. There were too many factors at play, and he wasn't going to mobilize the Imperial military, especially during the current state of the galaxy. Starting a massive military campaign in place so far from Imperial space would give his enemy something to exploit, and he wasn't going to risk something like that. Once they were done seeing how Hutt society worked, they returned to the Luminary and started to discuss what they had observed and what they should do. 99. Developing plan for invasion. Returning to the Luminary, Daimon decided to rest for the day and sleep on his thoughts. They had seen all they needed, and now it was up to him to make the decision which he was going to make the next day. On the other hand, the Hutts were scheming behind Daimon's back, eager to gain the rewards of this encounter without being forced to compromise on anything. The fact that Daimon came in there and didn't show proper respect besides bringing gifts, made the Hutts believe that he was full of himself. They didn't know what type of technology this strange fleet got, but what they did know was that they had more ships. And with a few days to spare, they began to gather some of their most powerful mercenary fleets in order to take down this fleet and steal any technology they had. They believed that with enough firepower, they could win and profit from this battle. This would have been true if they were dealing with somebody else, but unfortunately, they were matched against Daimon and his Imperium, which has fought many battles outnumbered against greater foes. As the next day came around, Daimon had a meeting with his officers. In the main conference room of the Luminary, Daimon sat at the head of the table with Allura and Luna on either side of him. Commodore Kelthar, Lord Maxim, and several senior officers filled the remaining seats around the room. A holographic display of Nal Hutta and its surrounding space was set up in the center of the table, showing real-time sensor data of ship movements throughout the system and on the surface of the planets within the system. Over the past 12 hours, Commodore Kelthar began, we've detected significant fleet movements. At least 50 Hutt-affiliated vessels have entered the system from various jump points. They're positioning themselves in what appears to be an encirclement pattern around our current location. Lord Maxim leaned forward, studying the display. Their formation is sloppy, but the intent is clear. They're preparing an ambush. How long until they're in position? Daimon asked. At their current rate, approximately 16 hours, Kelthar replied. They're being cautious, probably waiting for more ships to arrive before making their move. Luna shook her head. So much for Hutt hospitality. They invite us to a gathering while planning to destroy us. It's what I expected, Daimon said calmly. The Hutts are vile money-hungry slugs. They believe superior numbers will compensate for inferior technology. What are your orders, my lord? Kelthar asked. Daimon stood from his seat and walked toward the holographic display, studying the positions of the Hutt fleet. We'll let them think they have the advantage. Continue standard operations, make no defensive preparations that would alert them to our awareness. I want them to be confident when they attack. You're going to allow them to attack? Illyra asked, wanting to know what exactly the plan was. Not exactly, Daimon replied, turning back to face the assembled officers. Commodore, how many of their vessels would you estimate are crewed by actual Hutts versus mercenaries? Kelthar looked at his datapad. Intelligence suggests fewer than 5%. The vast majority are contracted crews and various species working for credits. Good. Then most of those people are victims of circumstance rather than true believers in the Hutt cause. Daimon returned to his seat. Here's what we're going to do. When their fleet moves to attack, we'll disable their vessels without destroying them. Target engines and weapons systems only. I want casualties minimized. My lord, one of the tactical officers interjected, that will require significantly more precision and time. We could destroy their fleet in minutes with conventional tactics. Which is exactly why we won't, Daimon said. I'm not interested in creating martyrs or giving the Hutts propaganda about foreign invaders slaughtering their people. We're going to demonstrate the futility of opposing us while offering those mercenaries an alternative. You want to recruit them, asked Luna. Not recruit, Daimon clarified. I want to show them that if they continue fighting for the Hutts then they will ultimately lose their lives. The Hutts don't have a standing military but does have a massive mercenary system that allows people to make money fighting on behalf of others. I will offer those who want to change sides a chance and those that don't will fight and die with the Hutt clans. Lord Maxim nodded approvingly. A psychological operation combined with military superiority. We demonstrate power while offering mercy. It will undermine Hutt authority far more effectively than simple destruction. Exactly, Daimon confirmed. The Hutts rule through fear and the promise of credits. We'll show their hired forces that neither is sustainable when faced with a superior power. Commodore Kelthar began making notes on his datapad. We'll need boarding teams for the larger vessels. If we're taking prisoners, we'll need more personnel to secure the ships and process the prisoners. Coordinate with the ground forces, Daimon instructed. I want those ships secured once the battle starts. In the future, we'll retrofit them to meet our needs. What about the Hutt Council? Illyra asked. Are we going to get rid of them or use them? They'll be captured and taken hostage while we start our expansion but once they outlive their usefulness then we can get rid of them. Illyra nodded, understanding his plan. Daimon looked around the room looking for any more questions, but there were none. Alright then, this operation will begin during the gathering that they have invited me to since that is the most likely time that they will attack. A comprehensive plan will be sent out in a few hours which will give each battalion their battle orders. That is all I have, so let's get to it. Daimon ended the meeting watching as all the officers got up from their seats and returned to their stations. The battle plan was relayed to the fleet, and everybody was put on a heightened alert status in case things kicked off sooner than Daimon expected. For the next few hours, Daimon was in meeting after meeting, creating a plan of invasion for the AUDIOBOOK system and the surrounding Hutt-controlled space. The intelligence division had provided him with detailed maps of Hutt territory, showing approximately 24 systems under direct Hutt control and another 50 or so that paid tribute but maintained nominal independence. The key systems are interconnected through established hyperlanes, Captain Revan of Imperial Intelligence explained, projecting a star map across the conference table. If we control these 5 major hubs, we effectively cut off communication and reinforcement between Hutt clan territories. Daimon looked over the map, thinking about the defensive stations he saw over Nal Hutta. What about their defensive installations? Primitive by our standards, Revan replied. Orbital defense platforms dating back centuries, maybe millennia. Their shielding technology is adequate against conventional weapons but wouldn't withstand our advanced systems for more than a few minutes. Population centers? Daimon asked. That's where it gets complicated, another officer interjected. Most Hutt worlds have massive civilian populations, predominantly slaves and indentured workers. Any military action risks significant collateral damage. Which is why we won't be conducting orbital bombardments, Daimon said. This will be a ground-focused campaign. We secure population centers, liberate the enslaved populations, and establish provisional governments. The Hutts themselves will be removed from power, but the infrastructure remains intact. Lord Maxim leaned back in his chair. You're talking about occupying dozens of worlds simultaneously. That will require hundreds of thousands of troops and years of sustained operations. True. We will be here for a few years and set up a provisional government that will operate on our behalf and continue to improve the situation in what will be the former Hutt-controlled systems. In the beginning, we will use the Imperial military to conduct operations and invade other planets, but after some time we will also train up a local force under our control that will take over for us. Explained Daimon. Luna spoke up. What about the Republic? From our understanding, they have just established contact with the Hutts just a few years ago and maintain limited trade and diplomatic relations with them. This could give them justification for intervention. The Republic won't intervene, Daimon said with certainty. They're too focused on their Cold War with us and their internal political struggles. Besides, they can't publicly defend a criminal empire built on slavery without exposing their own hypocrisy. They'll condemn us in the Senate, issue strongly worded statements, and do absolutely nothing of substance. The rest of the meeting was spent establishing certain procedures and outlining plans for the establishment of a temporary government that will rule in the Imperium's place for a few decades. Back on Felderi, Cortana was continuing her duties researching the technology of the Celestials. She had made significant breakthroughs in understanding their dimensional manipulation techniques, though practical applications were still a work in progress. Most of the technology required an astronomical amount of power, something the Imperium couldn't produce by normal means. Because of this, she was considering Dyson spheres which would be able to produce the energy required for other megastructures. That would be another thing that required an immense number of resources and time, both of which they have. On top of that was the Ricotta data recovered from a number of vaults from Lehon and other planets. Force-infused technology was at the top of the things being researched due to its capabilities if fully understood. Most of her time was spent on this project, in addition to developing other technologies for both civilian and military use. Almost every year, new technologies, whether small or big, were introduced to markets or secretly created for military use. 100 down with the slavers. A few days passed, and finally the day had arrived. The atmosphere on the Luminary was not tense at all as everybody on board was a veteran who had served a minimum of 50 years. Most had been in battles and were highly decorated, and with the Emperor on board, the thought of defeat was not even on their minds. Daimon departed from the Luminary and headed to the Grand Hutt Palace where the gathering was happening. With him was Illyra, Luna, Lord Maxim, and a few Empyrean guards. Supporting them they had orbital drop pods filled with even more Empyrean guards, ready to drop in and support Daimon when everything kicked off. Upon their arrival, Casto was the one sent to greet them. Honored guests, we have prepared a reception for you. The Grand Hutt Council is eager to see you. Daimon said a few words before they followed Casto into the palace. Along the way, he could feel the increase in the number of guards around the palace with a few locations having entire groups of guards. Inside, the palace felt less like an actual seat of governance and more like a casino crossed with a gladiatorial arena. On the ceiling, a tank of fortune fish flickered luminescent blues as they passed overhead. Musicians played strange chords on strange instruments. The guests wore some fine silk clothing, some wearing some strange armor, which Daimon guessed to be unique to their culture. After a few minutes, they eventually made it to the gathering hall and were quickly surrounded by powerful Hutt clan leaders who were simply curious about Daimon and his race. Most didn't know what was going to happen later on in the night as the Grand Hutt Council kept it secret. These interactions showed Daimon that not all Hutts were greedy power-hungry bastards. It was just most of them that were that way. Ever since they entered, Luna and Illyra have been getting stares from around the room. Some even tried to talk with them but were either brushed off or intimidated by Daimon. From a distance, one Hutt clan leader saw this and approached the group with his entourage. You must be this Daimon, I've heard so much about. Daimon turned and looked down at the Hutt. Yes, what can I do for you Hutt? He replied, provoking the Hutt to see what he would do. Clearly you have not been taught the manners to use when addressing those above you. Though that can all be forgotten if you lend me your woman, said the Hutt seductively. In that moment, time seemed to have slowed down as one moment Daimon was standing still, but in the next moment, his hand was inside of the Hutt's chest. Daimon had reached in and grabbed his heart, squeezing it hard, causing it to burst. The Hutt fell to the ground and the people around him backed up in fear, while the other leaders called for their hired mercenaries. In seconds, dozens of mercenaries burst through the doors and started to surround Daimon and his entourage. Lord Maxim and the Empyrean guards had already put their helmets on and placed their hands on their vibro swords. Now, as I have witnessed within the streets of Nal Hutta, the Hutts are not fit to rule and thus I will create a new society. All of those who wish to survive will lay down their arms now, those who don't, can continue to resist, but they will not live long. Daimon wanted to offer some of them a chance to change sides now at the bare minimum, but nobody budged a muscle and the Hutts started to laugh. You are an alien on our world, you hold no power here, said one of the Hutts. Gardulla also came forward and raised his hand. Anybody who kills that man and subdue that purple bastard will receive wealth beyond their imagination. This was all the mercenaries needed to hear as they opened fire. Kinetic shots flew through the air, all bouncing off the shields of the Empyrean guards and the force shields around Daimon, Illyra, and Luna. Luna grabbed her lightsaber and charged into the mercenaries, mercilessly killing them without any remorse. After witnessing the society these people fought for, she believed that they deserved to die to rid the galaxy of their presence. The Empyrean Guard also advanced forward with their vibro swords in their hands, cutting down any mercenary in their way. The Hutts had already made a break for it, using the mercenaries as meat shields to run away. "Initiate the operation," Daimon said, giving orders over his comlink. In orbit, the Luminary and its escorts started to move forward, launching hundreds of fighters and its complement of frigates. They were going to break through the orbital defenses and then send ground troops to invade the planet. As they got close, fighters escorted the bombers who one-shot the defense platforms, which were significantly weaker than the weapons the Imperium had. This allowed the orbital drop pods to be launched without being intercepted. These pods were filled with Empyrean guards whose entire existence was to execute Daimon's will. Anybody who got in the way was considered an enemy and would be treated as such. Back on the ground, the mercenaries had been cleared out, and a few prisoners were taken from a few people who surrendered, which were mostly slaves and other servants. Luna and 3 Empyrean guards were sent to search for the Grand Hutt Council and kill them. Daimon walked through the halls as mercenaries ran away for their lives or tried to fight and died. He continued to climb the stairs, going towards the Grand Chamber of the Hutt Council where he could feel their presence. Near the top, a bunch of bodyguards tried to rally, setting up a firing line. But Daimon simply raised his hand and blocked the incoming shots as he advanced. In the next moment he disappeared from their sights and reappeared behind them, killing 5 in an instant with his bare hands. He didn't even need to use his lightsaber for this fight, as he could cut them in half by reinforcing his hand with the Force and then making a knife hand to cut, piercing their bodies. It was a brutal method that decreased the morale of the others who saw their buddies behind cut down. A few deaths later and he had reached the council's chamber and found the surviving members of the Grand Council huddled together in the center, their faces full of terror. Luna was already there, surrounded by dead guards with her lightsaber aimed at their throats. Gargula tried to bargain once more, hoping not to lose his life. We can make a deal now, please. I will give you anything you want." "You had your chance," Daimon replied. "The only thing left now is to face the consequences of your actions." Luna raised her lightsaber and delivered the finishing blow to the remaining members of the Hutt Council. With their leadership pretty much gone, Hutt control would be thoroughly diminished and potentially create smaller factions from within. Within half an hour, the palace was secured, and Imperial troops were already landing and disembarking from their transports. The Grand Palace was going to be transformed into a central command center for the ground troops. Across the planets, Imperial troops were landing in the major cities of Nal Hutta, fighting off the enforcers and mercenaries who supported the Hutts. Nobody knew that the Hutt Council was dead, and currently they were fighting for nothing but to honor their contracts. Bilbuzah, the capital city, was the first to be hit. The skies were completely dominated by the Imperial starfighters, targeting enforcer compounds and bunkered mercenary crews. Their orders were to strike critical defensive locations to limit Imperial troops from being overwhelmed. Slave populations had even begun to rebel against their masters. A few hours later, news started to spread through black market channels across Nar Shaddaa and the Lesser Moons, that the Hutt Council was dead. In addition to this, Daimon had sent a message across the Hutt-controlled space calling for all mercenaries to join him, and they would be spared and given a chance to live and see the future. In response, tens of thousands had joined him on Nal Hutta, but there was silence from the other worlds. There were even reports that some of the gangs who were being suppressed by the Hutts decided to seize power for themselves. This complicated the situation significantly. What should have been a straightforward military occupation was rapidly devolving into a multi-faction power struggle. Daimon stood in the converted command center of the Grand Palace, studying holographic displays showing the chaos spreading across Hutt space. Reports coming in from Nar Shaddaa, Captain Revan announced. 3 major criminal syndicates are fighting for control of the moon's major districts. Several big syndicates and a coalition of smaller gangs have all declared themselves the new authority. Casualties? Daimon asked. Civilian casualties are mounting. These gangs are more interested in controlling territory than protecting the population. Entire districts will be burning as the days pass. Commodore Kelfar approached, his expression grim. "My lord, we have the military capacity to intervene, but spreading our forces across multiple contested worlds will strain our logistics considerably. We could deploy the war droids, that way we won't strain ourselves too much." Daimon turned away from the displays and thought about it for a minute. Before long he was done and had come up with his answer. "Deploy them. We need to secure Nal Hutta fast so that we can start training up a local army to deal with these problems." In addition to the soldiers, they also brought 2 million war droids with them. Kelfar nodded and relayed his orders. Daimon was already prepared to remain here for some years. After that he would appoint someone to oversee this region so that he can move on. Already the gangs were trying to take advantage of the chaos. With the central authority of the Grand Hutt Council gone, others would try to fill that void themselves, seeking wealth and power. People were going to die, but things would need to get worse before they got better. That's one of the hardships of life, especially one where you were born into slavery and lived most of your life as slave to a master you didn't choose. Luckily Daimon was here to provide them with a better path in life, one where they could choose what they wanted to do and free from the oppression of slavery.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.